The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 1024 to Chapter 1079. Diamond Body, Evil Spirit Dead Body. About 2 hours later, Xianxia had completely comprehended these two secret techniques. Now, he needed to cultivate them, but he didn't have the conditions to do so. Xianxia looked at Demon Yen and God Emperor. Demon Yen smiled and said, "Cultivate Diamond Body first?" Xianxia nodded, "Sure." Demon Yen smiled and turned to look at God Emperor. God Emperor suddenly said, "Follow me." Xianxia followed God Emperor to a wasteland. On this wasteland, God Emperor opened his palm, and a seal appeared in his hand. He slowly compared it with his eyes and chanted a few words. Soon, the seal in his hand suddenly trembled violently. Then, the sky suddenly trembled, and soon, a powerful pressure spread between heaven and earth. Xianxia's expression gradually turned solemn. At this moment, God Emperor pointed to the sky. Boom, an explosion suddenly sounded in the sky, and a bolt of lightning quietly condensed. Xianxia looked at God Emperor. "Senior, are you going to use this lightning to temper your body?" God Emperor nodded. "This isn't any ordinary lightning. It's called heavenly lightning, and it was raised by my God Spirit tribe. In the past, this lightning represented a kind of tribulation, a tribulation to punish the human world. It's extremely powerful. When you use this lightning to temper your body, don't use any external objects to block it. Use your body." Xianxia said, "Can I withstand it?" God Emperor looked at Xianxia. "It's up to you. If you can withstand it, you'll be reborn from the ashes. If you can't, your soul will be destroyed." Xianxia was silent. God Emperor said, "It's not too late to regret it." Xianxia smiled. "What's there to regret? Come on." The God Emperor nodded and retreated to the side. In the next moment, the lightning bolt came crashing down. Below, Xianxia's eyes were slightly closed. His body was trembling, because the divine lightning's might was too great. At this moment, he started to doubt his own body. Would he be able to handle it? At this moment, he was a little panicked. However, he had no way to retreat. If he didn't work hard, would Daoyi have to rely on others for the rest of his life? Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and roared, "Come!" Boom! The bolt of divine lightning descended directly onto Xianxia's head. In an instant, Xianxia's entire body split apart as blood sprayed out. Meanwhile, another bolt of divine lightning descended, and as it descended, Xianxia's body actually exploded apart. But at this time, God Emperor suddenly pointed out with his finger, and a green light enveloped Xianxia, instantly restoring Xianxia's body. At that moment, another bolt of lightning struck down. Boom! Once again, Xianxia's body exploded. Not far away, Demon Yen laughed and said, "You won't kill him, will you?" The God Emperor said softly, "How can a piece of scrap metal become a sharp sword without going through thousands of tempering? This is just the beginning." Just like that, Xianxia's body was bombarded by the divine lightning again and again. During this process, the God Emperor would restore his body each time. Even so, it was still too painful, too painful. At this moment, Xianxia realized how fragile his original body was without the torch dragon armor and his immortal body. The sword body was only immune to swords, but it was really weak in other aspects. The divine lightning tempered his body. It had to be said that the divine lightning's destructive power on the body was too strong, not to mention his body. Even if he used the torch dragon armor, he might not be able to withstand it completely. The power of the divine lightning was too strong. Just like that, Xianxia's body was bombarded again, and then restored. In the distance, the God Emperor suddenly said, "Demon Yen, do you think that Tendo is really asleep?" The Demon Yen said with a smile, "Do you believe it?" The God Emperor was silent. The Demon Yen looked up and said softly, "Do you think this fifth dimension tribulation was caused by her?" The God Emperor shook his head. "I don't know." The Demon Yen said in a deep voice, "I've asked around about the situation outside. Right now, experts from various eras have gathered outside. This is not a good sign." The God Emperor frowned slightly. "Is it caused by her?" The Demon Yen shook his head. "I don't know." The God Emperor was silent. After a moment, the Demon Yen looked at Xianxia, who was still being tempered by the divine lightning in the distance, and said with a smile, "This little guy is not simple. The 3 swords in his body are all at the peak of the common sword. The strength of the owner of these 3 swords is probably unfathomable. And this person's bloodline is extremely strange. I'm afraid it's only second to the legendary common bloodline. In addition, he also knows that woman from the pawnshop. Xiao Dao, the God Emperor said. Xiao Dao. Is she still alive? The smile on the demon Yan's face gradually disappeared at the mention of Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao, no one knew how long this woman had lived. After a moment, the demon Yan said with a smile, actually, there are many times when I suspect that the woman is Tendo. But obviously, she is not. The God Emperor said softly, what do you plan to do next? The demon Yan said, live well. Live well, the God Emperor was silent. In this era, even top-notch super experts like them didn't have a sense of security. First, that fifth dimension tribulation. Second, Tendo. Moreover, there were super experts from different eras out there. In such an era, even Tendo wouldn't be able to live in peace. The God Emperor turned to look at Yixian. Can you tell me your real intention? The demon Yan said softly, my intention is very simple. I want to form a good relationship. Maybe there will be a good result in the future? Of course, he is very weak now. The God Emperor said in a deep voice, this person is indeed not simple. But in terms of strength, he really doesn't count for much in the long river of history. I feel that Tendo won't even pay attention to him. The demon Yan said with a smile, you are very wrong. Actually, to be honest, if it weren't for Tendo's interference, your God spirit race definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat my demon race, haha. The God Emperor was silent. The demon Yan pointed at Yixian. Tendo has been paying attention to him for a long time. Not only does he pay attention to him, but he also attaches great importance to him. The God Emperor frowned slightly. As if he had thought of something, he said in a deep voice, Tendo's pen. The demon Yan nodded. He isn't heaven's chosen one, but he can use this pen. Do you still not understand? Hearing this, the God Emperor completely understood. The Tendo pen was the pen of the Supreme Tendo. If Xiao Dao could use it, he could understand. After all, that woman was no less mysterious than Tendo. However, Yixian could also use it. This was very abnormal. The God Emperor looked at Yixian. Why would Tendo take a fancy to him? The demon Yan said with a smile, maybe it's because of that man, or maybe it's because of something else. In any case, no matter what, it's definitely right for us to invest with her. The God Emperor said softly, indeed. Just like that, about half a month later, Yixian's physical body could already withstand the bombardment of the heavenly thunder. At this moment, his physical body was already deteriorating. At this moment, the God Emperor appeared in front of Yixian. Yixian said excitedly, did you succeed? The God Emperor shook his head. Now that your physical body has reached the standard, you can truly cultivate this diamond body. Yixian frowned slightly. I haven't mastered it yet? The God Emperor said, it's not that easy to master it. Come with me. With that, he brought Yixian to an abandoned hall. Inside the hall, the God Emperor opened his palm. A golden fruit appeared in his hand. Yixian asked, Senior, this is? The God Emperor said, God Spirit Fruit, a divine item of my God tribe. The energy of this item is extremely pure. It can greatly strengthen your physical body. In a moment, follow my fingerprints to circulate the diamond body. Yixian nodded. All right. The God Emperor handed the God Spirit Fruit to Yixian. Just as Yixian was about to take it, the God Emperor retracted his hand and said, this fruit is very precious, very precious. Yixian blinked, and then said seriously, I, Yixian, will forever remember the grace of the God tribe. The God Emperor nodded slightly. He handed the God Spirit Fruit to Yixian. Yixian didn't stand on ceremony. He took it and ate it. As soon as the God Spirit Fruit entered his body, an extremely pure energy burst out of his body. Yixian was stunned, because the energy was too terrifying. It surged through his body like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, the God Emperor suddenly said, circulate the cultivation technique and pour all the energy into your meridians. Yixian hurriedly circulated the diamond body, and it didn't take long for the energy to be drawn into his meridians. Gradually, his body started to glow a faint golden color. After around 2 hours, a powerful energy suddenly erupted from within Yixian. Bang, Yi Xian's body suddenly turned pure gold, diamond body. At this moment, Yi Xian's body had reached a new peak. Yi Xian opened his eyes and clenched his right fist. A powerful energy gathered in his fist, and it was so strong that even he was astounded. So strong? Meanwhile, the God Emperor suddenly said, "This is the strength of diamond. Not only is your body impervious to all techniques, but it also has the strength of diamond. It can be said that your body is only half a step away from the undying realm. Once you enter the undying realm, ordinary godly items won't have any effect on your body." Yi Xian nodded. He was a little excited. Not to mention achieving the immortal level. Even now, if he had the Candle Dragon armor, the only people in the world who could kill him were powerhouses at the level of a Luo. At this moment, Demon Yen suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Demon Yen sized up Yi Xian and smiled. "Amazing. Do you want me to try?" Yi Xian blinked. "How?" The corner of Demon Yan's mouth curled up. "How do you want to try?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Senior, I'm not a casual person." The Demon Yan walked in front of Yi Xian and gently hooked Yi Xian's chin with her jade-like finger. She smiled. "I'm not a casual person either. However, when I'm casual, I'm not a human." Yi Xian was about to speak when the Demon Yan suddenly pointed a finger at Yi Xian's chest. Boom, in an instant, Yi Xian's body cracked and blood splattered everywhere. The diamond body that he had just cultivated was instantly broken, and seriously injured. Blood flowed from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. The Demon Yen sized up Yi Xian and shook her head. "It's not that sturdy, but it's okay. It can withstand 20% of my strength. Just barely. Let's go. Follow me to cultivate the evil spirit dead body." Then she grabbed Yi Xian, who was heavily injured, and walked out of the room. The God Emperor suddenly said, "Do you want to heal your injuries first?" The Demon Yen didn't even turn her head. "Heal? We'll cripple him later anyway." Yi Xian. Not long after, Demon Yen brought Yi Xian to the top of a mountain. Yi Xian looked at Demon Yen with a solemn expression. This woman's strength was definitely not inferior to Arrow's, the demon ancestor. His intuition told him that even if he activated the immortal body, he would not be able to block Demon Yan's attack. As if reading Yi Xian's mind, Demon Yan smiled and said, "Don't be shocked. I've lived for at least 1,000,000 years. If I can't even defeat a young brat like you, wouldn't I be living like a pig?" "1,000,000 years, Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "Senior, you've lived for so long. Don't you feel bored?" Demon Yan smiled and said, "First of all, most of our lives are spent in slumber. Therefore, we don't have much of a concept of time. Second, the current you has countless treasures, but you also hope to obtain better treasures, don't you?" Yi Xian nodded. "That's true. Man's ambition and desire are endless." Demon Yan nodded slightly. "We've lived for 1,000,000 years, but to us, we still want to live for a few more million years. Even immortality." "Immortality," Yi Xian said softly, "this should be your ultimate goal, right?" Demon Yan shook her head. "How can immortality be enough? Only with great strength can one live a free and unfettered life." Yi Xian smiled and said, "That's true." Demon Yan looked at Yi Xian. "Do you know what an evil spirit dead form is?" Yi Xian shook his head. Demon Yan smiled and said, "The so-called evil spirit dead form is to use evil spirits to strengthen your body. If it was before, you wouldn't be able to resist the power of evil spirits. But now, your body has achieved the diamond body, so you can resist the power of evil spirits." Yi Xian said, "Senior, let's begin." Demon Yan smiled and suddenly waved her right hand. Boom, the space in front of Demon Yan exploded. Demon Yan slowly closed his eyes and muttered something. Just like that, a few moments later, shrill screams suddenly rang out from the pitch-black space. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. "What kind of power is this?" At this moment, a hideous ghostly face suddenly popped out. In the next moment, this ghostly face charged directly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed when he witnessed this scene, and he was about to dodge. However, a mysterious force suddenly pressed down on him, causing him to be unable to move at all. Demon Yan smiled. "Enjoy it." As soon as she finished speaking, the ghostly face disappeared into Yi Xian's body. Boom, Yi Xian's eyes instantly widened. A powerful force swept out from his body like a tidal wave. At this moment, a few more evil spirits pounced out from the pitch-black space crack. At the side, Demon Yen smiled and looked at Xian. No one knew what she was thinking. Just like that, about 3 days later, Xian had devoured an unknown amount of evil spirits, and his body was gradually transforming. At this moment, Demon Yan's voice suddenly sounded in Xian's mind. The most crucial step of the evil spirit dead form is to turn your body into a dead body. Your body contains endless death energy. It's perfect. Come, activate the death energy and use it. Xian nodded and activated the death scripture. Just like that, the death energy in his body suddenly exploded. Boom, Xian's body trembled violently. A powerful death energy enveloped his body like a vortex. Demon Yen sized up the death energy around Xian's body and said softly, "Such a dense death energy." Just like that, after an unknown amount of time, the death energy around Xian's body gradually disappeared. At this moment, Demon Yen sealed the black hole. 2 hours later, Xian opened his eyes. He slowly stood up and opened his palm. A thin layer of black light covered his palm. Demon Yen smiled. "Congratulations, your body is now immortal. Nothing can invade it." Xian said solemnly, "Senior, what does this immortal body mean?" Demon Yan's lips curled up. "It means that you can take a beating." Xian, at this moment, Demon Yen smiled. "An immortal body means that even if you die, your body can also be immortal. Moreover, your body can't be damaged by ordinary supernatural powers or secret techniques. Most importantly, even I would need to use 30% of my strength to kill you now." 30% of his strength. Xian's face darkened. "Senior, are you trying to hurt me?" Demon Yen smiled. "It's not embarrassing to be hurt by me." Xian said solemnly, "Senior, what's above the immortal body?" Demon Yen looked at Xian. Above the immortal body is the immortal golden body. The so-called immortal golden body is truly immortal. Even Tendo can't destroy it. However, as far as I know, only 2 or 3 people have reached this level. Moreover, 2 of them aren't human. They are the ancestor of the demon clan and the boss of the ancient monster clan. With that, she smiled. "Actually, you might become the 4th. Xian said solemnly, "Senior, if I achieve the immortal golden body, can I withstand your strength?" Demon Yen blinked. "Yes. However, you can only take a beating. You can't fight back." Xian frowned. "Why?" Demon Yen smiled. "Because your combat awareness and sword Dao haven't reached my level yet. Therefore, even if your body achieves the immortal golden body, you can only take a beating from us. Do you understand?" Xian nodded. "I understand." Demon Yen opened her palm. "Let me have a look at your Tendo pen." Xian nodded. With a point of his finger, the brush of the heavenly way appeared in front of the demon goose. The demon goose sized up the brush of the heavenly way and said softly, "Back then, when this brush was in the hands of the heavenly way, it was truly capable of destroying the world." With that, she placed the Tendo pen in front of Xian. "I won't bully you. We are helping you because we have other plans. Of course, we won't ask you to help us fight the Tendo. Anyway, you don't have to do anything for us." Xian shook his head. "I will remember Senior and Senior God Emperor's kindness. In the future, if the 2 of you need anything, I, Xian, will do my best to help you." Demon Yen smiled. "What a good do your best. What a crafty guy." Xian smiled sheepishly. "Senior, I can only do things within my ability. If it's beyond my ability, I can't do anything." Demon Yen nodded. "I understand." With that, she turned to look at the sky and said softly, "Now that you have the inheritance of both a demon and a god, you can come back to play when you have time. If you encounter any threats, I don't mind helping you if it's within my ability." Xian's expression froze. The demon goose blinked and smiled mischievously. "All right. You can leave now." Xian hesitated for a moment and then nodded. He was about to leave when he seemed to have thought of something. He stopped and asked, "Senior, I want to ask you something." Demon Yen said, "Tell me." Xian said in a deep voice, "The protectors want to mess with me." Do you know where their base is? Demon Yan looked at Xian. I advise you to give up on this idea. That force is not inferior to us and the god race, and may even be above us. Speaking of this, she suddenly frowned. Why are they targeting you? It doesn't make sense. With your strength, it's impossible for you to stop the fifth dimension tribulation. You. No. With that, she suddenly pressed down on Xian's shoulder and stared at Xian. Something's very wrong. Xian was a little puzzled. Senior? Demon Yan looked at Xian. After a moment, she let go of Xian's shoulder and said softly, I understand. Xian was about to ask when Demon Yan suddenly smiled. Kid, you're in trouble. Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, can you help me solve this problem? Demon Yan shook her head. I can't. Of course, I'm not afraid of them. It's just that I don't need to become mortal enemies with them. Xian was silent. Demon Yan patted Xian's shoulder lightly. Live well. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Xian, at this time, Demon Yan walked to the side. She looked down and smiled. The outside world is really chaotic now. It seems that I can't go out for the time being. Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, I want to ask you something. What was the era before the ancient era? Demon Yan looked at Xian. There are two people who know. You can ask them. The first is the Supreme Tendo, and the second is Xiao Dao. Go ask them. Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then, Senior, I'll take my leave. After saying this, he turned around and disappeared into the vast horizon on his sword. As soon as Xian left, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky in front of Demon Yan. The shadow looked down at Demon Yan. Demon Ancestor. Demon Yan smiled. You're the Dao Protector. The shadow nodded. Your Excellency, the Dao Master has told us that we bear no ill will towards the demon clan. We also hope that your Excellency will not interfere in the matter between us and that young man. Demon Yan smiled. I'm curious. Do you really think that he can stop the fifth dimension tribulation? The shadow fell silent. Demon Yan smiled. Don't worry. We've only formed a good relationship with him. That's all. The shadow bowed slightly. We've worried too much. After saying this, he gradually became illusory. At this time, Demon Yan suddenly said, I thought that your Dao Master was already dead. The shadow said, the Dao Master has always been here. Demon Yan smiled. That young man isn't simple. Don't fail miserably at such an easy task. The shadow said, we know that he isn't simple. But, so what? Demon Yan gave the shadow a thumbs up. Since you're confident, I wish you success. The shadow did not say anything else and gradually disappeared. After the shadow disappeared, Demon Yan turned to look to the right. Her gaze pierced through the starry sky and finally arrived at the dimension of nothingness. At this time, deep in the graveyard, an old man who was cleaning suddenly stopped. He turned to look and met Demon Yan's gaze. Demon Yan smiled. How should I address you? The old man said, Demon Ancestor. You've also come out. Demon Yan asked again, can I stay here and watch? The old man shook his head. No. Demon Yan narrowed her eyes. What if I insist on coming? The old man said, why don't you give it a try? P.S. I woke up late. Sorry, thank you for your blessings and rewards yesterday. Thank you for everyone's support. I'll give it a try. As soon as old Tombkeeper finished his sentence, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Demon Yan looked at old Tombkeeper for a moment and smiled. I'll give it a try. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. About an hour later, Demon Yan reappeared at her original position. At this moment, there was a rare trace of seriousness on her face. Xian left the ancient battlefield directly. To him, there was nothing worth exploring in this place, because he had obtained the highest inheritance of the Devil Clan and the Divine Clan. After leaving the ancient battlefield, just as Xian was about to return to the boundless dungeon, a man in white appeared in front of Xian. It was the man in white who was the Dao Protector. The man in white looked at Xian and smiled. I'm here to bid farewell to you. Yi Xian frowned. You changed your Dao protector to deal with me? The man in white nodded. Yes. Now the higher-ups have personally sent a Dao emissary to deal with you. Let me remind you, we only have 3 Dao emissaries. Their strength is second only to the Dao Lord and the Dao Lord. This Dao emissary will do anything to achieve his goal. You might be in big trouble. Yi Xian was silent. The man in white continued, I've had the most contact with you. You make me feel afraid. However, the more you do so, the more dangerous you are. Of course, this place is no longer under my control. You're on your own. Having said that, he turned and disappeared into the horizon. Dao emissary, Yi Xian was silent for a long time before he turned and left. Yi Xian returned to the boundless dungeon. He went to the pawnshop, but Xiao Dao was not there. Yi Xian waited for a while before leaving. He returned to Fu Wenzong. Yi Xian stood on the mountain peak and looked down at Fu Wenzong with a trace of worry in his eyes. At this moment, Xianxia walked up to him. Xianxia asked, What's wrong? We might be in big trouble. Yi Xian whispered. Xianxia fell silent. Yi Xian asked, How are Shaoan, Shaoqi, and Wanli? Hearing this, Xianxia immediately smiled and said, They have already broken through. Yi Xian asked, Karma? Xianxia nodded. All of them have reached the Karma realm. Yi Xian smiled and said, As expected. Xianxia glanced at Yi Xian with a complicated look in his eyes. The Yi Xian in front of him, he could no longer see through him. After a while, Xianxia said, It's very chaotic out there, isn't it? Yi Xian nodded. Very messy. Experts from the Cretaceous era, the Cambrian era, and the Ancient era have all gathered in this era. This is more than just ordinary chaos. Xianxia said in a low voice, Are you worried that someone will attack us? Yi Xian nodded slightly. A force called the Guardians. They are targeting me. I'm afraid that they will attack you. Xianxia was about to speak, but Yi Xian suddenly said, Tell Shaoan and the others to be careful. After saying this, she turned around and disappeared. On the mountain peak, Xianxia's eyes were full of worry. Yi Xian arrived at the Worldwide Academy. In the courtyard, Yi Xian, Zhang Wenxiu, and the female teacher sat around the table. Zhang Wenxiu looked at Yi Xian. What are your plans? Yi Xian said in a low voice, I want to send this study away. Send it away. He had to admit that he felt more and more uneasy with this study on him because he felt many eyes staring at him. Zhang Wenxiu said, Send it to the woman in the plain dress. To the girl in the plain dress? Yi Xian nodded. She is the only one who can resist those people. Zhang Wenxiu said in a low voice, You're going to send it yourself? Yi Xian smiled. I have to go myself. He would not feel at ease if outsiders went, and she would be even more worried if Zhang Wenxiu and the others went. Therefore, he had to go himself. Zhang Wenxiu glanced at Yi Xian. They won't let you bring that treasure to the 4th dimension. Yi Xian shook his head. If I want to go, they can't stop me. I'm afraid that they will target you. Zhang Wenxiu was silent. The female teacher suddenly said, If you send that thing to the 4th dimension, will the problem be solved? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. After a while, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Look at how stupid I am. I understand now. As he said this, he stood up. He stood up. Take care of yourselves. We might have a lot of trouble from now on. After that, he turned into a sword light and disappeared into the horizon. In the courtyard, the female teacher said, What do you think he's going to do? Zhang Wenxiu did not speak, but there was a trace of worry in her eyes. She knew Yi Xian's character. This guy was definitely going to do something bad. Yi Xian returned to the boundless dungeon again. In the pawnshop, Xiao Dao had already returned. Yi Xian walked to Xiao Dao. He took out the evil spirit stone and placed it on the counter. Xiao Dao kept the evil spirit stone. At this time, Yi Xian said, I want to find out something. Xiao Dao smiled. Speak. Yi Xian said, As far as I know, a Dao envoy from the Dao protectors came to find me. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. What are you going to do? Yi Xian smiled. I don't want to be beaten up. Xiao Dao shook her head. Your current strength is not enough to fight against them. Xian smiled. Miss Xiaodao, you're wrong. It's not me who wants to fight against them. It's them who want to find me. Xiaodao looked at Xian. So, you have to take advantage of the time when they haven't made a move against you. Do you understand? Xian shook his head. I don't want to be so passive. Then, he took out 30 strands of purple gas and placed them on the counter. Miss Xiaodao, we're not friends now. You can treat me as a customer. What do you think? Xiaodao looked at Xian for a while and said, the Dao Protector's Dao Envoy is not as strong as Arrow. However, with his strength, he should be able to fight Arrow for 100 moves. If Arrow is serious, then 70 moves. If Arrow goes all out, then 1 move at most. Xian went silent. The difference between going all out and not going all out is so big, Xiaodao continued. It's not just one Dao Envoy. It seems that they are determined to get your study room. Xian opened his palm. The world-dimensional study room appeared in his hand. He looked at Xiaodao. Miss Xiaodao, can I pawn this thing? Xiaodao's mouth twitched. This guy is trying to trick me, Xian was about to ask. Xiaodao smiled. As long as you dare to pawn it, I dare to accept it. However, I have to remind you that you won't regret it. I can tell you responsibly that if you pawn it, you will regret it in the future. Xian asked. Why? Xiaodao shook her head. I can't tell you. This study room is not that simple. The Prophet is more powerful than you think. This study room is in your hands. I can only say that this is God's will. Xian said. Is the Prophet scheming against me? Xiaodao was silent. Xian was about to take the purple gas. At this time, Xiaodao smiled. Forget it. I have known you for so long. Other than being thick-skinned, there is nothing I dislike about you. I will give it to you for free, let me know a bit. First, the Prophet has schemed against many people. But among these people, you are not included. Second, what he did is not a bad thing. He has no selfish motives. It can be said that he is truly selfless. He is a person that I admire in some aspects. Third. Saying this, she looked at Xian. Third, the Prophet has disappeared forever. He can't appear again. Xian frowned. What do you mean? Xiaodao smiled. It means that in order to do something, he chose to sacrifice himself. And this sacrifice caused him to disappear forever. Even if he appears again, he will appear in another way. Strictly speaking, the former Prophet is dead. This is what I admire about him. For his own ideals, he is willing to shed his blood. Even if he dies, he will not hesitate. Xian said in a deep voice, is he really dead? Xiaodao smiled. I can't say that he is dead. I can only say that he is indeed gone. Xian said, what is his purpose? Xiaodao looked at Xian. To completely destroy the fifth dimension tribulation so that it will never appear in this universe again. Xian said in a deep voice, Senior Xiaodao, what kind of tribulation is the fifth dimension tribulation? Is this man-made or God's will? Or is it the doing of other people and forces? Xiaodao was silent. Xian said, you can't say? Xiaodao smiled. There is nothing I can't say. This fifth dimension tribulation is a knot in people's hearts. Xian, do you believe in karma? Xian nodded. I do. Xiaodao leaned back in her chair. Her eyes were rippling as if she was reminiscing about the past. Do you know what the universe looked like at the beginning? Xian asked, what did it look like at the beginning? Xiaodao smiled. It was when the universe was just born. Xian shook his head. I don't know. Xiaodao looked at Xian. I know. At that time, the universe was just born. Everything was growing. The spiritual energy was at least 1,000 times denser than it is now. 1,000 times, Xian's expression became serious. 1,000 times? Xiaodao nodded. Don't think that I'm exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating at all. At that time, the universe had just been born. There were no cultivators or marauders. The universe grew naturally. It was very beautiful. At that time, Tendo was still very pure. She didn't know the evils of the world. But later on, all kinds of living beings appeared in the universe. At first, it was quite good. The universe became lively. Tendo was also very happy. But later on, things slowly became worse. Xian said, fighting. Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. Later on, fighting and plundering began. They crazily plundered the universe. This was especially true for humans. When humans appeared in this world became worse and worse. At that time, humans not only liked to fight, but they also liked to plunder spiritual energy. Of course, it wasn't just humans. There were also other races. In any case, after these living beings appeared, the spiritual energy in the universe became less and less. At this point, she looked at Xian. The fifth dimension tribulation is actually the tribulation of all living beings. This is the tribulation of all living beings. It can't be said that they are innocent. It can only be said that everything is karma. Xian said in a deep voice, this tribulation will always be here, right? Xiao Dao nodded. It will always be here. If the prophet wants to eliminate this tribulation, it will be very, very difficult. But it's not like there is no hope. At least, for now, there is still a bit of hope. Of course, that plain-dressed woman has to be willing. But for now, this woman is no less dangerous than the fifth dimension tribulation. I think the prophet is playing with fire. If he doesn't play well, he won't need to wait for the fifth dimension tribulation. If that woman goes crazy, everyone will pass the fifth dimension tribulation in advance. Xian. In the pawnshop, Xiao Dao took out a small account book and flipped through it, then said, let's not talk about the fifth dimension. Let's talk about the guardians. These guardians are not simple, but fortunately, they are not focusing all their attention on you. Otherwise, you. Speaking of this, she shook her head, no, even if they focus all their attention on you, they may not be able to kill you. Not to mention anything else, just arrow alone was enough to make the guardians suffer. And the powerful people around Xian were not just arrow alone, Xian said, no matter what, I don't want to sit still and wait for death. Xiao Dao nodded, that's a good idea. Passively defending is indeed sitting still and waiting for death. Saying this, she bent her finger and a white light went into Xian's eyebrows. This is some information I know about the guardians, I'll give it to you for free. Xian cupped his hands, thank you. Xiao Dao smiled, tell me about Demon Yen and God Emperor. Xian said, they gave me their inheritance. Moreover, they seem to have made up. Xiao Dao nodded, they have also become smarter. Xian asked, will they seek revenge on Tendo? Xiao Dao shook her head, they won't dare. Saying this, she looked at Xian, Tendo has no evil intentions towards you. Xian nodded, I won't find trouble with Tendo for no reason. I am not an idiot. Xiao Dao smiled, Demon Yen and God Emperor gave you their inheritance, so don't think too much about it. They won't have any evil intentions towards you. Anyway, if there are benefits, just take them. As for the consequences, don't be afraid. You are lucky enough to enjoy these benefits. Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Xiao Dao, you said that you have seen the original appearance of the fifth dimension, but you are not a Tendo, so who are you? Xiao Dao blinked. You have to pay for this question. Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao smiled and said, to your five-dimensional cosmos, I am a guest. Xian frowned. What do you mean? Xiao Dao shook his head. Nothing. You should take care of your own business first. Xian thinks for a moment, then nods. Senior Xiao Dao, I'm leaving. Xiao Dao looked at Xian. Don't go out. Hearing this, Xian narrowed his eyes. Don't leave this door. Xian turned around, but there was no one outside the door. Xian looked at Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, what do you mean? Xiao Dao smiled and did not speak. Xian was speechless. He knew that the matter was not as simple as it seemed. Xian stood up. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly said, you have to think it through. Xian nodded. Can I stay here forever? Xiao Dao was speechless. Xian smiled and said, since they are already here. Then let me have a look. With that, he walked out of the door. Just as he stepped out, the scenery around him suddenly changed, and before long, he appeared in an unknown space. The space Dao Law condensed between Xian's brows, but he found that the space around him did not move at all. He could not control it. Don't waste your energy. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Xian. Xian turned around and saw a middle-aged man standing not far away from him. The middle-aged man wore a loose robe, and his hands were hidden in his sleeves while he wore a faint smile on his face. Xian smiled. Dao envoy? The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. I'm not a Dao envoy. You're not at the level where a Dao envoy needs to make a move. Xian thought for a moment and nodded. Make a move? The middle-aged man opened his palm, and a black spear silently appeared. He slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, Xian's expression changed drastically. Bang! Xian instantly retreated by hundreds of meters. Xian looked at his chest when he had stopped. There was a dent in the candle dragon armor on his chest. What a powerful spear! Xian looked at the middle-aged man. That spear isn't strong enough. It can't even penetrate this armor of mine. The middle-aged man smiled. What a good torch dragon armor. Come, let me see how many times your armor can withstand my spear. With that said, he suddenly disappeared. Extremely fast, Xian narrowed his eyes and stabbed with his sword. The moment he stabbed with his sword, Xian suddenly felt a powerful force in his abdomen. This powerful force instantly pushed him back by hundreds of meters. Before he could stop, a spear suddenly arrived at his throat. Xian stomped his right foot. Boom! A mysterious force instantly suppressed him. Sword domain. The moment the sword domain appeared, the spear suddenly stopped. At this time, Xian stabbed with his sword again. Chi! This time, the sword stabbed empty air. The middle-aged man's right foot was pushed back by hundreds of meters. Xian looked at the middle-aged man. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curled up. Again. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. At this time, the demonic wings on his back suddenly appeared. Boom! Xian also disappeared. Rumble! Along with an explosion, Xian and the middle-aged man returned to their original positions. There was a sword scar on the middle-aged man's face, but Xian was completely fine. The middle-aged man looked at Xian. The demonic wings of the ancestor of fiends. It looks like your fortuitous encounter is extraordinary. However, you rely too much on external objects. Xian smiled. How long have you lived? The middle-aged man replied, many, many years. I can't even remember. Xian smiled. I've only lived for a little over 20 years. Tell me, if I don't use external objects to fight you, what should I use? The middle-aged man thought for a moment and nodded. You're right. Come, let me see if your treasure can save your life. As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward and stabbed with the spear in his hand. The space in front of Xian exploded with this stab, and the spear tore through the air. The spear seemed to have come from ancient times, and it carried a primordial aura. The powerful force caused the surrounding space to become illusory. At this moment, Xian flipped his left hand, and a golden square shield appeared in his hand. Sumeru shield. Xian held the shield in his left hand and pushed it forward. Boom! The Sumeru shield shook violently, and a powerful force surged out from it. The middle-aged man was instantly pushed back 300 m. As soon as he stopped, the spear in his hand trembled violently. The middle-aged man looked at Xian. Sumeru power. Your shield, Xian smiled. I just got it. I didn't know its power before, but now I know. It seems like it's not bad. The middle-aged man stared at Xian. Xian, you really have a lot of treasures. If I kill you, I'll make a big profit. Xian smiled. Come, give it a try. The middle-aged man opened his palm, and the spear in his hand suddenly turned into a silver spear. On the tip of the spear, there was a silver azure dragon soul. The middle-aged man smiled. Come, let me see if this spear can break your shield. With that, he suddenly disappeared. The moment he disappeared, his spear had already stabbed Xian's Sumeru shield. Boom! Xian instantly retreated. However, the Sumeru shield was not damaged at all. when Yi Xian stopped, the middle-aged man suddenly swept his spear at the summoner's shield. Rumble, Yi Xian instantly retreated 300 m. As soon as he stopped, the space behind him cracked. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the middle-aged man. At this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded, and in the next moment, a powerful force rushed towards him. Yi Xian grinned and raised his shield to block the attack. This time, he raised his shield with both hands and didn't use his sword at all. Rumble, an explosion resounded like a thunderclap. Yi Xian retreated by over 10 m while the middle-aged man was blasted 300 m away. He was blasted back by his own strength. Yi Xian gazed at the middle-aged man and smiled. Come, continue. The middle-aged man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. That shield of yours is extraordinary. Yi Xian smiled. You're too kind. Actually, your spear isn't bad as well. It's just that your strength isn't enough. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Yi Xian, I have to admit that I. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. Don't talk to me about those useless things. Come on, beat me to death. I beg for death. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly while he tightened his grip on the silver spear in his right hand, and a powerful force converged within him. At the same time, the silver dragon on his spear suddenly roared. The dragon roar shook the world. The smile on Yi Xian's face gradually vanished. The middle-aged man is getting serious. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly leaped up. In the air, the middle-aged man thrusted his spear. On the tip of the spear, a silver dragon danced and swept out with an unparalleled spear light, thrusting straight at Yi Xian. At this instant, Yi Xian felt a powerful pressure descend upon him. A ferocious smile arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth, and he raised his shield with both hands and raised it. I'll block it. The ray of light and the silver dragon smashed against the shield. Rumble, all of a sudden, the space around Yi Xian surged like a tidal wave, and a powerful force surged in all directions. Yi Xian held the shield tightly with both hands, allowing the powerful force to strike him. Just like that, after a quarter of an hour, Yi Xian's shield managed to block the attack. However, as a result, Yi Xian was forced back hundreds of feet. Yi Xian's face was a little pale. Although he had blocked the spear, it wasn't easy for him. In the distance, the middle-aged man's face was a little gloomy. He didn't expect the summoner's shield to be so powerful that it could even block his spear. Naturally, he didn't forget that Yi Xian still had the torch dragon armor. How could he fight? A sense of helplessness rose in the middle-aged man's heart. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, I also think that fighting like this is boring. Why don't we change the method? I won't use the summoner's shield or the torch dragon armor. Let's fight with our real strength. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Then what do you want me to do? Yi Xian smiled. It's very simple. Use your soul to fight me. We'll use our souls to fight fairly. What do you think? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. I also want to see how strong I am. I can't tell if I use external objects. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian. Are you sure you don't want to use the torch dragon armor and the summoner's shield? Yi Xian said, I swear to the heavens in the name of a swordsman that I won't use the torch dragon armor or the summoner's shield in the battle later. P.S. Brothers, postpone the outbreak. You know what happened in the past 2 days, you know. In the void, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, looks like you have nothing to fear. But it doesn't matter, I also want to see your trump card. As his voice fell, his soul suddenly left his body. The moment his soul appeared, Yi Xian's soul also suddenly left his body. And at this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly rushed towards Yi Xian with his spear. Obviously, he was afraid that Yi Xian would go back on his word. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He tightly gripped the executing heaven sword in his hand. When the middle-aged man came to 100 feet in front of him, he suddenly leaped in front of the middle-aged man. And at this moment, the executing heaven sword in his hand had already turned into the soul-suppressing sword. The moment the soul-suppressing sword appeared, the middle-aged man's expression instantly changed. At this moment, he knew why Yi Xian wanted to duel him one-on-one. Scheme, although he was already mentally prepared, he did not expect Yi Xian to take out the soul-suppressing sword. At this moment, although the middle-aged man was horrified, he was unable to stop his move because Yi Xian had already arrived in front of him. The middle-aged man suddenly roared and stabbed out with his spear. This spear was his full strength. With this spear strike, it was either life or death, and at this moment, Xian's sword arrived. Boom, the surroundings of the horizon shook violently. A powerful soul force shook in all directions like a wave, and the middle-aged man's soul directly stopped in place, unable to move. One sword soul fixation, the middle-aged man stared fixedly at Xian. Just as he was about to speak, the soul-suppressing sword suddenly disappeared into the top of his head. Boom, the middle-aged man's soul directly disappeared without a trace. Xian beckoned with his right hand, and the soul-suppressing sword fell into his hand. The soul-suppressing sword trembled violently. Little Soul said somewhat excitedly, "Young lord, great nourishment." Xian laughed out loud. "Then, take care of yourself." Little Soul said, "Young lord, can there be more of these souls?" Xian shook his head and smiled. "You little guy." Soul giggled and said nothing. Suddenly, Xiao Dao appeared in front of Xian. Xiao Dao sized up Xian and smiled. "They underestimated your strength." Xian said softly, "From now on, it shouldn't be, right?" Xiao Dao smiled. "I don't think so. Do you know where the protector is?" "In other words, their headquarters." Xian shook his head. Xiao Dao blinked. "Give me the purple aura and I'll tell you." Xian's face darkened. "Miss Xiao Dao, we are friends." Xiao Dao calmly said, 20% off. "I'll give you a 20% discount." Xian said in a deep voice, "You want me to go to the Dao Protector's lair?" Xiao Dao smiled. "It's not that I want you to go, it's up to you whether you want to go or not." Xian said, "If I take Arrow with me, can I destroy those Dao Protectors?" Xiao Dao shook her head. "You can't. If you take her, she can come back alive, but you absolutely can't. If you want to completely destroy the Dao Protectors, you can only go to the plain-dressed woman." Plain-dressed woman, Xian shook his head. He doesn't know where she is now. Of course, with his current strength, he can certainly find her. But the problem is, why would he find her? If he follows her, he will definitely be safe. However, he wants to rely on his own strength. He doesn't know when it started, but he has a special feeling for the plain-dressed woman. He doesn't want to rely on her for the rest of his life, and he doesn't want to become her burden. At this time, Xiao Dao suddenly said, "Do you know why the Dao Protectors only sent one Dao messenger to find you?" Xian said, "Because they look down on me?" Xiao Dao smiled. "That is part of the reason, but the real reason is that they have a more powerful enemy." Xian frowned. "More powerful enemy?" Xiao Dao nodded. "They are pinned down." Xian said in a deep voice, "Miss Xiao Dao, how big is the fifth dimension? How many powerful forces are there?" Xiao Dao blinked her eyes. "Give me the money." Xian, Xiao Dao smiled. "Fine. Since you found the evil spirit stone for me, I will tell you a little for free. Firstly, the fifth dimension is not big, but it is not small either." "Why do you say so?" "For some people, the places they can go to are limited. Therefore, for them, the fifth dimension is very small. However, for some powerful people, such as me, the fifth dimension is very big. At least, at present, it seems to have no boundaries. However, the majority of the places are just empty lands. There are also some places that are forcefully opened up by some forces to live in, including this endless underground city." Xian asked, "Miss Xiao Dao, who created this endless underground city?" Xiao Dao smiled. "Do you still remember the one-legged woman you met by the river that day?" Xian nodded. "I remember." "She created it?" Xiao Dao nodded. "That's her. However, there are only 2 people left who know that this boundless underground city was created by her." Xian asked, "Who are you and?" Xiao Dao blinked her eyes and smiled. "In front of me." Xian was stunned. "Just you and me." "Miss Xiao Dao, who is she?" Xiao Dao smiled. "She is also an extraordinary person. Let me tell you, if it was not for me that day, you would have been killed by her." Xian still wanted to ask something, but Xiao Dao said, "You don't need to ask. I can't tell you her real identity. Also, as for the major forces in the fifth dimension, you have come into contact with many of them. I won't break it down to who is strong and who is weak. I can tell you that among these forces, the void dimension is ranked second. Void dimension, Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, what about first? Xiao Dao shook her head. I can't tell you. However, strictly speaking, this number one force might not appear in this world. Therefore, you can think of it as the void dimension as the number one force. Yi Xian asked, why won't the number one force appear in this world? Why is that? Xiao Dao's eyes twitched. Why are you so curious? Yi Xian, Xiao Dao said, in any case, you can think of it as the void dimension as the number one force. As for the void dimension, I can't tell you much. That place is not simple, so you better not go there. I think your good luck might be ineffective there. Yi Xian suddenly asked, which is stronger, the void dimension or Arrow's great desolate country? Xiao Dao answered without hesitation, the void dimension. Yi Xian frowned. What if Arrow is added? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Or the void dimension? Yi Xian asked again, what about the plain-dressed woman? Ah! The little Taoist suddenly roared and slapped out, Peng. Without any warning, Yi Xian was sent flying thousands of feet away by the slap. When he stopped, he spat out a mouthful of blood. That slap just now had directly injured his internal organs. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly pointed with her finger, and a drop of super spring water fell in front of Yi Xian. Sorry, I couldn't help but hit you. Yi Xian, seeing Yi Xian's aggrieved expression, Xiao Dao shook her head and sighed. To be honest, sometimes you really need a beating. Do you know that sometimes I have the urge to beat you to death? Yi Xian's face darkened. This woman actually wanted to beat him to death. Damn, this is too terrifying, Xiao Dao suddenly said. Why, are your injuries not serious? As she spoke, she was about to put away the super spring water. Seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly took the spring water and drank it. Soon, his body recovered at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Don't ask me this next time. Otherwise, I'll beat you again. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then smiled sheepishly. I'm just curious. Xiao Dao shook her head. She's a person who doesn't abide by the rules. Do you understand? Yi Xian was about to say something, but Xiao Dao smiled. I'm not going to discuss it with you anymore. By the way, do you want to know where the Dao Protector's headquarters are? Yi Xian asked. Is it free? Xiao Dao shook her head. Pretend I didn't say anything. With that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian, at this moment, Xiao Dao stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. Be careful of that Dao emissary. He's not as weak as that person just now. With that, she disappeared. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then he looked at the soul-suppressing sword in his hand. Little soul, how many souls do you need to advance again? Little soul said, I don't know. In any case, the more the better. Yi Xian smiled. Okay, I'll find more for you when the time comes. Little soul giggled. Thank you, young master. Yi Xian looked around, and the space around him suddenly shattered. Soon, Yi Xian appeared at the door of the Tendo pawnshop. Yi Xian walked into the pawnshop. Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian. What's the matter? Yi Xian said in a low voice. Miss Xiao Dao, I want the position of Dao Protector. Xiao Dao blinked. 100 strands of purple energy. Yi Xian didn't bargain. With a point of his finger, 100 strands of purple energy appeared in front of Xiao Dao. After Xiao Dao put away the purple energy, a white light entered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Soon, a lot of information appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Tendo Starfield, the Dao Protector was in a very distant Tendo Starfield. It was at least 100 starfields away from where he was, very, very far. After a moment, Xiao Dao smiled. They're in Tendo Starfield. The martial arts civilization there is also very prosperous. If you want to go, I can provide a teleportation array. If you cross the galaxy outside, it will take at least 10 years. But here, it only takes half an hour. Not only that, I can also pick you up. All of this only requires 200 strands of purple energy. 200 strands of violet gas can't buy you a loss, nor can it buy you a scam. But with me, I can send you to the heavenly law star field as quickly as possible. What do you think? Yi Xian's face darkened. Xiao Dao, are you really short on money lately? Xiao Dao blinked and smiled. Actually, I'm short on purple energy. It's slightly useful to me. Yi Xian tapped with his finger, and then 400 strands of purple energy appeared in front of Xiao Dao. The extra 200 strands are a gift from me. However, I can't do business with Miss Xiao Dao in the future. Because I don't have much purple energy left. Xiao Dao hesitated for a moment, and then she put the strands of purple energy away. Yi Xian turned around and left. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao spoke abruptly, I can't take benefits from you for free. I'll give you something as well. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Meanwhile, the ninth floor spoke abruptly, it's a trap. When he heard Xiao Dao's words, although Yi Xian was overjoyed, his expression was very calm. He turned around and said seriously, Miss Xiao Dao, you're too kind. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and smiled, don't play tricks in front of me. As she spoke, she took out a square box and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled, what's this? Xiao Dao smiled, it's a small toy. Yi Xian opened the square box, and there was a small wooden figurine in the box. The wooden figurine was very lifelike, and it looked exactly like Xiao Dao. Yi Xian blinked, Miss Xiao Dao, what's this? Xiao Dao smiled, I was thinking that with our friendship, it's too vulgar to give you a god item or a god weapon. So, I'll give you a small toy that I carved myself. Although it's not a god item or a god weapon, it represents my feelings. Haha, at this moment, the person on the ninth floor suddenly laughed loudly. Yi Xian's face darkened, and no one knew what he was thinking. Xiao Dao blinked, you won't dislike it, right? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, and he put the wooden figurine away, why would I? Xiao Dao smiled, it's good that you like it. Go quickly. Have a safe journey. As she spoke, she pointed with her finger, and a teleportation formation appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Miss Xiao Dao, help me calculate whether my departure will be a blessing or a curse. Xiao Dao blinked, if it's a blessing, it won't be a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Yi Xian was speechless, and he didn't say anything else. He entered the teleportation formation, and he quickly disappeared. After Yi Xian disappeared, Xiao Dao shook his head and smiled. This slippery little guy. At that moment, a woman appeared not far to the right of Xiao Dao. It was the one-legged woman. The one-legged woman looked at Xiao Dao and said nothing. Xiao Dao chuckled and said, I've already let him go. In the future, he will only come once in a while. He won't come often. The one-legged woman still didn't say anything. She just stared at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao walked towards the one-legged woman and said with a smile, perhaps it's good karma. The one-legged woman shook her head. Come on. With that, she turned around and disappeared. Xiao Dao shook his head with a smile, then turned and left. Tendo Star Region. This was an ancient star field, and this star field used to be the place where Tendo lived. Tendo lived in this place for countless years, but in the end, he disappeared for some unknown reason. Not long after Tendo disappeared, the fifth dimension tribulation appeared. As a result, countless people believed that the fifth dimension tribulation was the work of Tendo. Tendo Star Region could be said to be the most ancient star field among the countless star fields in the universe. After Tendo disappeared, a new force appeared here. Tao Protector. Very few people knew about this power because they rarely showed their faces. However, the current Yi Xian, because of Xiao Dao, knew a lot about this Tao Protector. This was also the reason why he dared to come to Tendo Star Region. If he didn't know anything about this Tao Protector, he wouldn't have rashly come. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian appeared on top of a mountain. The moment he landed, Yi Xian was stunned. The spiritual qi here was too rich, it was at least 10 times richer than in Fu Wen Zone. What a good place, Yi Xian was somewhat amazed. This place was worthy of being the place where the Supreme Tendo lived. At this time, the ninth person suddenly said, go to the right, there is a city there. To the right? Yi Xian looked to the right, Senior, how do you know there is a city there? Don't tell me Senior is from Tendo Star Region? The ninth person said, I sensed it. Yi Xian smiled and then disappeared into the sky on his sword. Soon, Yi Xian arrived in front of an ancient city. The city was built on a mountain and surrounded by a large river. It could be said that there were mountains and rivers. Yi Xian looked above the city gate, Tendo City. Yi Xian said, Senior, have you seen the legendary Tendo? The ninth person said, do you think I have? Yi Xian smiled, I am curious about her. I want to meet her, but I don't know if she is a foodie. The ninth person sighed, Kid, that Tendo is not simple. You better not have any ideas about her, or she will play you until there is nothing left of you. Yi Xian nodded, I will not go looking for her. The ninth person sighed again, but I have a feeling that you will meet her. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Sir, is your intuition accurate? The ninth person said, she has never disappointed me. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then smiled, so be it. Having said that, he walked into the city. There were many people in the city, and they were all cultivators. Although they were strong, they were not too strong. Yi Xian said, Senior, do you think the guardian will recognize me? The ninth person said, under normal circumstances, it will take 10 years to get to the worldwide academy from here. In this world, there are only 2 teleportation arrays. The first is the teleportation array that the Dao protectors established themselves. The second teleportation array is a minor Dao. So, under normal circumstances, they would never believe that you would be able to come here. Yi Xian smiled, that is for the best. The ninth person said, what do you want to do? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up, nothing, I don't want to do anything, haha. Having said that, he walked into the distance. What he needed to do now was to understand the city of Tendo. Because of this, he spent a total of 6 hours before he finally had a rough understanding of the Heavenly Law City. In the city of Tendo, there were 3 major forces. Among them, the strongest was naturally the Guardian. However, the Guardian was not in the city. Therefore, strictly speaking, there were only 2 major forces in the city, the Sky Clan and the Dao Clan. Interestingly, these 2 clans claimed to be the descendants of Tendo. In the field of Tendo, they also had enemies, the extraterrestrial demons. Usually, the 3 forces would fight each other. However, when facing the extraterrestrial demons, the 3 forces would be very united. Yi Xian did not know much about the extraterrestrial demons. He planned to go back and ask Xiao Dao. That woman must know a lot of things. At that moment, the ninth person suddenly said, You want to sneak into the Guardian? Yi Xian blinked, Senior, do you have a way? There's nothing I can do about it. I just want you to give up hope. The Dao protectors have very strict requirements. They have 3 tests for those who join them. You can say that you can't pass even one of them, because you'll definitely be exposed. So, don't even think about it. The Guardian is not as stupid as you think. Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior, you seem to be very familiar with the Guardian? The ninth person said, a little. Yi Xian asked, Senior, are you from the field of Tendo? The ninth person smiled, take a guess. Yi Xian said calmly, I'm not guessing. The ninth person laughed, Kid, you don't need to know who I am. In any case, I won't harm you. What do you think? Yi Xian nodded, yes. At this moment, a bell suddenly rang in the distance. Yi Xian turned his head to look. At this moment, the expressions of the pedestrians in the city changed drastically, and they fled in all directions. Yi Xian frowned, what's going on? At this moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky outside the city. As the crack opened, a powerful evil aura suddenly swept out. Yi Xian frowned, what is that? The ninth person said, the extraterrestrial demons. Yi Xian asked, are they strong? The ninth person said, to you, other than the top few, none are strong. However, I suggest you use your treasures less here, they're too eye-catching. Yi Xian nodded, understood. At that moment, a voice rang out in the city, everyone, defend. Numerous strong people in the city leaped onto the city wall as soon as the voice had finished. Yi Xian also leaped onto the city wall after a moment of hesitation. On the city wall, Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the cracked space. Suddenly, countless black shadows appeared in the space. In an instant, the entire city darkened. Yi Xian frowned, these are the extraterrestrial demons. Yi Xian asked, Senior, what are these extraterrestrial demons? The ninth person said, extraterrestrial survivors. Yi Xian frowned, extraterrestrial survivors? The ninth person said, yes. Meanwhile, the experts in the city shot into the sky towards the extraterrestrial demons. And it didn't take long for the battle to begin. There were a lot of extraterrestrial demons, but there were a lot of people as well. Moreover, more and more people were rushing up the city walls to fight the extraterrestrial demons. Suddenly, an extraterrestrial demon appeared in front of Xian, and he pounced at Xian. Xian was about to attack when a woman appeared in front of him, and she slashed with her sword. Hiss! The extraterrestrial demon's head flew into the air, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. After she killed the extraterrestrial demon, she turned to look at Xian. Everyone else is fighting to the death, so why are you standing there? Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, I'm scared. Afraid? The woman frowned. What are you afraid of? Xian said with a straight face, I'm afraid of death. The woman looked at Xian. How can a man be afraid of death? As she spoke, she placed the sword in Xian's hand. Come, fight with me. Xian looked at the sword in front of him, and he was slightly hesitant. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly spoke angrily. What? You don't even have the courage to pick up the sword? Xian was speechless. Why is this woman looking for me? Right at this moment, another extraterrestrial demon pounced at him and the woman. The woman looked at Xian. Kill him. Xian, the extraterrestrial demon came closer and closer, but the woman had no intention of attacking, and she just stared at Xian. Pick up the sword. A man can die, but he can't be a coward. Don't be a coward. Pick up the sword and kill him for me. Xian didn't speak, and he didn't attack either. The woman said angrily, pick up the sword. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly spoke in a trembling voice, Miss, I don't know how to use the sword. I don't know how. I really don't know how. P.S. I'm already married. Those readers who are still single, do your best. If you really can't find one, find a man. Haha. At this moment, the heavenly demon was already behind the woman. The woman gripped her sword and stabbed it with a backhand. With this stab, the heavenly demon's head flew off before it could even react. The woman turned her head and glared coldly at Xian before disappearing into the sky. Xian looked up at the sky. He had to admit that this woman was very strong. Her sword had not completely entered the mortal realm, but there were already signs of it. It could be said that she was half a step into the mortal realm. He did not take the sword just now because he was afraid of giving himself away. He was now a mortal sword. Once he wielded a sword, it would be very difficult to hide. Xian looked around and turned to leave. He was definitely not interested in fighting against the heavenly demon. Xian found a quiet place in the city and sat cross-legged. His purpose for coming here was very simple. It was to deal with the protector. Now, how to deal with the protector was a problem. At this moment, the roof above his head suddenly exploded and a heavenly demon suddenly rushed down. The heavenly demon's appearance was not much different from that of a human's. However, these heavenly demons' skin was dark purple and their pupils were not black but brown. In addition, they had a pair of horns compared to humans and their bodies exuded an unpleasant evil aura. The heavenly demon stared at Xian and in the next moment, it directly charged towards Xian. Xian was expressionless. Just as he was about to attack, a flying sword suddenly flew in from outside the door. The next moment, the heavenly demon's forehead was directly pierced by the sword. Xian turned his head and when he saw the person who had attacked, the corner of Xian's mouth twitched. It was that woman again. It was the woman who had asked him to wield his sword on the city wall. At this moment, there was a man and a woman beside the woman. Both of them also used swords and their bodies exuded a very sharp sword intent. Obviously, all three of them were swordsmen. The woman in the lead walked in front of Xian with her sword in hand. She sized up Xian. You're hiding here? Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. The other party naturally could not sense his aura, because he had already concealed all of his aura. Moreover, he had concealed it with the World Prison Pagoda. It could be said that ordinary people would not be able to discover his true cultivation level and strength. Seeing Xian nod, the woman frowned slightly. Are you that afraid of death? Xian glanced at the woman and said with a smile, Miss, this seems to be my own business. The woman looked at Xian. Are you saying that I'm meddling? Xian nodded honestly. Seeing this, the man next to the woman immediately said angrily, What do you mean? Xian ignored the man and looked at the woman. Miss, how should I address you? the woman said, Tian Han. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Tian, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. With that, he got up and left. At this moment, Tian Han suddenly stopped Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and said, I don't want to meddle, but your situation is similar to mine. That's why I said a few words. Humans cannot be defeated by their own fears, understand? Yi Xian nodded. Thank you for your teachings, miss. Tian Han shook her head. I know you didn't listen. Fine, do as you please. With that, she turned and left. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned and looked at Yi Xian. The heavenly demons have been defeated. We're going to counterattack. Do you want to go to the extraterritorial battlefield with us? The extraterritorial battlefield, Yi Xian was about to refuse. At this moment, the person on the 9th floor suddenly said, Go. The Tao Protector is guarding that place. You go, you can meet the Tao Protector there. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately nodded. Go. The man next to Tian Han suddenly said, Tian Han, bringing him along is simply. Tian Han shook her head. It's fine. The heavenly demons have been defeated. Bringing him along for a while will be fine. With that, she looked at Yi Xian. Follow us. Yi Xian nodded and hurriedly followed. After leaving, Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky. There was a pitch-black crack in the sky. Tian Han said, Let's go. With that, she, the man, and the woman next to her, rode on their swords. Yi Xian did not ride on his sword. Instead, he rode on the air. It was a simple flying technique. Yi Xian noticed that countless people around him were flying toward the spatial crack. Counterattack. Very soon, the four of them entered the spatial crack. In the spatial tunnel, Tian Han, who was next to Yi Xian, suddenly said, What's your name? Yi Xian looked at Tian Han and smiled. Xianxia. Xianxia? Tian Han sized up Yi Xian. You don't have any spiritual chi waves on you. Are you hiding your aura, or are you just a body cultivator? Yi Xian nodded hurriedly. I am a body cultivator. Body cultivator. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the man's eyes flashed with disdain. Tian Han's eyes showed a trace of sympathy. Yi Xian looked at the man. Is it embarrassing to be a body cultivator? The man said indifferently, only commoners would choose this path. Who would become a body cultivator if they are truly talented and capable? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Were body cultivators treated so poorly in this place? At this moment, Tian Han suddenly said, Li Qi, you can't say that. A truly powerful body cultivator is also very powerful. Rumor has it that in ancient times, there was a powerhouse who cultivated his body to the indestructible golden body realm. This kind of powerhouse's body could shake the heavens and earth and be indestructible. The man named Li Qi shook his head. Tian Han, that kind of powerhouse only belongs to legends. It's not like you don't know that here, a powerful body can only withstand a few more hits. It's useless. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Xianxia, is it because your talent isn't good? Or is it because your family is too poor and can't afford to cultivate divine abilities and secret techniques? Yi Xian nodded. I'm very poor and my talent isn't good either. Therefore, I can only choose to cultivate my body. Li Qi smiled. Tian Han, look. I'm right. Tian Han walked in front of Yi Xian. There's nothing wrong with cultivating your body. Work hard. When the time comes, I'll give you a mental cultivation technique so that you can cultivate qi. Yi Xian looked hesitantly. Is body cultivator really that weak? Tian Han nodded slightly. Ordinary strength in front of divine abilities and secret techniques is indeed somewhat passable. However, this doesn't mean that body cultivator is really weak. In short, you just have to cultivate well. Yi Xian nodded. At the side, Li Qi smiled. There's really no future in cultivating the body. As he spoke, he looked at the woman beside him. Tian Yan, what do you think? The woman named Tian Yan said indifferently, Li Qi, why are you talking so much? He's following us. He doesn't need your protection. Li Qi snorted coldly. That Outerium battlefield isn't simple. If there's one more useless person, don't implicate us, Hearing that, Tianhan frowned. Li Qi, why are you so narrow-minded? Li Qi said in a deep voice. Tianhan, you're good at everything except that you like to meddle in other people's business. Tianhan was about to speak. At this moment, a white light appeared in front of the three of them. In the next moment, the three of them appeared on a battlefield. Yi Xian turned to look at the surroundings. There were skyfiends and human experts everywhere. The sounds of battle resounded ceaselessly and shook the sky. Right at this moment, a skyfiend suddenly descended from the sky and pounced towards Yi Xian's group of four. Tianhan, who was in the lead, raised her hand and slashed. Along with the sound of a sword howling, a snow-white sword light tore through the sky and directly killed that skyfiend. Tianhan looked at Yi Xian's group of three. All of you be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and rushed out. At Yi Xian's side, Li Qi glanced at Yi Xian and chuckled. You be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished not far away. At Yi Xian's side, Tian Yan glanced at Yi Xian. You're pretending. Yi Xian blinked. What are you pretending for? Tian Yan sneered. Seeing so many corpses and skyfiends around you, there's no trace of fear in your eyes. There's only one possibility. You have something to rely on, am I right? Yi Xian smiled. You can say that. Tian Yan didn't say anything else. She turned around and vanished not far away. Yi Xian glanced at Tian Yan. This girl is really meticulous, Yi Xian collected his thoughts. He looked around and asked in his heart, Senior, where are the Dao protectors guarding? Ninth floor answered, Dao Mountain. There are Dao protectors there. However, you can't go there like this. If you go there like this, you'll definitely be stopped. Also, there are experts guarding there. I can sense that it's very dangerous. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. At this moment, a skyfiend suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The skyfiend was extremely fast. He directly punched Yi Xian's chest. Bang! Yi Xian didn't move from his spot, but the skyfiend retreated explosively by over 30 m. Moreover, his entire right arm had actually split open. The skyfiend was stunned. Yi Xian gazed at the skyfiend. The skyfiend glanced at his arm, and then he charged forward again. He was extremely swift, and he arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. After that, he smashed his fist towards Yi Xian's head. Bang! The skyfiend retreated explosively by over 30 m. This time, the ground beneath him exploded when he landed on the ground, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. Yi Xian gazed at the skyfiend. What are you doing? The skyfiend stared fixedly at Yi Xian, body cultivator. Yi Xian blinked. If you don't hit me, then I'll leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. At this moment, the skyfiend suddenly roared angrily. He picked up a long saber from the ground, and then slashed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks, and he turned around. At this moment, the saber slashed directly at his head. Bang! The saber exploded, and the skyfiend himself was sent flying. This time, he was unable to get up after crashing to the ground. Because his internal organs had been ruptured, Yi Xian glanced at the skyfiend, and then he stomped his right foot lightly. Bang! The heavenly demon immediately exploded. Yi Xian turned around to leave. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked up. In the sky, Tianhan was being surrounded and attacked by several skyfiends. Yi Xian didn't make a move, because Tianhan wasn't in danger. Yi Xian looked in the direction of the Dao Mountain, and his footsteps quickened. Just at this moment, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted in the sky. Then, a powerful aura suddenly swept down from the sky. Yi Xian looked up and saw a black vortex in the sky. With the appearance of this black vortex, the gazes of countless people in the surroundings shifted over. Yi Xian frowned. Senior, what's that? The ninth house said, it must be a powerful skyfiend. Powerful, Yi Xian gazed at the vortex. Right at this moment, a black shadow flashed out from within the vortex, and as soon as this black shadow appeared, a shapeless wave of pressure suddenly shook the heavens. At this moment, the surrounding space began to tremble. Yi Xian frowned. It's a bit strong. Not just a bit, said the ninth house. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He looked at the black shadow. It was a man with a pair of wings on his back and a horn on his head. It's a great sky fiend. He's very strong. Great sky fiend, asked Yi Xian. Sky fiends are divided into different ranks. They're little sky fiends, great sky fiends, holy fiends, and ancient fiends. Ancient fiends have never been seen before, and they only exist in legends. Holy fiends are rare as well. There are only 2 or 3 holy fiends in the entire Skyfiend clan. That's why a great sky fiend is considered to be someone important in the Skyfiend clan. It looks like it's not a small matter. Yi Xian was just about to speak. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly trembled violently, and then numerous shadows suddenly floated out from the black vortex. The great sky fiend looked down and smiled. Lin Dao, why don't you come out? In the distant mountains, a green light shot up and landed in front of the great sky fiend. When the green light faded, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the great sky fiend. Lin Dao, the protector was a Dao emissary, Yi Xian looked at the Dao emissary. Senior, this must be the protector, right? Probably, said the 9th house. Lin Dao looked at the great sky fiend and smiled. Fu Jian, you finally can't take it anymore? The great sky fiend called Fu Jian laughed. I can't take it anymore. Let's collect some interest today. With that, he suddenly waved his right hand. Boom, the world suddenly trembled violently and 3 black vortexes appeared behind Fu Jian. As the 3 black vortexes appeared, Lin Dao narrowed his eyes and a trace of seriousness flashed across the depths of his eyes. Meanwhile, hundreds of afterimages suddenly flashed out from the 3 black vortexes. These hundreds of afterimages had extremely powerful auras. They were not ordinary sky fiends. The expressions of all the human experts below instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. In the air, Lin Dao said in a low voice, Heavenly Fiend Legion. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look at Dao Shan. Tell them to send the Dao army immediately. Right at this moment, an old man appeared in front of Lin Dao, and he spoke in a low voice, the battlefield here has been sealed off. News of us won't be able to spread. Lin Dao narrowed his eyes and looked at the talisman. Looks like your heavenly demon clan has put in a lot of effort. Fu Jian smiled and said, Lin Dao, I've played with you all for so many years. It's time to end this boring game. Kill. With that, the heavenly demon army behind him charged towards the humans below. Lin Dao spoke in a low voice, attack. Countless human experts shot into the sky and charged towards the heavenly demon army. However, they weren't a match for the heavenly demon army at all. Yi Xian was just about to leave when Tian Han suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, Li Qi and Tian Yan appeared in front of Yi Xian as well. Tian Han gazed at Yi Xian, don't go around. The heavenly demon army has set out. Just stay by our side, alright? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and was about to speak. However, a formidable heavenly demon suddenly appeared before them. Tian Han's expression changed slightly, and she turned around and swung her sword. The heavenly demon didn't dodge, and he just smashed his fist forward, bang. Tian Han instantly retreated by 300 m. Li Qi and Tian Yan's expressions changed when they witnessed this scene. He's that strong. The heavenly demon didn't waste his breath at all and charged at Tian Han. Tian Han's eyes narrowed slightly. She held her sword with both hands as she took a small step forward, and then she suddenly swung her sword. Hiss, this slash caused a snow-white ray of light to descend straight down. In the distance, the heavenly demon stomped his right foot, and the ground instantly collapsed. Bang! A powerful force instantly blasted onto the ray of light. Bang, the ray of light shattered. Meanwhile, Tian Han suddenly appeared in front of the heavenly demon, and she stabbed her sword towards the heavenly demon's throat. However, the heavenly demon was even swifter, and his fist smashed onto her stomach first. Bang! Tian Han instantly retreated explosively by over 150 m. Li Qi and Tian Yan's expressions instantly became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. This heavenly demon's strength isn't ordinary. The heavenly demon didn't stop, and he charged straight at Tian Han. Meanwhile, Tian Yan suddenly looked at Li Qi who stood by her side, attacked together. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged over. Li Qi hesitated for a moment, and then he drew his sword and stabbed forward swiftly. The heavenly demon directly punched out, bang, Tian Yan and Li Qi were instantly blasted flying. whereas, the heavenly demon paid no attention to them and charged straight at Tian Han. Tian Yan charged forward once more when she witnessed this scene. Li Qi was hesitating instead because the sword in his hand had been blasted into pieces by the heavenly demon that stood before him just now. He knew that he wasn't a match for this heavenly demon. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon had arrived in front of Tian Han. Tian Han suddenly roared furiously, leaped up, and slashed down with her sword once more. This swing of her sword seemed as if she intended to slash the heavens apart. Bang! Along with the explosion of a ray of light, the heavenly demon was blasted back. But in the next moment, a powerful ray of black light suddenly erupted from within the heavenly demon, and it instantly swept towards Tian Han. Tian Han's expression changed slightly, and the sword in her hand shook before a ray of light slashed forward. Rumble! Two formidable forces erupted abruptly, causing the heavenly demon and Tian Han to retreat repeatedly. Right at this moment, another formidable heavenly demon suddenly appeared in front of Tian Han. Tian Han's expression changed drastically when she saw the scene. However, Xian stood in front of Tian Han at this critical moment, and the heavenly demon's fist smashed onto Xian's chest. Bang! Xian's body trembled violently, and he didn't move at all. On the other hand, the heavenly demon retreated explosively by almost 300 m. Everyone was stunned at the sight of this scene. Tian Han, who stood before Xian, was stunned on the spot as well. Xian is fine. The distant heavenly demon stared fixedly at Xian. Body cultivator. Xian nodded with a smile. Body cultivator. The heavenly demon suddenly vanished. In the distance, Xian didn't move. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon's fist smashed towards his throat. Xian still didn't dodge and allowed the heavenly demon's fist to strike his throat. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, the Skyfiend retreated hundreds of feet, and as soon as he stopped, his physical body exploded. Everyone, Xian looked at the heavenly demon who was only left with his soul and said with a smile, "Again?" The heavenly demon took a deep look at Xian before turning to leave. He knew that he had met a tough opponent. As for the other powerful heavenly demon, he didn't attack either. He turned and disappeared not far away. Xian smiled and turned to leave. Right then, Tian Han and the other two stood in front of Xian. Tian Han looked at Xian. "You hid your strength." Xian smiled and said, "Miss Tian Han, I told you that I'm a body cultivator, but you..." With that said, he smiled and didn't say a word. Tian Han shook her head. "I was blind." Xian smiled and said, "Miss Tian Han, it's very dangerous here now. You should find a place to hide first." Tian Han frowned slightly. "What about you?" Xian blinked. "I want to hide too." Tian Han looked at Xian. "You're so strong. Why don't you fight against the heavenly demons with us?" Xian fell silent. Fight against the heavenly demons? He had no feud with the heavenly demons, so he naturally wouldn't target them. His only goal here was to deal with the Tao Protector. That was Xian's true enemy. Xian smiled and said, "Miss Tian Han, I have other things to do." Tian Han hesitated for a moment before sighing softly. "Everyone has their own aspirations. I won't force you. You're on your own." Xian nodded. "Take care, Miss Tian Han." With that said, he turned to leave. At this moment, Li Qi suddenly said, "Selfish person." Xian ignored him. Seeing that, Li Qi said angrily, "Xianxia, you're a selfish person." Xian stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Li Qi. "Are you selfless? If you're selfless, why don't you go and fight the heavenly demons with your life? Don't think I didn't see that you were about to escape just now." Hearing that, Li Qi's face became somewhat gloomy. "Xianxia, you're clearly so strong, but you've been hiding and not making a move. If this isn't selfish, then what is? Moreover, you clearly had the ability to kill those two heavenly demons just now, but you intentionally let them go. What are your intentions? Could it be that you're a spy from the heavenly demons? You." Right then, Xian suddenly appeared in front of Li Qi. Before Li Qi could react, his entire body was sent flying. This time, he flew for hundreds of feet. Li Qi had just landed on the ground when Xian stepped on his chest. He looked down at Li Qi. "I didn't hear what you said just now clearly. Can you repeat it to me again?" With that said, he exerted force with his foot. Pooh! Li Qi instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared fixedly at Xian, and at this moment, Xian exerted force with his foot again. At this moment, Li Qi's body directly split apart. Seeing this, Tianhan's expression changed, and she was about to make a move, but at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped her, and this powerful aura directly caused her to be unable to move. Reason? He didn't want to reason anymore. Never reason with someone who wants to mess with you. To deal with such people, you have to use your fists. In the distance, Tianhan's pupils constricted slightly. The strength of this aura greatly exceeded her expectations. At this moment, Xian began to exert force with his foot, and Li Qi's body had already completely split apart. After smelling the aura of death, Li Qi's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly said, "Brother Xian, I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's my fault. I was the one who caused trouble for no reason. I was dissatisfied with you, so I intentionally caused trouble for you. It's all my fault. Brother Xian, please be magnanimous." At this moment, Xian suddenly kicked him. Bang! Li Qi's body directly exploded, and his divine soul was destroyed. P.S. The days without healthcare are a little lost. Benevolence? Humans can be benevolent, but it has to be differentiated. Being benevolent to some people is being cruel to oneself. Seeing Xian stomp Li Qi to death, Tianhan and Tianyan were stunned. Killed just like that. Both of them had never imagined that Xian would actually kill Li Qi just like that. Not to mention them, even Li Qi himself did not expect that he would be killed just like that. Didn't he already admit his mistake? Why did he still want to kill him? There was no answer. After Xian killed Li Qi, he turned around and left. Just at this moment, Tianhan blocked in front of Xian as she looked at Xian. "Why?" Xian smiled. "He had evil intentions towards me," Tianhan said solemnly, "but he did not hurt you." Xian blinked. "Why must I wait until he hurt me before I can take revenge on him? Why can't I kill him before he has the ability to hurt me?" Tianhan looked at Xian. "You're very cold-blooded." Xian shook his head and smiled. "Miss Tianhan, you have a kind nature. As far as I'm concerned, I like your nature and like to be friends with people like you. But you have to understand, you have a kind nature, but it doesn't mean others are kind. Also, that Li Qi deliberately found trouble with me. I'm not his father, so why should I spoil him?" Tianhan was silent. Xian smiled. "If you want to take revenge on me, you can do it now." Tianhan looked at Xian. She could feel that although this youth in front of her was smiling, but if she dared to make a move, she would definitely die. This youth would not be merciful to her. After a moment, Tianhan shook her head and turned to leave. Xian smiled and quickly disappeared not far away. Tianhan looked at Xian's back and said softly, "Who is he?" Tianyan suddenly said, "Sister, not only is this person mysterious, he is also extremely powerful. We better not provoke him." Tianhan looked at Li Qi's corpse not far away and shook his head with a sigh. Tianyan said in a solemn voice, "This Li Qi is a fool. He clearly knows that the other party's strength is formidable, yet he still deliberately provoked. He has only himself to blame. It's not worth the pity." Tianhan looked up at the demon legion that filled the sky and said softly, "Don't care about them. Fight." With that said, she stomped her right foot and shot up into the sky. In the distance, Xian quickened his pace. His destination was the Dao Mountain. Right now, he wanted to understand these Dao protectors. He definitely wouldn't be merciful to them. This group of people didn't want to let him go even though they were separated by countless star domains. If he still showed mercy to them, then he would be stupid. Before long, Xian approached Dao Mountain. This Dao Mountain wasn't very big. It was about 1,000 feet tall. From his position, he could vaguely see some palaces. Xian concealed his aura and slowly moved towards Dao Mountain. When he arrived at the peak of Dao Mountain, the sounds of battle suddenly resounded from the palaces. Xian frowned slightly. He was just about to enter when the sounds of battle suddenly vanished. Subsequently, the door to the palace in front of him opened abruptly, and a woman walked out. The woman wore a black dress. She was tall and had 3 pigtails. She wore a smile on the corners of her mouth, but there was a vicious expression in the corners of her eyes. Behind her were 10 black-robed figures that held curved blades in their hands, heavenly fiends. In secret, Xian sized up the woman and the others. These heavenly fiends wouldn't have killed all the Dao protectors here, right? Meanwhile, the woman suddenly looked up at Lin Dao in the sky. At the same time, Lin Dao's gaze shot down and stared fixedly at the woman. Nan Qian. The corners of the woman called Nan Qian's mouth curled up slightly. Lin Dao, are you surprised to see me? Are you surprised? Lin Dao's expression was extremely gloomy. He hadn't expected that the heavenly fiend race would actually dispatch two great heavenly fiends at once. Lin Dao glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, the humans here were being steadily pushed back by the encirclement of the heavenly fiend army. Even though he'd contacted the outside world, this place was confined by the Grand Formation, so the reinforcements from the outside world wouldn't be able to enter in a short period of time. The situation was very serious. Lin Dao suddenly looked towards the surroundings and said furiously, "Fight to the death. Reinforcements will arrive soon." Fight to the death. All he could do now was lead them to fight to the death and wait for reinforcements. Nan Qian laughed coldly from below. Right at this moment, her beautiful brows knit together slightly as she looked towards a corner. Yi Xian's expression changed as he hid there. Has this woman noticed me? Yi Xian was just about to retreat when Nan Qian suddenly waved her right hand. Bang! The corner where Yi Xian resided exploded apart. Spatial obliteration. Yi Xian's true body appeared. Nan Qian gazed at Yi Xian. Human. Yi Xian smiled. Nice to meet you, young miss. Nan Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she waved her right hand, causing a ray of black light to blast onto Yi Xian. Bang! The ray of black light shattered while Yi Xian took a few steps back, but he was completely unharmed. A trace of surprise flashed through Nan Qian's eyes when she witnessed this scene. A body refiner? Yi Xian smiled. Young miss, I have no intention of becoming enemies with the heavenly fiend race. I was just passing by, and I'm sorry for disturbing you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He'd come here to see if he could kill some Dao protectors, but he'd never imagined that all the Dao protectors here would actually be killed by these heavenly fiends. Right at this moment, Nan Qian suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and she gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Yi Xian smiled. I'm undoubtedly invincible against all of you, but if you attack, then I won't hold back. Nan Qian's brows raised slightly when she heard this. Won't hold back? What do you mean by that? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He noticed that it was really as Xiao Dao had said, the stronger one was, the more conceited they were. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian's brows suddenly knit together. Wasn't it the same for me? Right at this moment, Nan Qian suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian smashed his fist forward. Rumble! The space in front of Yi Xian suddenly exploded apart, and then Nan Qian returned to her original position while Yi Xian didn't move at all. Nan Qian gazed at Yi Xian. This time, there was a trace of seriousness in her eyes. Yi Xian smiled. Do you still want to fight? Nan Qian spoke in a low voice. Who exactly are you? Yi Xian said, my objective is the same as yours. Nan Qian's eyes narrowed slightly when she heard this. Your objective is to kill the Dao protectors. Yi Xian was just about to speak when space suddenly exploded apart somewhere in the sky, and then countless human experts charged out from within it. Nan Qian raised her head to gaze at those human experts, and then she frowned slightly. The Dao Protector Army. Yi Xian gazed at the Dao Protector Army as well. Needless to say, the Dao Protector Army really was formidable, and the strength of the Dao Protector Army was extraordinarily formidable. Nan Qian suddenly gazed at Yi Xian and said, are you interested in joining my Sky Devil race? Yi Xian was just about to speak when a formidable aura suddenly descended from the sky and blasted towards Nan Qian. Nan Qian laughed coldly, and then she transformed into a ray of black light that shot into the sky. The battle had begun once more. On the other hand, Yi Xian silently moved to the side. He gazed at the Dao Protector Army in the sky and asked in his heart, Senior, are there many of them? Nan Qian replied, I don't know. Yi Xian was just about to speak when an ancient voice suddenly resounded from the sky, retreat. As soon as this voice resounded, the Sky Devil army retreated, and even Fu Jian who led the group immediately retreated as well. As for Nan Qian, he took a deep and long glance at Yi Xian as he retreated. It didn't take long for the Sky Devil army to retreat like the tide. The human experts here instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw the Sky Devil army retreat. Because even more would die if the battle continued. Not far away, Yi Xian was also preparing to leave. Right at this moment, the Dao Protector Lin Dao suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian blinked his eyes. Is there something I can help you with? Lin Dao stared at Yi Xian. I saw you chatting with the Sky Devil Race's Nan Qian just now. What were the two of you talking about? Yi Xian smiled. Nothing. We weren't talking about anything. Lin Dao laughed coldly. Nothing? I don't believe you. As he spoke, he sized up Yi Xian. I suspect that you're a spy from the Sky Devil Race. Yi Xian smiled. Where's your proof? Lin Dao laughed with disdain. Proof? Do I need proof from my Dao protector? As he spoke, he suddenly pressed his right hand down towards Yi Xian. Bang! A powerful pressure instantly enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly, and he was just about to attack when Tian Han suddenly said, Senior Lin Dao, he isn't a spy from the Sky Devil Race. He's a member of my Sky Devil Race. Hearing that, Yi Xian looked at Tian Han, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. What was this woman trying to do? Lin Dao also looked at Tian Han. You're a member of the Sky Devil Race? Tian Han nodded. He's a disciple of my Sky Devil Race. I was the one who brought him in. He's absolutely not a spy from the Sky Devil Race. Moreover, he's just a body cultivator. Body cultivator. Lin Dao sized up Yi Xian once more, and his brows furrowed slightly. You're a body cultivator? Yi Xian did not speak. Tian Han hurriedly said, he's indeed a body cultivator. Senior Lin Dao, think about it, that woman even attacked him just now. If he's a spy, why would the Sky Devil Race attack him? Lin Dao was silent. Earlier, he had indeed seen the Sky Devil Race's Nan Qian attack Yi Xian. Thinking up to here, Lin Dao's expression gradually softened, but as if thinking of something, he looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, you were actually able to exchange a few blows with that Nan Qian just now. You're not simple. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm a body cultivator. Taking a beating is my forte. Lin Dao looked at Yi Xian. May I know where your master is? Yi Xian was about to speak when Lin Dao suddenly looked up, and in the next moment, he vanished. Yi Xian looked up, and in the void stood a white-haired old man. At this moment, Tian Han walked to Yi Xian's side and said softly, the Dao Protector's Great Dao Envoy. Great Dao Envoy. Yi Xian glanced at the white-haired old man, and then looked at Tian Han. Why did you help me? Tian Han looked at Yi Xian. You're not from the Sky Devil Race, right? Yi Xian nodded. I'm not from the Sky Devil Race. Tian Han said, come with me. With that, she turned and left. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then followed. Tian Han brought Yi Xian to the other side, and she turned to look at Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian smiled and was about to speak, but at this moment, the blood in his body suddenly trembled. Yi Xian was stunned. What's going on? What's with this bloodline power? At this moment, Ninth Floor suddenly said, it should be a bloodline reaction. There might be someone with the same bloodline as you here. The same bloodline as me? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. What bloodline did he have? Madness demon bloodline, the same bloodline as him. There was only one explanation, there was someone close to him here. Yi Ling? No, Yi Ling was a reincarnated person, so she did not have the madness demon bloodline. Here came the problem. Who was it? Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly. The blood in his body was still trembling as if responding to something. Yi Xian suddenly turned to leave. Tian Han was stunned when she saw this. Without thinking much, she hurriedly followed. In the distance, Yi Xian continued walking. He did not know where he was going, but he felt like something was guiding him. Beside Yi Xian, Tian Han asked solemnly, what's wrong? Yi Xian shook his head. Miss Tian Han, you should go back. Tian Han looked at Yi Xian. She did not say anything, nor did she leave. Before long, Yi Xian came to a river. He was about to cross it when Tian Han suddenly stopped him. Do you have a death wish? Yi Xian turned to look at Tian Han. Tian Han said solemnly, do you know what river this is? Yi Xian shook his head. Tian Han said, this is the Border River. On the other side of the Border River is the territory of the Sky Fiend clan. The Dao Protector once had an agreement with the Sky Fiend clan leader that this river would be the border. No one from either side was allowed to cross it. Anyone who crossed the border would die. Yi Xian said, aren't you fighting now? Tian Han said, yes, they are. All the more reason not to cross the river. Once you do, it will be very dangerous. Do you understand? Xian looked up to the other side of the river. He frowned as a feeling led him there. He knew that there might be someone with the same bloodline as him there. At this moment, Tianhan suddenly said, "The extraterritorial battlefield is about to close. We have to leave." Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, that feeling suddenly disappeared. It was gone. Xian furrowed his brows. How strange. Tianhan glanced at the sky and said, "Let's go or we'll be trapped here." After that, she grabbed Xian and disappeared. Not long after they vanished, a figure suddenly appeared. The figure glanced at the surroundings and spoke softly, "The mad demon bloodline. How is this possible?" Xian and Tianhan left the foreign battlefield, and then he followed Tianhan back to the Tian clan. The Tian clan was very powerful in Tendo City, and Tianhan and Tianyan were the daughters of the Tian clan patriarch. Both of them were swordsmen. In a courtyard, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. He was still thinking about what had just happened, bloodline resonance. In fact, until now, he still did not know what was going on with his crazy demon bloodline. He knew his mother, but he didn't know his father. His father had always been a mystery. Meanwhile, the ninth floor suddenly said, "Your father is probably not an ordinary person." Xian shook his head, "I've never met him. I don't even know who he is." The ninth floor said, "Your bloodline is too powerful. It's impossible for an ordinary person to possess such a bloodline. So, according to my guess, your father should be some big shot as well." Xian smiled, "Perhaps." The ninth floor said, "You don't hate your father?" Xian shook his head and smiled, "I don't hate anyone as long as my sister is here." To him, it was enough as long as Yiling was well. Right at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at the door. Outside. "Come in." Creak, the door opened, and Tianhan walked in. Xian smiled, "Miss Tianhan." Tianhan said, "It's quite serious." Xian was confused, "What's serious?" Tianhan said solemnly, "Although the sky demons have fought us in the past, they were small skirmishes, like training soldiers. But now, they almost wiped us out yesterday." Xian smiled, "The ones who can decide the outcome are the people above us. Miss Tianhan, there's no point in worrying about this." Tianhan said, "But what if the elites above us are similar in strength?" Xian smiled, "Miss Tianhan, what are you trying to say?" Tianhan shook her head, "I'm afraid the Tendo Starfield won't be peaceful anymore." Xian nodded. Actually, it wasn't just the Tendo Starfield, the entire fifth dimension wouldn't be peaceful. With so many elites appearing, if they all fought, the fifth dimension would definitely be destroyed. Tianhan suddenly said, "I've investigated you, but I didn't find anything." "Who are you?" Xian looked at Tianhan and smiled, "I'm a good person." Tianhan shook her head, "You don't seem like a good person." Xian, Tianhan said, "It's fine as long as you're not from the sky demons." "Oh right, come with me to a place later." Xian asked, "Where?" Tianhan said, "The Tao Protector Palace." The Tao Protector Palace. Xian narrowed his eyes when he had heard that. That was the Tao Protector's lair. Moments later, Xian and Tianhan left. Tianhan and Tianyan brought Xian to a teleportation array. After entering, the three disappeared. About an hour later, Xian's group appeared on a mountain peak. Xian looked around. Clouds and mist were floating around, and there were many mountains. Tianhan pointed into the distance, "Look, that's the Tao Protector Palace." Xian looked up and vaguely saw an ancient hall in the depths of the clouds. "The Tao Protector Palace," Xian said, "Miss Tianhan, why are we here?" Tianhan replied, "The Emperor asked us to come here." Xian frowned, "The Emperor?" Tianyan glanced at Xian and remained silent. Tianhan gazed at Xian, "You don't know?" Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "I drank too quickly that day, and it caused the water to strike my brain. My brain was damaged, and I can't remember many things." The corners of Tianyan's mouth twitched, and she almost wanted to hit someone. Tianhan shook her head repeatedly, "You don't even know how to find a better reason." Xian was speechless. Tianhan said, "The Emperor is the young Tao Master of the Tao Protectors, and he's the chosen son of the heavens. The chosen son of the heavens, Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He'd heard about the chosen son of the heavens on many occasions, and he'd even heard Xiao Dao mention it. The chosen son of the heavens, the person chosen by the heavens. This was the true pride of the heavens, and a lifetime of great fortune, Xian said. Why did he ask us to come here? Tianhan shook her head. I don't know. In any case, all the young heroes of Tendo City are here. It's probably about the Heavenly Fiend clan. Xian nodded. Then let's go. He also wanted to understand this Tao protector well. Actually, he was quite depressed. This Tao protector was facing a great enemy, but he still wanted to find trouble with Xian. Did he have nothing better to do? In any case, to him, Xian, if you make me uncomfortable, I'll make you uncomfortable, soon. The three of them arrived in front of the Hall of Tendo. It had to be said that the Hall of Tendo was very grand. Just the main door of the hall alone was hundreds of feet tall. Standing in front of the Hall of Tendo, one could not help but feel tiny. And there were already dozens of people standing in front of the Hall of Tendo. Although they were all very young, their auras were extremely strong, and they were clearly not ordinary people. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the side, so it's Sister Tianhan. Xian and Tianhan turned their heads to look. Not far away, a man was slowly walking towards them. The man was dressed in a brocade robe and held a folding fan in his hand. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and he was very handsome. Tianhan said, Dao Ming. The young clan leader of the Dao clan, Dao Ming. Dao Ming walked in front of Tianhan and said with a smile, Sister Tianhan, you're here so early. Tianhan nodded slightly and did not speak. At this moment, Dao Ming suddenly looked at Xian. This is? Tianhan said, a friend. Friend, a trace of surprise flashed in Dao Ming's eyes, and he looked at Xian. How should I address you, brother? Xian smiled, Xianxia. Dao Ming blinked. I've never heard of you. Xian roared with laughter. I'm just a nobody. It's normal that you haven't heard of me. Dao Ming glanced at Xian and was about to speak when a ray of white light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and a powerful aura suddenly swept down from the sky. Bang! The surrounding space boiled at this moment. Everyone looked at the ray of white light. The white light gradually dispersed, and a man in white appeared before everyone's eyes. The man in white was tall, and he had a sword by his waist. His entire body emanated a faint colorful glow. The Son of Heaven. All the young people here hurriedly bowed slightly when they saw this person. Even Dao Ming and Tianhan bowed slightly. In the sky, the Emperor looked down and grinned. There's no need to be so courteous. I've gathered all of you here to inform all of you that the Sky Devil clan has declared war on our Tendo City. Declared war. The expressions of some of them gradually became solemn when they heard this. At this moment, the Son of Heaven smiled and was about to speak. Suddenly, the space in front of him exploded, and a powerful aura swept out from the pitch-black space. The expressions of everyone here changed when they witnessed this scene, and they were prepared to act at any moment. The Emperor looked ahead with a smile on his face, and he had no intention of acting. Meanwhile, a young man in black robes walked out from the pitch-black spatial rift. The man's hair was disheveled, and countless strands of black energy coiled around him like a black vortex. Lin Mo. The person who'd arrived was the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Sky Devil clan, Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at everyone below him, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Do all of you dare to head to the Outerium battlefield and fight? A challenge. The Emperor smiled. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Mo glanced behind the Emperor. My patriarch has said that this battle will be between the younger generation and the older generation won't interfere. The Emperor suddenly smiled. Don't look behind me. I can make the decision. Lin Mo looked at the Emperor and smiled. I've wanted to experience the legendary Son of Heaven for a long time. I hope you won't disappoint me. I'll be waiting for you at the Outerium battlefield. After he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished. In the sky, the Emperor looked down at the crowd below. Everyone, do you dare to fight them at the Outerium battlefield with me? Yes. Countless people below roared furiously. P.S. Every year when you return home for the new year, people in your hometown like to ask you what you do and how much you make in a month. Have any of you encountered that? The extraterritorial battlefield. In the sky, the Son of Heaven waved his right hand and a spatial crack appeared in front of him. the extraterritorial battlefield opened again. The Son of Heaven looked down. Let's go. After saying that, he disappeared. Below, countless young human experts rushed into the sky and entered the spatial crack. Tianhan glanced at Xian. Let's go. With that, she lightly stomped her right foot and rushed into the sky. Xian and Tianyan also followed. Not long later, many human experts entered the spatial crack. Beside Tianhan, Xian looked at the Son of Heaven and thought, Senior, is the Son of Heaven really that powerful? Jiulu said, it's not just powerful, it's very powerful. Kid, you might not be able to beat this guy. Of course, it's impossible for him to kill you. Your body has already reached the immortal level, and with those god items, it's too difficult to kill you. Xian asked, Senior, is it difficult to reach the immortal level? Jiulu said, Big brother, do you think it's easy? Xian smiled, I don't think it's that difficult. Look at me, I reached the immortal level in an instant. I think it won't be long before I reach the immortal golden body. Jiulu was silent for a moment, then said, I don't want to talk to you. Xian, at this moment, Dao Ming suddenly came to Tianhan's side. Dao Ming smiled, Sister Tianhan. Tianhan suddenly said, Brother Dao Ming, you can call me Tianhan. Dao Ming was stunned, then smiled, Tianhan, I heard your sword is half a step into the immortal level. Congratulations. Tianhan nodded, thank you. Dao Ming still wanted to say something, but Tianhan suddenly turned to Xian, have you learned the sword before? Hearing this, Xian's eyelids twitched. What did this woman sense? Tianhan looked at Xian, waiting for an answer. Xian said with smile, I have never learned sword, I am just a pure body cultivator. Tianhan said in a low voice, you give me a very strange feeling. When my sword approaches you, it reacts. Xian laughed. Maybe it's because I'm handsome. Tianhan was stunned. Meanwhile, Dao Ming suddenly smiled and said, Brother Xian is a body cultivator? Xian nodded. Body cultivator. Dao Ming glanced at Xian, smiled, and did not speak. Right at this moment, the scene before their eyes changed, and in next to no time, they'd appeared in the Outerium battlefield. Not far away from them stood a group of sky demons, led by Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at Tianzi and smiled, let's exchange a few moves. Tianzi smiled, come. With that said, he suddenly punched out, rumble. This punch caused the expressions of everyone in the surroundings to change, because at this moment, the entire heavens and the earth had become illusory, and it seemed as if the heavens and the earth were unable to endure this punch. Xian was slightly shocked as well because the might of this punch had greatly exceeded his expectations. Tendo Fist. Dao Ming's expression was extremely solemn as he stood by Xian's side. I never expected that the legendary Tendo Fist would actually be so formidable. Tendo Fist, Xian looked towards the distance. Lin Mo suddenly pressed his palms together, and then he suddenly blasted them forward, Sky Demon Palm. Bang, a black cloud converged behind Lin Mo, and then a black palm that could hold up the sky suddenly stretched out and smashed down towards Tianzi. Rumble, an explosion resounded like a thunderclap, and the heavens and the earth trembled in fear, rumble. Rumble. The space and the surroundings suddenly shook violently while numerous strands of formidable force shook the surroundings incessantly, causing everyone in the surroundings to retreat explosively. Tianhan suddenly moved forward with her sword, and a strand of powerful sword intent swept out from her sword to resist the force. However, she was still pushed over 30 m back. As for Xian, this force didn't affect him at all. However, he still pretended to retreat 300 m. He had to keep a low profile. Right now. Xian had just stopped when Tianyan suddenly appeared by his side, and she said, What are you putting on an act for? Xian gazed at Tianyan, and she said, You're not weaker than Tianzi, right? Xian was shocked when he heard this. Did she make a guess? Right at this moment, Tianzi and Lin Mo suddenly vanished at the same time. In the next moment, an expanse of white light and black light collided in the sky, and the entire world trembled once more while the ground and the surroundings collapsed. Xian gazed at the two of them. Needless to say, they really were very strong. He couldn't underestimate the people of this world. In the sky, Tianzi suddenly waved his right hand, and an illusory white spear pierced through the air. With this spear, the entire world became illusory, and the surrounding space even began to crack. On the other side, Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly, and he suddenly punched out. Rumble, the moment the two forces collided, the entire sky turned pitch black. But very quickly, the shattered space returned to normal, and Tianzi and Lin Mo appeared in front of everyone. The two of them faced each other from a distance of 300 m away. Tianzi had his right hand behind his back, and he had a faint smile on his face. Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly, and his right hand clenched into a fist that contained a powerful force. Tianzi laughed. Still want to fight? Lin Mo nodded, of course. After all, life and death is a matter of life and death. With that, he was about to make a move, but at this moment, Tianzi suddenly said, I have something to say, but I don't know if you're willing to listen. Lin Mo looked at Tianzi. What? Tianzi laughed. In today's world, experts from all eras have gathered. Whether it's your heavenly demon race or my Tao protector, it's impossible for you to dominate the fifth dimension. Not only will you not be able to dominate the fifth dimension, but you might even be swallowed by other forces. What do you think? Lin Mo laughed. Do you want to make peace? Tianzi said, you're the strongest of the heavenly demon race's younger generation, the future of the heavenly demon race. My attitude and thoughts are very important, aren't they? Lin Mo fell silent. Tianzi laughed. Go back and think about it. If you want to fight, I'll fight you anytime. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo turned and left. Tianzi returned to the ground, looked at the people in front of him, and smiled. If there's anything you don't understand about cultivation, you can ask me. Maybe I can help you solve your doubts. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed, and some people went to ask Tianzi for advice. Xian glanced at Tianzi. It had to be said that Tianzi's status in the Tendo star field was very high, however, this was normal. The Son of Heaven was someone recognized by the Tendo star field, and the Tendo star field believed in Tendo. It could be said that, to a certain extent, the Son of Heaven represented the Tendo star field. About an hour later, Tianzi suddenly looked at Xian, and he smiled. You're a body cultivator? Xian was stunned, and then he smiled. Yes. Tianzi walked in front of Xian, looked at Xian, and smiled. Your Excellency hit it well. Xian quickly shook his head. No, I'm just an ordinary person. Tianzi laughed. Brother Xian, you can cultivate your physical body too. No, to this extent, you're not an ordinary person. Are you interested in joining my Tao protector? Join the Tao protector. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Join the Tao protector. This was not an easy thing because the Tao protector was very strict about accepting people. In the Tendo star field, there was a saying that the Tao protector was not a mediocre person. Everyone did not expect that Tianzi would actually invite Xian to join the Tao protector. Xian himself did not expect it. Join the Tao protector? This did not seem to be a bad thing. Xian said with a smile. Well, can I join? Tianzi nodded. You are qualified to join. Xian said, all right, I'm willing to join. Tianzi smiled slightly, and his palm opened, revealing a token. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared beside Tianzi, and the old man said in a deep voice, you can't be so hasty. Tianzi glanced at the old man and smiled. It's fine. The old man still wanted to say something, but Tianzi laughed. Don't tell me I don't even have this power? The old man did not say anything and quietly left. Tianzi handed the token to Xian. From now on, you are one of my Tao protectors. Xian took the token and said, I will be loyal to the Tendo. Loyal to the Tendo, Tianzi laughed. Brother Xian, you are an interesting person. At this moment, a sky demon suddenly appeared in front of everyone. That sky demon looked at Tianzi. Your Excellency, Lin Mo invites you to the border river. Border river? No. At this moment, the old man suddenly appeared beside Tianzi, and the old man stared at the sky demon. Why didn't he come here? That sky demon did not speak, and just looked at Tianzi. Tianzi suddenly laughed. I will go. The old man wanted to say something, but Tianzi laughed. There is nothing to be afraid of. After that, he turned to look at Xian. Brother Xian, are you willing to go with me? Xian looked at Tianzi and smiled. All right. Tianzi laughed. Let's go. Just like that, Tianzi brought Xian to the border river. On the way, Tianzi laughed, Brother Xian, you are able to train your body to the immortal level, it is not easy. Yi Xian looked into the distance and smiled, you can see it? Tianzi nodded, Brother Xian, as far as I know, in this Tendo city, there are very few people who train their body. As for you, my Tao protector has also investigated, but he couldn't find your identity. Are you from the outside? Yi Xian nodded, yes. Tianzi laughed, I won't ask you why you are here. Yi Xian shook his head, I am here for revenge. Tianzi looked at Yi Xian, who are you looking for? Yi Xian laughed and did not speak. Tianzi suddenly opened his palm, and in his hand there was an ancient book. He handed it to Yi Xian, this is the Tendo avatar. I am not good at training my body, so it is useless to me. I will give it to you. Tendo avatar? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Do you cultivate your physical body? Tianzi nodded, yes. At this time, ninth floor said, this is good stuff. The value of this thing is even higher than your diamond body and evil spirit dead body. If you succeed in training it, your body will improve further. Yi Xian looked at Tianzi, why? Tianzi laughed, just treat it as making a friend. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then kept the Tendo avatar. Then, he bent his finger, and 100 strands of purple gas appeared in front of Tianzi, this is for you. Seeing this purple gas, Tianzi's eyes flashed a trace of surprise, such pure spiritual energy. Yi Xian laughed, this is for you. Tianzi was silent. Yi Xian smiled, just treat it as making a friend. Tianzi laughed, Brother Xian is interesting. After that, he kept the purple gas. Not long after, Yi Xian and the Son of Heaven arrived at the Boundary River. The Boundary River was very long, and the water was murky. Lin Mo was already waiting by the Boundary River. There was a woman by Lin Mo's side. She wore a black dress and a black mask. Her true appearance could not be seen, but her aura was very powerful. Lin Mo glanced at Yi Xian, then said with a smile, Tianzi, I thought you came alone. Tianzi smiled, you don't mind bringing a friend over, right? Of course, you can't do anything about it. Lin Mo's gaze once again landed on Yi Xian. A body cultivator? Yi Xian nodded. Lin Mo looked at Yi Xian for a moment, then looked at Tianzi, I've thought about what you said to me just now. Tianzi smiled, what do you think? Lin Mo shook his head, you and I can't change anything. Tianzi shook his head, Lin Mo, you're a smart person. You should know that if we continue to fight, both sides will suffer. Moreover, the fifth dimension calamity will arrive soon, and chaos will descend. At that time, our chances of survival will be even slimmer. Then, he turned to look at the sky and said, outside the Tendo Star Zone, there are the boundless underground city, the land of nothingness, the land of immortality, the great barren kingdom led by the undefeatable Arrow, and the divine spirit clan and the devil clan. None of these forces is weaker than us. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo shook his head. You forgot something. Tianzi looked at Lin Mo, what? Lin Mo smiled and said, your core objective as a Tao protector is to protect Tendo and allow the fifth dimension tribulation to peacefully descend upon this world. As for my heavenly demon race, it is to prevent the fifth dimension tribulation from descending upon this world, isn't that right? Tianzi was silent. Lin Mo slowly walked towards Tianzi. Tianzi, you are the heaven's chosen one. You protect the Tendo and the world protector, but now, Tianzi suddenly said, we need to change. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks and looked at Tianzi. You want to change your original intention of being a Tao protector? Tianzi asked, can't I? Lin Mo shook his head, you want to die. Tianzi smiled and said, everything depends on human effort. At the side, Yi Xian glanced at Tianzi. At this time, Jiu Lu suddenly said, he really wants to die. Yi Xian asked, what do you mean? The person on the 9th floor did not speak again. Right at this moment, Lin Mo spoke abruptly, Son of Heaven, you're a huge threat to my heavenly devil clan. We can't allow you to live. Tianzi narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the space around him and Yi Xian suddenly trembled. Soon, countless ancient runes appeared in the surrounding space. These ancient runes were like a cage that trapped the surrounding space, ambush. Tianzi frowned. At this time, from the distant horizon an angry roar suddenly rang out. Impudent! As the voice faded, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky. Sensing this aura, Xian's expression changed. This aura was so strong. The opponent's strength was definitely not weaker than Arrow. The person who attacked was the Tao Protector, Pingxing. At the instant that the Tao Master attacked, a towering giant statue suddenly appeared in the sky. This giant statue faced the sky, and its eyes were filled with an unparalleled domineering aura. Heavenly Devil Clan's clan leader, Wuxi, the Heavenly Devil Clan's clan leader faced the sky. Ren Pingxing, your strength has improved a lot these years. In the sky, Ren Pingxing looked down at Heavenly Devil Clan's Wuxi. Is this necessary? Wuxi smiled. This son of heaven is not ordinary. As far as I know, he has already reached the rebirth state a year ago and has even interacted with the Tendo. Am I right? Ren Pingxing's expression was indifferent. You know quite a lot. Wuxi smiled. Ren Pingxing, your Tao Protector is too confident. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked down. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient runes around Xian and Tianzi suddenly trembled and gradually turned red. Danger! At this moment, Xian felt danger. Xian was ready to escape. At this moment, Jiu Lu suddenly said, save him. Hearing this, Xian frowned slightly. Jiu Lu said again, consider it as helping me this time. Xian did not say anything and looked at Tianzi. Tianzi smiled bitterly. Brother Xian, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Xian said, let's charge out together. Tianzi solemnly said, I'll hold them back later. You go first. Xian glanced at the Son of Heaven and thought to himself, Senior, is this guy playing games with me? Jiu Lu said, trust your instinct. Xian smiled, I trust you, Senior. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly threw a punch to the right. Boom! With this punch, the mysterious runes in the surroundings immediately cracked. Seeing this scene, both Lin Mo and the Son of Heaven were shocked. Xian looked at Tianzi, let's charge out together. Tianzi nodded and suddenly turned around to punch. Tendo fist, with this punch, the surrounding red runes exploded. However, before he and Xian could react, two blood-red whips suddenly lashed at their bodies. Bang bang, the two of them felt like they were being slapped flying, but they quickly stopped. Because those shattered red runes had appeared all around them at an unknown formation, Xian squinted his eyes and looked around. At this moment, Lin Mo's voice suddenly sounded, kill Tianzi first. As soon as his voice fell, a blood-red whip suddenly swept at Tianzi's body. Boom, Tianzi's body trembled, and the white light around him dissipated. Not only that, even his body became illusory. If there was another whip, his body would definitely collapse. Tianzi's face was somewhat ugly, God-beating whip. As he spoke, he looked at Xian, Brother Xian, if you can help me restrain this whip, I have a way to escape. Xian was silent. Ninth floor suddenly sighed, make your choice. He knew that if Xian wanted to escape, it was very simple. Because Xian had the Space Tao, the Black Space Sword, and the Devil's Wings, as long as he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. Xian was indeed a little hesitant. What was his purpose for coming here this time? To take revenge on the Tao Protector, and this Tianzi was a Tao Protector. In all fairness, he did not want to save him. As if he thought of something, Xian suddenly shook his head and smiled. When did he have so many concerns when doing things? Xian looked at Tianzi. I will hold the God-beating whip. Tianzi nodded, thank you. At this moment, a pair of devil's wings suddenly appeared behind Xian. Seeing the devil's wings, Tianzi looked at Xian deeply and turned around. Boom, a powerful aura swept out from Tianzi's body, and in between his brows, a small Tao word suddenly condensed. At this moment, the blood-red God-beating whip suddenly appeared, and at the same time, Xian suddenly disappeared. Boom, an afterimage directly hit the God-beating whip, and the God-beating whip was directly repelled. However, in the next moment, the God-beating whip once again hit Xian's body. Bang, Xian's body trembled, and he deeply frowned. He looked at his abdomen, where there was a deep crack, and the surface of his skin had already split open. Xian looked at the opposite side, and there stood a woman. It was the woman who stood beside Lin Mo, and in her hand was the God-beating whip. the woman looked at Xian, and suddenly, the god-beating whip in her hand swept towards Xian like a bolt of lightning. Xian stretched out his left hand, and a shield appeared in his hand. Sumeru's shield, the god-beating whip directly hit the Sumeru shield. Boom, the Sumeru shield trembled violently, and the god-beating whip was shaken back. Xian looked at the woman, and the woman glanced at the shield in Xian's hand, and then said, "Who exactly are you?" Xian turned his head to look at Tianzi, and Tianzi suddenly roared, and the Dao word flew out from between his brows. Boom, a powerful force vibrated from the Dao word, and in an instant, the surrounding red runes directly disappeared. The array was dispelled. Tianzi looked at Xian, "Brother Xian, let's go." After saying that, he directly rushed into the sky. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Just as Xian was about to leave, a blood-red braid suddenly swept across the top of his head. Xian raised his shield to block. Bang! This whip directly swept Xian dozens of feet away. Just as Xian was about to attack again, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and it was Tianzi who left. Xian looked at Tianzi, and Tianzi said, "Brother Xian, you leave first. Without the array, they can't stop me." You. Before he finished speaking, at this moment, the god-beating whip suddenly hit his body. Bang! Tianzi was directly whipped dozens of feet away. However, this time, he was not injured because a white shield appeared on his body, but at this moment, the white shield was full of cracks. Tianzi's face was a bit ugly. "Brother Xian, this thing has some restraints on me." Xian nodded, "I can see it." Tianzi's strength was actually not weaker than him, but in front of this god-beating whip, he had no strength to fight back. This god-beating whip had a special power that specifically restrained Tianzi's Xianqi. Tianzi looked at Xian and smiled, "Let's leave together." Just as Xian was about to speak, at this moment, Ren Pingxing and Wuxi suddenly disappeared from the horizon. When they appeared again, they were already in front of Tianzi and Xian. Wuxi looked at Xian and smiled, "So it's young sect leader Fu Wenzong. Xian, I didn't expect you to come here." Xian, when this was said, Xian's face suddenly sank. The other party recognized him. Ren Pingxing glanced at Xian, his expression was calm, and he didn't speak. Tianzi looked at Xian, and his face was full of shock. "You're that Xian who owns the Universal Book Room?" Xian smiled, "Yes." Tianzi said softly, "So it's you." He naturally knew Xian. This was the #1 person on the Dao Protector's kill list. Wuxi looked at Ren Pingxing, "The book room is with him, and so is Xiao Ta. As long as we kill him, we can get the book room." Ren Pingxing's gaze fell on Xian. At this moment, Tianzi stood in front of Xian and looked at Ren Pingxing, "Master, he's trying to sow discord." Ren Pingxing said, "Move." Tianzi said in a deep voice, "Master, he just saved me." Ren Pingxing looked at Tianzi, "That book room is related to my Dao Protector's future." Tianzi was silent. Ren Pingxing said again, "I know what you're thinking. He just saved you, so you don't want to kill him. However, have you thought about us? Could it be that in your heart, as a master and countless Dao Protectors, I'm not as good as a person you just met?" Tianzi shook his head, "Master, you once told me that we must be moral, repay kindness with kindness, and take revenge with revenge. If we kill him now, it would be repaying kindness with enmity." Ren Pingxing said, "Ask him to hand over the book room and Xiao Ta, and I won't kill him." Tianzi shook his head again, "Master, you can't be like this." Ren Pingxing shook his head slightly, "You disappoint me." Tianzi still wanted to say something, but Ren Pingxing suddenly waved his right hand, and a mysterious force directly enveloped Tianzi. Tianzi's expression suddenly changed, and the word Dao suddenly condensed between his eyebrows. Ren Pingxing was expressionless. "Why, you want to attack me?" Tianzi quickly said, "Disciple doesn't dare." "Master, he saved me. Please don't kill him today, so I can repay his kindness." Ren Pingxing was silent for a moment, and then looked at Xian. "Xian, I can give up your book room, I won't kill you, and I won't be your enemy. We can turn enemies into friends, but I have a request. That is, you must join my Dao Protector." Hearing this, Wuxi in the distance suddenly narrowed his eyes. Tianzi was overjoyed, and quickly looked at Xian, "Brother Yi, are you willing to join us sincerely?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I'm not willing. Tianzi was stunned. Yi Xian looked at Ren Pingxing and Tianzi, and smiled. You two, stop acting. If I'm not wrong, you two should have guessed my identity, right? Hearing this, the joy on Tianzi's face suddenly froze, and then gradually returned to calmness. Ren Pingxing looked at Yi Xian, and did not speak. Yi Xian looked at the two, and smiled. Tianzi, your acting is too much. Think about it, we don't know each other, but the moment you saw me, you gave me that Tendo avatar. Is this normal? This is definitely not normal. Moreover, you deliberately invited me here. If I'm not wrong, you actually had the ability to escape just now, but you deliberately pretended to be weak, so that I could help you, right? Tianzi smiled, and did not speak. Yi Xian continued, also, you just said to Lin Mo that you want to change the current Dao Protector. In fact, you didn't say it for him, but for me. Please, do you really think I'm stupid? You want to change? You're not the Dao Protector's Dao Master yet, what's there to change? If you really had such thoughts, you would definitely not say it at this time, and if you really had such thoughts, the Dao Protector would definitely not allow you. So, there's only one explanation, and that is you're pretending in front of me. Saying that, he shook his head and smiled. You too, what's the point of all this fancy stuff? If you want the study room, ask me. If you don't ask me, how would I know you want it? If you say it, I know you want it. If you don't say it, who knows you want the study room? So, you have to say it. Tianzi smiled, since Brother Yi said so. Then I want it. Brother Yi, that study room, can you give it to us? Brother Yi looked at Tianzi and grinned, in your mother's dream. P.S. After getting married, there's a lot of pressure. I really want a ticket. But my skin is thin, and I'm too embarrassed to ask for it every day, sigh. Haha. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Wuxi, who was nearby, suddenly laughed. The emperor still had a faint smile on his face. There was no anger, only calmness. Ren Pingxing glanced at Yi Xian and said, we underestimated you. However, I'm curious, why do you think you can live? Yi Xian looked at Wuxi, Senior, a friend asked me to send her regards to you. Wuxi smiled, you're plotting against me. But it makes sense, for now, I'm the only one who can't protect you. However, I want to know, why do you think I'll help you? Yi Xian smiled, Senior, don't you want to know who asked me to send her regards to you? Wuxi smiled, I'm a little curious. Yi Xian walked in front of Wuxi and bowed, Miss Xiao Dao asked me to send her regards to you. Xiao Dao, as soon as he said that, Wuxi and Ren Pingxing's expressions changed. They naturally knew who Xiao Dao was. She was someone who had lived for tens of thousands of years. This was especially so for Ren Pingxing. Back then, the first Dao Master of the Dao Protector had some ties with me. According to the records of the people of that time, the first Dao Master of the Dao Protector, Lin Lang, was extremely respectful to me. Wuxi looked at Yi Xian, she asked you to look for me? Yi Xian nodded, yes. Otherwise, why would I be here? Wuxi frowned, why did she look for me? Yi Xian said with a straight face, she said there's something good for you. Wuxi's frown deepened, something good? Yi Xian nodded, she said there's something good for me to look for you. It's not just my good fortune, it's also your good fortune. I asked her what kind of good fortune it was, and she said that heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Wuxi looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Ren Pingxing suddenly laughed. Yi Xian, I've long heard that you're good at bluffing. What, do you think the great Sky Demon clan leader will be fooled by you? As he spoke, he looked at Wuxi. Xiao Dao is a mysterious woman. Why would she like Yi Xian? Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. In his hand was the Tendo pen. Seeing the Tendo pen, Ren Pingxing and the emperor's expressions changed. A look of surprise flashed across Wuxi's eyes. The brush is in your hands. Yi Xian nodded. Miss Xiao Dao gave it to me. Wuxi looked at Yi Xian. Who is she to you? Yi Xian said with a straight face, my sister. Ren Pingxing suddenly said angrily, bullshit. Why would this girl recognize you as her little brother? You are. Yi Xian looked at Ren Pingxing. If you don't believe me, ask her. Ren Pingxing clenched his right hand and was about to attack when Wuxi suddenly said, she asked you to find me. Did she tell you anything? Xian looked at Wuxi. She said that the opportunity is right in front of her. Right in front of her, Wuxi stared at Xian. Obviously, he meant that the opportunity was Xian. The Sky Demon clan's opportunity was Xian. Wuxi was silent. He was still in awe of Xiao Dao. This woman was too mysterious. Not only was she mysterious, but she was also powerful. At this moment, a pair of wings suddenly appeared on Xian's back. It was the devil's wings. Ren Pingxing's face darkened when he saw the wings. No one knew what he was thinking. Wuxi looked at Xian. Xian smiled. This was given to me by the devil ancestor. With that, he opened his palm and the Sumeru shield appeared in his hand. This was given to me by the Divine Spirit clan. Then, he took out the Torch Dragon armor. This was given to me by the Torch Dragon of the Land of Eternal Life. By the way, I'm good friends with the mutated beast scripture. Very, very good friends. Ren Pingxing and Wuxi looked at Xian. Xian said, do you know the one-legged woman in the endless dungeon? She's also my sister. As soon as he said this, a one-legged woman who was washing clothes by the river in the distant endless dungeon suddenly looked up. There was a cold glint in her eyes. Beside the border river, Xian said again, do you know the dimension of nothingness? The old man guarding the tomb is my big brother. In the faraway dimension of nothingness, an old man who was sweeping the tomb suddenly looked up. After a moment, he shook his head. What the hell? Beside the border river, Xian looked at Wuxi. Senior, do you know why the elites of so many eras are gathered in this era? Wuxi glanced at Xian. You know? Xian nodded. Let me tell you, my sister Xiao Dao is playing a game of chess, a big game of chess. As he said this, he looked at Wuxi. Senior, it's not convenient to talk here. Shall we go to the Heavenly Fiend clan? Wuxi was silent. Beside him, Ren Pingxing looked at Wuxi. You don't really believe him, do you? Wuxi said mildly, then explain the treasures he has. Ren Pingxing was silent. Explain? How was he going to explain? Could it be that Xian stole them? At this moment, Ren Pingxing suddenly attacked. He directly slapped Xian with his palm, but at this moment, Xian suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of feet away. At this moment, he was already in the territory of the Sky Demon clan, and beside him was Wuxi. Wuxi had attacked. Ren Pingxing looked at Wuxi. You really believe him? Wuxi turned to look at Xian. Let's go. With that, he turned and left. At this moment, the emperor suddenly said, Brother Yi. Xian turned to look at the emperor and smiled. What's the matter? The emperor smiled. You lost a chance to be friends with me. Xian shook his head and smiled. You lost a chance to live too. The emperor's lips curled up. You and I will fight sooner or later. Why don't we fight now? A battle to decide life and death. Xian looked at the emperor. Don't joke around. You have a pathmaster behind you. How can I kill you? The emperor said, just the two of us. No outsiders will interfere. What do you think? Xian smiled. I don't believe you. The emperor said, you don't dare. Xian smiled. What if your master can't help but make a move? What will you do? The emperor smiled. If I can't defeat you and he makes a move, I'll kill myself. What do you think? Xian turned to look at Wuxi. After a moment of silence, Wuxi said, I can stop the Pathmaster. However, you have to think about it carefully. This person is the Heaven's chosen one. He's so strong that even I can't see through him. Are you sure you want to fight him? Xian laughed. I've never been afraid of anyone in the younger generation. Wuxi suddenly asked, what about the older generation? Xian's expression froze. At this moment, the emperor suddenly said, fight? Xian looked at the emperor and smiled. Fight. Why not? As soon as Xian finished speaking, Ren Pingxing, Wuxi, Lin Mo, and the mysterious woman disappeared. The emperor smiled. I've always heard that you're a monster. I hope you won't disappoint me. After that, he slowly clenched his right hand and a powerful force quietly gathered. In the distance, Xian looked at the emperor calmly. The ninth floor suddenly said, "Don't be careless." Xian said, "Senior, why did you ask me to fight just now?" The ninth floor said, "Justice prevails." Xian frowned. "What do you mean?" The ninth floor said, "You'll know in the future. Also, don't be careless. He's the heaven's chosen one. He's not as simple as you think." Xian nodded. "I won't underestimate him." After saying that, he looked at Tianzi in the distance. Tianzi smiled and suddenly, he threw out a punch, Tendo fist. With a punch, heaven and earth suddenly became illusory. Heaven and earth couldn't withstand the power of this punch. Xian didn't draw his sword. Instead, he punched out. It was pure physical strength. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly broke out between heaven and earth. Then, a powerful force shook the sky, causing Xian and the Son of Heaven to retreat repeatedly. When Xian retreated for about 100 feet, he stopped. Almost at the same time, the Son of Heaven also stopped. Emperor looked at Xian and smiled, indeed worthy of the immortal physique. Powerful. After he finished speaking, he suddenly soared into the sky. In the air, he slowly closed his eyes and put his right hand together. A powerful force suddenly gathered between the heavens and earth. At this moment, the Son of Heaven seemed to be the ruler of this world. Xian looked at the emperor without any expression. At this moment, the emperor suddenly pointed down, destruction of heaven and earth. Rumble, a powerful force swept down from the sky. In an instant, the entire extraterritorial battlefield began to crack. The power of a finger, destruction of heaven and earth. Below, Xian was expressionless. His right hand slowly clenched. He still didn't prepare to use his sword. He wanted to see how strong his current physical body was. It was not arrogance, but confidence. Not far away, Wuxi looked at the emperor with a calm expression. However, there was a hint of killing intent in the depths of his eyes. The strength of the emperor was beyond his expectations. As if thinking of something, Wuxi looked at Xian. Now, he wanted to see how monstrous this young man who was favored by Xiao Dao was. Xian stomped his right foot and met the attack with a punch. Rumble, a powerful force surged out of Xian's body like a volcanic eruption. It was pure physical strength. His physical body could shake the world. Wuxi looked at Xian and said softly, "Immortal physique." It had to be said that Xian's physical body was ridiculously strong. In this world, there were many who had attained the immortal body realm. However, he had only seen one who had attained the immortal body realm at such a young age, and that was Xian. From afar, Ren Pingxing looked at Xian with a calm expression. No one knew what he was thinking. In the sky, Xian punched. A powerful force suddenly erupted between heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire sky turned pitch black. Countless powerful forces shook the surroundings like waves. The entire sky was a mess. At this moment, in that pitch-black space, Xian suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the emperor. He punched at the emperor, and the emperor also punched at Xian. Tendo punch, boom, with a loud explosion, the two retreated frantically. At this moment, a golden spear suddenly flew out of the emperor's hand. The spear pierced through the sky and annihilated everything. God-slaying spear, killing a god with one spear. God-slaying spear, the power of this spear was enough to kill a god. From afar, Xian finally felt the danger. He knew that this time, he couldn't use his body to block it. Xian opened his left hand, and a golden square shield appeared in his hand. Sumeru shield. Xian held the shield and pushed forward. Boom, the god-slaying spear was blocked by this move, and a terrifying force shook the heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire extraterritorial battlefield was shaking. The space in the sky was constantly shattered by this force, but it was restored to normal by the laws of heaven and earth. In the sky, Tianzi stood with his spear, emitting a domineering pressure. His eyes were indifferent, as if everyone in front of him was an ant. From afar, Xian held the shield in his left hand, and his face had a calm smile. That spear just now was blocked by his Sumeru shield. With the Sumeru shield and his body, he forcefully withstood all the power of Tianzi's spear. Tianzi stared at Xian, and his right hand held the god-slaying spear tightly. A powerful force suddenly gathered towards him. Mobilizing the power of heaven and earth, as the heaven's chosen one, he had the help of heaven. A moment later, Tianzi suddenly roared. He leaped, and the spear in his hand suddenly burst out a bright light. This light was even more dazzling than the sun, and a monstrous spear intent directly shrouded Yi Xian. Yi Xian stood in the same place. He had no intention of dodging, and he couldn't. Tianzi looked at Yi Xian and smiled sinisterly. Let me see how hard your shield is. As his voice fell, he threw the spear in his hand forward. Chi, a sharp tearing sound suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. That spear was like a meteor streaking across the sky, heading straight for Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot, and his whole body leaped up. He directly used the summoner's shield in his hand to block. Hard block, boom. As soon as the spear and shield came into contact, a powerful force swept out. Yi Xian was instantly pushed back a few hundred feet, but at this moment, the son of heaven only retreated a few dozen feet. Obviously, in this confrontation, Tianzi had the upper hand. However, in the distance, Renpingxing's expression was a little gloomy. Although Yi Xian was at a disadvantage, Yi Xian wasn't injured. In the air, Tianzi looked at Yi Xian and thrusted his spear again. Yi Xian raised his shield to block. Rumble. The summoner's shield in Yi Xian's hand blocked Tianzi's spear. Just like that, Tianzi wielded the god-slaying spear and attacked Yi Xian fiercely. However, Yi Xian still didn't dodge. He took on every spear strike from Tianzi head-on. In just a short while, Yi Xian had taken on hundreds of spear strikes. No matter how fiercely Tianzi attacked, Yi Xian was as stable as a mountain. About half an hour later, Tianzi stopped. He stared at Yi Xian. Are you a tortoise? Up until now, he realized that he couldn't break through Yi Xian's summoner's shield. If it was just a simple summoner's shield, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't be able to withstand so many spear strikes from him. Because just the aftershock of the force would be enough to kill Yi Xian. However, not only did Yi Xian have the summoner's shield, he also had a strong physique. When the summoner's shield blocked most of the force, the aftershock was equivalent to nothing to Yi Xian's physique. To put it simply, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian at all. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at the summoner's shield in his hand and smiled. He had to say, this summoner's shield was indeed powerful, because until now, the summoner's shield in his hand wasn't damaged at all. It was too strong. At this moment, Tianzi suddenly smiled and said, Yi Xian, how about this? You and I don't need external objects. Yi Xian looked at Tianzi and smiled. Are you retarded? Your external objects aren't as good as mine, and you're telling me that you don't need external objects? Are you joking with me? Tianzi looked at Yi Xian and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly jumped. He held the shield with both hands and charged towards Tianzi. Pure physical strength and summoner's shield. Seeing Yi Xian charging towards him, Tianzi squinted his eyes and swept his spear from top to bottom. Boom! With this sweep, the space that had just been repaired by the laws of heaven and earth became illusory. Boom! Yi Xian, along with his shield, was forced to a stop by the spear, and the son of heaven was also sent flying dozens of feet away. As soon as he stopped, Yi Xian appeared in front of him again. Rumble! Tianzi was pushed back again. Just like this, Yi Xian switched from defense to offense and madly attacked Tianzi. This time, it was different from before. Yi Xian directly suppressed Tianzi. In the distant void, Wuxi looked at Yi Xian and Renpingxing below and smiled. Renpingxing, your disciple seems to be unable to hold on any longer. Renpingxing was expressionless. Is that so? Wuxi turned to look at Renpingxing. Say, if your disciple loses this battle, will there be a demon in his heart? Heaven's chosen one, this Tianzi was arrogant. In this Tendo Star sector, he claimed to be the number one among the younger generation. Moreover, others also thought that he was the number one. After all, he was heaven's chosen one, chosen by Tendo. He had great fortune. If he lost to Yi Xian here, it would definitely be a big blow to Tianzi. He couldn't lose. Below, Tianzi suddenly roared and swept his spear. In front of him, Yi Xian raised his shield to block. Pung! Yi Xian was pushed back, but in the next moment, he appeared in front of Tianzi again. Tianzi held the god-slaying spear and stabbed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian once again raised his shield to block. However, at the moment when the spear was about to touch the summoner's shield, his shield suddenly moved away, allowing the spear to stab his chest. Almost at the same time, the Sumeru's shield in Yixian's hand flew out and directly smashed on Tianzi's face. Boom, Yixian retreated several tens of feet. Tianzi was also instantly smashed by Yixian. His physical body wasn't as strong as Yixian. Therefore, this smash directly smashed his face into a bloody mess. After Yixian stopped, he looked at his chest. His chest was completely fine, torch dragon armor. Yixian raised his head and looked at Tianzi. Tianzi's expression was a little ugly. How many defensive artifacts do you have? Yixian smiled, not many, just a few dozen. Tianzi was about to speak, but Yixian suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Tianzi. He raised his shield with both hands and smashed it at Tianzi again. Tianzi narrowed his eyes and blocked with his spear. Rumble! Tianzi was instantly smashed hundreds of feet away. Yixian was about to attack again, but at this time, Tianzi suddenly threw away the god-slaying spear in his hand. He pointed one finger at his chest and the other at his forehead. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly swept out from Tianzi's body. This powerful aura directly pushed Yixian, who was hundreds of feet away. Yixian was a little shocked because the Sumeru's shield in his hand already had cracks. Yixian raised his head and looked at Tianzi. At this moment, Tianzi's aura was completely different from before. Moreover, he couldn't feel Tianzi's aura. It was as if Tianzi didn't exist. At this time, the voice from the 9th floor suddenly sounded in Yixian's mind. This is heaven and earth transformation. Heaven and earth transformation. Yixian looked at Tianzi. Tianzi slowly closed his eyes and raised his right hand. In an instant, the entire world became illusory. At this moment, he had transformed into heaven and earth. Every word and action of his could affect heaven and earth. At this time, Tianzi opened his eyes. His eyes were completely white. Tianzi looked at Yixian. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. With a wave of his right hand, a powerful force swept out. Rumble! In the distance, Yixian was instantly blasted hundreds of feet away. The moment he stopped, the space around him directly cracked. A powerful force continuously bombarded his Sumeru's shield and body. Yixian knitted his eyebrows tightly. He found his body was being corroded by a mysterious force at the moment. This mysterious force directly bypassed the Sumeru's shield and torch dragon armor. Tianzi suddenly laughed. Yixian, other than external objects, you are nothing. Yixian looked at Tianzi. He didn't speak. He opened his palm, and a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a powerful sword intent gushed out from the executing heaven sword in his hand. Boom! The mysterious force released by Tianzi directly vanished into thin air. Seeing this scene, Tianzi's face suddenly turned ugly. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Yixian wasn't a physique cultivator, but a swordsman. Yixian looked at Tianzi. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Come, take my sword. As his voice fell, he directly disappeared on the spot. In the distance, Tianzi squinted his eyes and blasted out a punch. It was the same Tendo fist, but the power of this punch was completely different from the previous one. The power of this punch was at least several times stronger than the previous Tendo fist. At this time, Yixian's sword arrived. Boom! The power of Tianzi's punch was directly shattered by Yixian's sword. At the same time, Yixian's sword arrived in front of Tianzi like a bolt of lightning. Tianzi's pupils suddenly shrank. He opened his palm, and the god-slaying spear suddenly appeared. In the next moment, he blocked with the spear. Boom! The spear violently trembled, and Tianzi instantly flew out. At the moment he flew out, he suddenly roared and threw the god-slaying spear in his hand. Chi! The spear pierced through the air. In the distance, Yixian raised his hand and slashed with his sword. Boom! That god-slaying spear was directly stopped by Yixian's sword. Not only that, the god-slaying spear had already cracked. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly, and his right hand gently exerted force. Boom! That god-slaying spear instantly exploded, turning into countless fragments that fell. Seeing this scene, Tianzi's face suddenly turned ugly. He was about to speak, but at this time, Yixian once again disappeared on the spot. Buzz! A sword cry shook the heaven and earth. Mortal sword! When Yixian's sword appeared, Tianzi's face suddenly changed again. He suddenly put his hands together and then made a seal, Tendo seal. Boom, a huge handprint suddenly appeared behind him, and the next moment, this handprint directly blasted towards Xian. Xian's sword arrived. Boom, the huge heavenly Tao seal directly exploded, and the sword pierced straight through, slashing towards Tianzi. Tianzi suddenly roared and blasted out a punch. Tendo fist. As soon as this punch was blasted out, the speed of Xian's sword suddenly increased. Before Tianzi could react, that sword directly flashed past his right arm, and Tianzi's right arm directly flew off. At the same time, Xian's sword suddenly pointed in between Tianzi's eyebrows. However, the sword was blocked by a mysterious force. Xian turned his head to look at Ren Pingxing. At this time, Wuxi suddenly said in a deep voice, "He didn't make a move." Ren Pingxing didn't make a move. At this time, Tianzi in front of Xian suddenly grinned. "Xian, this is Tendo's will. I have Tendo's will to protect me, you can't kill me. Tendo's will to protect me. P.S. Today, even if I'm shameless, I still ask for a vote. Asking for a vote. Asking for a vote. I ask for a vote. Want. Vote, vote, vote. Tendo's will." Xian held his sword and moved forward again. However, when the sword was half an inch away from Tianzi's forehead, it suddenly stopped. A mysterious force blocked his sword. At this moment, Tianzi suddenly threw out a punch. Xian blocked it with his sword. Boom, Xian was instantly knocked hundreds of feet away. After Xian stopped, he frowned slightly. "Senior, what is Tendo's will?" Ninth floor said, "It means that he has the protection of the Tendo, understand?" Tendo's protection. Xian was silent. He had to admit that he underestimated the chosen one. He has the protection of the Tendo. Xian looked at Tianzi. Tianzi's body was surrounded by a mysterious force. Obviously, this was the Tendo's will. This guy knew the Tendo. Tianzi slowly closed his eyes. His right hand that was cut off by Xian was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a few breaths, his right hand had returned to normal. Not only that, his aura became even stronger. Tianzi looked at Xian. His face once again regained his previous calmness and confidence. "Xian, I am blessed by the heavens. With the protection of the Tendo, if you are my enemy, it means you are the enemy of the Tendo and the world. Do you understand?" Xian laughed. "Being your enemy is the enemy of the world? Aren't you thinking too much?" As his voice fell, the demon wings suddenly appeared behind him. The next moment, a ray of sword light flashed across the battlefield. In the distance, Tianzi squinted his eyes. Between his eyebrows, a Dao quietly condensed. Then, this Dao directly flew out and blasted on Xian's sword. Boom, the heaven and earth trembled. Tianzi was instantly blown away. As for Xian, he relied on his powerful physical strength to resist the aftershock. Before Tianzi could stop, Xian appeared in front of him again. At the same time, a sword directly slashed at Tianzi's throat. However, when the sword was half an inch away from Tianzi's throat, it couldn't cut through. In front of Xian, Tianzi laughed, "Your sword is so funny." As his voice fell, he waved his right hand. Boom, Xian was instantly blown away. After Xian stopped, he looked at the emperor. He had to admit that the will of the heavenly way was quite something. The ninth floor suddenly said, "You can't kill him." Xian said, "Senior, is the Tendo protecting him?" The ninth floor said, "Yes." Xian said, "So, if I want to kill him, I will be going against the natural law?" The ninth replied, "You can understand it that way." Xian was silent. The ninth floor said, "Are you afraid?" Xian said, "What's there to be afraid of?" As he finished, he looked at Tianzi. At this time, the word Dao appeared on Tianzi's forehead again. This time, it gradually turned red. At the same time, a black cloud appeared above his head. Within the black cloud, lightning flashed, and a world-destroying might swept down. In the distance, Wuxi frowned when he saw this. Tendo, there was no one who wasn't afraid of this legendary supreme heavenly Dao. At this moment, Tianzi received the Tendo's blessing. Not only could he summon the Tendo's will to protect him, but he could also summon lightning. Obviously, the Tendo gave him many abilities. Xian raised his head and looked at the black lightning. At this moment, the Son of Heaven suddenly smiled and said, "Xian, have a taste of the lightning punishment." As his voice fell, from the black cloud above Yi Xian's head, a divine lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Boom, lightning streaked across the sky, shaking heaven and earth. Yi Xian opened his left hand, and the summoner's shield appeared in his hand. He held the shield with his left hand and blocked it. Boom, the lightning landed on the summoner's shield, causing it to tremble violently. Yi Xian replaced the shield and fell from the sky. Boom, the ground under Yi Xian's feet instantly cracked. Yi Xian looked at the summoner's shield in his hand. On the shield, there were more cracks. Yi Xian smiled, then looked at Tianzi. Tendo's will? As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the Tendo pen appeared in his hand. Seeing this Tendo pen, Tianzi's eyes narrowed. Tendo pen. This was a divine item used by Tendo. Tianzi laughed. Yi Xian, I'm heaven's chosen one. Are you out of your mind to use the Tendo pen to deal with me? Yi Xian did not respond to Tianzi. He directly activated the Tendo pen. The Tendo pen trembled violently, and a powerful force suddenly surged out from the tip of the Tendo pen tip. Seeing the tip of the heavenly Dao brush, Tianzi's eyes narrowed. He didn't dodge, allowing the tip of the heavenly Dao brush to reach him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the tip of the heavenly Dao brush directly chopped down on Tianzi's head. However, Tianzi was not injured. Not only that, the Tendo pen tip was directly absorbed by the Tendo. Tianzi's aura became even stronger. Haha. At this moment, Tianzi laughed. In the void, Ren Pingxing was expressionless. Although Wuxi's face was calm, there was a murderous intent in the depths of his eyes. Yi Xian. Tianzi looked at Yi Xian and laughed. Did you see that? This Tendo pen won't hurt me at all. As he said that, he suddenly clenched his fist at Yi Xian. Withdraw. As soon as he said that, the Tendo pen trembled violently and actually wanted to break free from Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian looked at the Tendo pen in his hand and shook his head with a smile. Executing Heaven sword suddenly appeared in his right hand. The next moment, he held the Executing Heaven sword in his right hand and slashed at the Tendo pen. If it's not for my use, what's the use of it? Boom, Yi Xian's sword slashed at the Tendo pen. The Tendo pen trembled violently and directly turned into a black light that soared into the sky. In the distance, Tianzi suddenly laughed. Come. As soon as he said that, the Tendo pen directly turned into a black light and fell into his hand. Looking at the Tendo pen in his hand, Tianzi laughed again. At this time, the voice of the ninth floor suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Now do you know what Heaven's Chosen One is? Heaven's Chosen One, blessed by Tendo, blessed with great fortune, and heaven-defying luck. Yi Xian laughed. Understood. The ninth floor said, you can't kill him, retreat. However, Yi Xian shook his head and slowly walked towards Tianzi. He held the Executing Heaven sword in his right hand and looked calm. Tianzi looked at Yi Xian and laughed. Yi Xian, how can you fight against me? Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Tendo? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth gradually rose. It wasn't a smile but a sinister one. He suddenly opened his eyes. What Tendo? Tendo? If heaven wants to destroy me, then I will defy it. As soon as his voice fell, the demon wings behind him suddenly trembled violently. The next moment, a sword light flashed across the battlefield. Tianzi's mouth revealed a sneer. He held the Tendo pen in his hand and fiercely pushed forward. Boom, a powerful force suddenly swept out from the Tendo pen and directly hit the sword light. Boom, the sword light violently trembled and then exploded. At this time, Tianzi's pupils suddenly shrank because a sword was already at his throat. Tianzi suddenly roared, protect. Boom, Yi Xian's sword was blocked by a mysterious force. Not only that, Yi Xian himself was directly pushed back a few hundred feet. After Yi Xian stopped, he looked at Tianzi in the distance and frowned slightly. His sword couldn't break the Tendo wool. From afar, Tianzi laughed. Come, continue. Yi Xian was silent. He knew that his sword couldn't break the Tendo will. It was the same even if he used other things. Was the Tendo will really invincible? Yi Xian looked at Tianzi. Tianzi laughed. Why? Are you impotent? Yi Xian suddenly laughed. The next moment, the blood in his body trembled. Bloodline power. He wanted to use this bloodline power to fight against the Tendo wool. Of course, he just wanted to try and see if it was possible. boom, a powerful force swept out from Yi Xian's body, and the executing heaven sword in his hand directly turned into a blood sword. From afar, Tianzi suddenly laughed, bloodline power? Not to mention your bloodline power, even the legendary true dragon bloodline can't do anything to me. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at Tianzi. Although his eyes were a sea of blood, there was a trace of clarity. This time, he didn't fully activate his bloodline power. He wanted to see if his bloodline power could break the Tendo wool. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Tianzi. Tianzi didn't block Yi Xian's sword and let the executing heaven sword pierce his throat. Soon, the mysterious force appeared again, the Tendo wool. The executing heaven sword pierced the mysterious will of the heaven's path. At this moment, the heavenly sun's expression changed drastically. This was because he realized that the will of the heaven's path had exploded. Boom, Yi Xian's sword directly pierced Tianzi's throat. In an instant, Tianzi's physical body directly collapsed. At this moment, a mysterious force suddenly took away Tianzi's soul. Yi Xian turned and looked at Ren Pingxing. The one who attacked just now was Ren Pingxing. Ren Pingxing looked at Yi Xian. What bloodline is this? Yi Xian laughed. Didn't you say one-on-one, life and death are your own responsibility? Hearing this, Tianzi's face suddenly turned a little ugly. Yi Xian looked at Tianzi and laughed. This is what you meant by one-on-one? Shameful. Tianzi snarled, Yi Xian. Yi Xian shook his head and turned to look at Wuxi. Wuxi was also looking at him. At this moment, Wuxi was also extremely shocked. He did not expect that Yi Xian's bloodline power could actually break the Tendo wool. What bloodline was this? Legend has it that there were two extremely powerful bloodlines. The first was the mortal bloodline and the true dragon bloodline. Obviously, Yi Xian's bloodline did not belong to these two. Yi Xian laughed. Senior Wuxi, let's go. He knew that since Ren Pingxing made a move, he definitely could not kill Tianzi anymore. Wuxi nodded slightly. Let's go. After that, he turned and left with Yi Xian. Wait. At this moment, Ren Pingxing suddenly said, wait. Yi Xian turned to look at Ren Pingxing. Ren Pingxing stared at Yi Xian. What bloodline do you have? Yi Xian laughed. Take a guess. Ren Pingxing shook his head. Yi Xian, do you really think the Heavenly Fiend clan can protect you? Yi Xian looked at Ren Pingxing. Don't talk nonsense to me. If you can, come and kill me now. Ren Pingxing looked at Yi Xian, not saying a word. At this moment, Tianzi suddenly said, Yi Xian. I'll give you a chance to kill me. My body has been destroyed. I'll fight you with my soul. Neither of us will use external objects. Let's have a fair fight. What do you think? Yi Xian immediately shook his head. No, you must have a conspiracy. After that, he turned and left. At this moment, Tianzi said again, Are you afraid? Yi Xian stopped. He shook his head with a smile and turned to Tianzi. Who have I been afraid of? Tianzi laughed. If you're not afraid, then why don't you dare to have a fair fight with me? Yi Xian looked at Tianzi and laughed. If you want to fight me with your soul, there must be a conspiracy. Do you think I'll fall for it? I'm not stupid. Why should I fight you with my soul? Tianzi stared at Yi Xian. If you don't agree, from now on, I, the Protector, will send a super expert to the Worldwide Academy. I will make them destroy the Worldwide Academy and Fu Wenzhong at all costs. Yi Xian looked at Tianzi and said ferociously, You're so despicable. Tianzi laughed. Since you and I are opponents, we should fight to the death. You saying that I'm despicable is a bit stupid. Yi Xian clenched his fists. The veins on his face were exposed as if he was furious to the extreme. Tianzi looked at Yi Xian. Are you going to agree or not? Yi Xian stared at Tianzi. You're using such a despicable method. Even if you win, it's an unfair victory. Tianzi shook his head. I only want the result. As for the process, it's not important at all. Yi Xian took a deep breath and said, I can fight you with my soul, but you have to promise me that if I lose, you can't find trouble with the Worldwide Academy and Fu Wenzhong anymore. Tianzi laughed. I promise. Yi Xian roared, You swear? I swear in the name of the Tendo. Tianzi squinted his eyes. I swear in the name of the Tendo. If I violate the oath, I will die a horrible death. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes and said unwillingly, "Okay, I'll fight you with my soul." Soul. As soon as Yi Xian finished his sentence, his soul left his body and floated in the air. Yi Xian held the executing heaven sword in his hand. This time, he was different from before. His expression was extremely solemn. Obviously, in the eyes of the crowd, this was not his forte. At this moment, Wuxi suddenly said, "Kid, you can choose not to agree to it. If I want to take you away, even the Pathmaster can't stop me." From afar, the emperor smiled, "You're right, senior. However, can you protect Fu Wenzong and the Worldwide Academy?" Wuxi was silent. He could protect Yi Xian alone, but he could not protect the Worldwide Academy and Fu Wenzong. If a powerhouse like Ren Pingxing were to target these two forces, there was nothing he could do. After all, he could not protect these two forces at all times. The emperor looked at Yi Xian and smiled, "Yi Xian, don't be so angry. This is a fair fight. Don't worry, I won't use anything." Yi Xian was about to speak when Wuxi suddenly said, "Yi Xian, think carefully." Yi Xian looked at Wuxi and shook his head, "As the heaven's chosen one, he is so despicable. I have no other choice." Wuxi hesitated for a moment, then said, "If you can survive, you will definitely surpass him in the future." Needless to say, this evaluation was very high. After all, the emperor was the heaven's chosen one. Yi Xian smiled, "Senior, can you give up on your people?" Hearing this, Wuxi understood what Yi Xian meant. Yi Xian turned to look at the emperor, "Bring it on." As he spoke, he held the executing heaven sword in his right hand, and a strong sword intent vibrated from his body. However, compared to before, this sword intent was much weaker. In the distance, the emperor's lips curled up slightly. Just as he was about to make a move, Ren Pingxing suddenly said, "Be careful." Tianzi smiled and said, "Master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." After saying that, his soul floated towards Yi Xian. Looking at Yi Xian, he smiled and said, "Yi Xian, I want to see, without those two pieces of defensive equipment, will you?" At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly roared, "Despicable and shameless bastard, hand over your life." After that, he charged towards Tianzi with the executing heaven sword in his hand. At this moment, Tianzi's soul suddenly turned illusory. Boom! Before anyone could react, Yi Xian was sent flying by a mysterious force. This flight covered a distance of several thousand feet. Not only that, but Yi Xian's soul was also somewhat illusory. Yi Xian gazed at the emperor. Meanwhile, Wuxi spoke abruptly, "That's the Grand Soul technique. It was created by the first Tao Lord, Lin Lang. His soul is fused with the world, and it's extremely powerful. Your soul and sword can't harm him at all." Yi Xian's face was a little gloomy. The Son of Heaven looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "A true expert should be strong in both body and soul." "Yi Xian, you." Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly transformed into a ray of sword light and vanished on the spot. This sword was extremely fast, however, that Tianzi's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. If Yi Xian didn't use his soul to fight with him, he would still be a little afraid. However, in terms of pure soul, Yi Xian was too weak. Tianzi waved his right hand, and a powerful soul force swept out. Before Yi Xian could get close to him, he was directly sent flying. After Yi Xian stopped, his expression became even more solemn. Tianzi looked at Yi Xian with a calm smile on his face. When he was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly roared, "This daddy will fight it out with you." With that, he rushed out again. This strike was slightly faster than the previous one. However, in the eyes of the Son of Heaven, this sword was still so weak. Just when the Son of Heaven was about to attack, the sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly turned into the soul calming sword. The moment it turned into the soul calming sword, Ren Pingxing, who was not far away, had a huge change in expression. He directly attacked, and the moment he attacked, Wuxi suddenly attacked. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly rang out. In the distance, when the Son of Heaven saw the soul calming sword in Yi Xian's hand, his expression instantly changed. At this moment, he wanted to retreat, but he attacked just now. Therefore, he wanted to stop, but he quickly understood that if he stopped now, he would undoubtedly die. Only by blocking this sword from Yi Xian could he survive. The Son of Heaven did not stop. He suddenly roared and waved his palm. The space between heaven and earth was directly shaken by his soul force. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword arrived. Chi, a tearing sound suddenly resounded in the field. Soon, the field quieted down. In the distance, Ren Pingxing and Wuxi also stopped. Ren Pingxing looked to the right. There, a sword was inserted in between the Son of Heaven's eyebrows. Soul calming sword. At this moment, the Son of Heaven's soul was suppressed by a mysterious force. Not only that, his soul was slowly dissipating. Seeing this scene, Ren Pingxing slowly closed his eyes. He knew, it was too late. In front of Yi Xian, the Son of Heaven stared at Yi Xian. Actually, you really want me to use my soul to fight with you, right? Yi Xian smiled, you guessed it. The Son of Heaven was about to speak, but Yi Xian suddenly said, can you die a little faster? With that, he held the sword and slashed. Chi, the Son of Heaven's soul was directly absorbed. After absorbing the Son of Heaven's soul, the soul-calming sword shook violently, and a powerful soul force vibrated out from the sword. At this moment, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, and a powerful force suddenly enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly and looked at Ren Pingxing. At this moment, Wuxi suddenly said, it's not him. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Ren Pingxing said again, it's the Tendo. Yi Xian said, I killed the one chosen by heaven, so I offended the Tendo? Wuxi nodded, yes. Yi Xian looked at the sky and smiled, is the Tendo going to kill me? Wuxi looked at the dark cloud in the sky with a gloomy expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Rumor had it that the ancient Tendo had fallen into a deep sleep in the long river of history. If the Tendo really appeared again, Wuxi looked at the dark cloud with a trace of confusion in his eyes. Would the Tendo really appear? Ren Pingxing also looked at the dark cloud. He also wanted to know if the Tendo would appear. Yi Xian looked at the dark cloud calmly. Was the Tendo really going to kill him? Right at this moment, the black cloud suddenly vanished as if it had never appeared. All the spectators in the surroundings were stunned when they witnessed this scene. What was going on? Yi Xian was stunned as well. It disappeared just like that. At this moment, Ren Pingxing suddenly disappeared on the spot. Almost at the same time, Wuxi also disappeared. Rumble, the space in front of Yi Xian suddenly exploded, and a powerful force shook Yi Xian and forced him to retreat. Before he could stop, a powerful force suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and was about to attack when Wuxi stood in front of him. Wuxi waved his right hand. Rumble, the space in front of Yi Xian turned into nothingness. Meanwhile, Ren Pingxing appeared in front of Wuxi. Ren Pingxing looked at Wuxi. Ren Pingxing looked at Wuxi. Are you really going to protect him? Wuxi smiled, Ren Pingxing, you and your disciple really can't afford to lose. It's embarrassing. Ren Pingxing glanced coldly at Wuxi, and then looked at Yi Xian, I'd like to see if he can protect you. With that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. After Ren Pingxing disappeared, Wuxi looked at Yi Xian, let's go. Yi Xian nodded. Just like that, Yi Xian left with Wuxi. Yi Xian followed Wuxi to Heavenly Demon City of the Heavenly Demon Tribe, which was the base camp of the Heavenly Demon Tribe. After arriving at Heavenly Demon City, Yi Xian realized that the spiritual energy in the Heavenly Demon realm was extremely poor. It was on a completely different level compared to the spiritual energy in Tendo City. In the sky above Heavenly Demon City, Wuxi looked at Yi Xian, what's your purpose in coming to the Tendo Galaxy? Yi Xian said, to cause trouble for my Tao protector. Wuxi shook his head. Yi Xian smiled, you don't believe me, senior? Wuxi said, no, I think you're too bold. Yi Xian said softly, senior, can you fight against Tendo City? Wuxi suddenly said, if we can destroy Tendo City, which side will you stand on? Yi Xian looked at Wuxi, why do you ask, senior? Wuxi smiled, you're a human, we're heavenly demons. Yi Xian shook his head, senior, do you only want to destroy Tendo City, or do you want to dominate the fifth dimension? Wuxi smiled, I can't. With that, he looked up at the horizon and said softly, the world today is too chaotic. Although the Heavenly Demon Tribe isn't weak, it's far from enough to dominate the fifth dimension, especially with so many era's experts gathered here. Yi Xian looked down at Heavenly Demon City, senior, do you know about the fifth dimension? Wuxi nodded, of course. If I'm not wrong, the fifth dimension will arrive in 9 years. Yi Xian looked at Wuxi, how did the Heavenly Demon Tribe survive the fifth dimension tribulation? Wuxi said softly, they sacrificed countless ancestors in exchange. Hearing this, Yi Xian was silent. It was clear that these forces that were able to survive the fifth dimension tribulation had paid a very painful price. At this time, Wuxi suddenly said, what do you plan to do next? Yi Xian looked at Wuxi. I want to stay with the heavenly demon tribe for a while, senior, you don't mind, right? Wuxi smiled, I don't mind. However, don't leave this city. If you do, once Renpingxing targets you, I won't be able to protect you. Also, there's a forbidden area in the south, don't go there. Yi Xian nodded, understood. Wuxi nodded, then turned around and disappeared. Yi Xian also left. In the sky, Wuxi looked down at Yi Xian silently. At this time, Lin Mo appeared beside him, and Lin Mo said in a low voice, Master, we don't know if this person is friend or foe. If we take him in, I'm afraid, Wuxi suddenly said, is he the Tao Protector's enemy? Lin Mo nodded, yes. Wuxi looked at Lin Mo, since he is, then he is not our enemy. In the future, you have to take a longer view. This Yi Xian is not simple. Not only does he have many treasures, but he also has a mysterious bloodline. He is not an ordinary person. Moreover, he just killed a person chosen by heaven, but nothing happened to him. As he said this, he looked up at the sky and said softly, rumor has it that killing a person chosen by heaven will cause one to suffer the wrath of heaven. However, he didn't suffer the wrath of heaven. This is not normal. P.S. A pig in my hometown, more than 6,000. I feel that raising pigs is very promising. Divine retribution, to a certain extent, the chosen one represented Tendo. Killing a chosen one would result in divine retribution. However, Yi Xian did not suffer divine retribution. In fact, the moment the Son of Heaven died, the black cloud that appeared might have been divine retribution. However, for some reason, the black cloud disappeared. There were two possibilities. First, the Tendo gave up on punishing Yi Xian. Second, the Tendo gave up on punishing Yi Xian because of fear. No matter which one it was, it meant that Yi Xian was not simple. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly said, I'm afraid that Renpingxing will not let this matter rest. Wuxi smiled. Of course he won't let this matter rest. A heaven's chosen one being killed, this was not a small loss. However, this Yi Xian is not a simple person. In short, it's a good thing for us. At this point, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Lin Mo. What do you think of Yi Xian? After a moment of silence, Lin Mo said, I can't see through him right now. Wuxi nodded slightly. I can't see through him either. As he spoke, he looked down. Tell the people in the clan not to provoke him. With that, he disappeared on the spot. In the courtyard, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. After the battle with the Son of Heaven, he realized that he still had many shortcomings. It could be said that if the power of the bloodline had not suppressed the will of the Tendo, he would not have been able to do anything to the Son of Heaven. Of course, the Son of Heaven would not have been able to do anything to him. After all, not only did he have the Sumeru shield and the torch dragon armor, he also had the heaven and earth cover and the immortal body that Xiao Dao had given him, especially the immortal body. To a certain extent, the immortal body was similar to the will of the Tendo of the Son of Heaven. They both achieved an invincible effect for a short period of time. It could be said that without the power of the bloodline, the Son of Heaven would not be able to do anything to him, and he would not be able to do anything to the Son of Heaven. At this moment, the ninth floor suddenly said, Do you know why I asked you to save him? Yi Xian collected his thoughts and said with a smile, Senior, you must have a deeper meaning. The ninth house said, I just want to see how he will choose. Yi Xian asked, What do you mean? He could have chosen to befriend you, but he didn't. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior wants him to befriend me? Yes, sir. Just as Yi Xian was about to say something, the ninth floor spoke up. Don't ask why. All I can tell you is that this is a choice given to the two of you by that being. Whether or not you make a move will have a huge impact on your future. In short, you will naturally understand today's choice in the future. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Senior, you're acting all mysterious now. The ninth replied, Hurry up and reach the rebirth state. Rebirth state, Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, Senior, there is a realm above the rebirth state, right? Yes, sir. Yi Xian said, please enlighten me. The ninth floor fell silent for a moment before he said, according to what I know, there are two more realms above the rebirth state, and they are the sovereign realm and the legendary self-release realm. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Sovereign realm? Self-release realm? The ninth floor said, the sovereign realm is the realm where one controls oneself and severs the karma of one's past life. Moreover, one can hide from the secrets of the heavens and not be tainted by karma. Moreover, a sovereign realm expert has a lifespan of over 100,000 years. Even though it isn't eternal, it's still extremely terrifying. 100,000 years. For example, Arrow, the Lord of the Fiends, God Emperor, and the boundless underground river. The one-legged woman, the Tao Lord, and the heavenly devil race's patriarch are all sovereigns. Yi Xian asked, what about the self-release realm? The ninth floor fell silent for a moment before he said, according to legend, there are 50 grand Taos, 49 in heaven, and 1 in man. It means that there are a total of 50 laws of development in the world, and Tendo can develop 49. So, 1 in man is the secrets of the heavens. This one is outside of the grand Taos, and it has transcended the grand Taos. However, this realm only existed in legends. Because very few people are able to transcend the grand Taos, and they are not within the boundaries of the grand Taos. No, it's not very few, it's practically no one who has reached this level. Yi Xian said solemnly, it transcends the grand Taos, and it is not within the boundaries of the grand Taos. The ninth floor said, this realm only exists in legends. In any case, among all the experts I know, even Arrow hasn't reached this level. Yi Xian suddenly asked, what about the woman in the plain dress? The ninth floor fell silent for a moment before he said, I don't know. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You don't know? The ninth floor said, because she kills with a single strike of her sword. There's no way to see through her strength and realm. Yi Xian was speechless. The ninth floor said, you're in the karma realm now, and it's difficult for you to reach the rebirth realm. But I can tell you that reaching the sovereign realm from the rebirth realm is the real challenge. It's so difficult that it's hopeless. Yi Xian asked, it's that difficult? The ninth floor sighed, it's beyond your imagination. Think about it, from the ancient times until now, how many sovereigns have there been? Not even 10. The next time you see Arrow, you can ask her. She'll tell you if it's difficult or not. Yi Xian smiled, I don't want to think about that now. I just want to reach the rebirth realm. The ninth floor said, then you'll have to find more swords, and you'll have to understand them. Yi Xian nodded, and as if he had thought of something, he suddenly asked, Senior, what realm are you in? The ninth floor laughed, but didn't say a word. Yi Xian shook his head, and didn't ask any more. To him, the most pressing matter at hand was to reach the rebirth realm. In order to reach the rebirth realm, he had to find swords to devour, and swords were an extremely troublesome matter. Ordinary swords weren't of much use to him anymore. He had to find a sword of the highest quality. Where could he find one? Yi Xian shook his head. Right at this time, someone knocked on the door, and Yi Xian retracted his thoughts. Come in. The door opened, and a man walked in. It was Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at Yi Xian, and a smile appeared on his face. Brother Yi, Master asked me to ask you if there's anything you need? Yi Xian blinked, and he said, do you have swords? Those are very good swords. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, and then said, if it's really good, I'm afraid I don't have any. If it's an ordinary one, I can get a few for Brother Yi. Yi Xian nodded, it looks like I can only look for Miss Xiao Dao. Ordinary swords were useless to him, and if he wanted a good sword, he could only look for Xiao Dao. Yi Xian looked at Lin Mo, Brother Lin, is there something you need from me? Lin Mo nodded, we're going to attack the Tendo Starfield. Brother Yi, Master wants to restrain Ren Pingxing, and we don't know how many experts we have amongst the Dao protectors. So, please be careful when the time comes, Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, you're going to attack the Tendo Starfield now? Lin Mo nodded, we'll definitely win this battle. Yi Xian said, you want me to attack? Lin Mo smiled, Master didn't say that. So, it all depends on Yi Xian himself whether he wants to fight or not. Yi Xian smiled, I understand. Lin Mo nodded slightly, Brother Yi, if you need anything else, just let me know. I still have many things to do, so I'll be taking my leave first. With that, he turned and left. Yi Xian walked out of the room and looked at the sky. At this moment, countless sky demon experts were rising from the city, on a scale he had never seen before. The Sky Demon Tribe, Yi Xian asked softly, Senior, can the Sky Demon Tribe defeat the Tao Protectors? The ninth house said, under normal circumstances, they should be evenly matched, but since they dare to attack, it means they must have other trump cards. So, there's going to be a good show. Yi Xian smiled, I want to see how the Tao Protectors will resist. The ninth house asked, are you going to attack? Yi Xian nodded, of course I'm going to attack. This is a very good opportunity for me. The ninth house said, isn't it better to let both sides suffer? Yi Xian smiled, if I thought that way, do you think Senior Wuxi would still protect me? Besides, if I don't attack now, am I going to attack when the Sky Demon Tribe is defeated? The ninth house was silent for a moment, then said, no matter what, be careful. Both the Sky Demon Tribe and the Tao Protectors are not to be trifled with. Yi Xian nodded. He turned into a beam of sword light and soared into the sky. Before long, Yi Xian followed the Sky Demon Clan's experts to the extraterritorial battlefield. At this moment, countless human experts were gathered on the other side of the boundary river. Almost all the experts of the Tendo Galaxy were here. Among these people, Yi Xian saw two familiar faces. Tian Yan and Tian Han. Seeing Yi Xian's gaze, Tian Yan also looked at him. The Tao Protectors had labeled Yi Xian as a traitor to humanity. Seeing Tian Han's gaze, Yi Xian smiled. He naturally had no ill intentions towards the Tian Yan sisters. Tian Han turned to Tian Yan, be careful later. Tian Yan nodded. In the sky, Yi Xian glanced at the experts of Tendo City. Needless to say, the experts of Tendo City were really strong, and there were a lot of them. A real battle of life and death. This battle was related to the fate of the two races. Meanwhile, Ren Pingxing suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and the first person he saw was Yi Xian. When he saw Ren Pingxing look over, Yi Xian smiled and waved as a greeting. Ren Pingxing looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled, Senior, I like it when you don't like me, but can't kill me. As soon as these words were spoken, countless experts looked at Yi Xian. Everyone in the Tendo Galaxy naturally knew about Yi Xian because the Son of Heaven had died at his hands. The news of Yi Xian killing the Son of Heaven had long spread throughout the entire Tendo Galaxy. Ren Pingxing withdrew his gaze and looked at Wuxi, you should know that this era is no longer ours. If we continue to fight, both sides will suffer. Wuxi smiled, you should know the situation in the Heavenly Demon Galaxy. Do you think I have a choice? Ren Pingxing said, there is another choice. We can let the Heavenly Demon Clan enter the Tendo Galaxy, and the two races can coexist. However, there is one condition. I want Yi Xian's head, and I want you to bring it to me personally. Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the voice from the 9th floor suddenly rang in Yi Xian's mind, run. Run. Yi Xian's first thought was to run when he heard Zhou's words, but he knew that if he did, he would surely die, because if he ran now, not only would Ren Pingxing attack him, but Wuxi might as well. Yi Xian calmed himself and looked at Wuxi. Wuxi was silent. It must be said that Ren Pingxing's suggestion was very tempting. The Sky Demons wanted to survive, and previously, they had to fight to the death with Tendo City. But now, they could get what they wanted without having to fight to the death. And that condition was to kill Yi Xian. Wuxi looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled. Senior, do you believe him? Wuxi turned to Ren Pingxing, who said, Wuxi, you know me. If I say so, I will do it. Of course, it's up to you. As long as you take his head, the city of Tendo is willing to live with the Sky Demons. I mean what I say. Wuxi was silent. Yi Xian wore a smile on his face, but no one knew what he was thinking. Ren Pingxing suddenly said, Wuxi, look behind you. There are hundreds of thousands of Sky Demons behind you. I know you must have a mysterious trump card, but let me ask you, after this battle, how many of the hundreds of thousands of Sky Demons behind you will be left? Wuxi turned to look at the experts of the Heavenly Devil Clan and remained silent. In fact, he was prepared to sacrifice countless people this time. But that was when he had no other choice. Now, he had another choice, not only Wuxi, but countless powerhouses from the Heavenly Demon clan were also moved. Some powerhouses from the Heavenly Demon clan had even locked onto Xian with their divine consciousness. Obviously, they were afraid that Xian would escape. Xian was silent. Jiao suddenly said, "You can't get away." Xian suddenly laughed. Everyone turned to look at Xian. Xian smiled and said, "Elder Wuxi, do you really believe what he said?" Wuxi was silent, hesitating. Ren Pingxing suddenly asked, "Why not?" Xian looked at Ren Pingxing, who said mildly, "Xian, I know what you're thinking. You want my Tendo city to fight the Sky Demon clan to the death, and then you'll reap the benefits." With that, he looked at Wuxi and asked, "What do you think?" Wuxi looked at Ren Pingxing. Xian wants the Heavenly Fiend clan to have a life and death struggle with your city of Tendo. Don't you have bad intentions as well? As he spoke, he smiled and said, "Xian himself is not a simple character. My instincts tell me that if I kill him today, my Sky Demon clan will be in deep trouble in the future." Ren Pingxing asked softly, "Have you made your choice?" Wuxi said, "Ren Pingxing, your suggestion is not bad. If you are willing to live in peace with the Heavenly Fiend clan, you will even if I don't kill Xian. If you are unwilling, you will not even if I kill Xian, am I right?" Ren Pingxing was silent. Wuxi suddenly said, "I have a suggestion. We can live in peace, or even form an alliance, and I will not interfere with what happens between you and Xian. What do you think?" Ren Pingxing was silent. It was time for him to make his choice. Wuxi added, "I won't kill Xian. He was not stupid. If he killed Xian, it would bring disaster to the Heavenly Fiend clan. That was because he had investigated Xian. The fellow was not simple. Not only was he related to Xiao Dao, but he was also related to the undefeatable arrow. If he killed him, there would be endless karma." Ren Pingxing suddenly said, "Are you sure you're not going to interfere?" Wuxi turned to look at Xian. "I'm sorry." Xian smiled. "I understand." With that, he had already turned into a beam of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, Ren Pingxing suddenly punched out. Heaven and earth changed color when he punched. In the distance, Xian's pupils shrank. A shield suddenly appeared around him. Heaven and earth shield. At this moment, Xian really smelled the scent of death. He knew that with his current strength, he was still unable to fight against a powerhouse in the sovereign realm. Therefore, he decisively used the Heaven and Earth shroud that little Taoist had given him. As soon as the Heaven and Earth shield appeared, a powerful force hit him. Rumble, in an instant, the Heaven and Earth shield disappeared without a trace. At the same time, he used the Space Dao Law and the demon's wings to disappear. Ren Pingxing frowned deeply when he saw this. He did not expect Xian to be able to withstand his punch. Most importantly, he did not expect Xian to be so fast. Ren Pingxing was about to give chase when Wuxi suddenly said, "Brother Ren, if you go after him, aren't you worried about your Tendo city?" Ren Pingxing looked at Wuxi. "I'm more worried about him." After saying that, he disappeared. Wuxi was silent. He hesitated for a while and decided not to attack again. Coexisting peacefully with the Heavenly Law City was already the best possible outcome. Because the Heavenly Fiend clan did not need to sacrifice people, although helping Xian would create good karma, the price might be too high. At that moment, Lin Mo appeared beside Wuxi. Lin Mo turned to look at the sky and said softly, "Can he escape from the Pathmaster?" Wuxi said softly, "It'll be difficult." Lin Mo was silent. Right at this moment, an explosion suddenly resounded from the distant horizon. Wuxi's eyes narrowed when he saw this. The explosion came from the Heavenly Fiend clan. Xian had escaped to the Heavenly Fiend clan. Would this fellow do anything rash? Wuxi was a little worried. In the distant sky, Xian raised his speed to the limit. This time, he was running for his life, because he knew that he couldn't defeat the Pathmaster at all. Risking his life now was not being tough, but being stupid. It should be noted that the Pathmaster wasn't the only one present. There were also countless powerhouses from the Tendo Galaxy, not to mention him. Even Arrow couldn't take on the entire Tendo City alone. This time, Xian directly used the Space Dao Law and the Devil's Wings. Not only that, but he even used the Black Sword, and his target was the Heavenly Fiend clan's forbidden area. Previously, Wuxi had told him not to go to the forbidden area because it must be a mysterious place. Of course, he was desperate now because he didn't have any other choice. If he could return to the boundless dungeon, he would definitely do so because that place had Arrow and Xiao Dao. But it was too late to return to the boundless dungeon now. At that moment, a powerful force suddenly swept over from behind him. Yi Xian's expression changed. He turned and slashed down with his sword. One sword to decide life and death, he didn't dare to hold back this time. Boom, as the sword slashed down, a powerful force directly shattered Yi Xian's sword light. At the same time, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of feet turned into nothingness, and Yi Xian had already disappeared tens of thousands of feet away. Tens of thousands of feet away, Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the Meru shield in his hand. At that moment, the Meru shield had completely cracked. Not only had the Meru shield cracked, but even the torch dragon armor he was wearing had completely cracked. Beneath the Meru shield, his body was also full of cracks. It could be said that if it weren't for the torch dragon armor and the Meru shield, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. This Pathmaster was really too powerful. In the distance, the Pathmaster frowned. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be able to withstand his second attack. That should be impossible, too monstrous. The killing intent in Ren Pingxing's eyes grew stronger when he thought up to this point, and he suddenly sped up. In the distance, Yi Xian raised his speed to its limits as well, and it didn't take long for him to enter Sky Devil City. As soon as he entered Sky Devil City, he headed straight for the forbidden area that Wuxi had mentioned. Ren Pingxing followed closely behind him, and he was getting closer and closer. Yi Xian's face was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. If there was nothing special about that forbidden area, then he would probably be dead for sure. Suddenly, the ninth pavilion master said, "You can't go against him." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Senior, can you help me?" The ninth pavilion master said, "I can't go against him if I borrow your body." Yi Xian asked, "Can you come out?" The ninth pavilion master said, "If I force my way out, you'll suffer even more." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Why do you say that?" The ninth pavilion master said, "You're the pagoda master. If I force my way out, then the pagoda will be heavily injured, and you'll suffer as well. Understand?" Yi Xian sighed softly, and he had no choice but to speed up. The Path Lord behind Yi Xian suddenly sped up. On the other hand, Wuxi's expression was slightly unsightly because he knew what Yi Xian's objective was. Yi Xian's objective was the forbidden area of the Heavenly Devil clan. This fellow wanted to use the forbidden area of the Heavenly Devil clan to save his life. A voice suddenly resounded in Yi Xian's mind from afar. "Yi Xian, I know you want to use the forbidden area of the Heavenly Devil clan to save your life, but let me tell you, that place isn't somewhere you can go. If you go there, you'll definitely die." It was Wuxi's voice. Yi Xian frowned tightly, and he was slightly hesitant because he knew that Wuxi wasn't trying to scare him, but at this moment, he had no other choice. Yi Xian didn't think any further and sped up. Before long, Yi Xian arrived in front of a door. Yi Xian frowned as he looked at the door. Was this the forbidden area that Wuxi had mentioned? At this moment, Wuxi's voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind again. "Yi Xian, don't make a mistake. Even the Heavenly Devil clan wouldn't dare to enter this place. If you go there, you'll definitely die." Yi Xian clenched his fists, and his expression was extremely dark. To go in or not to go in, without giving it much thought, Yi Xian walked through the door. Because Ren Pingxing had caught up with him. In fact, the two of them had only used a few breaths' time to travel from the Boundary River to this place. During this time, Ren Pingxing had attacked Yi Xian twice, but both attacks had been blocked by Yi Xian. In front of the door, Ren Pingxing frowned slightly. He was about to enter when Wuxi suddenly appeared in front of him. Wuxi hurriedly said, "Ren Pingxing, don't go in. If he goes in, he'll definitely die." "You." Ren Pingxing suddenly looked at Wuxi. "I won't be at ease if I don't see him die." With that, he directly entered the door. Seeing this, Wuxi's expression suddenly turned ugly. He hesitated again and again, but in the end, he still didn't dare to enter. After some time, Yi Xian appeared in front of a stone tablet. Behind the stone tablet was a mountain range. Yi Xian looked at the stone tablet. There were 5 words on the stone tablet: Sword Sect, Floating Mountain. P.S. Green Phoenix, please buy tickets. Sword Master, Floating Mountain, Xian frowned. He scanned his surroundings. There was a sword sect here. He was familiar with the sword sect. He had met many sword sect members on his way here from Qingqing. There was a sword sect here as well. Xian looked around. There was a mountain range all around him. He looked into the sky. At the end of his vision, there was a huge mountain hanging upside down in the sky. On top of that mountain was a huge palace. Sword sect. Xian was about to go over when an old man suddenly appeared in front of Xian. The old man had a head full of white hair. He stood ramrod straight and carried a black sword case on his back. Xian's expression changed when he saw the old man. He felt that the old man was unfathomable. He could tell at a glance that the old man was no weaker than Renpingsheng. The old man glanced at Xian. Swordsman? Xian was about to speak when a powerful aura suddenly came from behind Xian. Xian's expression changed and he quickly hid behind the old man. The old man looked into the distance, his eyes cold. How dare you? The sword case on his back suddenly shook violently. A sword shot up into the sky and slashed at Renpingsheng. Xian's expression froze when he saw the sword. So powerful, in the distance, Renpingsheng suddenly stopped. His expression also changed when he saw the sword. Not daring to be careless, he circulated his mental cultivation method and swung his palm. A powerful force shot out from his palm. Boom, the sword light was forced to a stop, but the next moment, it suddenly exploded. Rumble, Renpingsheng was thrown back hundreds of feet. After Renpingsheng stopped, he looked at the white-haired old man with a solemn expression. Who are you? The white-haired old man did not speak. He swung his sword again. Boom, in the distance, Renpingsheng retreated violently again. This time, he retreated 10,000 feet. After he stopped, Renpingsheng looked at his right hand. From his palm to his shoulder, there was a deep sword wound. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Renpingsheng looked up at the white-haired elder. This time, his eyes were solemn and fearful. Who are you? The white-haired elder was expressionless as he struck again. Buzz, a sword cry soared into the sky, shaking the clouds. In the distance, Renpingsheng's pupil shrank. He suddenly raised his hands. The great harmony of heaven and earth. Boom, at this moment, heaven and earth seemed to condense in his palms, and a wave of heaven and earth's might swept out from his hands. Rumble, the sword light shattered, but Renpingsheng retreated another 10,000 feet. As soon as Renpingsheng stopped, the space behind him silently turned into nothingness. Renpingsheng looked at the white-haired old man again. His eyes were filled with fear. Who are you? The white-haired old man remained expressionless. He opened his palms. The unity of heaven and man. As soon as he finished speaking, an illusory sword suddenly condensed in his palm. Renpingsheng's expression changed drastically when he saw this. This time, he turned around and left without any hesitation. The white-haired old man frowned when he saw that the white-haired old man had disappeared. He did not choose to chase after him. Instead, he turned to look at Xian. Xian smiled sheepishly. Greetings, senior. The white-haired old man sized up Xian for a moment. This place does not welcome outsiders. Xian looked at him hesitantly. Can I stay for a few days? The white-haired old man frowned slightly. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Let him in. Hearing this voice, the white-haired old man hurriedly bowed respectfully. Yes, miss. With that, he turned to look at Xian. Please come with me. Xian looked at the sky. There's someone else? Xian didn't think too much about it and followed the old man forward. In next to no time, he followed the old man to arrive before the sword sect's audience hall, and Xian saw a statue before the audience hall, the statue of a man in green. It's this man in green again. Who is this man in green? The white-haired old man did not bring Xian into the main hall. Instead, he brought him to the back of the mountain. The white-haired old man brought Xian to the back mountain of the sword sect. There was a small house at the back mountain, and there was a broom placed beside the small house. In front of the small house was a vegetable garden, and within the vegetable garden was a woman in a green dress, and the woman was watering the vegetables. The white-haired old man bowed respectfully to the woman. Miss. The woman stopped in the distance, and then she turned around to look at Xian. At this moment, Xian saw her appearance as well. She had a delicate and pretty appearance, and she had a faint smile on her face. The woman put down the bottle in her hand, and then she walked slowly towards Xian. Xian hurriedly said, "Senior." The woman sized up Xian, and then she smiled. "I really am." Xian was slightly puzzled. "What?" The woman grinned. "Your sword Dao has attained mortal attainment?" Xian nodded. "Senior, you are?" The woman looked at Xian and smiled. "You want to know who I am?" Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Can I?" The woman blinked. "I won't tell you." Xian was speechless. The woman suddenly gestured with her right hand, and a sword appeared in her grasp. Xian's expression instantly changed when he saw the sword. It was the sword of the green-clothed man at the top of the pagoda. The woman sized up the sword in her hand and smiled. "Long time no see." The sword trembled slightly as if it was replying to her. The woman smiled, and then she gazed at Xian. Xian suddenly said, "Senior, do you recognize this sword?" The woman smiled. "I do, and I'm very familiar with it." Xian spoke in a low voice. "Who exactly are you, Senior?" The woman blinked. "Guess." Xian was speechless. "How am I supposed to guess?" Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, "Were you pursued all the way here?" Xian nodded. The woman smiled. "Then you're in quite a miserable state." Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Senior, are you from the sword sect?" The woman nodded. Xian said, "Senior definitely knows that green-cloaked man, right?" The woman blinked. "I do. Moreover, I'm very familiar with him." Xian spoke in a low voice. "Senior, you know me?" The woman smiled. "Why do you say that?" Xian shook his head. "My intuition tells me that you know me." The woman nodded. "I really do know you." Xian gazed at the woman. The woman smiled. "Don't think too much about it. I have no ill intent towards you." Xian hesitated for a moment before he asked, "Senior, why do you know me?" The woman smiled. "If I know you, then I know you. There's no need to ask so many questions." Xian was about to speak when the woman suddenly said, "Come, water the vegetables with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked into the vegetable garden, and then she continued watering the vegetables. Xian fell silent for a short moment before he followed her and started watering the vegetables as well. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, "My father told me that the true essence of the sword Dao lies in ordinary matters. I haven't really understood it all these years, and I still don't understand it even now." "Do you understand?" Xian said, "Is that why you grew vegetables?" The corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly. "In the beginning, I felt that it was boring as well. But later on, I realized that growing vegetables is rather interesting." Xian asked, "Interesting in what way?" The woman smiled. "Ordinary." Xian frowned slightly. "Ordinary?" The woman gazed at Xian. "Attack me." Xian was slightly puzzled. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly waved her hand, and a ray of light slashed towards him. Xian's expression changed when he saw this ray of light, and he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! Along with the ray of light shattering, Xian retreated explosively by 300 m. After Xian stopped, the executing heaven sword in his hand trembled violently. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly pointed her sword at him. Xian was just about to attack when a strand of sword aura pressed down upon him like a myriad of mountains, and it made it difficult for him to breathe. Xian wanted to attack, but he felt that the sword weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, making it difficult for him to pull it out. Xian's expression sank. He had never encountered such a thing before. At this moment, the woman in the distance suddenly smiled. "Your sword is too mixed." Xian looked at the woman. "My sword has already entered the mortal realm." The woman blinked. "And then?" Xian fell silent. The woman smiled. "Ordinary swords don't mean anything. In the mortal realm, there are strong and weak, and good and bad. Your current ordinary sword is very poor. Do you know why your sword is mixed? Yixian shook his head. The woman smiled. Heart. Yixian looked at the woman. Senior, please enlighten me. The woman walked in front of Yixian. We who cultivate the sword can actually be said to cultivate the heart. Your heart is very mixed, and your sword is very mixed. Especially the current you, your thoughts are exquisite. Of course, this is not a bad thing, but it is a bad thing when used on the sword. When you do something, you must be serious and focused. Only then can you do it well. Do you understand? Yixian fell silent. The woman suddenly said angrily, Do you understand? Yixian's eyelids twitched. Why was she so fierce? At this time, the woman said again, Do you not understand, or are you not convinced? If you don't understand, I can explain it to you again. If you are not convinced, it's very simple. You and I will fight one-on-one. I will beat you until you are convinced. Yixian hurriedly said, I understand. The woman nodded slightly. She lightly patted Yixian's shoulder. While I still have some time, you can grow vegetables with me. Grow vegetables, Yixian's expression became somewhat strange. The woman suddenly said, Are you not willing? Yixian said, Senior, I have great enemies outside. Will I drag you down if I stay here? The woman blinked, You're trying to play tricks on me again. Yixian hurriedly shook his head, No. The woman spoke indifferently, You have to deal with your own problems. Understand? Yixian glanced at her and said, Senior, why are you helping me? The woman smiled, Because you're pleasing to the eye. Yixian spoke in a low voice, May I know your name, Senior? The woman thought for a moment and said, I'm older than you, right? Yixian nodded, Yes. The woman said, Since I'm older than you, then you can call me Big Sister. Big Sister? Yixian was stunned when he heard this. The woman continued, What? Are you unwilling? Yixian hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, this. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, Are you going to call me that or not? As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful strand of sword energy enveloped Yixian. Yixian was dumbstruck. Is she trying to force me to call her Big Sister? It had to be said that Yixian was a little confused at the moment. He felt that something was not right, this woman's attitude towards him was a little too good, and abnormally good. The woman suddenly said, Do you feel bad that you have to acknowledge me as your sister? Yixian smiled bitterly. That's not it. I'm just a little confused. Senior, I think you, the woman suddenly said, abnormal? Yixian quickly shook his head. Senior, you're definitely normal. It's just that I think you're going to acknowledge me as your brother as soon as we meet. This, the woman looked at Yixian and said with a smile, It's fine if you don't want to acknowledge me. Yixian quickly said, I do. Senior, from now on, you're my sister. My name is Yixian. How should I address you, Senior? The woman blinked and said, You can call me Sister Shui. Sister Shui, Yixian nodded and said, Sister Shui, has your swordsmanship reached the level of the sword master at the top of the tower? The woman smiled. Not yet. It's difficult for ordinary people to reach their level. Yixian was about to speak when the woman said, For the time being, you'll stay here and cultivate. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Yixian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. This was an opportunity for him. Sister Shui obviously wanted to give him some pointers. Just like that, Yixian stayed here, planting vegetables at sunrise and cultivating at sunset. Heavenly Demon City. Ranpingxing and Wuxi had not left yet. Both of them were waiting at the entrance of the forbidden area. Ranpingxing looked at the forbidden area with a gloomy expression, while Wuxi's expression was grave. He knew about the forbidden area, but he had never entered it. Only the first clan leader of the Heavenly Demon clan knew what was inside the forbidden area. The first clan leader of the Heavenly Demon clan had given a strict order that no one from the Heavenly Demon clan was allowed to enter the forbidden area. Since ancient times, some Heavenly Demon clan members had entered out of curiosity. However, they had never come out again. The Heavenly Demon clan was extremely wary of this place, and now, Yixian had entered. Wuxi turned to look at Ranpingxing. Brother Ren, you said there's a powerful swordsman inside? Ranpingxing asked, You don't know? Wuxi was silent. Ren Pingxing slowly closed his eyes. There is always someone better out there. Wuxi said in a low voice, what about Yixian? Ren Pingxing said, I don't know. Wuxi fell silent for a moment before he said, Brother Ren, I don't understand. Why do all of you have to go against Yixian? This was something that he could not understand. After all, Yixian was not some random Tom, Dick, or Harry that could be killed at will. Yixian was very mysterious. Moreover, there were many peerless experts who had close ties with him. It could be said that the Dao protector targeting Yixian was tantamount to finding trouble for himself. Ren Pingxing asked softly, do you know about prophets? Wuxi nodded. I know. He's an amazing person. Ren Pingxing said, there's something in his study that is extremely harmful to my Dao protector. Wuxi frowned. What do you mean? Ren Pingxing said, at first, the prophet's goal was to stop the fifth dimension calamity. He also knew of our existence. According to what we know, he created a divine object that specifically targets us Dao protectors. That object is a natural counter to us. If that was the case, I wouldn't go so far as to go against Yixian. His real goal was not to stop the fifth dimension calamity. It was to completely destroy the fifth dimension calamity. Completely destroy the fifth dimension calamity, Wuxi shook his head. It's difficult. The fifth dimension tribulation had appeared after the disappearance of the heavenly Tao, and now, it had appeared many times. Since ancient times, there had been many super powerhouses, but not a single one had been able to truly block the fifth dimension tribulation. Even the invincible arrow could only protect his own country. He couldn't stop the fifth dimension calamity. Moreover, he was seriously injured and lost his memory. Wuxi was also a ruler realm expert, but it was impossible for him to stop the fifth dimension calamity. The prophet wanting to completely destroy the fifth dimension calamity was undoubtedly a fantasy. At this time, Ren Pingxing suddenly said, it's possible for him to do it. Wuxi looked at Ren Pingxing. Are you joking? Ren Pingxing shook his head. This person's ability is far beyond our realm. Wuxi narrowed his eyes. The legendary self-release? Ren Pingxing shook his head again. I don't know. I only know that he once went to find Tendo. Moreover, he might have met Tendo. Tendo, Wuxi's pupils shrank. He met Tendo? Ancient experts like them respected Tendo from the bottom of their hearts. Ren Pingxing nodded. He came to the Tendo star field. However, he didn't look for me or your heavenly devil clan. He looked for Tendo. He has seen the heavenly Tao, and he even took something from the heavenly Tao. Wuxi looked at Ren Pingxing. How did you know? Ren Pingxing said calmly, he said it himself. Wuxi asked, why did he tell you? Ren Pingxing was expressionless. Back then, he almost destroyed my Tendo city. I promised not to invade their star field, so he agreed not to kill my Dao protector. I just didn't expect that he would disappear after so many years. Wuxi said, dead? Ren Pingxing shook his head. There shouldn't be anyone who can kill someone like him unless he wants to die. At this time, Wuxi suddenly said, I understand. You want to kill Yixian not only because there is a divine item in the study that is against you, but also because there is something that the prophet obtained from the way of heaven. Your ultimate goal is to get that unknown divine item, right? Ren Pingxing nodded. Wuxi said in a low voice, why tell me? Ren Pingxing said, do you know why I agreed to coexist with your heavenly devil clan? Wuxi said, that's what I'm curious about. Ren Pingxing said softly, this time's fifth dimension calamity is different from the past. Wuxi frowned. What do you mean? Ren Pingxing said after a moment of silence, ever since Yixian came to the fifth dimension, the land of immortality appeared, Arrow appeared, the fiend race and the divine spirit race appeared one after another. It shouldn't be long before the dimension of nothingness appears in the eyes of the world. The ancient era, the Cambrian era, and the Cretaceous era, these three eras have all appeared. It can be said that this era has gathered all the super experts since ancient times. As he said this, he looked at Wuxi. Don't you think that someone is manipulating all of this? Wuxi was silent. Ren Pingxing said again, after the prophet disappeared, all the experts of these eras appeared one after another. Do you think this is really a coincidence? Wuxi said in a low voice, you mean, all of this is the prophet's doing? Ren Pingxing shook his head. I'm not sure, but my intuition tells me that all of this is related to him. As he said this, he looked at Wuxi. The prophet's strength isn't just in his strength. It's also his understanding of this world. His understanding of this world is probably above that of Tendo. He once said that he wanted to completely destroy the fifth dimension calamity, but with his strength alone, he definitely couldn't do it. So, according to my guess, he wants to gather all the super experts of each era and let everyone unite to fight against the fifth dimension calamity. Wuxi shook his head. Even if all the experts of each era gathered together, it would still be difficult to resist the fifth dimension calamity. Ren Pingxing took a deep breath. His plan is definitely not limited to this. Wuxi was silent. Ren Pingxing said, the reason why I chose to coexist with you is because I want to invite you to fight against the fifth dimension calamity together. Wuxi shook his head. Aren't your protectors supposed to protect the fifth dimension calamity? Ren Pingxing said lightly, I used to be, but now. I have a strong intuition that Tendo will protect us. The death of the Son of Heaven made me even more certain of this idea. The Son of Heaven was the person he chose, but he was killed by Yixian. Not only did he not help, he also didn't send down the heavenly wrath. I know that he might have already given up on us. Wuxi said in a deep voice, the reason you were able to survive was because of Tendo? Ren Pingxing nodded. But now, we haven't contacted Tendo for tens of thousands of years. If Tendo doesn't protect us during the fifth dimension calamity, we will die just like you. Wuxi looked at Ren Pingxing. You want to ally with me? Ren Pingxing nodded slightly. In this era, no matter if it's my Tendo city or your heavenly devil race, we can't be the only ones. If we ally, it will be beneficial for both sides. And that Yixian has the library and the key. If we can kill him and obtain the item inside, we will have more hope of surviving before the fifth dimension calamity. Even if the divine item left behind by the prophet can't destroy the fifth dimension calamity, it can definitely help us survive before it arrives. Wuxi shook his head. You should know that Yixian isn't simple. Let's not talk about anything else, just that Xiao Dao. Ren Pingxing said in a deep voice, she has her own plans for Yixian. Wuxi asked, what do you mean? Ren Pingxing said, this woman contacted Yixian and gave Yixian many benefits. She wouldn't help Yixian for no reason. As for forming good karma, Yixian hasn't reached the point where she would form good karma. In short, Yixian's library is an opportunity for us. I don't want to miss it. Wuxi sighed. The fifth dimension calamity. Ren Pingxing looked at Wuxi. What do you think? Wuxi looked at the forbidden area. It's not important anymore. I don't think he can come out alive. At this moment, Ren Pingxing suddenly said, if he really is the one chosen by the prophet, then he can come out alive. Wuxi was silent. Ren Pingxing said, wait, he will come out. If he comes out, you and I will join hands and he will have no chance of surviving. If we join hands, even if we kill him, there will be great karma. What do we have to be afraid of? Wuxi looked at the forbidden area. Gradually, his eyes became cold. Sword sect, floating mountain. Yixian was planting vegetables while the woman was sweeping the floor. Yixian suddenly looked at the woman. Sister Shui, do you know the woman in the plain dress? The woman glanced at Yixian. I do. Yixian asked again, can you beat her? The woman shook her head. I can't. But my father can fight with her. Hearing this, Yixian was stunned. Then he asked again, who is your dad? He's so powerful. The woman smiled. There was a trace of admiration in her eyes. My dad. Everyone calls him. P.S. I'm too ashamed to ask for votes. At this point, the woman suddenly stopped and didn't speak any further. Yixian blinked and asked, what's it called? The woman blinked and smiled, madman. Yixian frowned slightly, madman? The woman nodded, yes. Yixian wanted to say something else, but the woman suddenly put down the broom and said, have you learned anything from growing vegetables? Yixian shook his head, I don't think so. The woman said, then your heart is not calm enough. Yixian said in a deep voice, how can I be calm? The woman said, realize it yourself. With that, she turned around and left. Realize it yourself, Xian remained silent on the spot. At this moment, the person on the 9th floor suddenly said, this woman is not simple. Xian asked, what do you mean? The person on the 9th floor said, her strength is definitely not inferior to Arrow. It's not just her, even the old man who called her miss is not simple. What I'm curious about is how this woman knows you. Xian shook his head, I'm also curious. The person on the 9th floor suddenly said, do you think she knows you because of your father? Xian said in a deep voice, I think it's possible. The person on the 9th floor sighed, I've been following you for so long, but I find that you're getting more and more mysterious. Xian, in the following days, Xian grew vegetables every day, and after that, he cooked. The mysterious woman was full of praise for Xian's cooking. On this day, the mysterious woman came to the sword sex hall, and she looked at the statue of the man in green and fell into deep thought. Behind the woman was the white-haired old man with a sword case. The white-haired old man suddenly said, Miss, is he really? The mysterious woman smiled, what do you think? Hearing this, the white-haired old man's eyes suddenly turned cold, that person outside dared to chase after him, I shouldn't have held back. With that, he turned around and left. The mysterious woman suddenly said, what? The white-haired old man said coldly, this old servant will go kill him. The mysterious woman shook her head. No need. The white-haired elder was a little puzzled. Miss, why? The mysterious woman said softly, he will solve his own problems. The white-haired old man wanted to say something but hesitated. The mysterious woman continued, he is still too weak. The white-haired old man said, he's still young. The mysterious woman smiled and said, I'm not young anymore. As she spoke, she turned to look in the direction of Xian in the distance with a trace of worry in her eyes. At this moment, I finally understand why father did what he did back then. He had too much karma on him. Also, it's very complicated. The white-haired old man said, is master unable to sever this karma? The mysterious woman shook her head. No. The white-haired elder was puzzled. Why? The mysterious woman smiled and said, because he is the source of all karma. How can I sever him? Kill him? The white-haired old man was silent. The mysterious woman continued, the 5th dimension tribulation is about to arrive. He is the key. The white-haired old man said, Miss, should we take him away? The mysterious woman shook her head. Not for now. He still needs to suffer a bit. Right now, his sense of danger is still too weak. Moreover, he is a bit sloppy. We should let him suffer a bit more. The white-haired old man hesitated and said, it's very dangerous. The mysterious woman smiled and said, it's not dangerous enough. If he can't even deal with a mere ruler realm cultivator, how will he face those people with us in the future? As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and shook her head with a sigh. This fellow is even more cunning than father in the past. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. The white-haired old man said, it's already amazing that his sword path has entered the mortal realm at such a young age. The mysterious woman smiled and didn't say anything else. She looked up at the statue of the green-robed man with a trace of worry in her eyes. This world was more dangerous than what she had seen. In the vegetable garden. The white-haired old man suddenly came to Xian's side. Xian quickly put down the water bottle in his hand and respectfully bowed. Senior. The white-haired old man nodded slightly. There's no need for formalities. Just call me Old Man Gu. Xian said, Old Man Gu, are you from the sword sect? The white-haired old man nodded. Yes. Xian asked, how many members of the sword sect are left? The white-haired old man replied, quite a few. However, some of the truly formidable ones aren't here. They've gone somewhere else. Xian asked, somewhere else? The white-haired old man nodded. Xian hesitated for a moment and said, that green-robed man is the founding ancestor of the sword sect, right? The white-haired old man replied, yes. Xian asked, he's still alive, right? The white-haired old man nodded. Of course. Xian spoke solemnly, where is he now? The white-haired old man glanced at Xian. A very far place. Yi Xian continued asking, where is it? The white-haired old man gazed at Yi Xian. You really want to know? Yi Xian nodded. The white-haired old man said, you're slightly weak now, so you have to become stronger. Once you're strong, you'll be able to go to that place. Yi Xian was speechless. The white-haired old man spoke abruptly. You can ask me some questions about the sword Dao. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. What he lacked now was someone who could guide him on the path of the sword. It was truly too difficult to rely on himself to figure it out. The Endless City. Within the pawnshop. Xiao Dao sat behind the counter and was sound asleep. Right at this moment, a man walked into the pawnshop. This man was none other than Lin Mo of the Heavenly Fiend clan. Lin Mo looked at Xiao Dao behind the counter and bowed slightly. Greetings, Senior Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao raised his head to look at Lin Mo, the Heavenly Fiend clan. Lin Mo bowed respectfully again. That's right. Xiao Dao said indifferently, what's the matter? Lin Mo said, I want to verify two things with Miss Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao smiled. I'm charging a lot. Lin Mo nodded. I'll make Miss Xiao Dao satisfied. Xiao Dao smiled. Speak. Lin Mo said, if my Heavenly Fiend clan targets Yi Xian, will Miss Xiao Dao interfere? Xiao Dao looked at Lin Mo without saying a word. Lin Mo was about to ask when Xiao Dao suddenly said, I'll give this question to you for free. Yi Xian and I can be considered half friends. However, if you guys attack him, I won't interfere. It's not my turn to interfere. I really don't want to interfere in his affairs. The more I do, the more trouble it'll cause. Lin Mo's expression relaxed slightly. There's one more thing. According to what we know, that Yi Xian has a mysterious woman in a plain dress behind him. Who is she? As he spoke, he took out a ring and placed it on Xiao Dao's counter. Xiao Dao shook her head. You guys don't need to ask this question. Lin Mo was slightly puzzled. Why? Xiao Dao smiled. Because this question is too expensive. You can't even afford it if you use the treasures of your Heavenly Fiend clan. Do you understand? Lin Mo's expression sank when he heard this. Who exactly was this woman in a plain dress? At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly said, your Heavenly Fiend clan has joined forces with the Dao Protector. Lin Mo nodded. Xiao Dao nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Lin Mo said in a deep voice, Miss Xiao Dao, let me change the question. Is there really something in the study that can resist the fifth dimension? Xiao Dao suddenly picked up the storage ring. After glancing at it, she smiled. You guys are really willing to part with it. After she finished speaking, she put the storage ring away and said, there is indeed something in the study that can resist the fifth dimension. Lin Mo bowed respectfully. Thank you. With that, he turned around and left. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly said, according to what I know, you guys chose to help Yi Xian. Lin Mo nodded. He and Tendo City are mortal enemies, and at that time, we and Tendo City were mortal enemies as well. But now, we've joined forces with Tendo City. Xiao Dao looked at Lin Mo. Tendo City agreed to coexist with Tendo City? Lin Mo nodded. Xiao Dao fell silent. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Miss Xiao Dao, do you have any guidance? Xiao Dao shook her head and sighed. The Heaven's Chosen has already been killed by him, right? Lin Mo nodded. Xiao Dao asked again, no heavenly wrath has descended? Lin Mo nodded again. No heavenly wrath. Xiao Dao smiled. It's nothing. You can leave. Lin Mo glanced at Xiao Dao, bowed respectfully, and then left. Within the pawnshop, Xiao Dao shook her head slightly. At this moment, a one-legged woman suddenly floated into the pawnshop. The one-legged woman looked at Xiao Dao, not saying a word. Xiao Dao smiled. I overestimated the Heaven's Chosen. Saying this, she frowned. No. The Heaven's Chosen shouldn't be so stupid. Saying this, she suddenly laughed. This Tendo is getting more and more playful. That's not right, the Tendo gave the Son of Heaven a chance, but he didn't have a choice. The Heaven's Chosen should not only conform to the Tendo, but also to humanity and the great Tao. When the Son of Heaven saw the Tendo brush, he should have understood what it meant. Perhaps he really didn't understand, or perhaps he was faking it. No matter what, he didn't conform to humanity and the great Tao. He didn't even conform to the Tendo. If he doesn't die, who will? The one-legged woman was expressionless, not saying a word. Xiao Dao smiled. The meeting between Xian and the Son of Heaven wasn't a coincidence. Both of them had a choice. In other words, the Tendo gave the Tao protectors a choice, and also gave Xian a choice. The Tendo wanted to see if the Tao protectors were willing to change, and also if Xian would kill them all, not giving the Tao protectors any chance. Xian chose to help the Son of Heaven, which meant that he was willing to give the Son of Heaven and the Tao protectors a chance. Unfortunately, the Tao Lord and the Son of Heaven still had their eyes on the myriad dimension bookroom. As she said that, she looked at the one-legged woman. The Tao protectors received the Tendo's protection, but they didn't understand the Tendo's intention. They insisted on becoming enemies with Xian. They wanted to kill the Tendo, but this Tendo was also a scoundrel. He directly cut off all karma with them. That Tao Lord and the others probably didn't understand why the Tendo would abandon them even in death. Sigh, it's fine if they killed themselves. But they still wanted to kill the Heavenly Fiend clan. The Heavenly Fiend clan is also too. A good karma was forcefully turned into a bad karma. At this moment, the one-legged woman suddenly spoke. Without that plain-dressed woman, what would happen? Hearing this, Xiao Dao suddenly became silent. The one-legged woman turned to leave. When she reached the door, she stopped again. The reason why he could live such a long life was because of that woman. The reason why the Tendo did this was also because of that woman. Without that woman, what would happen to him? Xiao Dao suddenly said. Without that plain-dressed woman, the prophet, and the green-robed man. Don't you think it's infuriating? The one-legged woman. At the entrance of the pawn shop. The one-legged woman shook her head. She did not want to speak. Xian's backer made her speechless. Xiao Dao smiled. There are no ifs in this world. Also, Xian's true strength is not because he has a few backers. The one-legged woman turned to look at Xiao Dao. The prophet? Xiao Dao said softly, those who are not within the rules, some are heartless, some are sentimental. The one who is heartless, other than wanting to die, he doesn't care about anything. I don't know what to say about this kind of person. As for the two who are sentimental, their sentiments are small, selfish, Xiao Dao. But the prophet's sentiments are the great Tao, the true great Tao. In this world, there are many bad people, but there are also good people. In this world, there are really some people who will sacrifice themselves for all living beings in the world. You can say that this kind of person is stupid, but you can't help but admire him. Saying that, she looked at the prophet. The prophet wants others to help him, but why are there so many people helping him? Even the Supreme Tendo chose to give him a chance? Because he is selfless, truly selfless. What he does is not for himself at all, but for all living beings. He cares about the common people, and for all living beings in the world, he does not hesitate to sacrifice himself. This kind of behavior, even the former Tendo could not do. That's not right, the Tendo does not have evil intentions towards the living beings in the world, he is just disappointed. And this prophet, although he is also disappointed, he is trying his best to do it, to save. The one-legged woman was silent. Xiao Dao looked at the one-legged woman. Do you really think that he can have such good fortune because of the plain-dressed woman? The plain-dressed woman can be feared, but not respected. Take you for example, do you respect or fear the prophet? The one-legged woman said, respect. Xiao Dao nodded. For such a person to have such great fortune, what's abnormal about it? The one-legged woman suddenly said, the fifth dimension calamity. Xiao Dao smiled. You want to know about the fifth dimension calamity? The one-legged woman nodded. Xiao Dao shook his head. I can't tell you the details. The one-legged woman frowned slightly. At this time, Xiao Dao said, the fifth dimension tribulation is the tribulation of all living beings. This tribulation targeted all living beings, and the only ones who could resolve this tribulation were the living beings themselves. Unfortunately, all living beings only had greed in their hearts. Of course, we can't blame them because... As she said that, she pointed at herself, because we, the strongest people, are also the greediest people. If we are not greedy, how can we reach the peak of this world? The prophet understands this, and so he is guilty. We understand this, but we are not guilty. Whether it was humans or other creatures, they all felt that the world owed them something, and they could demand it from the world. This was especially so for some people. After they borrowed the power of the world to become stronger, they still wanted to defy the heavens and so on. In reality, the world never owed the masses anything. However, what do all living beings give to the world in return? The one-legged woman fell into deep thought. Xiao Dao smiled and said, the prophet was very smart. He knew that in order to change, he had to enlighten all living beings. However, he later understood that in order to enlighten all living beings, he must first have the opportunity. And in order to have the opportunity, he must first block the fifth dimension tribulation. As she said that, she shook her head. He really worried himself to death. The one-legged woman suddenly said, he won't succeed. Xiao Dao softly said, I know. The one-legged woman looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao softly said, no matter what, I still hope he succeeds. There is no harm in making this world a bit more beautiful. The one-legged woman suddenly said, who are you? Xiao Dao blinked. Guess. The one-legged woman shook her head. I guess your mother. After saying that, she turned around and left. Xiao Dao's face was full of black lines. Civilization. Sword sect, floating mountain. In the vegetable garden, Xian was watering the plants, but he couldn't calm down no matter what. He had too many things on his mind. At this time, the mysterious woman suddenly said, Little Xian, come here. Little Xian, this was the name given to him by the mysterious woman. He was also speechless, unable to resist. Xian walked to the mysterious woman's side. The mysterious woman smiled and said, can't calm down? Xian nodded. Too many things on my mind. The mysterious woman blinked. Do you want me to help you? A bad feeling rose in Xian's heart. Just as he was about to speak, the mysterious woman suddenly waved her right hand. In an instant, Xian felt his vision go black, unable to see anything. A moment later, Xian looked around. It was pitch black, unable to see anything. Xian frowned. He said, Senior? There was no response. Xian sensed the prison pagoda, but he was shocked to find that the pagoda had disappeared. It must have been taken away by the mysterious woman. Xian's face sank. He looked around. The other party should want him to calm down. Could he calm down in this pitch-black night? Xian fell silent for a moment, then he sat down cross-legged and calmed his mind. At first, it was fine. But gradually, Xian found that he still couldn't calm down. He had too many things to think about. Not only could he not calm down, but he was also becoming more and more agitated. However, Xian didn't force himself to leave because he wanted to calm down as well. Outside, the mysterious woman looked at Xiao Ta in her hand and smiled. This Xiao Ta is quite interesting. It's similar to Dad's pagoda. Behind the mysterious woman, the white-haired old man nodded slightly. Indeed. With that, he paused slightly and then said, Miss, can he comprehend it? The mysterious woman said indifferently, I'm giving him a chance. Whether he can grasp it or not depends on his own fortune. His heart is truly too impetuous. A person can be flashy, but a sword can't. To do something, one must be serious and focused. If he could understand this, then his state of mind in the way of the sword would definitely rise to a higher level. The white-haired old man nodded. The mysterious woman suddenly knocked on the prison pagoda. Let me in to play. The prison pagoda shook slightly, as if saying something. The mysterious woman narrowed her eyes. You won't let me in? With that, she suddenly slashed at the sky with her sword. Whoosh, suddenly, a huge hole was torn open in the sky. At this moment, the prison pagoda shook violently, as if expressing something. The mysterious woman blinked. I didn't threaten you, did I? The prison pagoda shook lightly. The mysterious woman smiled. Then I'm going in. The prison pagoda. At this moment, the mysterious woman suddenly entered the prison pagoda. Inside the prison pagoda looked around. In the end, she came to the top of the pagoda. Looking at the sword at the top of the pagoda, her eyes flickered. In the endless night, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, he was becoming more and more irritated. After discovering that he was irritated, Xian's expression suddenly became gloomy. When did he become so irritated? Thinking of this, Xian shook his head. All these years, he had been too impulsive. Xian took a deep breath and completely relaxed. At this moment, he did not think about anything else. Just like this, time passed bit by bit. In this pitch-black night, Xian could no longer feel the passage of time. At this moment, his heart was calm, and he did not think or think. Outside, the mysterious woman was lying on a chair. She held an ancient book in her left hand and was reading it with great interest. Behind her, the white-haired old man stood silently. After an unknown amount of time, the mysterious woman suddenly smiled. "This prophet is quite interesting." The white-haired old man did not say anything. The mysterious woman suddenly looked not far away. There, Xian's figure suddenly appeared. Seeing this, a trace of surprise flashed in the mysterious woman's eyes. So fast? At this moment, Xian's figure suddenly became solid. Xian slowly opened his eyes. He looked around, his eyes very calm. The mysterious woman stood up and walked over to Xian. She smiled and said, "Do you understand?" Xian nodded. "I understand." The mysterious woman asked, "What is calmness?" Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "If the heart is calm, then it will be fine even if a myriad of changes occur. When the heart is calm, the world is calm. Calmness comes from the heart, not the state." As he spoke, he looked at the mysterious woman. "The reason I'm impetuous is because I think too much, and my thoughts are complicated. I should do my best in everything." The mysterious woman shook her head. "You don't really understand it. However, being able to think of all this is already good enough." As she spoke, she lightly patted Xian on the shoulder. "Do your best." Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Please enlighten me, Sister Shui." The mysterious woman shook her head. "You can only comprehend it on your own. What others tell you doesn't have that feeling, and you won't truly understand it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few top-notch swordsmen in this world." Xian smiled. "Indeed." As he spoke, he hesitated to speak. The mysterious woman said, "What do you want to say?" Xian said with a straight face, "Sister Shui, my cultivation level is too low. If I want to improve my cultivation level, then I need a good sword." The mysterious woman said, "You need a sword?" Xian nodded. The mysterious woman thought for a moment, and then she took out a storage ring and handed it to Xian. "For you." Xian was stunned, and then he glanced at the storage ring. Soon, his expression became solemn. There were 12 swords in the storage ring, and all 12 of them were peerless swords. He was a little reluctant to devour them. The mysterious woman suddenly asked, "Is it enough?" Xian blinked. Do you have more?" The mysterious woman smiled. "No." Xian was speechless. "You're asking me if it's enough?" The mysterious woman said, "Break through while I still have time. I can protect you." Xian nodded. He sat down cross-legged, and then he took out a sword and stabbed it into his stomach. Boom, a powerful force swept out from his body. A trace of surprise flashed through the mysterious woman's eyes. "You're devouring?" Xian nodded. "Devouring sword." The mysterious woman said, "Your cultivation method is very strange. Who taught you?" Xian said, "The woman in the plain dress." The mysterious woman said softly, "It's her." With that, she looked at Xian. "Break through quickly. Once you do, I'll take you to a good place. P.S. This year isn't peaceful. I hope everyone is safe. I also wish everyone a happy New Year's Eve. As for the eruption, I haven't forgotten. You know, I just got married, and it's New Year's Eve. It's very annoying to visit relatives during this period. You should understand. I promise, under normal circumstances, I won't let the eruption disappear for no reason." Xian quickly asked, "What good place?" The mysterious woman smiled. "I won't tell you yet." Xian was speechless. The mysterious woman said, "Hurry up and break through." Xian nodded. He closed his eyes and calmly devoured the energy in his body. He had to admit that the sword the mysterious woman had given him was of the highest quality. The energy in the sword he was devouring was too pure. It was a great supplement for him. The sword the mysterious woman had given him was 2 levels lower than the executing heaven sword and soul-suppressing sword. The mysterious woman looked at Xian with a faint smile. No one knew what she was thinking. Sky Demon City. Ren Pingxing and Wuxi were still at the entrance of the forbidden area. They had been waiting here for a few days. Wu. Wuxi looked at the entrance with a solemn expression. Ren Pingxing had invited him to deal with Xian together, but he was still worried. Therefore, he sent Lin Mo to the boundless underground city to verify something. Looking at the time, Lin Mo should be back by now. Suddenly, the space before him trembled, and it didn't take long for a man to appear in front of him. It was Lin Mo. Ren Pingxing looked at Lin Mo but did not speak. Lin Mo walked to Wuxi's side and bowed slightly. Then, he spoke in a low voice. A moment later, Wuxi slowly closed his eyes. "Pathmaster, I agree to your suggestion." Ren Pingxing nodded. "Very well. With the Sky Demon clan's help, they would be more confident in dealing with the people behind Xian." Wuxi looked at the entrance. "Maybe he's already dead." Ren Pingxing shook his head. "Definitely not." Wuxi said, "Why are you so sure?" Ren Pingxing said, "Intuition." Wuxi was silent. For elites of their level, intuition was very accurate most of the time. For example, at the moment, his instinct was that something bad would definitely happen if he targeted Xian. However, one could not act based on intuition. Ren Pingxing said, "He will definitely come out. Let's just wait." Wuxi said, "Let's talk about what happens after we kill him." Ren Pingxing said, "Arrow? Xiao Dao?" Wuxi said, "Miss Xiao Dao has made it clear that she won't act if we kill Xian." Ren Pingxing said softly, "Then there is only arrow. I don't believe that a mere Xian would make her fight to the death with our 2 clans. Even if she wants to avenge Xian, the 2 of us together can suppress her." Wuxi said solemnly, "There's one more." Ren Pingxing said, "The swordsman behind Xian?" Wuxi nodded. After a moment of silence, Ren Pingxing said, "If we work together, no one in this world can kill us. Unless the Tendo was born. And Tendo will not help Xian like this." After a moment of silence, Wuxi nodded. "That's true." At the sword sect. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. His aura was getting stronger. Not just his aura, but his swordsmanship was also much stronger than before. Swordsman, cultivated the sword, but also the heart. Every improvement in his state of mind was equivalent to an improvement in his swordsmanship. But now that his swordsmanship had entered the mortal realm, it would be difficult for him to improve it again, because if he improved again, he would be at the same level as Arrow. To reach the level of the plain-dressed woman was even more difficult. The white-haired elder suddenly walked up to the mysterious woman. "Miss, the 2 people outside are still here. Do you want me to kill them?" The mysterious woman said, "No need." The white-haired elder hesitated, wanting to say something. The mysterious woman said softly, "It would be too embarrassing if he couldn't kill these small fries himself." The white-haired elder asked, "Why don't you keep him by your side, master?" The mysterious woman smiled, "Why should I keep him? Father is so powerful, what can he do if I keep him by my side? Not to mention him, father also didn't keep me by his side, right? Our family has this tradition. Let them roam, let them roam." At this point, she smiled mysteriously, "I know why father let us roam free, because he was once roamed by grandfather. He holds a grudge, haha." While laughing, she seemed to feel that something was wrong and wanted to stop, but she couldn't help it, so she laughed again. The white-haired elder, at this time, the mysterious woman said, "However, he is different. I don't know what father is doing, but since that woman is related to this little guy, then this matter is a bit abnormal." The plain-dressed woman, she knew that there was no one who didn't fear this woman. Although she was still young at that time, she could not forget what this woman had done. What 5th dimension tribulation? This woman was even more terrifying than a 5th dimension tribulation. The 3 swords on the top of the pagoda, each of their masters had a different personality. The green-robed man's sword and the plain-dressed woman's sword were similar, they seemed to be emotionless, but they had feelings. Of course, these feelings were personal. Although the green-robed man's feelings were selfish, they were not extreme. Moreover, he still had compassion for the common people of the world, so he would not destroy them for no reason. But this plain-dressed woman's feelings were different, they were extreme to the extreme. From a certain point of view, this woman's sword was even more emotionless than that of the other emotionless swordsman. At this time, Xian suddenly picked up a sword and stabbed it into his abdomen. Boom, a powerful wave of energy once again spread out from his body. Extremely abundant energy, Xian greedily took a deep breath and then crazily absorbed this energy. At the side, the mysterious woman glanced at Xian, then entered the prison pagoda. She came to the 3rd floor. At this moment, Lil Ling was refining elixirs. Beside her was a spirit, and that spirit was helping her. Behind the 2 little fellows, there was also a little pet following them. This little pet was the heaven-warring beast that Yan Zong had given to Xian. If Xian was here, he would definitely be shocked, because this little fellow was a lot bigger than before. This heaven-warring beast was very docile as it followed Xiao Ling and the spirit. These 2 little fellows in front of it were its parents. As the last beast of the heaven-warring beast clan, it knew very well that there were too few people in this world who could support it. It had to hug on to these people's thighs. When it saw the mysterious woman, the heaven-warring beast immediately stood in front of Xiao Ling and the spirit. It glared angrily at the mysterious woman and roared. It had to be said that its bestial aura was very powerful. The mysterious woman sized up the heaven-warring beast and nodded. When it grows up, its combat strength will definitely be good. The heaven-warring beast was about to pounce when Xiao Ling suddenly called out, "Piglet." Hearing this, the heaven-warring beast immediately stopped and hurriedly pounced at Xiao Ling's feet. It was very docile. Xiao Ling looked at the mysterious woman and said, "You're not a bad person." The mysterious woman smiled. "How do you know that I'm not a bad person?" Xiao Ling said, "I guessed it." The mysterious woman blinked. "Guessed it?" Xiao Ling nodded. "Bad people are usually shifty-eyed. You're so beautiful, so you're definitely not a bad person." The mysterious woman immediately laughed. After laughing for a while, she said seriously, "I think what you said makes a lot of sense." As she spoke, she walked to Xiao Ling's side and looked at the alchemy furnace. "You're refining pills?" Xiao Ling nodded, and then she took out a white jade bottle and handed it to the mysterious woman. "You're big brother's sister, so you're also my sister. Beautiful sister, this is for you." Beautiful sister, the mysterious woman was very satisfied with this form of address. She glanced at the white jade bottle in her hand and shook her head slightly. "These pills of yours aren't good." "Well, it's not that you're not good, it's that the quality of these pills is too low." As she spoke, she took out an ancient book and handed it to Xiao Ling. "This is for you. This was left behind by my father. However, I'm not interested in alchemy, so I'll give it to you." Xiao Ling blinked, and then she took the ancient book and flipped it open. Her eyes quickly lit up. "Good stuff." Xiao Ling put the ancient book away without batting an eyelid, and then she looked at the mysterious woman. "Thank you, beautiful sister." The mysterious woman smiled and said, "I have another good thing." As soon as she spoke, she took out a small box and handed it to Xiao Ling. Little Ling blinked, and then she said, "For me?" The mysterious woman nodded. "For you." Xiao Ling hesitated for a moment, and then she said, "Big brother doesn't allow me to take things from others." "But you're big brother's sister, so you're my sister. So, you're not someone else." As soon as she finished speaking, she took the box. The mysterious woman roared with laughter at the sight of this. Xiao Ling was about to open the box when the mysterious woman suddenly said, "Don't open it now. Open it when you're in danger, understand?" Xiao Ling blinked and nodded. "Understood. Understood." As soon as she finished speaking, she put the box away. As if she'd thought of something, she hurriedly took out a white jade bottle and handed it to the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman said, "What's this?" Xiao Ling said, "Violet energy." The mysterious woman opened the white jade bottle, and there were many strands of extremely pure violet energy within it. The mysterious woman smiled when she saw the violet energy, that little fellow. As she spoke, she put away the violet energy and said, "The ancient book on alchemy that I gave you is good stuff. You have to learn how to refine pills in it, understand?" Xiaoling hurriedly nodded. "I understand." The mysterious woman nodded slightly, and then she glanced at the heaven-warring beast by her side. "This little fellow isn't bad. Take good care of him, and he'll be very useful in the future." "Right, I'll go take a look elsewhere." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and disappeared. After the mysterious woman left, Good Spirit by Xiaoling side suddenly said, "This human is so dangerous." Xiaoling looked at Good Spirit. "If you encounter someone you can't defeat in the future, remember to flatter them, understand?" Good Spirit blinked. "Flatter?" Xiaoling nodded and said seriously, "You have to learn how to flatter, just like Big Brother." After the mysterious woman left the 3rd floor, she went to the 5th floor. This was where Yiling was cultivating in seclusion. Yiling was cultivating in seclusion to comprehend the rebirth state. The rebirth state was not easy to comprehend, even now. Experts at the rebirth state were few and far between. The mysterious woman looked at Yiling with a faint smile on her face. "Interesting." After saying that, she went to the 9th floor. The person on the 9th floor suddenly said, "I am a good person." The mysterious woman smiled. "I want to make sure that you have no ill intentions towards him." The person on the 9th floor said, "I have no ill intentions towards him." The mysterious woman looked at the entrance of the 9th floor with a smile. However, the smile was a little terrifying. The person on the 9th floor suddenly said, "Heavens have mercy, I really have no ill intentions towards him." The mysterious woman shook her head. "You are in danger." After saying that, a sword intent appeared on her fingertips. The person on the 9th floor quickly said, "Your Excellency, I am a good person. If you don't believe me, you can ask that kid." At this moment, the mysterious woman suddenly smiled. "I know you have no ill intentions. I was just joking with you. Sorry for disturbing you." After saying that, she disappeared. In the 9th floor, a sigh suddenly sounded. "Is it easy for me?" Outside the prison pagoda, Xian had already devoured close to 10 swords. The aura he exuded had far exceeded the karma state. However, he still did not enter the rebirth state. About 3 days later, Xian, who had been sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up slowly. In an instant, a powerful aura surged out of his body like waves. Boom, the surrounding space suddenly trembled violently. Xian looked at his body. At this moment, his body contained an extremely powerful force, rebirth state. However, there was no such thing. At this moment, the mysterious woman suddenly said, "You have now encountered a half-step rebirth state. In order to truly enter the rebirth state, you must comprehend it. If you are lucky, you may enter the rebirth state tomorrow. If you are unlucky, you may never enter the rebirth state." Xian said in a deep voice, "Sister Shui, how can I enter the rebirth state?" The mysterious woman said, "That is up to you. It is useless for me to tell you." Xian was speechless. The mysterious woman continued, "Come with me to a place." With that, she turned around and left. On the way, Xian quickly asked, "Sister Shui, where are we going?" The mysterious woman said, "You'll know once you get there." As she spoke, she suddenly turned to look at Xian. "The person in your body, do you know anything about him?" Xian was stunned, and then he said, "The 9th floor?" The mysterious woman nodded. Xian said, "I don't know much about him, but this senior has helped me a lot." The mysterious woman nodded. "He's not simple. You have to be careful." She did not use her profound energy to transmit her voice. Hence, she had purposely said those words for the 9th floor to hear. The person on the 9th floor suddenly said, "Sir, I have a motive. But don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions towards him." The mysterious woman nodded. "I know. However, it doesn't mean that there won't be any in the future." The 9th floor was silent. Xian suddenly said, "I will work hard to become stronger." The mysterious woman nodded. There was a trace of admiration in her eyes. "Smart. With strength, others won't choose to be your enemy. But you still need to work hard." Yi Xian smiled. Sister Shui, can I ask you a question? The mysterious woman nodded. Go ahead. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Sister Shui, who are you? He was still very curious about the mysterious woman's identity. Too curious, not only was this woman powerful, but she was also very friendly to him. Friendly to the point that it was abnormal. The mysterious woman smiled. You will know in the future. Yi Xian was speechless. The mysterious woman suddenly said, Do you know about the fifth dimension tribulation? Yi Xian nodded. The mysterious woman smiled. This tribulation is not simple. Before it arrives, you must become strong enough. Do you understand? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Sister Shui, is there a sixth dimension? The universe he was currently in was a fifth dimension universe. Was there a sixth dimension above the fifth dimension? This was what he was curious about. Xiao Dao definitely knew, but this woman didn't want to say it. The mysterious woman smiled. I don't know the answer to your question. Yi Xian frowned. You don't know either? The mysterious woman nodded. The world is very big. It's so big that it surpasses our imagination. As she spoke, she opened her palm. There was a drop of water in her palm. The mysterious woman looked at Yi Xian. Do you know how many lives are contained in this drop of water? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. The mysterious woman smiled. A drop of water contains countless lives. Yi Xian frowned. Sister Shui, are you sure? The mysterious woman nodded. Essence. What is essence? If you understand this, you will truly become immortal. Yi Xian was silent. Essence, up until now, the stronger he became, the more ignorant he felt. The mysterious woman suddenly said, Do you know about prophets? Yi Xian nodded. I know. Senior also knows? The mysterious woman nodded. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly looked in front of her. We're here. Yi Xian looked in front of him. There was a wasteland. In that wasteland, there were many swords stabbed into the ground. The entire wasteland was filled with powerful sword intents. There wasn't just one type of sword intents, but many types. Yi Xian asked, Sister Shui, where is this? The mysterious woman smiled. Sword mound. Sword mound? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Just as he was about to ask, the mysterious woman said, Bow. Yi Xian was stunned. Bow, the mysterious woman suddenly said, Hurry up. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then bowed respectfully towards the sword mound. The mysterious woman walked into the sword tomb, glanced at the surroundings, and said, Your sword Dao is the Dao of that woman, so her Dao is naturally correct. However, she only gave you a direction in the sword Dao. Your understanding of the sword Dao is too little, so it'll be impossible for you to cultivate a sword Dao of your own even if you cultivate for 100 years. No path can be built behind closed doors. Our swordsman path is even more so. As she said this, she looked around. It can be said that the swordsmen here are the most powerful swordsmen in the five-dimensional universe. They once followed my father and pursued the pinnacle of the sword path. Some of them are still alive, but most of them are dead. At this point, she was silent for a moment, then said, Bow again. Hearing this, Yi Xian did not hesitate and bowed respectfully again. At this moment, he was shocked. The most powerful swordsman in the entire five-dimensional universe. This sentence was a little terrifying. At this time, the mysterious woman suddenly bowed slightly towards the sword mound. Uncles, thank you for your trouble. As soon as her voice fell, phantoms suddenly appeared in the sword mound. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression suddenly became dignified. Not long after, 36 phantoms appeared in the field. Although these phantoms were not real, the sword intent contained in each of them was extremely powerful. Not only that, these people stood there like sharp swords, as if they could even cut the sky into pieces. Powerful, one could imagine how terrifying it would be if these swordsmen were still alive. At this moment, Yi Xian finally believed the mysterious woman's words. The most powerful swordsman in the five-dimensional universe, these swordsmen in front of him were probably only second to the sword master at the top of the pagoda. In the field, the swordsman's eyes fell on Yi Xian. When they saw Yi Xian, they were all stunned for a moment, then an inexplicable smile appeared on their faces. Yi Xian was a little puzzled by their stares. These swordsmen knew him. At this time, the mysterious woman suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Go over. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then walked over. The mysterious woman said, learn well. After saying that, she turned around and left. At this time, a swordsman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to speak when a sword suddenly pierced between his eyebrows. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He was gone. At this time, a voice resounded in his ears. How was that strike just now? Yi Xian looked at the swordsman who spoke. The swordsman smiled and said, my sword Dao, sometimes false and sometimes real, sometimes false and sometimes real. Between false and real, I can change it, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, so strong. The swordsman smiled and said, the same is true for all things. Most of the time, what you see is not necessarily true. True and real, everything depends on your heart, Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, what is senior sword Dao? The swordsman smiled and said, do you want to learn? Yi Xian nodded. The swordsman smiled and said, my sword Dao is neither difficult nor difficult, it depends on your own comprehension. Yi Xian respectfully bowed, please enlighten me, senior. The swordsman smiled and said, come, draw your sword. Yi Xian nodded and decisively drew his sword. For the rest of the time, Yi Xian stayed in the sword catacomb. He studied almost every day without rest, sword Dao. All this while, he knew too little about sword Dao. The woman in the plain dress gave him a direction, but she did not give him the process. In other words, the woman in the plain dress would not teach a newbie how to practice the sword. Under such circumstances, he could only rely on himself to explore his sword Dao. It was very difficult to explore on his own because he might go the wrong way. Now, with so many powerful swordsmen in front of him, he was exposed to all kinds of powerful sword Daos. For him, this was equivalent to opening a new door to sword Dao. Learn, integrate. In the following days, Yi Xian studied crazily every single day. He had never been as serious as he was at this moment. Although his strength did not improve, his knowledge of swordsmanship was increasing day by day. The Heavenly Fiend Clan. Ren Pingxing, who was still guarding the entrance of the forbidden area, suddenly said, go in. Wuxi looked at Ren Pingxing and said, go in? Ren Pingxing said in a deep voice, you and I can definitely kill that old swordsman if we work together. If we keep waiting here, we can only be passive. Moreover, the study room on Yi Xian is very likely to fall into the hands of others. Wuxi was silent. Ren Pingxing looked at Wuxi and asked, are we going to risk it? Wuxi nodded after a moment of silence. Let's do it. P.S. Happy Lunar New Year again. After writing for so many years, I'm grateful for the company and support of all my readers. I'm sincerely grateful to those who have always supported me. You're my bread and butter. Thank you. When I become popular, I'll treat you to private healthcare, the illegal kind. Ren Pingxing and Wuxi entered the forbidden area. In front of the stone tablet, Wuxi said softly, so there's a sect here. Ren Pingxing looked at Wuxi, you didn't know? Wuxi nodded, I've never been here before. Ren Pingxing said, are you joking? Wuxi said softly, this is the forbidden area of the heavenly demon tribe. The elder ancestor once issued a death order forbidding the descendants of the heavenly demon tribe from entering this place. Ren Pingxing asked, why? Wuxi said, I don't know. Some of the ancestors of the heavenly demon tribe disobeyed the elder ancestor's order and entered this place without permission. However, none of them ever came out. Ren Pingxing looked at the stone tablet, the sword sect? Speaking of this, his expression became a little gloomy. Because Yi Xian was a swordsman, could the sword sect be related to Yi Xian? Ren Pingxing's expression darkened at this thought. As if knowing what Ren Pingxing was thinking, Wuxi suddenly said, he shouldn't be related to the sword sect. Ren Pingxing looked at Wuxi, why do you think so? Wuxi said softly, because Yi Xian clearly doesn't know what this forbidden area is. Moreover, I've investigated him. It's his first time in the fifth dimension, and he's never been to the heavenly demon tribe. Therefore, he can't be related to the sword sect. Ren Pingxing nodded, no matter what, we must get that study room. Wuxi nodded. In fact, he didn't want to be enemies with Yi Xian, but that study room was crucial to the heavenly demon tribe. It was the key item that could protect the heavenly demon tribe against the fifth dimension calamity. The fifth dimension calamity was too terrifying. Without that study room, the number of heavenly demon tribe survivors could be counted on one hand. For survival, at this moment, Ren Pingxing suddenly said, "Let's go." Wuxi nodded. As the two were about to enter the sword sect, a white-haired elder suddenly appeared in front of him. Ren Pingxing narrowed his eyes when he saw the white-haired elder. There was a hint of seriousness and fear in his eyes. He had fought with this white-haired old man before, so he knew very well how powerful this white-haired old man was. Wuxi glanced at the white-haired elder and said, "You are." At this moment, a sword suddenly rushed out from the sword box behind the white-haired old man. A sword light instantly killed Wuxi. The speed of the sword caused Wuxi and Wuxi's expressions to instantly change. Wuxi raised his arm to block. Boom! Wuxi was instantly sent flying several hundred feet away. Practically at the same time, Ren Pingxing was also sent flying several hundred feet away by a sword light. At this moment, both Wuxi and Lin Fan's faces turned serious. This white-haired old man's strength was even stronger than the two of them imagined. Ren Pingxing looked at the white-haired elder and said, "Sir, the two of us have no intention of becoming enemies with you." The white-haired old man glanced at Ren Pingxing and his companion. "Are you here for him?" Ren Pingxing nodded. "That's right. Your Excellency, the two of us are only looking for that Xian. How dare you?" The white-haired old man suddenly shouted angrily. In the next moment, a sword light appeared in front of Ren Pingxing without any warning. Ren Pingxing's pupils constricted. A spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and he thrust it forward with all his might. Boom! Ren Pingxing was sent flying again. Not only that, but the sword light also shattered his spear. At this moment, a wave of black light suddenly engulfed the sword light. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded from within the black light. In the distance, the white-haired old man turned to look at Wuxi. Wuxi said in a low voice, "Your Excellency, do you know that Xian?" The white-haired old man looked at Wuxi. "How dare you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly put his palms together. In an instant, an illusory sword instantly appeared above his head. At the instant that sword appeared, the expressions of the white-haired old man and Wuxi had instantly become solemn. The white-haired old man suddenly shouted angrily, "Slash!" As soon as he finished speaking, the sword above his head suddenly shot through the air. The space in the area was torn apart inch by inch. This sword was capable of destroying heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Ren Pingxing suddenly said, "Let's join forces." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Wuxi charged forward. Rumble! Suddenly, an explosion resounded like a thunderclap through the heavens and the earth. In midair, Ren Pingxing and Wuxi retreated repeatedly, and they moved 3 kilometers back. Both of them had even more solemn expressions on their faces when they stopped moving. The white-haired old man was about to attack again when a voice suddenly resounded from afar, "Forget it." The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment when he heard this voice, and then he moved aside. Wuxi and Ren Pingxing looked in the direction of the sword sect. There was a woman standing in the air above the sword sect's hall, and she had a smile on her face. Wuxi spoke in a low voice, "May I know who you are?" The woman smiled, "Both of you want to kill Xian?" Wuxi gazed at her, "You intend to protect him?" The woman shook her head, No. We won't protect him. He has nothing to do with us." Wuxi and Ren Pingxing were stunned when they heard this. Meanwhile, the woman continued, "I'm asking him to do something for me right now, and he'll leave once he's done. At that time, both of you can go kill him." Ren Pingxing and Wuxi glanced at each other, and there was a trace of bewilderment in their eyes. The white-haired old man glanced at his young miss and didn't dare speak. The woman suddenly smiled and said, "It's true. We have nothing to do with him. Both of you can leave. He'll leave immediately once he's done with me. At that time, both of you can go kill him." Wuxi hesitated for a moment and said, "Why don't you leave him to us right now?" The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, "Believe it or not, I'll kill both of you." Wuxi and Ren Pingxing's expressions instantly became unsightly when they heard this. Why does this woman suddenly change her attitude? Ren Pingxing intended to say something else when Wuxi spoke abruptly, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't give Ren Pingxing a chance to speak before he turned around and vanished on the spot. Ren Pingxing immediately chose to leave when he saw Wuxi leave. Without Wuxi, he couldn't even defeat the white-haired old man, let alone the mysterious woman who had just appeared. After the two of them left, the white-haired old man looked at the mysterious woman. "Young miss," the mysterious woman smiled and said, "I know what you want to say, but I have to tell you that he has to solve his own problem." The white-haired old man said, "What if he can't solve it?" The mysterious woman smiled slightly and turned around to leave. Below, a trace of a smile appeared on the white-haired old man's face. At the sword catacomb, Xian was still communicating with the swordsman. At first, he just listened and asked questions when he didn't understand. It didn't take long before he began to communicate with the swordsman. After all, he was an ordinary sword practitioner, and his attainment in sword principle was not low. During this period, Xian's sword principle knowledge had grown at a terrifying rate. Not only that, but he had also come into contact with countless sword principles and expanded his knowledge. During this period, Xian had learned to the point where he forgot himself. At the entrance to the forbidden area of Heavenly Demon City, Ren Pingxing stared at Wuxi. "Why should we retreat?" Wuxi said softly, "Can you defeat that mysterious woman?" Ren Pingxing was silent. Wuxi said again, "That woman's strength is unfathomable." Ren Pingxing said gloomily, "Are we just going to give up?" Wuxi said, "Didn't she say that she has nothing to do with Xian?" Ren Pingxing was silent. Wuxi said, "I'm afraid that woman is also using Xian. Anyway, we just need to wait for Xian to come out. Of course, if the sect master can find a strong expert to help us, we can fight our way in. Without the help of a strong expert, I'm afraid that the two of us are no match for her." Ren Pingxing said in a low voice, "We can't trust that woman." Wuxi looked at Ren Pingxing. "What do you want to do?" Ren Pingxing slowly closed his eyes. "No matter how strong that woman is, she can't be stronger than a sovereign. We just need to find 2 more sovereigns, and the 4 of us will be able to suppress the 2 from the sword sect." Wuxi shook his head. "It won't be easy." Ren Pingxing suddenly opened his eyes. "I'll find them." Hearing this, Wuxi suddenly looked up at Ren Pingxing. Ren Pingxing said in a low voice, "One more thing. Why don't we let Xian come out himself?" Wuxi frowned. "Let him come out himself?" At this point, he seemed to have thought of something and paused for a moment. "You mean, against the Worldwide Academy?" Ren Pingxing said, "I'll find someone to help him. If the mysterious woman and the old man really don't help him, then it's fine. If they help him, then we'll fight them." With that, he disappeared. In the field, Wuxi's face was gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. In the sword catacomb, the mysterious woman walked into the sword catacomb. She looked at Xian, who was talking to the swordsman in the distance, with a faint smile on her face. Xian had been studying here for several days. During these days, Xian did not sleep or rest. Just like that, another few days passed. On this day, Xian suddenly sat down with his legs crossed. After a while, his whole body was in meditation. The swordsman did not disappear. They were all there watching Xian. The mysterious woman did not leave either. She looked at Xian in the distance, thinking about something. Time passed slowly. About 3 days later, Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a flash of sword light. Seeing this, the mysterious woman's lips curled up slightly. At this moment, Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up. Boom, a powerful sword intent suddenly swept out from his body, and the sky was like a tornado that shook the heavens and the earth. Xian greedily took a deep breath. He slowly clenched his hands, and an illusory sword suddenly condensed above his head. The sword essence soared into the sky. At this moment, the mysterious woman walked to Xian's side. She glanced at Xian and asked, "How do you feel?" Xian took another deep breath and said, "I feel very good." The mysterious woman smiled. "You still need to go through a thorough absorption process. However, this process can't be rushed. It has to be done slowly." Xian nodded. He was about to speak when the space in front of him suddenly trembled. A moment later, Yi Xian frowned deeply. The mysterious woman asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "The Tao Protectors and Heavenly Demon City are going to target my friends." As he spoke, he looked at the mysterious woman. "Sister Shui, I'm going back." The mysterious woman blinked and smiled mischievously. "Do you need help?" Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Yes. I really need it." The mysterious woman smiled when she heard Yi Xian. "I'm just joking." Yi Xian was speechless. The mysterious woman smiled. "You're leaving?" "I'm leaving as well." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Sister Shui is leaving?" The mysterious woman glanced at the surroundings and nodded. "It's time to leave as well." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. "Where are you going, Sister Shui?" The mysterious woman smiled. "It's time to go back." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Back to where?" The mysterious woman smiled. "Why do you have so many questions?" Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. "I'm just curious." The mysterious woman grinned. "Curiosity kills you most of the time." Yi Xian said, "Sister Shui, will we meet again in the future?" The mysterious woman smiled. "Yes. Definitely." Yi Xian smiled. "Why?" The mysterious woman smiled. "See, you're asking again." Yi Xian was speechless. The mysterious woman glanced at Yi Xian and spoke softly. "Take good care of yourself. Cultivate well. Fight by our side in the future." Yi Xian nodded. A trace of reluctance suddenly arose in his heart. For some reason, even though he hadn't known the mysterious woman for long, he felt that she was very close, and he felt that she wouldn't harm him. It was a very strange feeling. At this moment, the mysterious woman suddenly glanced at the swordsman behind Yi Xian and spoke softly. "I'll give you a gift." Yi Xian asked. "A mysterious gift?" The mysterious woman's lips curled up slightly, and her smile was slightly mischievous. Endless underground city, within the pawnshop. Xiao Dao was snoring behind the counter. After some time, Xiao Dao suddenly raised her head, and her brows furrowed slightly. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked into the pawnshop. It was the Heavenly Fiend clan leader, Wuxi. Wuxi glanced at Xiao Dao and spoke softly. "Miss Xiao Dao." Xiao Dao smiled and asked, "What's up?" Wuxi asked in a deep voice, "Miss Xiao Dao, do you know Yi Xian's true background?" Xiao Dao nodded. "I know." Wuxi bowed slightly and said, "Please enlighten me, Miss Xiao Dao." Xiao Dao smiled, "This question is very expensive." Wuxi hesitated for a moment and said, "What does Miss Xiao Dao need?" Xiao Dao shook his head. "It's not about what I need, but what you have." Wuxi pulled out a storage ring and placed it on the counter. Xiao Dao glanced at it before shaking his head. After a moment of silence, Wuxi took out another storage ring and placed it on the counter. However, Xiao Dao still shook his head. Wuxi frowned. "So expensive?" Xiao Dao smiled and said, "It's all right." Wuxi said in a deep voice, "Miss Xiao Dao, can you do me a favor?" Xiao Dao looked at Wuxi. "Your favor is worthless." It was very direct. Wuxi's expression instantly became unsightly. "That's not giving me any face at all," Xiao Dao smiled. "Patriarch Wuxi, if there's nothing else, then please leave." Wuxi sighed softly. "Miss Xiao Dao, according to what I know, you have a close relationship with Yi Xian." This time, Xiao Dao suddenly interrupted Wuxi, "I know the objective of you and the Dao Master. You've come here to kill Yi Xian. I can tell you clearly that even though I have a good relationship with Yi Xian, I won't go against my principles and help him." Wuxi spoke in a low voice, "Who exactly is that woman behind him?" Xiao Dao shook his head and smiled, "This question is even more expensive than the previous one." "Are you sure you want to ask that?" Wuxi shook his head slightly. "Miss Xiao Dao, I'm afraid the Sky Devil tribe doesn't have what you need." Xiao Dao chuckled, "All right. I'll give you something for free. Leave now and go back to your Sky Devil city to stay." Wuxi frowned slightly, "Why?" Xiao Dao shook his head and sighed, "You see, I told you to leave, but you won't be satisfied. Since you're not satisfied, why ask me?" Wuxi was silent. Xiao Dao did not speak either. She picked up an ancient book and began to read. In the pawnshop, after a moment of silence, Wuxi said, "Sorry to disturb you." With that, he turned and disappeared. In the pawnshop, Xiao Dao shook his head. No one knew what he was thinking. At the Worldwide Academy. Under the leadership of the headmaster and Zhang Wenxiu, the Worldwide Academy had completely recovered. Not only that, under the headmaster's call, many tutors who had left the academy returned to the academy. The Worldwide Academy could be said to be thriving. In a courtyard, the headmaster and Zhang Wenxiu sat opposite each other. The headmaster picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Then he said, "Recently, I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen." Zhang Wenxiu looked at the headmaster. "Is it because of him?" The female headmaster nodded. "Ever since we were with him, the fate of the academy and our fates have become inseparable from him." Zhang Wenxiu was silent. The female headmaster smiled. "During this period, I have investigated many things." Zhang Wenxiu looked at the female headmaster. The female headmaster said, "This is a chaotic era. Super powerhouses and super forces from different eras are gathered in this era. This is definitely not a good thing." Zhang Wenxiu said calmly, "We will deal with it when it comes." The female headmaster smiled. "You are optimistic." Zhang Wenxiu was just about to speak. Right at this moment, she suddenly raised her head to look towards the sky, and a shapeless pressure had suddenly swept down from the sky above the Myriad Dimension Academy. The female headmaster said softly, "Look at my intuition." Zhang Wenxiu dodged with her right foot and her whole body turned into a spear radiance that shot up into the sky. Now, Zhang Wenxiu's strength surpassed that of the female headmaster. This was because she had the spear that the old blacksmith had forged for her and the power of her own bloodline. In the sky, Zhang Wenxiu suddenly stopped. This was because at this moment, the force was many times stronger than before. A cold light flashed in Zhang Wenxiu's eyes and the long spear in her hand stabbed forward. Chi, a spear radiance pierced the sky. Boom, the invisible force was directly pierced by the spear. At this moment, a shadow suddenly rushed towards Zhang Wenxiu. Boom, Zhang Wenxiu suddenly fell from the sky. When she landed on the ground, the entire ground exploded and became a pitch-black abyss. Zhang Wenxiu looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing in the sky. This man was the Taoist master of Tendo City, Ren Pingxing. Ren Pingxing looked at Zhang Wenxiu. "You're quite interesting." Zhang Wenxiu looked at Ren Pingxing. "Who are you?" Ren Pingxing said, "Taoist master." Zhang Wenxiu frowned. "Protector?" Ren Pingxing nodded. "Yes." Zhang Wenxiu smiled. "Your real target is Yixian, right?" Ren Pingxing said, "Yes." Zhang Wenxiu smiled. "Why don't you go and find him directly?" Ren Pingxing said softly, "He's not coming out." Zhang Wenxiu nodded slightly. "I understand." Clearly, the other party wanted to use the Worldwide Academy to force Yixian to show himself. But where did this guy go? In the sky, Ren Pingxing looked down at the Worldwide Academy with a complicated look in his eyes. This was the academy founded by the Prophet. Ren Pingxing had some respect for the Prophet. He had gone to the Tendo Galaxy many years ago. Although he had almost destroyed the Tendo Galaxy, Ren Pingxing could not bring himself to hate the Prophet. The Prophet was a man worthy of respect. At this moment, Wuxi suddenly appeared. Wuxi looked down and said, "Is Yixian not going to show himself yet?" Ren Pingxing said, "He will show himself." Then, he opened his right palm and pressed down lightly. Boom, an invisible force suddenly swept down from the sky. Zhang Wenxiu's face darkened at the sight of this force. If this force were to fall, the entire Worldwide Academy would be razed to the ground. It was too powerful. A ferocious look flashed in Zhang Wenxiu's eyes. She held the spear in her right hand and shot up into the sky. A spear light exploded from the tip of the spear. Kaboom, the entire sky trembled violently. Ren Pingxing looked at the spear in Zhang Wenxiu's hand and said softly, "That's a good spear. Unfortunately, it's not enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly smashed his fist down. Boom, an enormous fist swept down from the sky. Zhang Wenxiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she tossed the spear up into the sky. Hiss, the spear tore through the air and pierced the sky. It didn't take long for the spear to strike the fist. Kaboom, the spear shook violently, and then it cracked apart and fell from the sky. However, the fist had cracked open into a spider web as well. Zhang Wenxiu reached out with her right hand and grabbed the falling spear. However, Zhang Wenxiu's expression changed drastically as soon as she did. Boom, the space around Zhang Wenxiu was instantly obliterated. At the same time, a wisp of blood flowed out of her mouth. She was heavily injured. Zhang Wenxiu looked up at Ren Pingxing in the sky. Her expression was extremely solemn. The person in front of her was not someone she could defeat. In the sky, Ren Pingxing looked down at Zhang Wenxiu. He was about to strike again when a voice suddenly came from the side. "You're looking for me?" Ren Pingxing turned to look. Not far away, a man was walking slowly toward him. It was Yixian. Zhang Wenxiu looked at the approaching Yixian. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and felt relieved. This guy had finally appeared. Yixian walked up to Zhang Wenxiu and wiped the blood from the corner of Zhang Wenxiu's mouth. Then, he took out a drop of the super spring of life and fed it to Zhang Wenxiu. "I'll wipe out his entire family for hurting my woman. I, Yixian, will wipe out his entire family." Zhang Wenxiu looked at Yixian without saying a word. At this time, Ren Pingxing looked at Yixian. "You've changed." Yixian turned to look at Ren Pingxing and smiled. "Have I become more handsome?" Ren Pingxing said calmly, "Yixian, I'll give you one last chance. I can spare your life, but you must hand over Xiao Ta and the Universal Library. Hand them over, and the two of us will immediately return to Tendo Galaxy." Yixian was silent. Ren Pingxing said again, "This is your last chance. Don't make a mistake." Yixian smiled. "What if I don't agree?" Ren Pingxing looked at Yixian. "Then, you can call the undefeatable arrow behind you now. Or." Then, he smiled. "Or, the woman in the plain dress behind you. P.S. Why are there so few monthly votes?" Hearing Ren Pingxing's words, Zhang Wenxiu, who was standing next to Yixian, suddenly became solemn. Why would Ren Pingxing say that? It was simple. They had the confidence. They had come to find Yixian this time, clearly prepared for anything. Thinking of this, Zhang Wenxiu turned to look at Yixian with a hint of worry in her eyes. Yixian did not pay attention to Ren Pingxing. Instead, he turned around and said with a smile, "Miss Daoist." As soon as he spoke, a woman appeared in the space where he was looking. The person who came was little Daoist. Seeing Xiao Dao, Ren Pingxing and Wuxi's expressions darkened. If Xiao Dao was helping Yixian, then things would be very, very troublesome. As if knowing what Ren Pingxing and Wuxi were thinking, Xiao Dao suddenly smiled. "Don't think too much, I'm here purely to watch the show, that's all. You fight your battles, I'll watch mine." Ren Pingxing glanced at Xiao Dao. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Yixian suddenly looked at Wuxi and smiled. "Senior Wuxi, I, Yixian, will remember your help that day. If you leave now, I, Yixian, will still be good friends with the Heavenly Fiend clan." Wuxi looked at Yixian. "Friend Yi, if you're willing to hand over the World Prison Pagoda and the study, the Heavenly Fiend clan will not be your enemy." Yixian smiled. He opened his palm and the universal study appeared in his hand. He looked at Ren Pingxing and Wuxi in the sky. "The study is right here, come and get it." Ren Pingxing narrowed his eyes at Yixian's words. Fearless, at this moment, Ren Pingxing and Wuxi were even more cautious. At this moment, Ren Pingxing suddenly said, "Let's attack together." As soon as he spoke, he and Wuxi disappeared on the spot. The two of them joined forces. Obviously, the two of them wanted to kill Yixian with a single strike. At this moment, a white-haired elder suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. Two sword beams suddenly soared into the sky from the sword box behind the white-haired elder. Buzz, two sword cries shook the world. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, Ren Pingxing and Wuxi retreated thousands of feet. Seeing this white-haired elder, Wuxi and Ren Pingxing, who had stopped, suddenly looked terrible. This person was none other than the old swordsman from the mysterious forbidden area. In the distance, Xiao Dao looked at the white-haired old man. No one knew what he was thinking. The white-haired old man looked at Ren Pingxing and Wuxi in the sky and his eyes were filled with disdain. "How dare you ants dream of killing my young master?" Young master. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. Yixian was also stunned. He looked at the white-haired old man. Old Gu. Young master? Old Gu glanced at Xian, and then he hesitated for a moment before he said, "You're the younger brother of the young miss, so you should be the young master." Xian blinked. Is that even possible? Old Gu paid no attention to Xian. He raised his head to look at Renpingxing and Wuxi while a wisp of disdain arose on the corners of his mouth. How dare ants like you think of killing my young master? What a delusion. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly dodged with his right leg. Bang! In front of everyone's eyes, a sword light soared into the sky. Renpingxing and Wuxi's expressions were extremely solemn. The strength of this old swordsman was extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, he called Xian young master. A bad feeling arose in Wuxi's heart. However, he had no way out now. He didn't have the time to think because the ray of light had already slashed down towards him. Meanwhile, Renpingxing spoke abruptly. Keep him busy. As soon as he finished speaking, Renpingxing charged towards Xian. Wuxi's expression changed. Keep him busy? Would he be able to keep him busy? Not daring to be careless, Wuxi roared angrily and put his palms together. A gigantic heavenly demon statue suddenly appeared behind him. The next moment, the heavenly demon statue slammed its palm against the ray of light. Bang! A deafening explosion suddenly sounded in the sky. At this moment, Renpingxing had already arrived above Xian's head. Xian was about to strike when the ray of light instantly appeared in front of Renpingxing. Bang! Renpingxing returned to his original position. In the sky, a pitch-black crack that was hundreds of feet long had appeared out of nowhere. It had been created by a sword. Renpingxing looked down at old Gu with an extremely solemn expression. This old man's strength was too terrifying. Renpingxing and Wuxi's expressions were extremely ugly. This old swordsman could not be held back by one person. Renpingxing suddenly turned to look up into the sky. Master! An old man suddenly appeared in the sky. Xiao Dao gazed at the old man and frowned slightly. You're the previous Dao Lord, Mo Shuzi. Mo Shuzi gazed at Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, you're still as elegant as ever since we last met. Xiao Dao smiled. Why didn't you continue your closed-door cultivation? Why have you come out to join in the fun? Mo Shuzi shook his head while a trace of confusion could be seen in his eyes. It's impossible for me to attain the legendary self-release realm in my lifetime. As he spoke, he gazed down at the white-haired old man. I'll keep him busy. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Old Gu's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he opened his right hand, one with the world. As soon as he finished speaking, an illusory sword suddenly appeared above him, and then he suddenly became one with the sword. Bang! A sword howl shook the heavens and the earth. Bang! In the sky, Missouri Shuzi was suddenly blasted back into the void. The expressions of Renpingxing and the others became unsightly once more when they witnessed this scene. Mo Shuzi gazed down at old Gu. What a formidable swordsman. As he spoke, he gazed at Wuxi. Join forces with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Wuxi vanished on the spot. Old Gu frowned slightly, and then he turned around to look at Xian. Young master, watch out. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took off the sword chest on his back, and then he slapped his palm against it. Bang! In an instant, countless rays of light surged out explosively from within the sword chest, and then the entire sky was instantly covered in countless rays of light. Rumble! Rumble! Numerous explosions resounded incessantly in the sky while Renpingxing had arrived above Xian, and then he suddenly smashed his fist down. However, Xian leaped up and raised his sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Xian was pushed over 1 kilometer back while Renpingxing was pushed over 100 m back as well. After he stopped, Renpingxing was stunned for a moment, and then he gazed at Xian. How could this be possible? Your sword? At that moment, he realized that Xian was much stronger than before. Previously, Xian could not fight back against him, but now, the current Xian could fight against him. And how young was Xian? He was too much of a monster. Just as Renpingxing was about to attack, Xian suddenly took out a shield. Sumeru shield. Xian looked at Renpingxing. Come on. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Renpingxing. Renpingxing narrowed his eyes and swung his palm down. In the distance, Xian raised the shield in his left hand and blocked it. Bang! Xian and his shield retreated hundreds of meters in an instant. However, he managed to withstand Renpingxing's strength. After all, he not only had the Sumeru shield, but he also had the torch dragon armor. Ren Pingxing was about to attack again when he suddenly turned to look at the sky. There, the ancient figure had firmly suppressed Wuxi and Mo Wuzi. Seeing this, Ren Pingxing's expression darkened. He knew that Moxuzi and Wuxi would not be able to hold out for long. At this thought, Ren Pingxing looked at Yixian and said fiercely, "Then let us all perish together." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly blasted a palm into the sky. Bang! A huge pitch-black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, and within that black hole was a teleportation portal. Soon, powerful auras suddenly emerged from the black hole. Seeing this, Yixian frowned. The other party was going to teleport all the cultivators from the Tendo Galaxy here. They were going to gang up on him. Yixian was silent for a moment. He opened his palm and a teleportation talisman appeared in his hand. He immediately crushed the talisman. Bang! Behind Yixian, a huge teleportation portal suddenly appeared. Soon, a powerful aura appeared and an elder walked out. This person was the sect leader of the Tai sect, Yuan Yi. Seeing Yixian, Yuan Yi nodded slightly. "Young friend Yi." Yixian said, "Senior Yuan Yi, I need the Tai sect's help." Yuan Yi glanced at Ren Pingxing in the sky and frowned. "Sect leader." Ren Pingxing also looked at Yuan Yi. "Tai sect." Yuan Yi was silent. Ren Pingxing said in a low voice, "Sect leader Yuan Yi, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please do not interfere." Yuan Yi smiled. "You must be joking." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm and a token arrow suddenly disappeared. In an instant, a powerful aura emerged from the teleportation portal behind Yixian. Seeing this, Ren Pingxing narrowed his eyes. "Is it worth it for the Tai sect to do this for Yixian?" Yuan Yi shook his head. "One must keep his word." As soon as he finished speaking, countless cultivators from the Tai sect appeared behind him. It could be said that the Tai sect had sent out all of their cultivators. At this time, the cultivators from the Tendo Galaxy also appeared. In terms of lineup and numbers, the Tai sect was inferior to the Tendo Galaxy. In the sky, Ren Pingxing looked at Yuan Yi. "Sect leader Yuan Yi, I'll give you one last chance. Leave with the Tai sect now and I'll pretend that nothing happened." Yuan Yi was silent. At this time, just as Yixian was about to speak, Yuan Yi smiled and said, "If I leave now, I really won't be able to keep my face." Ren Pingxing nodded. "If that's the case, then the Tai sect will be buried with Yixian." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Yixian below. "Kill." In the sky, countless cultivators from the Tendo Galaxy swooped down. Yuan Yi's expression turned ferocious. "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly dodged with his right foot and shot up into the sky. Behind him were countless cultivators from the Tai sect. Yixian turned to look at Gugu, who was not far away. At this time, Gu Lai was firmly suppressing Moxuzi and Wuxi, but it was still difficult for Gugu to kill these two people. The Tai sect was no match for the Tendo Galaxy. Yixian looked up at the sky. At this time, there were already cultivators from the Tai sect who had fallen. In the sky, Ren Pingxing suddenly swooped down. His target was Yixian, and beside him were two super cultivators from the city of Tendo. Obviously, he wanted to kill Yixian as soon as possible. At this time, the distant sky suddenly split open, and then, a group of white-robed cultivators with swords rushed out. Great Wilderness Kingdom. Yixian was stunned when he saw the fighters from the Kingdom of Great Wilderness. Arrow was here, but he didn't see Arrow. With the appearance of the 100 people, the situation was reversed. These 100 white-robed fighters were too powerful, each of them could fight 10 people at once. Ren Pingxing's expression darkened when he saw the 100 people. What he was worried about had happened. With the intervention of the Kingdom of Great Wilderness, it meant that Arrow was openly on Yixian's side. There was no way out. Ren Pingxing turned to look at Wuxi, who was not far away. "Call your people over." In the distance, Wuxi, who was fighting with Elder Gu, suddenly stopped. He looked to the other side, and after a moment of silence, he waved his right hand. The space behind him split open, and soon, countless fighters from the Heavenly Fiend clan flew out. In an instant, the entire worldwide academy was filled with demons. In the sky, Ren Pingxing looked down at Yixian. "Yixian, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to hand it over or not? If not, countless people will die because of you today. Below, Xian slowly closed his eyes. Boom, all of a sudden, countless sword essences surged out of Xian's body. Gradually, the space around Xian became turbulent like boiling water. In the sky, Renpingxing's eyes narrowed, and his expression gradually turned ferocious. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. With that, his body gradually became illusory, and a blood-red flame suddenly appeared around him. With the appearance of this flame, the temperature of the entire world suddenly rose, and it became hotter and hotter, as if it was about to burn the world. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Xian's mind. Hellfire, the hellfire refined by Tendo to maintain the order of time. This fire is the nemesis of souls, don't be careless. Xian looked at Yuani in the distance. It was Yuani who had just spoken. Xian nodded slightly, his right hand quietly holding the executing heaven sword. In the sky, Renpingxing suddenly roared, "Die!" As soon as he finished speaking, the flames around him suddenly swept down from the sky. Pist 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 pist, wherever the flame passed, the space was annihilated. The experts in the surroundings fled in all directions to avoid the flames because they were too strong. The flame itself was extremely powerful, and with a sovereign realm expert controlling it, its might could be said to be capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Clearly, Renpingxing wanted to kill Xian. Down below, Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, Zhang Wenxiu suddenly appeared next to him. Xian turned his head to look at Zhang Wenxiu. Zhang Wenxiu said calmly, "Is there a problem?" Xian smiled. "Do you want to die with me?" Zhang Wenxiu looked at Xian. "Can you block it?" The corners of Xian's mouth curled up. He dodged with his right foot and shot into the sky. When he was in the sky, the smile in Xian's eyes widened. His Sumeru shield suddenly disappeared. Not only did the Sumeru shield disappear, but the torch dragon armor also disappeared. Only his physical body was left. Renpingxing frowned when he saw this. What was Xian trying to do? At this moment, a powerful aura of death suddenly appeared around Xian. The moment this aura of death appeared, the flame immediately engulfed Xian. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked when they witnessed this scene, but it wasn't long before they were stunned once more, because Xian was completely unscathed within the flame. Not only was he completely unscathed, but he was also smiling. Renpingxing's pupils shrank when he saw this. How is this possible? Within the flame, Xian had a faint smile on his face. Undying form, in the face of Renpingxing's strongest attack, Xian did not dare to be careless. He immediately activated his undying form. In fact, he had been very worried in the beginning because he was not sure if his undying form could block the karmic fire. After all, the karmic fire was too powerful. Fortunately, his undying form was very strong. He did not feel anything when the karmic fire burned him. Xian suddenly slashed with his sword. Boom, the karmic fire was repelled by his sword. At the same time, Xian rushed to Renpingxing and slashed with his sword. Renpingxing's mouth curled up ferociously. "Let's see how much of a monster you are." With that, he charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Before Xian's sword could reach his head, his fist had already landed on Xian's abdomen. Bang, Xian retreated thousands of meters in an instant, but he was completely unharmed. Not only that, but a black aura appeared on Renpingxing's right fist. It was the aura of death, and the aura of death was madly devouring his hand. Renpingxing frowned slightly. "Is Xian alright?" In the distance, Xian was also a little stunned. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he had used his undying form. At first, he had some doubts about his undying form, but now, he had no doubts at all. He was invincible for a short period of time. Of course, at this moment, he also realized that there were strong and weak sovereigns. Arrow's strength was definitely far superior to Renpingxing's, because his intuition told him that his undying form was ineffective against Arrow. Without hesitation, Xian charged at Renpingxing. At this moment, he was invincible. Seeing Xian charging at him, Renpingxing narrowed his eyes. He opened his palm, and the karmic fire gathered in his palm. In the next moment, he disappeared, and at the same time a flame instantly engulfed Xian. Rumble, a powerful burning force directly burned the space around Xian into nothingness. However, Xian was still unharmed. It was as if the flame did not burn him at all. Seeing this, Ren Pingxing's expression became even more unsightly. He knew that Yi Xian's physical body was extremely strong, and had reached the immortal realm. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's physical body was not just strong, it was invincible. Even the karmic fire could not hurt him. What kind of physical body was this? Ren Pingxing's heart was full of doubts. At this moment, Yi Xian charged at him again. This time, Yi Xian used the wings of the demon, and his speed could be said to have reached his limit. Ren Pingxing did not dodge. He punched at Yi Xian's abdomen. His speed was faster than Yi Xian's, and he punched Yi Xian's head first. Yi Xian was sent flying again, but the moment he was sent flying, Ren Pingxing's sword slashed at Ren Pingxing's head. Chi, a faint sound of slicing resounded. A faint sword mark appeared on Ren Pingxing's head. His physical body was not as strong as Yi Xian's. Moreover, Yi Xian's sword was the strengthened version of the executing heaven sword. However, Yi Xian was usually fine after taking a punch from him head-on. Ren Pingxing wiped off the blood on his forehead, and then he looked at Yi Xian. He was about to attack again when the howl of a sword resounded from afar. He turned around and saw Mo Shuzi being pushed back by Gugu's attack. At this moment, Mo Shuzi's body was covered in sword marks. Mo Shuzi was still fine, but Wuxi was in a worse state. His heavenly demon clone had been slashed into pieces, and even his right arm had been severed. At this moment, Mo Shuzi and Wuxi were unable to suppress Gugu. Meanwhile, Gugu turned around to look at Ren Pingxing with an icy cold gaze. A sword suddenly shot into the sky from the sword chest on his back. Chi, a ray of sword light instantly slashed towards Ren Pingxing. Ren Pingxing's expression changed drastically, and he waved his right hand, causing flames to drown the ray of sword light. Bang! The ray of sword light was incinerated into nothingness by the karmic fire. Just as Gugu was about to attack again, Ren Pingxing suddenly looked up. What are you waiting for? After a moment of silence, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. In the next moment, an eerie aura emanated from it, and soon, an afterimage had arrived above Gugu's head. Gugu drew his sword and slashed. Buzz, the howl of the sword shook the heavens and earth. Rumble, with a loud explosion, Gugu and the afterimage retreated rapidly. When the afterimage stopped, everyone saw its true appearance. It was a man. His entire body was illusory, and a strange black aura floated around him. Yi Xian looked at the man and frowned. Who was this? Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Xiao Dao not far away. Xiao Dao smiled and said, his name is Saint Tianhua, an expert from the Tendo Galaxy. He is from the same generation as Lin Lang, and he was one of the founders of the Dao Protectors. There were 3 people who founded the Dao Protectors back then. No, strictly speaking, the other 2 were Lin Lang's followers. Saint Tianhua glanced at Xiao Dao, and there was murderous intent in the depths of his eyes, but he dared not show it. There was no one who did not fear Xiao Dao. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, the Heavenly Fiend clan also has an old monster like him, right? Xiao Dao smiled and said, you guessed right. At this moment, Ren Pingxing suddenly looked at Wuxi and said angrily, Wuxi, are you still hiding your strength? If Yi Xian doesn't die, we'll all be doomed. Wuxi glanced at Yi Xian and his expression became extremely ugly. He never thought that the Heavenly Fiend clan and the Dao Protectors would not be able to kill Yi Xian. Wuxi did not think too much about it and suddenly looked up at the sky. He slowly closed his eyes and said, Ancestor, please. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly crushed a talisman in his right hand. Boom, the space above Wuxi's head suddenly split open, and soon, a powerful aura swept down from the sky. Then, a white-haired old man dressed in black robes slowly walked out. The moment the black-robed old man walked out, the world became illusory. Yi Xian's expression became solemn and he turned to look at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao smiled and said, Demon Emperor Daolis, the 2nd-generation ancestor of the Heavenly Fiend clan. You're very powerful. Demon Emperor Daolis glanced at Xiao Dao and said, Lady Xiao Dao is still as graceful as ever. Xiao Dao smiled and said, I won't get involved in your affairs. I'm just here to watch the show. After a moment of silence, Demon Emperor Daolis nodded slightly and dared not say anything else. When he was still a young man, he already knew that Xiao Dao was unfathomable, and he was still the same now. Demon Emperor Dallas collected his thoughts and turned to look at Saint Tianhua not far away. I never thought that we'd join forces. Saint Tianhua said calmly, let's cut the nonsense. Are you going to do it, or should I? Demon Emperor Dallas looked at Yixian below and said softly, this person is not to be underestimated. Let's not be careless. Let's attack together and not give him any chance. Saint Tianhua thought about it and nodded. All right. As soon as he finished, all the experts in the sky charged down. Below, Yixian's eyes narrowed slightly. They're going to play with their lives. At that moment, Elder Gu suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. He looked at the experts in the sky and sneered, do you think my sword sect has no one? As soon as he finished, he opened his palm and a small token suddenly shot into the sky. The next moment, the token disappeared into the space. In an unknown star field, several sword lights suddenly cut through the space, shuttling through the endless star field. Not far away, Xiao Dao said softly, the number 1 force of the 5th dimension, is going to appear in such a way? P.S. This year is not peaceful. Everyone, be careful and don't run around. There are many. Elder Gu was calling for reinforcements. It had to be said that Yixian was a little confused because he did not expect Elder Gu to call for reinforcements. Who was he calling for, Sister Shui? Yixian shook his head, thinking that it was unlikely. Because Sister Shui had left, he knew that she had really left. If it was not Sister Shui, then there was only one possibility. Elder Gu was calling for someone from the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect. Was this mysterious force finally going to surface? Just when Ren Pingxing and the others were several dozen feet above Yixian's head, the space above the void suddenly split open, and 3 rays of sword light flashed out like lightning. Soon, 3 swordsmen appeared above Yixian's head. 3 men, the man in the lead was dressed in white and had a sword at his waist. As soon as he appeared, he did not waste any time and immediately drew his sword. Yixian's eyelids twitched when he saw this posture, sword drawing technique. The sword technique that the man in white displayed was the sword drawing technique, the same sword technique that the man in green had taught him all those years ago. The moment the man in white unsheathed his sword, buzz, the sound of the sword rose into the sky and pierced through the clouds. Boom, the Emperor of Diabolism who was at the forefront was pushed back thousands of meters by the sword, and at almost the same time, Saint Tianhua was also pushed back by a ray of sword light. Not only that, but at the moment when the 2 of them were pushed back, a ray of sword light suddenly shot into the sky. In an instant, dozens of bloody heads shot into the sky, and the entire sky was sprayed with blood like a fountain. Saint Tianhua and the Taoist Demon Emperor were dumbfounded when they saw that. Instant kill. In just a breath's time, dozens of super experts from both clans had fallen. Just this one attack alone could be said to be a great blow to both clans. Not only were Saint Tianhua and Demon Emperor Dallas stunned, but all the experts present were also stunned, including Yixian below. The 3 swordsmen who had just appeared were stronger than Elder Gu. Why did the sword sect have so many super experts? In the distant horizon, Xiao Dao glanced at the 3 swordsmen. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Elder Gu walked in front of the 3 swordsmen and bowed slightly. Senior Brother Liu, Senior Brother Li, Senior Brother Chen. The leading man in white smiled. I trust you've been well since we last met. Is the young lady well? Old Gu said, young miss has left. The man in white frowned. Leave? Is she in danger? Old man Gu shook his head. It's not that miss is in danger, but, as he spoke, he turned to look at Yixian, who was not far away. Seeing this, the 3 men in white turned to look at Yixian. When they saw Yixian, the 3 of them were stunned. At this moment, the white-robed man suddenly appeared in front of Yixian and grabbed Yixian's right hand. Before Yixian could react, a drop of blood essence shot out from the white-robed man's fingertip. The drop of blood essence floated in the air, red like fire. A short while later, the 3 of them had a strange look in their eyes. The white-robed man turned to look at Elder Gu. Elder Gu nodded. When the 3 of them saw this, their expressions softened when they looked at Yixian. The white-robed man smiled. Your sword Dao has entered the mortal realm? Yixian nodded. Yes. The white-robed man smiled. Not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at the sky. The Taoist Demon Emperor looked at the white-robed man with a solemn expression. Who are you? the white-robed man smiled. You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that those who offend the sword sect will be killed no matter how far they are. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shot into the sky. Seeing this scene, the Taoist demon emperor's expression changed drastically. He suddenly roared with rage, heavenly demon physique. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant heavenly demon statue that was thousands of zhang long suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as the giant heavenly demon statue appeared, the heavens and the earth suddenly darkened. The giant heavenly demon statue's eyes were like blood as an invisible pressure swept across the heavens and the earth. At this moment, everyone felt like doomsday had arrived. At this moment, the giant heavenly demon statue suddenly swung its fist. The fist blotted out the sky. If it landed, the entire ground would shatter. Facing the white-robed man, the Taoist demon emperor did not dare to be careless. At this moment, a sword gleam suddenly slashed at the giant heavenly demon statue's fist. Bang! In the eyes of the experts, the giant fist suddenly split open. Following this, the sword gleam pierced through the Taoist demon emperor's chest. Slash! Roar! The sound of something slicing and a cry of agony resounded in the heavens and earth at the same time. Following this, the giant heavenly demon statue gradually turned illusory, along with the Taoist demon emperor, Saint Tianhua and the others' faces darkened at the sight of this. A single slash. The Taoist demon emperor could not even take a single slash from the white-robed man. Who is he? In the air, the Taoist demon emperor glared at the white-robed man. Who are you? The white-robed man smiled and suddenly slashed with the sword in his right hand. Slash! The Taoist demon emperor's head was sent flying, and blood spurted out like a fountain. At this moment, Xianxia quickly released the soul-suppressing sword, which devoured the Taoist demon emperor's soul in a frenzy. To the soul-suppressing sword, such a powerful soul was a great supplement. The white-robed man turned his head to look at Saint Tianhua. Saint Tianhua said in a deep voice, "Sir, I, the protector, am under the protection of the heavens and Tendo." If you, the white-robed man shook his head. We are not afraid of any Tendo. After saying this, he shot into the sky. In the sky, Saint Tianhua's expression changed drastically. He stomped his right foot and said, "Heavenly sacred fist." As soon as he said this, he flipped his body upside down in the air and smashed his fist down. Boom! A giant illusory fist that was thousands of meters long suddenly appeared in the sky and crashed down. The power of this punch was even stronger than that of the Taoist demon giant statue from before. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the punch landed on the sword's aura. Boom! The sword's aura shook violently and paused for a moment, but in the next moment, the sword's aura shot into the sky and shattered the punch. At the same time, the sword's aura pierced through Saint Tianhua's chest. Slash! Blood splattered everywhere. Ren Pingxing and the other experts from Tendo City turned pale at the sight of this. Saint Tianhua looked at the white-robed man below, and blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. What a powerful sword, sir. As soon as he said this, his body became illusory. At this moment, Xianxia's soul-suppressing sword suddenly appeared above his head. Boom! The soul-suppressing sword instantly entered Saint Tianhua's head. In an instant, Saint Tianhua's soul was completely absorbed by the sword, and the sword's aura suddenly skyrocketed. The white-robed man glanced at the soul-suppressing sword and a trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Not a bad sword. The soul-suppressing sword trembled slightly as if it was responding. The man in white turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia hesitated. "Senior, are you from the sword sect?" The white-cloaked man nodded and smiled. "Sword sect's Lu Yunxian." Xianxia bowed slightly. "Thank you for your help, senior." Lu Yunxian smiled and said, "We're family, no need to stand on ceremony." "One of our own." Li Xian was stunned. Lu Yunxian asked again, "Aren't they on our side?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment before he said, "I don't think I've joined the sword sect." Lu Yunxian smiled. "But you have learned the sword sect's sword techniques, right?" Xianxia nodded. "That's true." Lu Yunxian grinned. "Don't dwell on it." As he spoke, he turned to look at Ren Pingxing and the others, and their expressions changed drastically when they saw Lu Yunxian look over. Meanwhile, Wuxi suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia, and he gazed at Xianxia. "My young friend Xianxia, can you give my Sky Devil race a chance?" Lu Yunxian turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. "No." Wuxi spoke solemnly, "If I die, then can you spare the Sky Devil race? Yi Xian gazed at Wuxi. No. Wuxi's expression instantly became ferocious, and a powerful aura swept out from within him. At the same time, his entire body suddenly started burning, self-destruct. He knew that if he wanted to kill Yi Xian and the swordsman, then he only had one chance, and that chance was to detonate himself. He'd chosen to detonate himself decisively because he knew that he would die if he didn't. If he chose to detonate himself, then perhaps he would be able to drag someone down with him. However, he'd underestimated the white-clothed man's strength. At the instant that Wuxi chose to detonate himself, a sword suddenly stabbed into the center of his forehead. As soon as the sword stabbed into him, the powerful energy within Wuxi's body was instantly suppressed by a powerful strand of sword intent. Wuxi roared madly with rage, and he wanted to release the powerful energy within his body. However, no matter what he did, that energy was firmly suppressed and couldn't charge out from within his body. At this moment, Wuxi felt despair. Wuxi gazed at Yi Xian. Please spare the members of the Sky Devil race. Yi Xian chuckled. Would you spare me if I lost? Would you spare me from the Worldwide Academy? Wuxi wanted to say something else, but Yi Xian suddenly said, You've chosen to be my enemy, and since you've chosen to be my enemy, then you must bear the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his sword. Hiss! Wuxi's head flew into the air. In the sky, Ren Pingxing suddenly said, Retreat. Retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tendo experts behind him fled. Yi Xian looked at Ren Pingxing. Ren Pingxing ran the fastest, and he directly entered the spatial teleportation formation. Right at this moment, Yi Xian was about to attack, but the white-clothed man by his side moved even faster. Hiss! A sword suddenly stabbed into the center of Ren Pingxing's forehead. Bang! Ren Pingxing's soul was obliterated. The white-clothed man pressed his fingers together lightly, and a sword shot through the sky. Bloody heads fell incessantly from the sky. All the experts in the surroundings were shocked when they witnessed this scene. The white-clothed man's strength is too formidable. In a short while, at least 10,000 heads fell, and blood poured down from the sky like a fountain. It was extremely bloody. However, there were still many who fled. The white-clothed man did not chase after them, but turned to look at the sky. In the distant horizon, there stood a woman. Yi Xian turned and saw the woman. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. This woman was none other than Arrow, so she had come. Yi Xian's heart warmed slightly. The white-clothed man looked at Arrow, and the next moment, he suddenly unsheathed his sword, and a ray of sword light cut through the sky, slashing at Arrow. In the distance, Arrow suddenly drew his sword and placed it against his throat. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. When Arrow placed his sword on his throat, Yi Xian was shocked. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The white-robed man's sword light disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the white-robed man's throat split open, and blood spurted out. Yi Xian was shocked. He looked at the white-robed man. The white-robed man retreated several thousand zhang. When the white-robed man stopped, he touched his throat and looked at Arrow. Arrow looked at Yi Xian and said, Let's go. With that said, she turned around and disappeared. The 100 white-robed experts with blades also followed closely behind and left. Yi Xian turned to look at the white-robed man. The white-robed man smiled and said, It's fine. She showed mercy. Hearing that, Yi Xian's heart relaxed. At the same time, he was shocked. Without a doubt, Arrow's strength was above the white-robed man. How strong was Arrow, Yi Xian had no idea. At this time, the white-robed man suddenly smiled and said, Junior brother, it's time for us to leave. Yi Xian looked at the white-robed man and asked, Senior brother, you're leaving? The white-robed man nodded. The three of us have important responsibilities. It's not good for us to stay here for long. Yi Xian hesitated and asked, Senior brother, where are you? The white-robed man smiled and said, Somewhere far away. We'll meet again in the future. With that said, he turned to old Gu and said, Junior brother Gu, take good care of junior brother. With that said, the three turned into 3 rays of sword light and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. They left. Yi Xian fell silent. Sword sect. Originally, he thought that the sword sect had declined. But now, it seemed that the sword sect had not declined. In fact, it was extremely strong. Just a few of them could beat up a sovereign realm expert. Right at this time, Zhang Wenxiu walked to Yi Xian's side and asked, "What should we do now?" Yi Xian said softly, "Kill them all." Zhang Wenxiu wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian looked at Zhang Wenxiu. "Wenxiu, we can't be merciful." With that, he looked up at Xiao Dao in the distance. "Miss Xiao Dao, I need to borrow your teleportation array." If he wanted to go to the Tendo Star Field, he would have to use the Xiao Dao's teleportation formation. Otherwise, with his strength, it would take him at least 10 years to reach there. Xiao Dao was silent. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Miss Xiao Dao, you won't stop me, will you?" Xiao Dao shook his head. "I didn't stop them from looking for you, so I won't stop you from looking for them." With that, she gently waved her lily-white hand and a teleportation array appeared in front of Yi Xian. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "What do you want to do?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "Miss Xiao Dao, what do you think?" Xiao Dao nodded slightly. "It's not as simple as you think." Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Dao said again, "Come to the pawnshop when you have time." With that, she disappeared. Yi Xian turned to look at Zhang Wenxiu. "Wait for me here." Zhang Wenxiu said, "Will you come back?" Yi Xian smiled. "Definitely." With that, he and Mr. Gu entered the teleportation formation. Soon, the two disappeared. At this moment, the headmaster appeared beside Zhang Wenxiu. He looked at the place where Yi Xian and Mr. Gu disappeared and said softly, "He won't let it go." Zhang Wenxiu nodded. There was a trace of worry in her eyes. In the pawnshop of the boundless underground city, Xiao Dao sat behind the counter and flipped through an ancient book. After a while, she shook her head and said softly, "Things are getting more and more serious." With that, she closed the ancient book. At this moment, a woman appeared in the pawnshop. A one-legged woman. Xiao Dao looked at the one-legged woman. "Why are you here again?" The one-legged woman said, "The sword sect?" Xiao Dao smiled. "You want to know about the sword sect?" The one-legged woman was silent. Xiao Dao smiled and handed the ancient book to the one-legged woman. After a while, the one-legged woman frowned deeply. Xiao Dao took the ancient book and said, "Surprised?" The one-legged woman was silent. Xiao Dao suddenly asked, "By the way, aren't you tired of staying here for so long?" The one-legged woman said calmly, "Aren't you the same?" Xiao Dao smiled. "I'm a little bored." The one-legged woman suddenly turned and left. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned and looked at Xiao Dao. "Is the sword sect the strongest power?" Xiao Dao nodded. "Yes." The one-legged woman was silent for a while and asked, "How strong is it?" Xiao Dao smiled. "Guess." The one-legged woman glanced at Xiao Dao. "Boring." With that, she turned and disappeared. In the pawnshop, Xiao Dao turned and walked behind the counter. She glanced at the ancient book on the counter with a gloomy expression. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, Xiao Dao stood up and left. Tendo Galaxy. Yi Xian and Mr. Gu arrived at Tendo Galaxy. In the sky above Tendo City, Yi Xian looked down expressionlessly. At this moment, Tendo City felt threatened. Countless Tendo powerhouses had gathered. However, there were only a few powerhouses left in Tendo City. Yi Xian saw two familiar figures in the crowd below. It was Tian Han and Tian Yin. At this moment, both of them were looking at Yi Xian as well. They were naturally aware of what had happened between Yi Xian, Tendo City, and the Sky Fiend clan. Without a doubt, Yi Xian was here to take revenge. Neither of them had expected that things would develop to this point. In the sky, Yi Xian withdrew his gaze and said, "Kill." Mr. Gu nodded. He transformed into a ray of light and charged down. An old man suddenly roared furiously when he saw Mr. Gu charging down. "Defend." As soon as he spoke, countless powerhouses of Tendo City charged into the sky. Tian Han and Tian Yen were about to attack as well. Right at this moment, Yi Xian appeared before them. Tian Han looked at Yi Xian. "Can you let Tendo City go?" At this moment, all the powerhouses of Tendo City were being slaughtered. In the entire city of Tendo, no one was Mr. Gu's match. He was a sovereign realm expert. Not to mention these people, even Saint Tianhua wouldn't be able to defeat Mr. Gu in a one-on-one battle. But now, there were no sovereign realm experts in the entire city of Tendo. Even rebirth realm experts were rare. Hearing Tianhan's words, Yi Xian shook his head. No. Tianhan's face sank. Stop. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "You want to save Tendo City?" Tianhan looked at Yi Xian. "What do you mean?" Yi Xian looked at Tianhan and said, "You will be the city lord of Tendo City." Tianhan frowned. "What do you mean?" Tianyan suddenly said, "He wants to control the star field of Tendo." Yi Xian looked at Tianyan. Tianyan said calmly, "If you don't want him to destroy Tiandao City, there's only one possibility, and that is for Tiandao City to have a different master, a master who listens to him." She looked at Yi Xian. "Am I right?" Yi Xian smiled. Yes. In fact, Tianyan was the best candidate. However, he didn't choose Tianyan because she was too scheming. Of course, the real reason was because he had a good impression of Tianhan. At this time, Tianhan suddenly said, "As long as I agree to be the city lord of Tendo City, will you stop the slaughter?" Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Tianhan said, "They won't listen to me." Yi Xian smiled. "I will kill whoever doesn't listen to me." Tianhan looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said, "Fine. I'll be the city lord of Tendo City." Yi Xian nodded, and then he turned around to look at Old Gu. "Old Gu, that's enough." Old Gu stopped. Countless experts of Tendo City gazed at Old Gu, and their eyes were filled with fear. Yi Xian glanced at them and said, "From this moment onward, Tianhan is the city lord of Tendo City. Is there anyone who doesn't agree with this?" No one dared to answer him. Yi Xian turned around to look at Tianhan. "If anyone in the city dares to disagree with you in the future, then tell me, and I'll kill them for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Tianhan fell silent. She knew that she couldn't leave Yi Xian. Because there were definitely many people in Tendo City who didn't agree with her. If Yi Xian wasn't there to suppress her, then she wouldn't be able to hold her position as the city lord. Simply speaking, if she wanted to save Tendo City, then she had to be the city lord, and she had to listen to Yi Xian. Because if she wasn't controlled by Yi Xian, then she wouldn't be able to hold her position as the city lord of Tiandao City. Right at this moment, Tianyan spoke abruptly, "This is already the best outcome." Tianhan looked at Tianyan, and Tianyan spoke softly, "If Big Sister hadn't formed that good karma with him, then Tendo City would have definitely suffered a massacre today." Tianhan fell silent. Tianyan spoke softly, "Let's look at it from another angle. Actually, this might not be a bad thing for our Tian family. The forces behind Yi Xian are so formidable, and it's a good thing for our Tian family to have him as our backing." Tianhan spoke in a low voice, "He glanced at you earlier. Actually, he should have chosen you." Tianyan shook her head, "He won't choose me." Tianhan asked, "Why?" Tianyan spoke softly, "My thoughts are deep, deeper than yours." Hearing this, Tianhan understood. At this moment, Tianyan spoke again, "He's making use of us, and we can also make use of him to strengthen the Tian family. Of course, if no one in our Tian family surpasses him in strength, then the primary position between us will always be him being the secondary." Saying that, she paused for a moment. "Of course, this isn't a bad thing." Tianhan nodded, "Indeed, it's not a bad thing." Saying that, she looked up at the sky, "Will the Heavenly Fiend clan surrender as well?" Tianyan did not speak. Soon, Yi Xian and Gugu arrived at Heavenly Demon City. At this moment, countless Heavenly Fiend clans powerhouses had gathered in Heavenly Demon City. Apart from that, there was a huge black array in the sky above Heavenly Demon City. That array was like a needle disc suspended above Heavenly Demon City. On top of Heavenly Demon City's city walls, there were countless Heavenly Fiend clans powerhouses. It could be said that all the powerhouses of the Heavenly Fiend clan had arrived. And the one leading them was Lin Mo. At this moment, Yi Xian and Gugu appeared in front of Lin Mo. Yi Xian looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo smiled, "Yi Xian, you're here for revenge." Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." Lin Mo smiled, "I know about what happened in Tendo City." Yi Xian smiled, "What's your choice?" Lin Mo looked at Yi Xian and smiled, "You're going to be disappointed. My Heavenly Fiend clan would rather die than surrender." Yi Xian nodded and turned to look at Gu Gu. "Massacre the city. Kill all the martial artists. P.S. I know I'm guilty and dare not speak further." Ancient Gu charged down when he heard Yi Xian, and an expanse of sword light descended. Bang! In an instant, a few dozen heads flew into the air. Suddenly, the formation in the sky above Sky Devil City started to revolve, and it didn't take long for an enormous beam of light to erupt from within it and blast towards Ancient Gu. Ancient Gu's face was emotionless as he pressed his fingers together and pointed downwards. A sword suddenly flew out from the sword chest on his back, and it slashed against the beam of light. Bang! An explosion resounded as the black ray of light shattered. At the same time, Ancient Gu slashed down once more. Hiss! The sword tore through the air and slashed directly at the disc needle formation. In an instant, the entire disc needle formation collapsed. The expressions of the countless experts of the Sky Devil race instantly became unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, who stood before Yi Xian, suddenly leaped up and blasted his palm towards Yi Xian. At the same time, the other two extraordinary experts of the Sky Devil race attacked in unison. Obviously, they intended to deal with Yi Xian first. Yi Xian's face was emotionless. He suddenly drew his sword when Lin Mo's group of three suddenly charged towards him. Bang! A ray of sword light slashed down, and Lin Mo was instantly blasted flying. At the same time, two bloody heads drifted down to the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet. Ancient Gu's expression eased up slightly when he witnessed this scene, and then he turned around and stabbed with his sword. Hiss! A ray of sword light shot forward, and a head flew into the air. Even though Ancient Gu was formidable, the experts of the Sky Devil race didn't shrink back, and they charged incessantly towards Ancient Gu. Fight to the death. At this moment, all the experts of the Sky Devil race had chosen to fight to the death. Lin Mo gazed at Yi Xian with a ferocious expression on his face. Yi Xian. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished. Lin Mo's pupils constricted, and then he crossed his arms before him to block Chen Shi's attack. Bang! The ray of sword light shattered, and Lin Mo was instantly pushed over 1 kilometer back. As soon as he stopped moving, his arms were instantly blasted into pieces. Lin Mo's face sank when he witnessed this scene. He raised his head to look at Yi Xian, and he was just about to speak when a ray of sword light flashed through his throat at a shocking speed. Chi! A stream of blood spurted from Lin Mo's throat. Lin Mo's eyes were wide open as he breathed his last. Yi Xian turned and looked into the distance. At this moment, bloody heads were falling from the sky, accompanied by fresh blood. Massacre. With Ancient Gu's strength, there was no one in the Sky Devil clan who could stop him. Not only could no one stop Old Gu, no one could stop Yi Xian either. Although Yi Xian's combat strength wasn't as strong as Gu Gu's, his defensive capabilities were even more terrifying than Gu Gu's. Ordinary forces wouldn't be able to harm him at all. Within Heavenly Devil City, Heavenly Devil race's experts were dying one after another. In the beginning, these Heavenly Devil race's experts had chosen to fight to the death, but towards the end, some Heavenly Devil race's experts began to flee. That was because Yi Xian and Elder Gu were too powerful. About 2 hours later, Elder Gu and Yi Xian stopped. At this moment, Heavenly Devil City was littered with corpses, and the city was filled with the pungent smell of blood. It could be said that all the top-notch experts in Heavenly Devil City had been slaughtered. Not far in front of Yi Xian, the soul-suppressing sword floated quietly, devouring the souls around it. Looking at the soul-suppressing sword before him, Yi Xian smiled. Elder Gu, what do you think of this sword? Elder Gu glanced at the soul-suppressing sword. Not bad. Yi Xian nodded. It's not bad indeed. The soul-suppressing sword had been with him for so long that it had long surpassed its original level. It could be said that if it continued to devour souls like this, even the executing heaven sword wouldn't be able to compare to it. This was because it would continue to grow stronger. At this moment, Elder Gu scanned the surroundings. There won't be any Heavenly Devil race in the future. Yi Xian nodded. Let's go. Having said that, he turned and left with Elder Gu. At this moment, a pitch-black whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky above Heavenly Devil City. Soon, a shadow appeared in the black whirlpool. Yi Xian and Elder Gu turned around. Elder Gu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the shadow, and the sword chest on his back trembled as it accumulated energy. Yi Xian looked at the shadow emotionlessly. The heavenly devil race? The shadow said, Yi Xian, you're really ruthless. Yi Xian smiled. Ruthless? I think I'm merciful enough. The shadow sneered, merciful. Yi Xian, I'll remember this. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow gradually turned illusory. Meanwhile, Yi Xian spoke abruptly, Elder Gu, kill him. As soon as he spoke, Elder Gu vanished on the spot, and a ray of light slashed towards the shadow. Meanwhile, the shadow suddenly smashed his fist forward. Bang, the ray of light shattered. Yi Xian frowned when he saw that. Elder Gu frowned slightly as well. He was about to attack again when the shadow had turned completely illusory. He vanished. Yi Xian's face sank. Meanwhile, Elder Gu said, this person isn't simple. Young master, you must be careful. Yi Xian nodded. He glanced at the surroundings and vanished on the spot. He didn't leave right away. Instead, he started to plunder the heavenly devil race's treasures. The heavenly devil race's treasures naturally weren't attractive to him, but they were very useful to the people around him. The reason he subdued Tendo City was to develop his own forces. In a short while, Yi Xian ransacked the entire Tendo City. At this moment, Heavenly Devil City had become an empty city because those who were lucky enough to survive had basically fled. The news of Yi Xian slaughtering the Heavenly Devil race spread quickly. Of course, most people were talking about the swordsman behind Yi Xian. The swordsman who killed several sovereign realm experts in Tendo City and the Heavenly Devil race as soon as they appeared, the Sword Sect. This mysterious force gradually emerged in the eyes of the world. After Yi Xian and Elder Gu left Heavenly Devil City, the two of them arrived at Tendo City. In a great hall, Yi Xian summoned Tian Han and Tian Yen. Yi Xian looked at Tian Han. Are there any difficulties? Tian Han said solemnly, there were in the beginning, but after massacring Heavenly Devil City, the voices of opposition disappeared. Yi Xian nodded. Contact me if you need anything. Also, don't be merciful or you'll hurt yourself. Tian Han was silent. Yi Xian walked up to Tian Yen. Tian Yen wasn't afraid and looked straight at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, Sister Assist, do you understand what I mean? Tian Yen was silent. Yi Xian said again, contact me if you need anything. Tian Yen asked, what do you want us to do? Yi Xian said, I'll contact you when I need you. With that, he left with Elder Gu. In the hall, Tian Han sighed softly. At this moment, Tian Yen suddenly said, Sister, we should express our stance to him. Tian Han looked at Tian Yen. Tian Yen said softly, he won't be merciful to us a second time. Tian Han was silent. Yi Xian and Elder Gu returned to the Worldwide Academy. After returning, Yi Xian took out the Worldwide Library and the Prison Pagoda. Beside him were the female teacher, Zhang Wenxiu, and Elder Gu. The female teacher looked at the Worldwide Library in Yi Xian's hands and said softly, You're sure you want to open the library? Are you sure you want to open the library? Yi Xian nodded. Now that the Tao Protectors and the Heavenly Devil clan have been destroyed, there shouldn't be anyone coming after me. The female teacher said, What if there is? Yi Xian smiled. Isn't that a good thing? I can see how many enemies I have. The female teacher nodded. That's true. Yi Xian's eyes slowly moved. He activated the prison pagoda. Soon, the prison pagoda shrank and turned into a beam of light that entered the Worldwide Library. Boom, a ray of light suddenly soared into the sky from the myriad-dimensional bookhouse. This ray of light directly entered the endless starry sky. At this moment, countless gazes from various star regions looked over. In the boundless underground city, a one-legged woman suddenly raised her head. She looked at the sky and frowned slightly. The next moment, she disappeared. Nothingness dimension. In the endless graveyard, the old tomb guard suddenly raised his head. A moment later, his brows furrowed deeply. In the pawnshop, Xiao Dao, who was lying on the counter, suddenly raised her head. She frowned. Do you want to die? In the Worldwide Academy, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw the huge commotion caused by the Worldwide Library and the prison pagoda. This commotion was too big. In the square, everyone looked at the library. At this moment, many powerful auras appeared in the sky above the Worldwide Academy. These auras were very obscure. Their true bodies hadn't appeared yet. They were hidden in the starry sky. Seeing this scene, Xian frowned slightly. There were still quite a number of powerhouses eyeing the Universal Dimension Library. Were they not afraid of death? Xian narrowed his eyes. Not far from him, the sword box on old Gu's back started to tremble. It was ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, the library suddenly shook violently. At the same time, the number of powerful auras in the surroundings increased. The weakest of these auras was at the ruler realm. At this moment, Xian was shocked. In the sky, a white light suddenly appeared in the library. Within the white light, there was a door. On the door, there was a small indent. At this time, the prison pagoda slowly floated towards the indent. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the worldwide library. In the surroundings, the number of powerful auras increased. Moreover, they were increasing at a rapid speed. Xian's face turned gloomy. He hadn't expected so many experts to appear. Wasn't it just a library? At this time, a white figure suddenly appeared not far from Xian. This person was Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao looked at Xian and said with a smile, "Do you think you're invincible now?" Xian fell silent. Xiao Dao looked at Xian and said, "There are two paths now. The first is to call the plain-dressed woman. The second is to call all the experts of the sword sect over." Xian frowned slightly and said, "Is it that serious?" Xiao Dao's expression suddenly turned icy cold and said, "I think you're getting arrogant." Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Miss Xiao Dao, it isn't as serious as you think, right? Moreover, I should be able to protect myself now." Xiao Dao suddenly turned around to look at old Gu, and then she smashed her fist forward. Old Gu's expression changed, and he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! Along with an explosion, Gu instantly retreated several tens of thousands of feet under everyone's gazes. As soon as he stopped moving, a mysterious force immediately imprisoned him, causing him to be unable to move. Xiao Dao looked at Xian and said, "Come, tell me how to protect myself now." Xian spoke in a low voice, "Miss Xiao Dao, if you don't." Xiao Dao suddenly roared furiously, "Idiot! My greatest reliance is the old man swordsman, and there are no less than 10 people here who can defeat him. Do you think I'll be safe if I don't act?" 10. Xian frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Dao added, "Once someone restrains him, how many can you, Xian, fight against?" Xian fell silent. Xiao Dao sucked in a deep breath. "Don't think that you're invincible just because you've grown stronger and a mysterious force has appeared behind you." With that said, she turned and left. At this time, a voice rang in Xian's mind. "Don't open." It was Arrow's voice. Xian didn't hesitate. With a wave of his right hand, the World Prison Pagoda and Myriad Dimension Library returned to his hand. Seeing this scene, the female teacher and Zhang Wenxiu heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, they were panicking just now. The number of experts in the sky above the Worldwide Academy was increasing. Moreover, these experts were very strong. Among them, there were more than 10 sovereign realm experts. Xian didn't expect that there would be so many experts. Moreover, there were so many sovereign realm experts among them. This wasn't normal. Xian raised his head to look at the sky. Where did these sovereign realm experts come from? Originally, he thought that after slaughtering the heavenly devil race, he would be able to intimidate these forces. But now, it seemed like he wasn't able to do so. Just as Xiao Dao had said, he was a little arrogant. In other words, he had greatly underestimated the importance of the Myriad Dimension Library. Right at this time, the powerful auras in the sky gradually disappeared. Xian swept a glance at the sky and turned to leave. As long as he didn't open the library, these forces wouldn't find trouble with him. However, the moment he opened it, these forces and experts would definitely take action. Just as Xiao Dao had said, unless he called for the woman in the plain dress or the experts from the sword sect, in a short while, the Worldwide Academy returned to normal. In the courtyard, Xian looked at Xiao Ta and the Myriad Dimension Library in front of him in silence. This thing was really a hot potato now. Zhang Wenxiu and the female teacher suddenly walked in front of Xian. The female teacher said, "I think it's not the right time yet." Xian and Zhang Wenxiu looked at the headmaster. The headmaster said softly, "Since this study room is in your hands, it must be the master's intention. Since it cannot be opened now, it must be because the time is not right. Yi Xian said solemnly, when will the time come? The female teacher shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian sighed softly. The female teacher continued, you don't have to worry. As long as you don't open the study room, those forces and experts won't dare to touch you. But if you open it, they will disregard everything. Yi Xian nodded. I'm not worried about ordinary people. What I'm worried about is the endless dungeon, the dimension of nothingness, and Xiao Dao. His intuition told him that Xiao Dao might also be interested in that study room. The female teacher said, no matter what, don't touch the study room now. Yi Xian smiled and said, you guys be careful too. I'll make a trip back to Fu Wenzong. With that, he turned and left. As if he thought of something, he suddenly turned to look at Zhang Wenxiu and Zhang Wenxiu. The two of you must reach the rebirth realm. Zhang Wenxiu shook her head. It's not that simple. Yi Xian opened his palm, and an ancient book appeared in his hand. He handed it to the two women. My sister left this for me. It should be of great help to the two of you. Zhang Wenxiu took the ancient book. After taking a look, her expression instantly turned serious. You, Yi Xian said, reach the rebirth realm as soon as possible. Zhang Wenxiu and the female teacher's combat strength was not weak. If they reached the rebirth realm, with the help of external objects, they could definitely fight against a ruler realm expert. After Yi Xian left the Worldwide Academy, Zhang Wenxiu and the female teacher went into seclusion. In order to let the two women break through to the rebirth realm with peace of mind, Yi Xian left Old Gu in the academy. As for him, he returned to Fu Wenzong. Just as he returned to Fu Wenzong, a sword light suddenly slashed at him. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He suddenly pulled out his sword and stabbed it at the sword light. Boom, the sword light exploded, but in the next moment, a sword suddenly slashed at his forehead from a strange angle. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He dodged to the side and twisted his wrist. The sword in his hand slashed out horizontally. Bang! Yi Xian felt his sword being blocked by something. In the next moment, the sword light was already in front of his throat. He did not choose to block the sword. Instead, he stabbed out with his sword. Chi, the sword pierced thin air. Yi Xian looked at the opposite side. There was a little girl standing there. Little Seven stood there quietly, holding a sheathed sword in her hand. Little Seven looked at Yi Xian. With a strong physique, you can really do whatever you want. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not dare to exchange their life for another like Yi Xian, but there was no other way. Yi Xian's physique was too strong. That sword strike was faster than Yi Xian's, but it was useless. Her sword could not kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Little Seven, you are much stronger than before. Little Seven nodded. You too. Yi Xian looked around. Where are Little N and Wanli? Little Seven said, they left. Left? Yi Xian frowned. Where did they go? Little Seven said, they went to train. Yi Xian's face sank. Little Seven suddenly said, don't worry too much. The two of them have reached the Karma realm. Their combat strength is extraordinary. Ordinary people will not be able to hurt them. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He was well aware of Anlanxiu's and Lian Wanli's strength. With their battle prowess, as long as they didn't run into a sovereign, they wouldn't be in any danger. Yi Xian looked at Little Seven. Are you going to wait for me? Little Seven nodded. I want to fight you. Yi Xian smiled. Okay. Little Seven looked at Yi Xian. Be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared. A sword light instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised his sword to block. Boom, Yi Xian retreated several feet with his sword. At the same time, several afterimages of the sword flashed beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly struck with his sword. Boom. Boom, boom. Yi Xian retreated several dozen feet again. The moment he stopped, a snow-white sword light descended from above his head. Yi Xian stabbed out, head on, this sword stabbed into the sword light. The sword light exploded, and a sword blocked Yi Xian's sword. Boom, the space around Yi Xian cracked. At this moment, Little Seven, who was above Yi Xian's head, suddenly disappeared. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and raised his sword to block. Boom, a powerful force swept across his sword. In an instant, Yi Xian retreated several dozen feet. In front of Yi Xian, Little Seven disappeared again. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed. Rumble, a wave of sword light exploded in front of Yi Xian. A shadow retreated. The one who retreated was Little Seven. The moment Little Seven stopped, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of her. At the same time, a sword was already at her brow. She squinted her eyes and used her sword to block. Very quickly, her expression changed. She stomped her right foot and retreated hundreds of feet. After Little Seven stopped, she lowered her head and looked at her right wrist. There was a thin sword mark on it. Xiaoqi looked at Yi Xian. That sword strike of yours was fake. Yi Xian nodded. Illusionary sword. Real and fake, it changes endlessly. Little Seven said, you just learned it? Yi Xian nodded. Do you want to learn it? Little Seven shook her head. Come, take my sword. After saying that, she held the sword with both hands and placed it on her brow. In the next moment, she disappeared from the spot. In the battlefield, a sword light slashed across. In the distance, Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He didn't choose to retreat. He stepped forwards and slashed with his sword. Sword to decide life and death. With this slash, Xiaoqi's sword light was forced to stop, but it didn't disappear. Right at that moment, Little Seven hollered in rage. She held the sword with both hands and spun it. Hung, Yi Xian retreated in a frenzy. Right at that moment, Yi Xian stomped his right foot and pushed forward with his sword. Hung long, the sword light exploded, and Xiaoqi was sent flying dozens of feet away. After Little Seven stopped, she looked at Yi Xian. Let's fight in the future. Yi Xian nodded and smiled. Okay. Little Seven sheathed her sword and said softly, I am leaving. Yi Xian frowned. Where are you going? Little Seven looked into the sky and said softly, a place that I don't know about. Yi Xian still wanted to ask, but Xiaoqi suddenly turned into a sword light and disappeared into the horizon. She left. On the spot, Yi Xian kept silent. Where did Little Seven go? Without thinking much, Yi Xian turned around and returned to Fu Wenzong. Inside Fu Wenzong, Yi Xian met Fu Wenzong sect leader Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. The youth in front of him was much stronger than before. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly took out a storage ring and passed it to Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. This is? Yi Xian smiled. This is something I got from Sky Demon City. It should be very beneficial to the disciples and elders of Fu Wenzong. Xianxia took a look at the storage ring and very quickly, his expression changed. The things in the storage ring weren't ordinary. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. This, Yi Xian said softly, give it to the disciples of Fu Wenzong. As for how to distribute it, old Shen, you decide. Don't reject it. Our Fu Wenzong needs to become stronger. Stronger. The current Fu Wenzong was still too weak compared to those ancient powers. If they were to go up against a power like Tendo City, Fu Wenzong wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Xianxia kept the storage ring and asked, what do you plan to do next? Yi Xian said softly, become stronger. The current him could barely fight Sovereign Realm experts, but he didn't have the confidence to defeat them. Opening the study room made him realize that even though he had eliminated the Protectors and the Sky Demon clan, it didn't mean that he was in danger. Moreover, before Big Sister Shui left, she told him that she hoped he could fight alongside them in the future. He knew that Big Sister Shui was talking about the Sword Sect, in other words, the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect definitely had enemies. Moreover, the Sword Sect was so powerful, yet they still had enemies. One could only imagine how strong their enemies were. In addition, there was the fifth dimension tribulation that all the powers were afraid of. If the fifth dimension tribulation came, what should he do? Right at this time, the ninth floor's voice suddenly sounded, I'll take you to a place. Yi Xian asked, where? The ninth floor said, the place I stayed in before. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then he asked, what is that place? The ninth floor said, the dimension of nothingness. Yi Xian was stunned. Right at this time, in the seventh floor of the World Prison Pagoda, the ninth floor who was lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, but he quickly closed them again. A faint voice sounded from the pagoda. Insufficient battery, please charge. Insufficient battery, please charge. P.S. Many thanks to the monthly ticket tips from friends like Ergo Surname Chen and My Luan is unrivaled. The two brothers have given me too many tips. I really have to thank the two brothers. Recently, I haven't added any chapters, and I haven't broken through yet. Giving so many tips. I feel really guilty. Even I can't help but blush. When I told the people around me that someone had given me so many tips, they called me an idiot. How could such a thing happen? It's really too difficult to write in peace during the new year. I won't forget this breakthrough. As a person, I still have my principles. Nothingness dimension, Xian's face darkened. Naturally, he knew a little about this place. It was a very dangerous place. He did not expect the 9th floor to come from that place. Xian asked, Senior, are you really from the nothingness dimension? The 9th floor replied, do I get anything out of lying to you? Xian smiled, no, I'm just surprised. I didn't expect you to come from that place. The 9th floor replied after a moment of silence, there's nothing surprising about that place. That place? Xian listened quietly. He also wanted to know more about the nothingness dimension. However, the 9th floor did not want to talk about it. Xian hesitated and said, Senior, that place is dangerous. The 9th floor replied, yes. Xian said in a deep voice, what kind of place is that? The 9th floor was silent. Xian said, Senior, I don't think there's anything to hide, right? The 9th floor replied, you have to ask Xiao Dao. Xian frowned, why? The 9th floor replied, I'm afraid of death. Xian was speechless. The 9th floor added, it's not that I don't want to tell you. I can't tell you about that place's origin and secret. I can't bear the consequences, but Xiao Dao can. You can ask her. She's not afraid of death. Xian asked again, do you know about Xiao Dao's origin? The 9th floor replied, I don't. Xian's face darkened, Senior, what do you know? The 9th floor sighed, I'm helpless too. I can't tell you what I know, and I don't dare to ask what I don't know. Sigh. Xian asked, Senior, why do you want me to go to the nothingness dimension? The 9th floor replied, to reap benefits. Xian's face darkened, we're so close. Don't try to fool me. After a moment of silence, the 9th floor said, if you want to reach the rebirth state as soon as possible, that place is the most suitable. Xian frowned. Why? Because there are two things there, the tomb and the well of reincarnation. With these two items, you will have a much easier time reaching the rebirth state. Xiao Dao said that place is currently the #1 power because they have these two things. Of course, they don't just have these two things. In short, you'll know when you get there. Xian said solemnly, wasn't it said to be very dangerous? It's dangerous, but you're different. Even heaven's chosen one isn't a match for you. What are you afraid of? Xian was speechless. Of course, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm asking you to go for a bit of a selfish reason. I want to go back and take a look. As for whether to go or not, it's up to you. After a moment of silence, Xian asked, Senior, can I really use those two items to quickly reach the rebirth state? The 9th house replied, yes. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can borrow them. Xian thought for a moment and said, I'll give it a try. With that, he turned and left. Soon, Xian arrived at the boundless underground city. Inside the pawnshop, Xian walked into the pawnshop. Xiao Dao was still there. Xiao Dao glanced at him and didn't speak. Xian chuckled, hello, Miss Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao was expressionless and didn't speak. Xian walked to the counter, Miss Xiao Dao, are you still angry? Xiao Dao said indifferently, why should I be angry? Xian said, the study room. Xiao Dao looked at Xian, I'm not angry at all. Anyway, you're the one who dies, not me. Xian said solemnly, I underestimated the temptation of the study room. However, what I don't understand is, why do those super experts care so much about the study room? Could it be that the prophet is really a god in their hearts? What makes them think that the study room left behind by the prophet can resist the 5th dimension calamity? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said, not only did you underestimate the study room, but you also underestimated the prophet. Yi Xian asked, why do you say that? Xiao Dao closed the ancient book on the counter and said, the prophet has many books, they are, as she said, she looked at Yi Xian, if these books are measured in terms of items, the value of each book far surpasses any divine object in this world. Even ordinary swords are worthless in front of these books. Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned slightly, so powerful? A complicated look flashed in Xiao Dao's eyes, we are pursuing longevity, pursuing the peak of martial arts, while he is pursuing the truth. Truth? Yi Xian was puzzled, what do you mean? Xiao Dao shook her head, you illiterate. Yi Xian, Xiao Dao said again, you only need to understand one thing, that is, his understanding of this world, of this universe, surpasses that of anyone in this world. That's why he's so powerful. As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian, do you think I'm powerful? Yi Xian nodded quickly, you're powerful, you're powerful. Xiao Dao said calmly, but I think he's powerful. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Suddenly, Xiao Dao said, why are you here this time? Yi Xian collected his thoughts and said, Miss Xiao Dao, I want to ask you about the dimension of nothingness. Hearing this, Xiao Dao frowned slightly, Yi Xian, are you so arrogant that you can't recognize yourself? Yi Xian quickly said, it's ninth floor who asked me to go. Ninth floor suddenly said, damn. Why are you like this? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian's abdomen, you want him to go to the dimension of nothingness. After a moment of silence, ninth floor said, he has already reached the peak of the karma state, if he wants to reach the rebirth state without using the tomb and the reincarnation well, conservatively speaking, it will take at least a few decades. Xiao Dao said coldly, you came from that place, don't you know how dangerous it is? Ninth floor said, if anyone else goes there, they will die, but he is different. Xiao Dao was silent. Ninth floor said again, Miss Xiao Dao, I think we can let him try. Xiao Dao shook her head, then looked at Yi Xian, you make your own decision. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, is it very dangerous? Xiao Dao nodded, very dangerous. Yi Xian asked again, how dangerous? Xiao Dao smiled, it will definitely be the most dangerous place you have ever encountered. Yi Xian frowned, why? Xiao Dao shook her head, no longer saying anything. Yi Xian was a little afraid, he quickly asked again, Miss Xiao Dao, tell me more. Xiao Dao said indifferently, my suggestion is not to go. Of course, if you want to reach the rebirth state, that place is indeed your best choice, but high opportunities also mean high risks. So, you do as you see fit. Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian, do you know who the last figure that appeared in Sky Demon City was? Yi Xian shook his head. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian, that was the leader of the Sky Demon race, an ancient ruler. This patriarch is an ancient paragon. He won't let you off for destroying the Celestial Devil clan. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Xiao Dao, do you think I should go to the void dimension? Xiao Dao smiled, this is your choice, I won't say anything. Yi Xian sighed, turned around, and left. At this moment, a gust of wind came from behind him. Yi Xian stopped, turned around, and a black bag landed in front of him. He looked at Xiao Dao, this is? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian, it's for you. Saying that, she walked in front of Yi Xian, don't open it unless it's absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned, then bowed respectfully, thank you. Xiao Dao said calmly, let's go. Yi Xian smiled, Miss Xiao Dao, do you have any life-saving divine items? For example, the Needle of Fate, I think it's very good. Xiao Dao suddenly said, scram. Yi Xian, a moment later, Yi Xian left the pawnshop, and when he left, he was abnormally happy. In the pawnshop, Xiao Dao shook her head, smiled, and took out an ancient book to read. The first page of the book had 2 words, space. After Yi Xian left the pawnshop, he stopped on the street, because not far in front of him stood a one-legged woman. Danger, that was what Yi Xian was feeling at this moment. The one-legged woman looked at Yi Xian, not saying a word. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, Senior, is there something? The one-legged woman floated in front of Yi Xian, looked at Yi Xian, and said, can you not come back? Her voice was as cold as ice. Yi Xian was stunned, and then said seriously, Senior, I like it here. The one-legged woman looked at Xian, and Xian said seriously, "Senior, the one-legged woman suddenly said, "Do me a favor." "Help," Xian blinked, and then hurriedly said, "Senior, please speak." This one-legged woman in front of him was not ordinary, and if he could form a good relationship with her, it would definitely be a good thing. The one-legged woman looked at Xian, "My hands are itching." Xian was stunned. At this moment, the one-legged woman punched at Xian's face. Xian did not even have time to react, and was directly punched in the face. Boom, Xian was sent flying, and this time, he flew a few hundred zhang away. In the surroundings, some experts peeked out, but when they saw the one-legged woman, they instantly disappeared without a trace. In this boundless underground city, there were two people that must not be offended, one was Xiao Dao, and the other was this one-legged woman. In the distance, Xian climbed up, and at this moment, the one-legged woman turned and left. Xian said angrily, "How can you do this?" The one-legged woman turned to look at Xian, one-on-one. Xian suddenly said, "Kid, can you tolerate this?" "Brat, how can you tolerate this?" Ninth floor asked. The ninth floor suddenly said, "Kid, can you bear this? Fight her." Xian said, "Senior, will you come out to help?" The ninth floor said, "Does it have anything to do with me?" "Fight her." Xian, at this moment, the one-legged woman turned and left. Xian hesitated, but in the end, he did not choose to rush forward. That punch just now made him know that this woman's strength was definitely above Elder Gu's. Without thinking too much, Xian turned and left, and soon, he arrived at the nothingness dimension. The dimension of nothingness, Xian had to admit that he was a little afraid of this place. However, he had to give it a try. Otherwise, it would take him a few decades to reach the rebirth realm at a normal speed, a few decades, and he would have to pass the fifth dimension tribulation. Xian suddenly said, "Senior, can you tell me a little about the dimension of nothingness now?" After a moment of silence, the ninth floor replied, "You will know once you enter." Xian was speechless. "This fellow is too afraid of death." Xian shook his head. When he was about to enter, an old man suddenly appeared in front of him at this moment. The old tomb keeper, Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw this person. This old man was no ordinary person. The old tomb keeper looked at Xian. "What are you doing?" Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Miss Xiao Dao asked me to come." The ninth floor, the old tomb keeper shook his head. "Go back." Xian thought for a moment before asking, "Am I not allowed to enter?" The old tomb keeper said, "If it were anyone else, I would not. However, if you want to enter, I can let you. However, this place is too dangerous for you. It is not suitable for you to enter now." Xian frowned. "Then when is suitable for me to enter?" The old tomb keeper fell silent. At this moment, the ninth floor's voice suddenly sounded. "Let him in. His luck is heaven-defying. He should be fine." The old tomb keeper glanced at Xian's abdomen. "Are you sure?" "The ninth floor, ask him." Xian, the old tomb keeper looked at Xian. "Are you sure you want to enter?" Xian thought for a moment before nodding. "Let's go in." The old tomb keeper nodded. "Then let's go in." With that, he and Xian disappeared on the spot. A moment later, Xian found himself in a cemetery. The sky here was dark and gloomy, and there was a bone-chilling wind blowing in the surroundings. At a glance, there were countless tombs. Xian turned to look at the old man. "Senior, what kind of place is this?" The old man glanced at Xian, shook his head, and left. Xian was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly followed. "Senior?" Gravekeeper said, "I'm a gravekeeper." Xian was silent. It was obvious that the other party was unwilling to tell him. At this time, the old man said, "Go to the right, there is a dry well 1,000 miles away. That is the well of reincarnation." Xian wanted to ask something else, but the old man vanished without a trace. Xian frowned. "Leaving just like that?" The ninth replied, "Go." After a moment of silence, Xian turned around and disappeared. He didn't go and left the void dimension. Soon, Xian arrived at the Tendo pawnshop and found Xiao Dao again. Xiao Dao looked at Xian. "What's wrong?" Xian said in a deep voice, "What kind of place is that?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. You've been there? Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Dao was silent for a moment before saying, he doesn't dare to tell you. Yi Xian nodded. The little Taoist nodded slightly, then let me tell you. That place is called the Graveyard of Gods and Demons. Graveyard of Gods and Demons, Yi Xian frowned. Gods? Demons? Xiao Dao sat down and said, before the ancient era was the era of gods and demons. Above the era of gods and demons, there was another era, the era of Tendo. She paused for a moment before continuing. The era of gods and demons was filled with true gods and demons. Yi Xian was a little taken aback. Real gods and demons? There were gods? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Yes. Do you know why there were so many experts in the past? Because the earlier the era, the more abundant the spiritual energy was. During the era of gods and demons, the spiritual energy was at least 1,000 times more abundant than now. Even a pig could reach the rebirth state if it cultivated in that kind of environment. 1,000 times more abundant, Yi Xian's expression changed. If it was really 1,000 times more abundant, then it was too terrifying. Under such a different environment, the cultivators would definitely be different. 1,000 times, this could no longer be described as terrifying. At this time, Xiao Dao said, the people of that era were blessed by the heavens and enjoyed the blessings of the heavens. Cultivating in that kind of environment, their cultivation speed was unimaginable. Because of this, the experts of that era were extremely powerful. Saying this, she suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Don't ask me who was stronger between them and the plain-dressed woman. I don't want to beat you to death. Yi Xian, Xiao Dao continued. In that era, when some powerful beings reached their limits, from a certain perspective, they could be considered immortal. Of course, they could not be truly immortal. Yi Xian frowned. What do you mean? Xiao Dao smiled. Simply put, some people of that era, when their lifespan was about to end, they could use another method to survive. Yi Xian asked, what method? Xiao Dao blinked. Why do you know so much? Yi Xian, Xiao Dao continued. In short, the people of that era were really strong. They were so strong that rulers were everywhere. Yi Xian asked, what about the self-release realm? Xiao Dao shook her head. In that era, there were no self-release realms. There were 2 realms above rulers. When she spoke up to hear, she paused for a moment and said, the self-release realm can be said to be the highest realm of cultivation for now. Yi Xian asked, who has reached the self-release realm? Xiao Dao said calmly, you have to pay for this question. Yi Xian, Xiao Dao shook her head and said, actually, the environment is really important. Different environments create different lives. Yi Xian hesitated before asking, Miss Xiao Dao, if they were so strong in that era, why did they disappear now? Is it the 5th dimension tribulation? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. Yi Xian frowned. The people of that era were so strong, but they couldn't resist the 5th dimension tribulation? Xiao Dao said calmly, if they could resist it, they wouldn't have to bury themselves. Yi Xian was shocked. Bury themselves? Xiao Dao nodded. Before the 5th dimension tribulation came, they had already divined it. At that time, they gathered all the powerful gods and sorcerers of that era. These people divined the 5th dimension tribulation and the future. They found that the tribulation was not something they could resist, so they used a secret technique to seal themselves and put themselves in a state of fake death. They used this method to avoid the 5th dimension tribulation and wait for an opportunity to revive. Yi Xian asked, wait for an opportunity to revive? Xiao Dao nodded. Yi Xian said, Miss Xiao Dao, did you just say that they could predict the future? Xiao Dao smiled. Don't you think it's unbelievable? Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Dao smiled. They could indeed predict the future, and they were very powerful. If it wasn't for that, they would have all died. Yi Xian shook his head. Predicting the future is too mysterious. Xiao Dao smiled. Don't doubt me. The martial arts civilization of that era was much more powerful than it is now. Of course, their so-called prediction of the future could only give a rough idea of the future. It was impossible to predict the details. But even so, it is still very powerful. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, Senior, Did you say that they were waiting for an opportunity to revive? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. Yi Xian asked, waiting for what opportunity? Xiao Dao softly said, waiting for someone who can block the fifth dimension tribulation to appear. Yi Xian was surprised, then he laughed. It can't be me, right? Xiao Dao's eyelids twitched. She looked at Yi Xian. Do you think you can do it? Yi Xian smiled. I'm just joking. Xiao Dao shook her head. The people of the God and Devil era are very powerful. If they all woke up, I don't know if it would be a good thing or a bad thing. Because for now, this era was chaotic enough. If they choose to wake up in this era, it would be even more chaotic. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Miss Xiao Dao, why do you know so much about the God and Devil era? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Because I was there when the God and Devil era sealed themselves. Yi Xian blinked. You were there? Xiao Dao smiled. Yes. I saw them collectively seal themselves. Yi Xian hesitated, then said, Miss Xiao Dao, aren't you afraid of the fifth dimension tribulation? Xiao Dao grinned. Why don't you guess? Yi Xian's mouth twitched. He wanted to hit someone, but he couldn't. After a while, Yi Xian asked again, Miss Xiao Dao, who are you? Xiao Dao's smile became more and more brilliant. Why don't you guess? Yi Xian was speechless. Seeing Yi Xian's unsightly expression, Xiao Dao covered her mouth and smiled. Don't guess who I am. In any case, you definitely won't be able to guess. Yi Xian nodded. Miss Xiao Dao, I won't ask you questions that you definitely won't answer. I'll ask you 2 questions that you can answer. Will the people of the God and Devil era choose to wake up in this era? Xiao Dao was silent. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao, waiting for her answer. At this time, Xiao Dao softly said, if they wake up in this era, it means that they feel that there are people in this era who can stop the fifth dimension tribulation. This is a good thing. However, if they wake up, it means that the world will become more chaotic. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Don't think that you are invincible or that you can do whatever you want just because you have a powerful backer. This world isn't as simple as you think. Yi Xian was silent. At this time, Xiao Dao smiled. Actually, don't think that it's so scary. They are all in deep sleep now. If you go, it won't be that dangerous. Yi Xian suddenly said, the 9th floor is from the void dimension. In other words, he is from the legendary God and Devil era? Xiao Dao shook her head. He isn't from the God and Devil era. He is a bit special. Yi Xian asked, how special? The little Taoist smiled and said, ask him yourself. Yi Xian shook his head and turned to leave. This guy definitely wouldn't say anything. When he reached the door, Yi Xian suddenly stopped and turned to look at Xiao Dao. In this world, are there people from the Tendo era? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. Moreover, you have come into contact with them. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. P.S. Once again, I thank the readers of my Luan is unrivaled for their donations. I also thank all the readers who donated and voted. Thank you for everyone's support. It would erupt once this month. He meant what he said. If I can't do it, I am not a man. Had contact with him, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. At this time, Xiao Dao didn't want to say anything. Yi Xian left. Watching Yi Xian leave, the Taoist in the pawnshop shook his head. This guy. At this time, the one-legged woman appeared in the pawnshop. The one-legged woman looked at Xiao Dao. Are you really going to let him go? Xiao Dao said softly, what else? The one-legged woman was silent. Xiao Dao looked at the one-legged woman and smiled. Actually, you want to see if he will succeed, don't you? The one-legged woman was silent for a while. What are you planning? Hearing this, Xiao Dao squinted his eyes. After leaving the pawnshop, Yi Xian went to the void dimension again. In the graveyard, Yi Xian walked slowly. At this time, the 9th person suddenly asked, what are you thinking about? Yi Xian said softly, Senior, who do you think Xiao Dao is? The 9th person said, she is very mysterious. Maybe only the legendary Tendo knows her true identity. Yi Xian said, she has done so many things. She must be planning something. The ninth person said, your study room. Yi Xian frowned. Then why didn't she take it from me? The ninth person sighed. Others don't know how scary you are, but she definitely knows. Not only do you have the plain-dressed woman behind you, but she is also the young master of the number 1 power in the 5th dimension. Even she wouldn't dare to use force on you. Yi Xian, the ninth person said, don't worry too much. In any case, she doesn't have any evil intentions towards you, right? Yi Xian nodded. My priority now is to reach the rebirth state. After saying this, he quickened his pace. Along the way, the surroundings were silent. Yi Xian kept looking around at the tombs. There were differences between the tombs. Some were big, some were small, and some had mysterious runes around them. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior, were you also lying in the graveyard? The ninth person smiled and said, I came out from here, but not from the fiend god age. Yi Xian blinked. What do you mean? The ninth house said, you're too curious. Yi Xian smiled. Can you tell me about it? The ninth replied, you'll find out soon enough. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked not far away. A few dozen feet away from him, there was a tomb that suddenly trembled. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. What the hell, Yi Xian said solemnly, Senior? The ninth house said, I don't know what it is. Why don't we take a look together? Yi Xian was speechless. This fellow's curiosity is just as strong as mine. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and decided to take a look. Right at this time, the tomb soil suddenly parted, and a blood-red coffin appeared in front of Yi Xian. Seeing this coffin, Yi Xian's heart shuddered. This person isn't someone to be trifled with, the ninth house said, what are you afraid of? You have the shining dragon armor, the Sumeru shield, the undying body, and the undying body. Even a sovereign realm expert won't be able to kill you easily. Yi Xian thought about it for a moment. That's true, hence, he gave up on escaping and continued to stare at the coffin. What's there to be afraid of? The coffin's lid suddenly moved to the right, and a jade-white hand slowly reached out from the coffin. A woman, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Could it be another superwoman? From the beginning until now, he had discovered that there were more than enough superwomen in the world. At this moment, a woman slowly floated out of the coffin. She wore a snow-white dress and had a head full of silver hair that reached her buttocks. Her sleeves were shaped like a fan, and in her left hand, she held a strange staff. At the top of the staff, there was a snow-white ball. The woman's eyes were closed, but her facial features were exquisite and could cause the downfall of cities and states. Yi Xian looked at the woman, and he asked in his heart, Senior, can you feel her aura? The ninth house said, no. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but at this moment, the woman suddenly turned her head to look at Yi Xian. The corners of Yi Xian's eyes twitched, and he nodded slightly. Hello, sir. At this moment, the woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian without making a sound. Yi Xian's face changed, and he gripped the executing heaven sword in his left hand. Fortunately, the woman had no intention of attacking him. At this moment, the woman suddenly spoke, her voice was like the chirping of an oriole, very pleasant to the ear. Yi Xian blinked, what about me? The woman looked at Yi Xian, not the Dimension's child, but more than that. Yi Xian frowned, Dimension's child? The woman smiled, fortune-telling? The free kind. Yi Xian was taken aback. Then, he said, are you the legendary divine master? The woman shook her head, I'm a sorcerer. A sorcerer, Yi Xian looked at the woman, and he wondered why a sorcerer wore such white clothes. The woman asked again, do you read my fortune? Yi Xian was confused, why do you want to read my fortune? The woman smiled, your fate is very strong. I've never seen anyone with such a strong fate. Yi Xian thought about it, then said, you read my fortune. The woman nodded, and she held the staff in her hand, and gently placed it between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Boom, a white light suddenly enveloped Yi Xian, and Yi Xian frowned. At this moment, the woman raised her head slightly, and her gaze pierced through the starry sky, and it didn't take long for her gaze to arrive at the four-dimensional universe. In an unknown starry sky, a woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped, and she turned around with a gaze that was as cold as ice without a trace of emotion. In the nothingness dimension, the woman looked at the woman in the plain dress. Soon, strange and mysterious red runes appeared above the woman in the plain dress. She was reading the woman's fortune. The woman in the plain dress just looked at the woman without saying anything or resisting. A short moment later, the blood-red runes suddenly vanished without a trace. The woman suddenly opened her eyes when she saw this. Her pupils were blood-red. The woman said in disbelief, "You don't have a fate." The woman in the plain dress opened her palm, and a strand of sword light suddenly shot into the sky. In the next moment, the sword light pierced through the galaxy and arrived in the nothingness dimension. The expression of the woman in front of Xian changed drastically when she saw this. At this moment, her face was filled with terror, and she seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly pounced into Xian's arms. "Save me!" Xian was speechless. At this moment, Xian was slightly stunned. Save her. In next to no time, Xian understood, because a strand of sword light had appeared in his field of vision. The woman in the plain dress's sword light, she had attacked again. Xian knew that the woman in front of him had definitely offended the woman in the plain dress. Should I save her? While Xian was hesitating, the strand of sword light had already arrived behind the woman. Xian didn't think too much about it and pulled the woman behind him. At this moment, the strand of sword light stopped and gradually vanished. The woman in Xian's arms heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the scene. The woman raised her head to look at Xian, and she said gently, "Thank you." Xian looked at the woman. "Why did you offend her?" The woman shook her head with a slightly complicated expression. "I divined your fate. Your fate is related to her, and then I deduced it to her." When she spoke up to this point, she paused for a moment and said, "There's actually such a strong person. How terrifying." Xian looked at the woman. "Are you from the era of gods and fiends?" The woman nodded. Xian hesitated for a moment before he asked, "Was there anyone stronger than her during the era of gods and fiends?" The woman looked at Xian, and she thought for a moment before she said, "I don't know her true strength." Xian understood when he heard this. The woman looked at Xian. "You're weaker." Xian's face darkened. The woman suddenly said, "I'm called Amu, the high priestess of the Wu clan." "High priestess?" Xian was startled, and then he said, "Is your status very high?" Amu didn't reply. She slowly closed her eyes, and her left hand pinched her fingers as if she was calculating something. After a moment, she said softly, "The fifth dimension tribulation is coming." "Fifth dimension tribulation," Xian said, "are you all going to wake up?" Amu looked at Xian, and she was curious. "What are you doing here?" Xian said, "I'm looking for the well of reincarnation and the grave." Amu frowned. "Grave? The well of reincarnation?" Xian nodded. Amu said softly, "I'll take you to the grave." After saying that, she turned around and walked away. Xian hurriedly followed. He walked to Amu's side, and then he said, "Miss Amu, is the grave dangerous?" Amu said, "It's dangerous for you to go alone." Xian asked, "What exactly is a grave?" Amu said softly, "A grave means death, and death means reincarnation." Xian still wanted to ask something, but Amu suddenly quickened her pace. Soon, she brought Xian to a dense forest. In the dense forest, there was a huge grave. Around the grave, there were all kinds of blood-red runes, and in front of the grave, there was a wordless gravestone. Xian looked at Amu, and Amu said, "Go in. It can help you comprehend reincarnation." Xian hesitated, and then he said, "Is it dangerous?" Amu nodded. "Yes." Xian was speechless. Amu looked at Xian, "Go in." Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "It's dangerous." Amu said, "It's fine." Xian thought for a moment, and then he walked towards the grave. When he arrived in front of the grave, a powerful force suddenly swept out from it. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! As soon as his sword descended, the force was directly shattered by him. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, and before he could react, a fist suddenly smashed against his chest. Xian's expression changed drastically, and in the next moment, his entire body retreated thousands of meters. As soon as he stopped, the torch dragon armor on his chest cracked open, and the body beneath it instantly cracked into a spider web. Xian looked up at the grave, and there was a middle-aged man standing at the entrance. The middle-aged man suddenly disappeared, and Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly withdrew the Sumeru shield, and then he pushed it forward. The middle-aged man's fist smashed against the Sumeru shield. Bang! Xian was instantly sent flying with the shield, and the moment he flew out, the shield directly cracked into several pieces. After Xian stopped, his expression became extremely grave. The Sumeru shield had been broken. Xian looked up at the middle-aged man not far away. The middle-aged man wore a black robe with 2 black dragons embroidered on it. On his head, there was a pitch-black horn. The middle-aged man ignored Xian and looked at Amu not far away. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. Amu retreated to Xian's side. She used her arm to gently nudge Xian's shoulder. "Are you all right?" Xian said in a low voice, so strong. Amu nodded. "He's the sky dragon of the celestials." Xian turned to look at Amu. "Sky dragon? Demon beast?" Amu nodded. "Yes." "Dragon." Xian was silent. "No wonder the other party was so strong," Xian said in a low voice. "Can you beat him?" Amu turned to Xian. "I don't know how to fight." "Don't know how to fight?" Xian was struck dumb. Then he said, "Are you sure?" Amu blinked. "The high priestess doesn't know how to fight." Xian looked at Amu. Soon, he was sure, this woman really didn't know how to fight. The high priestess didn't know how to fight, then how could she survive? At this moment, the middle-aged man not far away suddenly said, "The high priestess is of noble status in the Wu clan. Although she doesn't know how to fight, a word from her can make all the experts in the Wu clan go through fire and water for her." Xian looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man walked slowly towards him and Amu. Amu was very direct. She hid behind Xian. The corner of Xian's mouth twitched. "Miss Amu, aren't you going to call some people out to help?" Amu shook his head. "They're all asleep. I can't wake them up." Xian said solemnly, "I might not be able to beat them." Amu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Get that woman from before. She can beat him." A woman in a plain dress. Xian was speechless. He also wanted to be called lady in plain dress. The problem was that he didn't even know where she was. Right at this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly smiled and said, "So the high priest woke up first." Amu looked at the middle-aged man. "The person beside me is not simple. If you hurt him, your celestial clan will be exterminated." The middle-aged man turned to look at Xian. He sized up Xian and sneered, "What a joke." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out. Boom, a fist print swept across the field like a tsunami. The powerful pressure directly caused the surrounding space to boil. As the target of the fist print, Xian immediately felt a suffocating feeling. What a powerful physical body! Xian immediately put away the Sumeru shield and torch dragon armor. Soon, countless deathly auras suddenly appeared around his body. Boom, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from Xian's body. At this moment, the fist print directly arrived in front of Xian. Xian did not dodge and allowed the fist to strike his body. Boom, Xian retreated over 100 feet. When he stopped, he was completely unharmed, undying body. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man in the distance frowned slightly. "Your physical body." As soon as he finished speaking, Xian, who was in the distance, suddenly leaped up. Holding the executing heaven sword with both hands, he slashed down. The middle-aged man did not dodge and punched out. Boom, the sword light was forced to a stop. At this moment, a sword slashed down on the middle-aged man's head. Boom, the executing heaven sword trembled violently, and Xian returned to his original position. Xian looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand. Qingqing, Yi family's ancestral hall. Ancestors. Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yilang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yilang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. "Why?" At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince, why did you discard him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a family matter, what are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder directly. However, she did not leave, and instead mustered up her courage to enter the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the family, and we do not know if he is dead or alive. But now, the family is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, discard him or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince Yi Ling suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi mansion rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair, my brother has risked his life for the family for so many years, even now he is fighting for the family, and the family is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Ling, and he knew that his chance to show off had come. The guard sneered, young master Yi Ling inherits the crown prince, and it is everyone's wish, why are you shouting? With that, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen, but she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and smiled, what is your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Ling nodded, you are very good, after I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards, and you will be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, I will go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I will do anything for you. Yi Ling nodded slightly, drag him away, this person is disturbing the ancestral hall, do not show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu saw something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark, not knowing what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed, and he quickly looked at Yi Ling. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger, and before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage, and in the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall take over. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you remove him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look directly at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave, and instead mustered up her courage to enter the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we do not know if he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard laughed coldly, young master Yi Lang is the heir, and it is the wish of everyone. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage, and in the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! At this moment, Yi Xian hadn't completely lost his reason, because he wasn't too angry. As long as he wasn't extremely angry, then he wouldn't allow himself to lose his reason. However, it was also because of this that he was unable to utilize the power of his bloodline to its fullest. Yi Xian's expression was solemn as he gazed at the heavenly dragon in the sky. "This fellow has transformed, and he's even become so huge. How do I fight him?" In the sky, the enormous dragon looked down and roared madly. Strands of dragon might swept down from the sky. Along with the appearance of the dragon might, the entire sky became illusory. Yi Xian turned to look at Amu. "Can you help?" Amu hesitated for a moment and said, "I really don't know how to fight. It's usually others who fight for me." Yi Xian was speechless. "You don't know how to fight," he almost wanted to curse. Meanwhile, Amu said, "However, I can help you become stronger." Yi Xian was slightly stunned. "Help me become stronger?" Amu nodded. She walked over to Yi Xian, closed her eyes slowly, and chanted a bunch of incantations. After a short while, she suddenly tapped the center of Yi Xian's brows. "In the name of the sorcerer god, I bestow upon you the power of the sorcerer god." Bang! In an instant, numerous mysterious black runes suddenly appeared on Yi Xian's face. At the same time, strands of powerful energy erupted from within his body like a volcano. Power! At this moment, Yi Xian was stunned. He felt that his body possessed boundless energy. This energy was so strong that he'd never possessed it before. Meanwhile, the dragon might in the sky had arrived. Yi Xian raised his head and punched. Rumble! The entire sky trembled violently, and the boundless dragon might instantly vanished. Yi Xian looked at his right hand. At this moment, his strength was at least 10 times stronger than before. 10 times? What sort of heaven-defying secret technique is this? Right at this moment, the heavenly dragon suddenly roared once more, and then it dove down from the sky. Yi Xian snapped out of his thoughts and stamped his right foot hard. Boom! Wherever he stomped his feet, an abyss was formed. In the sky, Yi Xian punched the sky dragon. Directly clash head-on. In front of this heavenly dragon, Yi Xian was as tiny as an ant. However, the moment he threw a punch, the heavenly dragon was forced to stop on the spot. The heavenly dragon roared. He fiercely slapped his claw towards Yi Xian, but at this time, Yi Xian suddenly roared, and punched out again. He had used his full strength in this punch. Rumble! With this punch, the heavenly dragon was forced back by Yi Xian's punch. At the same time, the dragon scales on the heavenly dragon's body exploded inch by inch. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a spectacular sight. After retreating for a full 10,000 feet, the heavenly dragon finally came to a stop. However, at this moment, his entire body was filled with cuts and bruises. In the sky, Yi Xian looked at his own fist and felt a little dazed. This power was too unreal. In the distance, the heavenly dragon looked at Yi Xian with fear in his eyes. As though he had thought of something, he suddenly looked at Amu below. Amu's eyelids twitched, and she hurriedly looked at Yi Xian. "Save me!" Just as she finished speaking, the heavenly dragon suddenly swept its tail towards her. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Amu. Yi Xian was about to attack when Amu pointed at the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand. "In the name of the sorcerer god, I bestow upon you a divine blade." Boom! The executing heaven sword suddenly trembled violently, turning from blood red to dark black. On the tip of the sword, a mysterious black light flickered. Yi Xian was stunned. In the next moment, he leaped and slashed down with his sword. Chi! In the sky, the heavenly dragon's tail was directly severed by Yi Xian's sword. Blood flowed like a waterfall, dyeing the sky red. Yi Xian was stunned. The executing heaven sword had become so strong. Yi Xian looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand, feeling a little unreal. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, "Kill him." Yi Xian looked up at the heavenly dragon. The heavenly dragon turned and ran. Clearly, it was afraid. The heavenly dragon was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the sky. At this moment, Amu suddenly pointed at Xian's back. In the name of the sorcerer god, I bestow upon you divine speed. Boom, a mysterious force suddenly surged into Xian's body. Xian was stunned. In the next moment, he disappeared into the sky. About 2 breaths later, Xian appeared in the sky, and in his hand, he dragged a long dragon. Xian landed in front of Amu, and Amu ran to the heavenly dragon excitedly. She kicked the heavenly dragon's head. Get up. Continue fighting. Weren't you very arrogant? Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, he's already dead. Amu blinked, and then said, pull out his dragon tendon and drink his dragon blood. Your body will become even stronger. Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, that's not very good, is it? Amu was about to speak, but Xian had already walked in front of the heavenly dragon and started to drain its blood. Amu was speechless. Heavenly dragon blood. In a short while, Xian drained the heavenly dragon's blood and placed it in the prison pagoda. Then, he began to extract the dragon tendon. Amu watched excitedly from the side. Not only did she watch, but she also instructed Xian on how to do it. This is dragon marrow. It's very nutritious. Don't drop it. This is dragon liver. If stir-fried, it'll be very delicious. Keep it for me. This is dragon heart. After eating it, your heart will become very strong. Eat it. This is dragon's penis. Oh, Xian put something away without batting an eyelid. A moment later, the heavenly dragon was cleanly dissected by Xian. Then, Xian set up a large pot and started to stew the dragon meat. In a short while, the fragrance of meat wafted out. Amu looked at the dragon meat in the pot excitedly. It smells very good. Unfortunately, it's not an 8-division heavenly dragon. If it was an 8-division heavenly dragon, it would definitely be more fragrant. Xian looked at Amu. 8-division heavenly dragon? Amu nodded. The heavenly dragon is a member of the heavenly clan. Among the heavenly dragons, the 8-division heavenly dragon is the strongest. Look at this. He has only cultivated 2 dragon marks. Among the ancestors of the heavenly dragon clan, he can only be considered average. Average, Xian's eyelids twitched. He hesitated for a moment, and then asked. Are there many dragons in the heavenly dragon clan? Amu shrugged. They're all right. Just a few hundred. A few hundred, Xian's expression froze. Amu looked at Xian. Are you afraid? Xian looked at the pot of dragon meat in front of him and said, the heavenly dragon clan doesn't hold grudges, right? Amu said, they're very vengeful. They're small in number, so they're especially protective. There was once a person who injured a heavenly dragon and was chased by more than 100 heavenly dragons of the heavenly dragon clan for decades. Xian thought for a moment, then pointed at the pot of dragon meat. Has this happened before? Amu blinked. It's never happened before. Xian said indifferently, anyway, they haven't woken up yet. Amu shook his head. You're wrong. Xian looked at Amu. Amu said, they should be waking up soon. No, some of them are already awake. Xian said, just eat one of their dragons. They won't be so petty, right? Amu looked at Xian and chuckled, not saying a word. Xian, Amu suddenly said, it's cooked. With that, she took out a pair of chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. A moment later, she slowly closed her eyes. Delicious. Saying that, she looked at Xian. Aren't you going to eat? Xian was silent. Amu said, are you afraid? Xian said indifferently, what am I afraid of? With that, he picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. It had to be said that the taste of the dragon meat was indeed good. As if he had thought of something, Xian suddenly asked, Miss Amu, is the power you gave me a secret technique? Amu said, you can say that. How is it? Is it powerful? Xian said, very powerful. Can you teach me? Amu shook her head. No, only the high priest knows. Xian pointed at himself. Can I be the high priest? Amu looked at Yi Xian and shook her head. No, because you don't have pure Wu clan blood. But, you can be a witch's servant. Yi Xian frowned. A witch's servant? Amu smiled. I'm the high priest's attendant. Yi Xian's expression became strange. As if knowing what Yi Xian was thinking, Amu suddenly said, Hey, don't look like that. In our Wu clan, the status of a witch's servant is very, very high, second only to the Wu clan's chief and high priest. Do you know how many people in the Wu clan want to be a witch's servant? Yi Xian asked, What are the benefits of being a witch's servant? The high priest said, A witch's servant can gain great power through the high priest, just like what happened just now. Yi Xian was silent. He knew that this high priest was equivalent to a support. He could only support and had no combat power. But this support was a bit strong, speaking of which, after being strengthened by Amu, his strength was definitely not weaker than a ruler. No, it was definitely much stronger than an ordinary ruler. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at Amu. Is there a more powerful secret technique? Amu nodded. Yes. But, you are still weak now. You can't withstand a more powerful secret technique. In short, if you follow me, you will have a lot of benefits. Yi Xian said, You want me to be your witch's servant? Amu blinked. Are you not willing? Yi Xian said, I don't know how to serve people. Amu smiled. I don't need you to serve me. Saying that, she looked at Yi Xian. The Wu clan has many treasures. I know where they are. Yi Xian blinked. Can I use them? And, borrow them. Borrow them. Amu smiled. If you are willing to be my witch's servant, you can use all the treasures of the Wu clan. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Why do you want me to be your witch's servant? Amu blinked. Yi Xian said, Don't lie. Amu was silent for a moment. Then, she said, I am in danger now. I need you to protect me. Yi Xian frowned. Very dangerous? Amu nodded. Logically speaking, I shouldn't have woken up at this time. But, I woke up at this time. My Wu clan's experts haven't woken up yet. Yi Xian said, Do your Wu clan have many enemies? Amu nodded. Many. Saying that, she looked at Yi Xian. I have divined for you. Your fate is very strong. If I am with you, my fate will be very strong too. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Then, have you divined that it might be dangerous to follow me? Amu blinked. I haven't divined it yet. Yi Xian was about to speak. At this moment, an extremely powerful dragon aura appeared in the distant horizon. Sky Dragon, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. At this moment, Amu smiled. Don't be afraid. Hearing that, Yi Xian's heart relaxed. He looked at Amu. Do you have a way to deal with it? Amu smiled faintly. She picked up a piece of dragon bone and started gnawing on it. This incoming dragon should be a 4-vein dragon. A conservative estimate would be that it's at least 5 times stronger than the previous dragon. However, don't panic. This dragon's strength is far from being comparable to the girl in the plain dress behind you. Call her here. She can destroy this kind of dragon with a flick of her finger. Yi Xian looked at Amu. Miss Amu, I want to say that I can't contact her. Amu blinked. Are you serious? Yi Xian nodded. I'm very serious. And, let me tell you, I'm a little panicked now. Amu put down the dragon meat in her hand. She looked at the dragon meat in the big pot in front of her and said, Maybe, we're a little cruel. Yi Xian was speechless. In front of the cauldron, the aroma of dragon meat wafted. In the sky, the dragon might was getting closer and closer. Amu suddenly got up and walked behind Yi Xian. She lay on Yi Xian's back. Run. Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. He got up and ran. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distance. After Yi Xian and Amu left, an old man suddenly appeared in the field. When the old man saw the dragon meat in the cauldron, his face instantly turned ferocious. No. His voice was like thunder, shaking the sky. A moment later, the old man looked up into the distance. His eyes were red, and his expression was twisted. Stewed, the Heavenly Dragon clan had never suffered such humiliation. Ah! The old man suddenly roared. In the next moment, he directly rushed out. In the distance, Xian carried Amu on his back and ran wildly. On the way, Xian said, "Miss Amu, did none of your Wu clan experts wake up?" Amu looked around and shook her head. "No." Xian's face darkened. "Then why did you wake up?" After a moment of silence, Amu glanced at Xian and didn't say anything. At this moment, a powerful dragon might suddenly came from behind. Seeing this scene, Xian's face changed. "It's coming," Xian sped up. However, the dragon might was getting closer and closer. Obviously, the other party's speed was faster than his. Xian hurriedly said, "Miss Amu, do you have a way?" Amu glanced behind her, then slowly closed her eyes. She silently chanted an incantation. After a moment, she suddenly pointed at the back of Xian's head. "In the name of the sorcerer god, I bestow you with divine speed." Boom! In an instant, Xian's speed suddenly increased. This time, his speed increased by at least 10 times. When his speed increased, Xian suddenly felt a tearing pain all over his body. The speed was too fast, so fast that even his immortal body found it hard to resist. Xian was a little shocked. He had to say that Amu's ability was too terrifying. Soon, he discovered that he had shaken off the heavenly dragon behind him. Behind him, the old man suddenly stopped. He looked at Xian, who had already disappeared, and his expression was incomparably savage. After a while, he suddenly roared out in rage, and a series of dragon roars reverberated through the sky. In the distance, Xian, who heard the dragon roar, suddenly asked, "What is he doing?" Amu hesitated for a moment before saying, "He's calling for a dragon." "Call it a dragon," Xian's eyelids twitched. "Did I poke a hornet's nest?" Amu nodded. "Heavenly dragon race wants face the most, you stewed their dragon." To the heavenly dragon race, this is a humiliation, an unprecedented humiliation. If you were to fall into their hands, you would be in deep trouble. Xian said, "You also ate their dragon meat." Amu blinked, then said, "We can't fall into their hands." Xian nodded. He increased his speed once again, and not long later, he arrived at a valley. Above the valley, dark clouds covered the sky, and within the valley, there was a gust of wind. It was obvious that this was not a good place. Xian hesitated for a moment, then turned around and left. Amu suddenly said, "What are you doing?" Xian said, "This place is not a good place, let's change places." Amu said, "There's no danger." Xian asked, "Are you sure?" Amu looked at the valley and nodded, "No." Xian nodded slightly. He carried Amu to the depths of the valley. In the depths of the valley, he saw some bones. Xian glanced at the bones, then said, "Miss Amu, you have to wake up your Wu clan experts." Amu said, "They have to wake up on their own." Qingqing, Yi family, ancestral temple. Ancestors, Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Xian's position as the heir will be removed and Yi Lang will inherit it. The one who spoke was an old man dressed in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi mansion's elders. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral temple. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the ancestral temple, asking timidly, "Great elder, my brother Xian is the heir, why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent! The great elder suddenly raged. Whether or not he is crippled, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new heir, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder coldly replied, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi Mansion's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists. This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, even at this moment, the clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new heir, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of heir, it is the wish of everyone. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen, but she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, smiled and said, What's your name? The guard quickly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you are very good. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 personal guards. From now on, you will be my personal guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, he quickly bowed deeply, this subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince, I will do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, do not show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu did not know what he saw, but he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the ancestral hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who rushed back from Nanshan Hill. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder squinted his eyes, his face was dark, and no one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang, Zhang Mu's head spun, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, "Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The Great Elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The Great Elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Ling inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and said with a smile, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yi Ling nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through water and tread on fire for the prince, even if it means death." Yi Ling nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders began to frown. The Great Elder's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, barking, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Delicious, Yi Xian wanted to die. Was this woman crazy? He might not even be able to defeat a heavenly dragon. Moreover, there were still so many of them here. And at this time, this woman was still thinking about eating. Were all the high priests so heartless? Opposite Yi Xian, the Sky Dragon Elder's gaze was fixed on Amu. His eyes were filled with fear. High Priest, he naturally knew how terrifying the Wu clan's High Priest was. This kind of person was like a god in the Wu clan. With just a word from her, she could make countless Wu clan members die for her. It could be said that the High Priest's position in the Wu clan was even higher than the clan leader. This was because every clan leader had to be personally appointed by the High Priest, and only the clan leader who was recognized by the High Priest was legal. At this moment, the Sky Dragon Elder said softly, "High Priest as well." Amu nodded, "You too." The Sky Dragon Elder looked at Amu with a sinister expression. "High Priest, although my Tian clan and the Wu clan are enemies, we have always respected each other. Today, the High Priest killed my Sky Dragon clan's Sky Dragon and even pulled out his tendons, skinned him, and let him bleed in a big pot. Isn't this too much?" Although his voice was calm, Xian could feel the anger in his heart. Very angry, Amu blinked, then pointed at Xian and said, "He did it, I just ate a little meat." Hearing this, Xian almost collapsed. He was sold just like that. Hearing Amu's words, the Sky Dragon Elder turned to look at Xian. He just looked at Xian without saying a word. However, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Xian looked at the Sky Dragon Elder. "I am from the Sword Sect." "Have you heard of the Sword Sect?" The Sky Dragon Elder said, "Never heard of it." "Never heard of it?" Xian was taken aback before he turned to look at Amu. Amu said softly, "I've never heard of it either." "Is it famous?" Xian was speechless. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon Old Man suddenly said sinisterly, "Human, what enmity does my Heavenly Dragon race have with you? What enmity do you have with me? You actually did this?" Xian nodded and said, "Since you asked, then I'll tell you. The heavens pity me, it was your Heavenly Dragon race's dragon who made the first move. If you don't believe me, you can ask the High Priest." Amu quickly nodded. "That's right. Your dragon attacked first." The old man looked at Xian. "It's your honor for my Heavenly Dragon race to make a move on you, do you understand?" Xian blinked his eyes, then laughed. "Since you say that, then I can only say that it is your Heavenly Dragon race's honor to be eaten by the two of us." Amu hurriedly nodded. "I think that makes sense." Xian, the old man looked at Xian and laughed sinisterly. "You sure know how to use your tongue. I hope that your strength can be as sharp as your mouth." With that, he was about to attack, but at this moment, Amu suddenly said, "Hey." The dragons looked at Amu. Amu blinked his eyes and said, "Old man, you know that I can tell fortunes, right?" The old man looked at Amu without saying a word. Amu said seriously, "Old man, I'm telling you very, very seriously, if you touch him, you and your Heavenly Dragon race will be doomed eternally." Saying that, she pointed at Xian. "Do you know who he is?" The old man said sinisterly, "Even if he is the patriarch of your Wu clan, my Heavenly Dragon race will not rest until he is dead." Amu hurriedly said, "Calm down." The old man looked at Amu and said, "What else do you want to say?" Amu said in a deep voice, "Old man, you have to understand, it was your Heavenly Dragon race who made the first move. This is the evil cause created by your Heavenly Dragon race. If you still want to make a move now, let me tell you, this evil cause will implicate your entire Heavenly Dragon race, and even the Tian clan." As she spoke, she hurriedly pulled Xian to his side. Then, he said, "Look at him, do you think he's an ordinary person? Take a closer look." Xian, the old man looked at Xian, and as he looked, he suddenly said, "I can't tell." With that, he punched out. Xian's expression changed. He immediately pulled Amu behind him and activated his undying body. Boom! With this punch, Xian, along with Amu, retreated several hundred meters. But fortunately, he was able to withstand this punch. After Xian stopped, Amu pointed at the back of his head. "In the name of the sorcerer god, I grant you divine speed, run." Xian did not hesitate at all as he turned around and ran. Xian's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distance. Behind him, the old man was stunned. He never thought that Xian would be fine after taking a punch from him. This body was even stronger than the Heavenly Dragon races, but he quickly understood that this was definitely not because of his physical body. It must have been caused by some secret technique. The old man said in a deep voice, "Chase. Chase to the ends of the earth." With that, he took the lead and rushed out. Boom, behind Xian, several waves of dragon might swept across the sky. At the end of the distance, Xian had raised his speed to the limit. He was definitely unable to defeat those sky dragons, so he could only run. Fortunately, he had Amu with him. In terms of speed, those sky dragons were temporarily unable to catch up to him. After a while, Xian turned around and saw that those sky dragons were still in hot pursuit. Xian's face sank when he saw this scene, and then he said, "Miss Amu, do you have a way?" Amu took a deep breath, and then she patted her chest and said, "She's called the woman in a plain dress. Let me tell you, she's very formidable. She can chop off the heads of those dragons behind her with a single strike of her sword." Xian's face darkened. "I know she's formidable, but I can't contact her. Why don't you help me contact her?" Amu hurriedly shook her head. No, she doesn't seem like a reasonable person. If I forcefully go look for her, I'm afraid I'll be killed." Xian said, "With me around, she won't kill you." Amu still shook her head. "It really won't do. The secrets of such a person can't be spied on at will. If I want to find her, I can only spy on the secrets of the heavens. If I do that, I'll pay a terrible price. Moreover, that woman is extremely indifferent to life. Do you know that if it weren't for you, that sword strike from before could have destroyed this place? She's too terrifying." Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Is she as formidable as the witch god that you speak of?" Amu fell silent for a moment before she said, "I don't know for now." "For now?" Xian asked again, "For now? What do you mean?" Amu said, "I don't know if that strike was executed casually or with her full strength. So, I'm unable to know her true strength." As she spoke, she lowered her head to look at Xian. "Who is she to you?" Xian thought for a moment and said, "She can be considered my relative." Amu immediately smiled and said, "Very good." Xian was a little puzzled. "What's good about it?" Amu said, "You and I have a life and death contract. She is your relative, which means she is also my relative. Well, it feels good to have a relative." Xian's face darkened. He felt like he had been tricked. At this moment, Amu said, "Let's go to the ruins of the Witch Kingdom." As she spoke, she pointed to the right. "That way." Xian nodded and sprinted to the right. After arriving at the void dimension, Xian realized that this place was not just big. Behind him, the few sky dragons were still chasing wildly. On the way, Xian suddenly asked, "Miss Amu, is the witch god really there?" Amu nodded, "Yes. The witch god is very powerful." Xian said, "Are you familiar with the witch god?" Amu smiled and said, "Very familiar, but the witch god only exists in faith." Xian still wanted to ask something, but at this moment, Amu suddenly pointed into the distance. "We're here." Xian lifted his head and looked. Not far away from him, there was an ancient city. The ancient city was desolate and there was no sign of human habitation. Xian increased his speed and brought Amu into the ancient city. He put Amu down and said, "At most, the dragons will catch up to us in 10 breaths." Amu smiled and said, "I have a matrix." After she finished speaking, she suddenly waved her hands and chanted an incantation. After a moment, the entire ancient city suddenly trembled. At this moment, the few sky dragons suddenly appeared in the sky above Shaman City. Just as they were about to enter the city, a huge screen of light suddenly appeared above Shaman City. Boom! Boom! The sky dragons were blocked by the screen of light. The leader of the sky dragons suddenly roared and crashed into the screen of light. Boom! The screen of light and the entire Shaman City trembled, but the screen of light did not shatter. When he saw this, Xian instantly let out a sigh of relief. The matrix was still useful. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, "This matrix can't last for long. I'll bring you to a place. Let's go." Once she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Xian turned his head to look at the sky dragons. They were still crashing into the matrix. At this moment, the old sky dragon seemed to have noticed Xian's gaze. He stopped and looked at Xian. Xian grinned, then raised his index finger and beckoned, "Come here." When he heard this, the old sky dragon's expression instantly turned ferocious. He crashed into the screen of light, and the screen of light trembled once again. However, it still did not shatter, but there were already fine cracks on it. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw this, and then he turned around and left. In next to no time, Yi Xian followed Amu to arrive before an ancient hall. In the sky above the hall were the heads of some unknown demon beasts. Amu led Yi Xian into the hall, and the hall was filled with numerous strange red runes. Yi Xian looked at Amu. "Miss Amu, why did you bring me here?" Amu didn't speak. She walked to a wall and chanted something silently. In next to no time, the wall suddenly opened up, and then she turned to look at Yi Xian. "Follow me." Once she finished speaking, she walked in. Yi Xian followed. In next to no time, the two of them arrived at a secret chamber. There was a statue of a woman in the secret chamber, and there was an incense burner before the woman. Beneath the incense burner were the heads of some mysterious demon beasts. Amu turned to look at Yi Xian. "I want to transform you." "Transform myself?" Yi Xian was taken aback, and then he said, "Miss Amu, what do you mean?" Amu said, "You can't go to a place like a tomb. However, I can make you stronger in another way." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "There won't be any side effects, right?" Amu shook her head. "No. Come, take off your clothes. And, take them off cleanly." Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. "Miss Amu, you can't be thinking of dual cultivation with me, right?" I'm not a casual person, really." As he spoke, he had already started to take off his clothes. Amu. P.S. Thank you to all the readers for your recent support. Your gifts have flattered me, and also made me feel a little ashamed. Such updates, such gifts, for the first time I feel that I'm not human. During the new year, I really can't write at home every day, and I also want to relax. Let me tell you, I've been writing on New Year's Eve. Actually, the main reason is because I'm poor. Being poor makes me not dare to slack off in the slightest. In short, thank you to all the parents who support me. What are you thinking? Amu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. I want to transform your body. Not dual cultivation. Yi Xian's face turned red. He had misunderstood. Amu continued, your body is very strong, but it's not strong enough. Yi Xian said in a low voice, you want to improve my body? Amu nodded. Yes. If you want to improve your realm, you can only go to the tomb or the well of samsara. But you can't go to those two places for now, so I can only help you improve your body. Yi Xian asked, how do I improve it? Amu said, take off your clothes. Take them off cleanly. Yi Xian was speechless. Amu blinked. Are you shy? Shy. Hearing Amu's words, Yi Xian immediately took off his clothes. Soon, he was completely naked. Amu sized up Yi Xian's body and said, lie down. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then lay down on the ground. Amu opened her palm, and a black brush appeared in her hand. Then, she began to draw on Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian looked at Amu. Miss Amu, what are you drawing? Amu said, talisman. Yi Xian asked, what talisman? I'm also proficient in runes. Amu glanced at Yi Xian. Sorcerer talisman. Yi Xian asked again, is the sorcerer god still alive? Amu nodded. Still alive. Yi Xian continued to ask, is there a god on the side of the celestials? Amu said, there's one. He's also very powerful. Saying that, she paused and then said, but he's not as powerful as the sorcerer god. Yi Xian was speechless. Amu suddenly said, do you know Tendo? Yi Xian said, Supreme Tendo? Amu nodded. Yi Xian asked, Ji Daoi Dian Dian, what's wrong? Amu said softly, if you meet this woman in the future, you have to be careful. She's sneaky. Yi Xian frowned. You've been tricked by her? Amu nodded. Yes. Yi Xian asked, did you take revenge on her? Amu's hand paused for a moment before he said, I don't dare to retaliate. Yi Xian asked, is the Tendo very strong? Amu nodded. Yi Xian said gravely, Miss Amu, did you fall into a deep sleep to avoid the fifth dimension? Amu said, yes. Yi Xian said, I heard that in your era, the spiritual energy was extremely abundant and there were many strong people. Could you not fight against the fifth dimension? Amu said softly, we couldn't. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why? Amu sighed. That tribulation is not simple. Yi Xian wanted to say something, but at this time, Amu suddenly touched a certain place. Yi Xian shuddered. Miss Amu, do you want to draw this place? Amu glanced at Yi Xian. Of course. Yi Xian hesitated and then said, aren't you shy? Amu curled her lips. Isn't it just a few taels of meat? What's there to be shy about? After that, she continued to draw. If Amu wasn't shy, then Yi Xian naturally wouldn't be shy. In any case, he wouldn't suffer any losses. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, don't be hard. Yi Xian, Amu frowned. Can you not be so hard? Go soft. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. This woman, Amu looked at Yi Xian. Can you go soft? Yi Xian said gravely, Miss Amu, this is not something I can control. Amu frowned slightly. She looked at something. After a moment, she nodded. I understand. This is an instinctive reaction of the human body. If it's hard, then let it be hard. After that, she continued to draw. Yi Xian, about an hour later, Yi Xian discovered that his entire body was covered in those strange red runes. At first glance, he didn't look like a human at all. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Amu, how am I supposed to meet people like this? Amu said, don't worry, it'll disappear soon. After saying that, she continued to draw. Yi Xian turned his head to take a look. At this moment, he could hear the sound of the heavenly dragon race striking the formation. The heavenly dragon race really didn't plan on letting him go. At this moment, Amu suddenly put down her brush and said, come, follow me. After saying that, she stood up and walked outside. Just as Yi Xian was about to put on his clothes, Amu suddenly said, don't. Yi Xian, just like that, Amu brought Yi Xian outside. Above their heads, the heavenly dragon race and the other experts were still crazily attacking the formation, and the cracks on the formation were increasing. Amu took a look at the formation, then brought Yi Xian to a well. Yi Xian looked at the well. It was filled to the brim with blood. Yi Xian turned his head to look at Amu. Amu said softly, jump in. Yi Xian blinked, just like that? Amu nodded, in my Wu clan, only those who have made great contributions can enter this well. You can go in and absorb it. Yi Xian nodded and jumped in. After entering the well of blood, the blood around him immediately boiled. At this moment, Amu suddenly chanted an incantation. Gradually, a mysterious power appeared in the well. Inside the well, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He felt something enter his body. Amu said, don't resist. This is the power of the sorcerer god. I will use the power of the sorcerer god to forcefully temper your body. It will hurt a little later. As soon as she said that, Yi Xian felt as if his entire body was in pain. Fortunately, this bit of pain was nothing to him. After about an hour, Amu's body suddenly floated into the air. She closed her eyes and opened her hands. Sorcerer god. He's too weak. Make his physical body a little stronger. Please. After saying that, she held the staff in her hand and pointed at the well of blood. Boom, a powerful force suddenly surged into the blood well. In an instant, the entire blood well trembled violently. Down below, Yi Xian's body swelled up as streams of powerful force surged into his body. Yi Xian was a little shocked. Senior, what is this power? The power of the sorcerer god. Yi Xian asked, do you know anything about the sorcerer god? I don't. But it seems like the sorcerer god isn't simple. The high priestess isn't simple either. Yi Xian nodded. Actually, he still wasn't sure if Amu really didn't know how to fight. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, rise. As soon as she said that, Yi Xian floated out of the well. Yi Xian looked at his body and saw that the blood-red runes were gradually disappearing. Amu floated in front of Yi Xian and sized up Yi Xian, how do you feel now? Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly. He felt a powerful force flowing through his body. After a moment, he clenched his fists. Boom, the sky shook violently, and the space within thousands of feet cracked. Yi Xian looked at his body excitedly. Do I have the invincible golden body now? Amu shook his head. Not really. It's only a half-step invincible golden body. Yi Xian frowned. Half-step? Amu nodded. To achieve the true invincible golden body, you still need to undergo nirvana. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, how do I undergo nirvana? Amu said in a low voice, as far as I know, there are two ways. The first is to cultivate it yourself. The second is to use external objects. Yi Xian asked, what external objects? Amu said, the blood of a true phoenix can allow one to undergo nirvana and become invincible. Yi Xian continued to ask, where does the true phoenix do it? Amu glanced at Yi Xian. There is only one true phoenix in this world now. Yi Xian frowned. Why so few? Amu shook his head. When the true Phoenix clan's boss underwent nirvana rebirth, she caused too much of a commotion. Her flame swept for hundreds of thousands of miles and killed countless living beings. That's not all. She didn't know how to restrain herself and released her flames in a frenzy. In the end, the flames spread to Tendo Star Region's Tendo Mountain. Yi Xian asked, has the Tendo made a move? Amu shook his head. Not yet. However, there was a divine thunder that descended at that time. The appearance of this divine thunder meant that the Tendo was warning her. Unfortunately, she had just undergone nirvana rebirth at that time. Her strength was unprecedentedly strong and she was extremely arrogant. Then, she pointed at the heavens and said something like, if the heavens don't obey me, I will defy the heavens. This was tantamount to a declaration of war against the Tendo Mountain. Thus, a divine thunder fell on the true Phoenix clan. The true Phoenix who had just undergone nirvana was blasted into pieces. Not only her, but the rest of the true Phoenix clan were also not spared. All of them were buried in the divine thunder. Yi Xian was speechless. It was easy to cause problems when one was arrogant. At this moment, Amu said, actually, that true Phoenix who underwent nirvana rebirth did not die completely. Her soul is still there. It's just that she is imprisoned by the chains of Tendo. Yi Xian said, can't she escape? Amu shook his head. She can't escape. No one dares to save her because it was the Tendo who imprisoned her. The Tendo wants to imprison her forever. Speaking of which, she is quite pitiful. However, who asked her to go around shouting about defying the heavens? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, in your era, are the consequences of shouting about defying the heavens very serious? Amu looked at Yi Xian. It's not very serious. It's very, very serious. Yi Xian nodded. It seemed like this defying the heavens should not speak carelessly in the future. If he were to offend that Tendo, the gains would not make up for the losses. Amu suddenly said, if you want to achieve the indestructible golden body, other than cultivating slowly on your own, the only way is to find that imprisoned heavenly phoenix. Yi Xian asked, where is that heavenly phoenix? Amu said, in Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. That place is now a volcano. She is imprisoned in the depths. Saying that, she looked at Yi Xian. You can't really be thinking of finding her, right? Let me tell you, don't think that way. Saving her means that you will be tainted by the Tendo's karma. Moreover, it might be a bad karma. Once you offend the Tendo, she will plot against you and kill you. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, a loud noise suddenly came from the distant horizon. Yi Xian and Amu looked up. The great array in the horizon had already shattered. In the horizon, the heavenly dragon elder stared at Yi Xian and said fiercely, human ant, have you thought about how you will die? Yi Xian turned to look at Amu. Can I beat him now? Amu hesitated for a moment before saying, maybe, you can. Yi Xian. Could he beat them? Yi Xian did not know either. Although his strength had greatly improved, the heavenly dragon elder was a 4-marked heavenly dragon. Previously, he had to use his bloodline power to fight a 2-marked heavenly dragon. One could imagine how terrifying a 4-marked heavenly dragon was. Of course, the problem now was that he had to fight even if he could not beat them. Yi Xian looked at the heavenly dragon elder. One-on-one. The heavenly dragon elder said angrily, one-on-one? Are you thinking too much? Then he and the heavenly dragons behind him dashed toward Yi Xian, who was down there, a group fight. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. This guy did not want to fight one-on-one. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran with Amu on his back. He was not even confident of beating one heavenly dragon, let alone so many. After his physical body became stronger, his speed had also increased significantly. However, he still needed Amu's help to increase his speed. Seeing Yixian run, the heavenly dragon elder was stunned for a moment before he said angrily, "After him." With that, he and the heavenly dragons behind him disappeared at the end of the horizon. On the way, Yixian asked, "Senior Amu, is there a safer place?" Amu thought for a moment and said, "No." Yixian was speechless. Amu suddenly said, "Can't you beat them?" Yixian's face darkened. "Don't you know whether I can beat them or not?" Amu smiled sheepishly. "I thought you could beat them." Yixian was speechless. As if thinking of something, he suddenly asked, "Are the high priest's magus servants very strong?" Amu nodded. The high priest's servants are basically the strongest in the Wu clan. Yixian asked, "Did you have servants in the past?" Amu shook his head. "No." Yixian frowned slightly. "Why not?" Amu said, "I didn't find a suitable one." Yixian hesitated for a moment and said, "Miss Amu, am I the weakest among all the witch's servants?" Amu said, "Yes." Yixian was puzzled. "Then why did you choose me?" Amu said, "I find you pleasing to the eye." Yixian was speechless. At this moment, the heavenly dragons behind him suddenly sped up. Sensing this, Yixian's expression changed. He sped up and looked around. He knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. "We have to leave." Soon, Yixian arrived at the exit of the void dimension. At that moment, he saw the old tomb guard. The old tomb guard glanced at Amu but did not say anything. Yixian looked at the tombkeeper. "Senior, save me." The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "We're not very familiar with each other." Yixian was speechless. Meanwhile, a terrifying pressure suddenly came from behind him. "It's here." Yixian's eyelids twitched, and he looked at the old man. The old man pointed at the exit. "Run." The corners of Yixian's mouth twitched. He didn't hesitate to flee. Meanwhile, Elder Tianlong and the other heavenly dragons descended in front of the old man. Elder Tianlong looked at the old man and said furiously, "Why did you let him leave?" The old man frowned slightly and flicked his sleeve. Bang! Old man Tianlong was sent flying. This time, he flew more than 10,000 feet away. When he stopped, there was a palm print on his face. The expressions of the heavenly dragons changed drastically when they saw this scene. Elder Tianlong was slightly stunned as well. He looked at the old man. "Who are you?" The old man didn't say a word before he turned around and left. Elder Tianlong fell silent for a moment before he said, "Chase after that human youth." As soon as he finished speaking, he and the heavenly dragons by his side gave chase. After they left the void dimension, Yixian ran madly with Amu on his back. His face instantly fell when he sensed the heavenly dragons chasing after him. These fellows really intend to fight him to the death. Yixian sped up. Meanwhile, Amu suddenly said, "Where are you going?" Yixian said, "To get help." Amu blinked. "Who are you looking for?" Yixian said, "A very formidable fellow." As soon as he finished speaking, he sped up once more. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the Endless City, and the heavenly dragons entered it as well. At the distant riverside, the one-legged woman who was washing clothes suddenly raised her head, and it didn't take long for her to frown. "The troublemaker is here again." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Yixian arrived at the pawnshop with Amu on his back. However, it was empty. Yixian glanced at the surroundings and said, "Miss Xiaodao, are you there?" There was no response. Yixian's face darkened. Where did this fellow run off to again? At this moment, several powerful auras suddenly enveloped the Tendo pawnshop. Yixian's eyelids twitched. It was too late to escape now. Beside Yixian, Amu asked softly, "Is this place safe?" Yixian hesitated for a while, then said, "Perhaps." He felt a little uneasy without Xiaodao around. The people from the Endless City didn't dare to make a move here, but the heavenly dragons weren't from the Endless City. They came from the void dimension and might not even know of Xiaodao's existence and strength. At this moment, the heavenly dragons appeared outside the pawnshop. Just as the heavenly dragon elder was about to enter, He suddenly raised his head and looked at the signboard of the pawnshop. Tendo Pawnshop, the Heavenly Dragon Elder was stunned. At this moment, Xian, who was in the pawnshop, suddenly sneered, "Do you know what this place is? This is the Tendo Pawnshop." "Tendo, do you know?" "Tendo," the Heavenly Dragon Elder looked at Xian, "Tendo can't be in this place." After saying that, he punched out fiercely. Xian's expression changed. He pulled a mu behind him and threw a punch as well. Boom, in an instant, Xian retreated explosively, and then he crashed heavily into the counter behind him. The Sky Dragon Elder also retreated several hundred feet. Both of them were stunned, because they realized that the pawnshop was still there, undamaged. Seeing this, Amu's eyes flashed with astonishment. Outside the door, the Heavenly Dragon Elder's expression suddenly turned grave. He was very clear about his own strength. The strength of that punch should have turned the small pawnshop into ashes, but he didn't expect the pawnshop to be undamaged. Not simple, the Heavenly Dragon Elder was slightly more vigilant. At this moment, Xian suddenly said, "Old man, do you want to fight one-on-one? Let's fight one-on-one." The Heavenly Dragon Elder looked at Xian, "Why should I fight one-on-one with you? If you're so capable, call for help as well." The corners of Xian's mouth twitched when he heard that. This fellow. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon Elder suddenly charged into the pawnshop, and there were a few more heavenly dragons behind him. Xian narrowed his eyes. He was about to launch an attack when a woman showed up in front of him. It was none other than the one-legged woman. The one-legged woman looked at the Heavenly Dragon Elder and the other dragons that charged in, and she punched. Boom, the Heavenly Dragon Elder and the others were blasted away before they could even react. Xian was shocked when he saw that. That woman is so strong. Outside the pawnshop, the Heavenly Dragon Elder and the others stopped, and his eyes were filled with seriousness as he gazed at the one-legged woman. "Who are you?" The one-legged woman paid no attention to the Heavenly Dragon Elder, and she turned to look at Xian instead. "Leave this place." Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "I won't." Amu was speechless. The one-legged woman frowned slightly, and she clenched her right fist slowly. Xian hurriedly said, "I'm here to look for Miss Xiaodao." The one-legged woman spoke indifferently, "She doesn't want to see you." Xian frowned, "Why?" The one-legged woman's face was expressionless. She said that she'll definitely cause great trouble once she goes to the void dimension. She doesn't want to interfere in other people's business, so she ran away. Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard that, and he shook his head and sighed, "Alas, I never expected that Miss Xiaodao would think of me as such a person." The one-legged woman gazed at Xian, "Aren't you the same? You can't do anything, but you're number one in causing trouble." Xian was speechless. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon Elder suddenly said, "Your Excellency, this is between me and him. Please don't interfere." The one-legged woman turned to look at the Heavenly Dragon Elder. "What kind of trash are you?" Xian was stunned. This woman's temper wasn't ordinary. In the distance, the Heavenly Dragon Elder's face was a little gloomy. The old man is a dragon general of the Heavenly Dragon clan. "Your Excellency, the Heavenly Dragon clan only wants to kill the Xian and that woman. This has nothing to do with you, so please don't invite trouble for yourself." The one-legged woman looked at the Heavenly Dragon Elder. "This is my territory." The Heavenly Dragon Elder narrowed his eyes. "Your Excellency, are you really going to interfere?" The one-legged woman was expressionless. "If you don't scram, do you believe that I won't stew you?" "Stew." The Heavenly Dragon Elder was instantly infuriated. He suddenly leaped up and smashed his fist down towards the one-legged woman. The one-legged woman's expression was calm, but a strand of cold light flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, she smashed her fist forward, and the space in front of her instantly transformed into a strange vortex. Rumble, the Heavenly Dragon Elder was instantly blasted over 1 kilometer away. As soon as he stopped, his right hand split open and fresh blood sprayed. The expressions of the other dragons from the Heavenly Dragon clan instantly changed when they saw this scene. Xian was slightly shocked as well. This woman's strength was actually so terrifying. In the distance, the Heavenly Dragon Elder glanced at his right hand with slight disbelief. He knew his body very well, yet he hadn't expected that his body would be blasted apart by a single punch from this human woman. How much strength did one have to possess to accomplish that? At this moment, the fear in the Heavenly Dragon Elder's heart increased. The one-legged woman glanced at the Heavenly Dragon Elder. and the latter's expression changed. However, the one-legged woman didn't attack. Instead, she turned around to look at Xian. "Leave this place." Xian blinked, and then he said, "I won't." The one-legged woman said angrily, "Leave this place." Xian pulled a moo and took a step back, and then he said, "I won't." The one-legged woman suddenly clenched her right hand tightly, and Xian fell to the ground. "I won't leave. You hit me. Unless you beat me to death, otherwise, I won't leave." The one-legged woman stared fixedly at Xian. "This is my place." Xian closed his eyes. "I'm not leaving. Hit me." The one-legged woman stared at Xian. "As a person, you can't be so shameless. P.S. Everyone, try your best not to go out and vote more." Face, that thing was just a piece of skin to him, Xian. It was completely useless. If he left the endless underground city now, he would be beaten up by these sky dragons. He was not that foolish. Not leaving, just not leaving. Seeing Xian acting shamelessly, the one-legged woman's face was very gloomy. She really wanted to beat Xian to death. However, she also knew that this fellow could not die here. Otherwise, the matter would be even more serious. However, if this fellow did not leave, there would be no peaceful days in the endless underground city. The one-legged woman looked at Xian just like that. Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll just stay for a year. I'll leave after a year. Is that all right?" The one-legged woman raised a finger. "One day." Xian hurriedly said, "Half a year." The one-legged woman looked at Xian. "One day." Xian wanted to say something, but the one-legged woman's right hand slowly clenched tightly. Seeing this scene, Xian hurriedly said, 3 days. "I'll leave after 3 days. If you're still unwilling, then beat me to death." The one-legged woman looked at Xian just like that and did not speak. Xian knew that this woman definitely wanted to beat him to death. Right at this moment, the one-legged woman suddenly said, 3 days later, you leave." With that said, she turned and left. Seeming to have thought of something, she looked at that sky dragon old man, Scram. The sky dragon old man looked at the one-legged woman. "If you have the capabilities, beat me to death." Xian, right at this moment, the one-legged woman suddenly vanished from the spot. The sky dragon old man's expression changed drastically. He punched out fiercely. He used all his strength in this punch. The instant the punch was punched out, a powerful fist seal instantly enveloped the one-legged woman. Under this fist seal, the space around the one-legged woman was directly annihilated. At this time, the one-legged woman also punched out. Head on, this punch of hers crumbled the sky dragon old man's fist seal instantly. Immediately after, her fist landed directly on the sky dragon old man's chest. Puff, a mouthful of blood sprayed from Elder Tianlong's mouth, and then his figure was blasted flying. Meanwhile, the one-legged woman suddenly pressed forward, and Elder Tianlong's face was blasted by her fist before he could even react. Bang, the heavenly dragon elder spat out another mouthful of blood essence, his entire face deforming. At that moment, the other heaven dragons suddenly attacked. The one-legged woman's eyes turned cold when she saw the heavenly dragons take action. She suddenly stretched out her right hand and a powerful force suddenly gathered in her palm. In an instant, she slammed it in front of her and a black light suddenly erupted from her palm like a volcano. Rumble, before the few heavenly dragons that were near her could react, they were sent flying by the powerful force, blood splattered in the air, because the bodies of those heavenly dragons had all split open. The corners of Xian's eyes twitched when he saw this. This woman is extraordinarily strong. He was very clear about the defensive capabilities of these heavenly dragons, but this woman could easily break through their physical bodies. What did this mean? It meant that her strength far surpassed the heavenly dragons. At this moment, the one-legged woman suddenly appeared in front of the heavenly dragon elder. Before the latter could react, she slapped his head. Bang, Elder Tianlong was blasted flying again, but the one-legged woman had appeared before him once more before he could even descend to the ground. It didn't take long for resounding slaps to resound. She bashed him up. Under the gazes of everyone, Elder Tianlong was bashed up by the one-legged woman, and he didn't even have the ability to fight back. Xian's expression became slightly unusual when he witnessed this scene. Because he'd asked the one-legged woman to beat him to death. she was too violent. The one-legged woman was still bashing him up in the distance, and she showed no intention of stopping at all. On the other hand, Elder Tianlong had returned to his original form. However, he was still bashed up after that. The one-legged woman seemed to be weak, but she concealed shockingly formidable strength. Just like that, she bashed him up for an entire hour before Elder Tianlong suddenly said, "Let's leave. Let's leave." However, the one-legged woman didn't stop, and she continued bashing him up like a madman. The Elder Tianlong was finally a little afraid when he saw this scene. Because if he allowed her to continue bashing him up, he would be bashed to death. Elder Tianlong was suddenly blasted away by the one-legged woman. When he stopped and saw that the one-legged woman was about to attack again, he pointed furiously at Yixian. "Why don't you dare to attack him when he asked you to kill him?" Yixian was speechless. The one-legged woman looked at Elder Tianlong. "Can you compare to him? Don't you know what it means to have a strong second generation?" As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Elder Tianlong's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the pride of the dragon clan, and he turned around and ran. When the other heavenly dragons saw this scene, they immediately ran as well. That woman was too powerful, and they couldn't defeat her at all. If they didn't run now, they would be bashed to death. Soon, the heavenly dragons fled the boundless underground city, and the one-legged woman didn't chase after them. Yixian glanced at the one-legged woman and didn't speak. He knew that this woman actually did not want to be tainted by karma, because she could have killed those sky dragons, but she did not do so. At this moment, the one-legged woman turned to look at Yixian. Yixian's eyelids twitched. "I'll leave in 3 days." The one-legged woman turned around and floated away. Inside the pawnshop, Amu suddenly said, "She's very good at fighting." Yixian looked at Amu. "Do you know how strong she is?" Amu nodded. "Stronger than you." Yixian's face was filled with black lines. "Can you change the analogy?" Amu laughed. "Anyway, he's very strong. You have to work hard." Yixian nodded. He indeed had to work hard. As if he had thought of something, he looked outside and said, "Will Heavenly Dragon Race let this matter rest?" Amu shook his head. "They won't let this matter rest." Yixian was silent. Amu continued, "What I'm most worried about is that more and more Heavenly Dragon Race will wake up. At that time, the situation will be very serious." Hearing this, the corner of Yixian's mouth twitched. He remembered that Amu had said that there were hundreds of Heavenly Dragon Race, hundreds of them. What kind of concept was this? Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. At this moment, Amu suddenly laughed. "Don't worry, Heavenly Dragon is not the strongest in the Tian clan. In the Tian clan, there is an even stronger clan." The corner of Yixian's mouth twitched. "They are in cahoots with the Heavenly Dragon Race, right?" Amu said, "Yes." Yixian looked at Amu. "In other words, they might attack me together with the Heavenly Dragon Race, right?" Amu blinked. "It's not possible, it's definitely possible." Yixian, at this time, Amu said again, "Your body has just been modified by me, so you still need some time to adapt. Quickly sit down, I'll teach you the Wu clan's secret technique so that you can adapt to your body." Yixian nodded. He sat down cross-legged, and very quickly, a message suddenly surged into his mind. Wu clan's secret technique. Outside the boundless underground city, after the heavenly dragons escaped, seeing that the one-legged woman did not chase after them, the heavenly dragons immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They were still a little afraid of the one-legged woman. The heavenly dragon old man slowly closed his eyes. "I never thought that there would be such a strong person in this place. Looks like I still can't underestimate the people of this era." Saying that, he turned his head to look at the entrance of the boundless underground city, his eyes turning sinister. 3 days. We will wait for him here for 3 days. After 3 days, the old man will eat his flesh, drink his blood, and gnaw his bones. Boundless underground city. Somewhere by the river, the one-legged woman sat on the stone steps in silence. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared beside the one-legged woman. She looked at the river below and said with a smile, "Angry?" The person who spoke was none other than Xiao Dao. The one-legged woman did not say anything. Xiao Dao laughed. "Actually, it might not be a completely bad thing." The one-legged woman turned to look at Xiao Dao. "Then why don't you see him?" Xiao Dao shook his head. "This guy is too good at causing trouble. He actually stewed the Heavenly Dragon Race's dragon." If it was killed, the matter wouldn't be that serious, but he was stewed. I dare say that the heavenly dragon race has never suffered such humiliation before. The heavenly dragon race will definitely not rest until he is dead. The one-legged woman said indifferently, those dragons deserve a beating. Xiao Dao laughed, do you know the woman beside him? The one-legged woman said, it's not simple. Xiao Dao said softly, it's not just simple, she's the high priest of the Wu clan. In that era, this woman's status was so revered that she was like an emperor in the mortal world. The one-legged woman said, why is she following him? Xiao Dao was silent. The one-legged woman shook her head, this person is being targeted by too many people. Xiao Dao chuckled, this woman is very smart, but it's normal. How could someone who can become a high priest be an idiot? The one-legged woman looked at Xiao Dao, is the Tendo still sleeping? Xiao Dao shook his head, he's not sleeping. The one-legged woman frowned, then what is he doing? Xiao Dao chuckled, what do you think? The one-legged woman shook her head, it's so boring talking to you. The little Taoist priest laughed. At this moment, the one-legged woman suddenly said, does the Tendo dare to kill him? Xiao Dao chuckled, why would I want to kill him? The one-legged woman looked at Xiao Dao, and Xiao Dao laughed, haven't you noticed? Although this fellow is asking for a beating, he's still a good person. The one-legged woman looked at the river in front of her, what are you planning? As far as I know, you don't lack anything. Xiao Dao smiled but did not say anything. The one-legged woman shook her head, get lost. Xiao Dao laughed, turned around, and left. In the pawnshop, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, the strange red runes on his body appeared again. There was a surge of energy surging around his body. At the side, Amu looked around curiously, just like that, 2 days later, Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and there were red runes flowing in his eyes. Amu looked at Xian, how do you feel? Xian stood up and took a deep breath, I feel like my body is full of energy. Amu nodded, very good. Now, your physical body is not weaker than a 4-marked sky dragon. If you fight that old man one-on-one, you have a high chance of winning. Xian said in a low voice, he won't fight me one-on-one. Amu blinked, that's true. 3 days have passed, are we really going to leave? Xian said, if I leave, will you stay here? Amu quickly shook his head, you're my wizard's servant, I have to follow you. Xian was silent for a moment, then said, let's go, I'll bring you to a place. After saying that, he carried Amu on his back and left. As soon as they left the endless underground city, the Sky Dragon Elder and the other dragons looked at Xian. Xian laughed, come and chase me. After saying that, he turned around and ran. The Sky Dragon Elder. Seeing how arrogant Xian was, the Heavenly Dragon Elder was a little stunned. What did this guy mean? Without much thought, the Heavenly Dragon Elder led the other Heavenly Dragons and chased after him. On the way, Amu, who was on Xian's back, suddenly asked, where are you going? Xian replied, I'm looking for someone to help me. Amu blinked. Who are you looking for? Xian chuckled. You'll find out soon. With that, he sped up, behind him, the heavenly dragons chased frantically. About an hour later, Xian arrived at a place he had been to before. Ancient battlefield, there were 2 super powerhouses here, Demon Yen and Deity, this place was currently sealed off. However, he still used the Space Dao Law to force his way in. Anyway, he was familiar with Demon Yen and Deity. As soon as Xian entered the ancient battlefield, a woman appeared in front of him. It was Demon Yen, whom he had not seen for a long time. Demon Yan's gaze fell on Amu immediately. Looking at Amu, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Amu blinked. Hello. Demon Yen was about to speak when she suddenly looked up. In the distant horizon, a few powerful auras swept over. Demon Yen frowned slightly and looked at Xian. What are you doing? Before Xian could speak, the Heavenly Dragon Elder and the other dragons appeared not far behind them. Seeing this, Xian ran to Demon Yan's side and hugged Demon Yan's arm. Sister, long time no see. I missed you. Demon Garden blinked. Sister? Xian hurriedly said, Sister, I have a gift for you. With that, he took out a pair of horns. Seeing this pair of horns, the Heavenly Dragon Elder's expression instantly turned sinister. Because it was a dragon horn, Yi Xian stuffed the dragon horn into Demon Yan's hand without hesitation. Sister, this is for you. Demon Yan took a look at the dragon horn and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Is this a dragon horn? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Demon Yan sized up the dragon horn and said, even though its quality is ordinary, it's not bad. After saying that, she looked at Yi Xian. You gave this to me because you want the dragons behind you to view me as an enemy, and then you want me to help you fight them, right? Being exposed, Yi Xian's face turned red, but he quickly recovered. He pointed at the Sky Dragon Elder in the distance. Sis, they're bullying us. Demon Yan blinked. Well, I don't think we know each other that well, do we? Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to trick me like this? Yi Xian said, as the saying goes, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of love, Demon Yan suddenly interrupted Yi Xian's words. She looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile that was not a smile, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of love? Don't you think that's a little inappropriate? Yi Xian smiled awkwardly and said, Sis, be my judge. The dragon of the heavenly dragon race wanted to kill me, but he wasn't strong enough and was killed by me. Then I stewed him. Tell me, is this my fault? Demon Yan looked at Yi Xian. You stewed a sky dragon? Yi Xian nodded. Demon Yan gave Yi Xian a thumbs up. Amazing. Yi Xian asked, seen your nose about the sky dragon? Demon Yan smiled and said, no doubly a little, he's from the Tian clan. Yi Xian's expression became a little strange. This woman was not simple. She actually knew about the void dimension. At this moment, the heavenly dragon elder suddenly said fiercely, Sir, this is between us and him. Please do not interfere. Demon Yan looked at the heavenly dragon elder. I know it's between you and him. The heavenly dragon elder nodded slightly and was about to make a move when Demon Yan suddenly said, you guys go out and fight. The heavenly dragon elder frowned slightly and looked at Demon Yan. Go out and fight? Demon Yan nodded. This is our territory. This territory is small and can't withstand your torment. So, you guys go out and fight. The heavenly dragon elder looked at Demon Yan. He could not sense the aura of this woman in front of him. She was clearly not an ordinary person. After a moment of silence, the heavenly dragon elder looked at Yi Xian. Let's go out and fight. Yi Xian shook his head. I'm not going out. The heavenly dragon elder looked at Demon Yan. Demon Yan looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Little brother, you can't trick my demon race like this. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Sister, your demon race can't be afraid of the heavenly dragon race, right? Demon Yan smiled. Don't try to provoke me. It's useless. Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, the heavenly dragon elder suddenly said angrily, Human. Yi Xian looked at the heavenly dragon elder and said calmly, Come and hit me. The heavenly dragon elder was furious. A powerful aura suddenly swept out from his body. Yi Xian's expression did not change. He looked at Demon Yan. Although Demon Yan was smiling, his smile was a little cold. When the powerful aura arrived in front of Yi Xian, a mysterious force flashed across the field. Bang! Before Yi Xian could react, the heavenly dragon elder retreated 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped, blood sprayed out from all over his body. He was heavily injured with a single strike. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Even the heavenly dragon elder was stunned on the spot. Yi Xian looked at Demon Yan. He was extremely shocked. This woman is so strong. Demon Yan looked at the heavenly dragon elder. I told you. This place is very small, and it can't withstand any trouble. Don't you understand what I said? The heavenly dragon elder stared fixedly at Demon Yan. Sir, this is between my heavenly dragon race and him. Demon Yan blinked. I know this is between you and him. Did I say I wanted to interfere? Did I say I wanted to help him? I didn't. As she spoke, she grinned. I told you that this place is very small, and it can't withstand any trouble. I told you not to fight here, but you didn't listen. If you didn't listen, then you didn't give me, Demon Yan, face. Since you don't give me face, then why should I give you face? The heavenly dragon elder's expression turned slightly unsightly. He glanced resentfully at Yi Xian in the distance. This human before him was intentionally provoking him to attack. Demon Yan turned to look at Xian. Xian hurriedly said, I didn't attack. I gave you face. Demon Yan looked at Xian. You're the worst one. Xian was speechless. Demon Yan walked over to Xian and smiled. Our demon race only wants peace now. We don't want to be involved in any disputes, nor do we want to become enemies with any power. We just want to live well. Little brother, do you understand what I mean? Xian nodded. I understand. Demon Yan smiled. When do you leave? Xian hesitated. Then he said, 3 days. Demon Yan nodded. Deal. You can stay here for 3 days. I'll deal with whoever attacks. Xian said sincerely, thank you. Demon Yan turned to look at the Heavenly Dragon Elder. Remember, this place is very small. It can't withstand your troubles. 3 days, the Heavenly Dragon Elder's expression was extremely gloomy. Another 3 days passed. In the distance, Xian left with Amu. After Xian and Amu left, the Heavenly Dragon Elder looked at Demon Yan. Your Excellency, that person is obviously a scoundrel. Why did you give him face? Or are you afraid of something? Demon Yan looked at the Heavenly Dragon Elder and smiled. What about you? Why do you have to pester him for a dead dragon? The Heavenly Dragon Elder said fiercely, he is insulting my Heavenly Dragon race. Demon Yan shook her head. If I were you, I would let him insult me. The Heavenly Dragon Elder frowned. What do you mean? Demon Yan blinked. I don't mean anything. Hee hee. With that, she turned around and left. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon Elder suddenly said, Your Excellency, who is he? Demon Yan looked at the Heavenly Dragon Elder and smiled. To be honest, don't cause trouble for him. If it's me, I won't provoke him. With that, she turned around and disappeared. On the spot, the Heavenly Dragon Elder frowned. A moment later, the Heavenly Dragon Elder said fiercely, No matter who you are, those who insult my Heavenly Dragon race must die. With that, he disappeared. Xian brought Amu to a mountain range. Amu suddenly said, That woman just now was also very strong. Xian looked at Amu, Does the Wu clan have such an expert? Amu nodded. Yes. Xian asked again, Are there many? Amu shook her head, Not a lot. Xian thought for a moment, then said, When will they wake up? Amu shook his head again, I don't know. However, it's going to be soon. Xian sighed softly. Amu looked at Xian. Xian looked around and said, Will there be more heavenly dragons waking up in the Heavenly Dragon race? Amu nodded, I'm not worried about the Heavenly Dragon race, I'm worried about the Xianxia race. Xian frowned, Xianxia race? Amu nodded slightly, they are the masters of the Heavenly Dragon race, they are even stronger. If they wake up, you will be in big trouble. The corner of Xian's mouth twitched. Amu suddenly laughed, Do you regret stewing that sky dragon? Xian shook his head, I don't regret it. Amu smiled and did not say anything. Xian took out the Executing Heaven sword. He looked at the Executing Heaven sword in his hand and said in a deep voice, If only it were a little sharper. Or, it would be fine if that guy used his soul to fight me. Amu said, I can make it sharper. Xian looked at Amu. Amu laughed, Really? Xian said, How sharp is it? Amu thought for a moment, then said, How sharp do you want it to be? Xian said, Break through their sky dragon's defense. Amu suddenly said, There is only one way, and that is to remodel this sword. Xian frowned slightly, Remodel? Amu nodded, This sword of yours is already sharp enough. If you add the legendary Tendo's edge and Mother Earth's sharpness, your sword will become very, very powerful. Not to mention the 4-mark sky dragon, even the body of a 7-mark sky dragon won't be able to defend against it. Xian hurriedly asked, Tendo's edge? Mother Earth's sharpness? What's that? Amu laughed, It's a very powerful thing. Xian said in a deep voice, Where can I get this? Amu blinked, I have it. Xian. P.S. These few days, I've been paying attention to the current pneumonia. Everyone, be careful, safety is the most important. You have it? Yi Xian looked at Amu, a little stunned. Amu nodded, I have it. With that, she opened her palm, and an orange crystal suddenly appeared in her hand. In this crystal, Yi Xian saw a ray of white light. Yi Xian was a little surprised, this is the Tendo's edge? Amu nodded, yes. Yi Xian asked, what is the Tendo's edge? Amu smiled, Tendo once forged a godly weapon, the Tendo's edge. However, that godly weapon was broken down for some reason, and then the Tendo's edge was obtained by my Wu clan. Then, I took it out. Yi Xian blinked, you can take the Wu clan's treasures as you please? Amu nodded, yes, as long as the Wu clan has it, I can use it. Yi Xian quickly asked, does your Wu clan still lack a high priest? Amu covered her mouth and chuckled, you're already my witch's servant, you can't be a high priest anymore. Besides, to be a high priest, you need to know a lot of things. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed, as if he thought of something, he asked again, is this Tendo's edge very sharp? Amu nodded, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared, very sharp. With that, she took out a dark red stone, and in that dark red stone, there was a red line as thin as a hair. Yi Xian looked at that stone, this is? Amu said, the sharpness of the earth, this is the sharpest thing in the earth. It's formed from the burning of magma deep in the ground, and only this little bit can be produced after tens of thousands of years. With that, she looked at Yi Xian, it's very precious. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Amu suddenly shook his head, even if I have these two things, you can't integrate them into your sword. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Amu felt a little helpless. Because you lack a blacksmith who can control these three godly items. Yi Xian stared blankly, then hurriedly said, I have blacksmiths. Amu looked at Yi Xian. You have one? Yi Xian nodded. Yes, I know a blacksmith. Amu said, ordinary blacksmiths won't do. They have to be very, very powerful ones. Yi Xian said with a smile, don't worry, he is very powerful, very, very powerful. Amu nodded slightly. Shall we go and meet him then? Yi Xian nodded. He directly carried Amu on his back and disappeared on the spot. Just as he was about to leave the ancient battlefield, Demon Yen suddenly appeared in front of him. Demon Yen sized up Yi Xian. You're leaving? Yi Xian nodded. I really feel bad for dragging Miss Yen down here, so I've decided to leave. Demon Yen looked at Yi Xian. There's definitely another reason. Yi Xian was speechless. Demon Yen suddenly looked at Amu. How should I address you, miss? Amu smiled. Amu. Demon Yen was silent for a moment, then said, if you need me now, you can stay here. I can protect you. Yi Xian hurriedly said, what about me? Demon Yen smiled. You're so powerful, you don't need anyone to protect you. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. This woman, Amu smiled and said, I appreciate Mrs. Good intentions. However, he's my wizard attendant. I'll be wherever he is. Yi Xian glanced at Amu and did not say anything. Demon Yen nodded slightly. I understand. Take care, both of you. Yi Xian said, Miss Yen, aren't you going to keep me here for a while? Demon Yen looked at Yi Xian. If I keep you here, I bet it won't be long before this place disappears from this world. Yi Xian was speechless. Demon Yen smiled. Goodbye. Having said that, she turned and disappeared. Yi Xian shook his head. Heartless. Having said that, he disappeared with Amu. After Yi Xian and Amu disappeared, Demon Yen came to the Divine Spirit race. She came to the Divine Spirit Palace and smiled. The void dimension has appeared in this world. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of her. It was God Emperor. God Emperor looked into the distance and said softly. Actually, we can help him. Demon Yen shook her head. There are pros and cons. We can sell him a favor and give him some benefits, but we can't put all our chips on him. God Emperor frowned slightly. Why? Demon Yen said softly. Because I'm not sure if that Tendo is scheming against us. Tendo, hearing these two words, God Emperor's face darkened. He was very afraid of that legendary existence. That woman was really scary. At this moment, Demon Yen smiled. Besides, if he can't even deal with a small heavenly dragon race, then he's too useless. God Emperor nodded. That's true. Demon Yen turned to look at the sky. On the other hand, the heavenly dragon race has the guts to go find trouble with the Bane. Having said that, she shook her head with a smile and disappeared. As soon as Xian left the ancient battlefield with a moo, several powerful auras suddenly chased after him. Heavenly dragon race, Xian turned his head to take a look. The leader was still the heavenly dragon elder. At this moment, the elder's injuries were almost healed. Xian retracted his gaze and sped up. He had to get to the land of immortality as soon as possible and find that old blacksmith. Behind Xian, the heavenly dragon elder suddenly said, "This person must be going somewhere to find help again. Speed up and stop him." After saying that, he suddenly roared and returned to his original form. After returning to his original form, his speed increased explosively. In the distance, with a moo's help, Xian's speed increased crazily. Just like that, about an hour later, Xian arrived at the land of immortality. As he expected, the land of immortality was still closed. Xian directly used the Space Dao Law and then used a spatial jump to directly enter the land of immortality. As soon as he entered the land of immortality, the mutated beast scripture appeared in front of him. Xian smiled and said, "Miss Mutated Beast Scripture, long time no see." Just as the mutated beast scripture was about to speak, she suddenly frowned. She raised her head to look at the sky. In the distant horizon, several enormous heavenly dragons swept over. The mutated beast scripture's expression immediately turned cold. She looked at Xian. Xian smiled awkwardly. "I still have matters to attend to. Goodbye." After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. The mutated beast scripture still wanted to say something, but the heavenly dragons had already appeared before her. The leading elder looked at the mutated beast scripture. "Who are you, that human?" The mutated beast scripture was expressionless. "I'm not related to him." The old man said, "Then please hand him over." The elder said coldly, "Can't you go capture him yourself?" The elder glanced at the mutated beast scripture. "Then we'll go capture him ourselves." The mutated beast scripture suddenly said, "You can't fight inside." The elder's expression instantly turned ugly when he heard that, and an invisible pressure suddenly swept out from his body. The variant beast scripture's gaze instantly turned icy cold when she saw this. She suddenly took a step forward, and then an invisible force suddenly appeared above Elder Tianlong's head. At the instant he sensed this force, Elder Tianlong's expression changed drastically because he felt that this force was a lethal threat to him. The elder retreated with the heavenly dragons. When they looked at the mutated beast scripture again, their eyes were filled with fear. The mutated beast scripture was expressionless. When she was created, she had a certain restraining effect on mutated beasts. Of course, the most important reason was that her strength had completely recovered. The current her could use all the power in the mutated beast scripture at will. A few mere heavenly dragons were definitely not her match. The elder stared at the mutated beast scripture. "Who exactly are you?" Ever since he left the void dimension, he never thought that the people he met would be so abnormal. Were there so many experts in this era? The mutated beast scripture coldly looked at the elder. "You want to kill him?" The elder nodded. The mutated beast scripture asked. "Why?" The elder said in a deep voice, "He killed a dragon from my heavenly dragon race," and, speaking up to this point, his expression suddenly became ferocious. "And he even stewed it." Stewed dragon, the mutated beast scripture's mouth twitched. This guy actually ran to stew a dragon. The elder looked at the mutated beast scripture. "Sir, this is a matter between us. Please do not interfere." The mutated beast scripture was expressionless. "I will not interfere in your matters." The elder hesitated for a moment before saying, then, the mutated beast scripture said calmly, "I will let him leave." The elder took a look at the mutated beast scripture. "What if he doesn't want to leave?" The mutated beast scripture said, "I will not interfere in your matters. I will let him leave later. After he leaves, I do not wish for you to step into my territory." With that, she turned and left. On the spot, the Sky Dragon Elder's expression was somewhat ugly. He did not have Xiao Dao to chase after a human youth. He actually had so many twists and turns and did not succeed. If this continued, it would not be good, the elder frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. Xian brought Amu to the old blacksmith's residence. The old blacksmith was still there. When he saw the old blacksmith, Xian hurriedly ran up. "Hello, senior." The old man glanced at Amu, and then he said, "You brought another woman with you." Xian was speechless. Amu blinked and looked at Xian. The old blacksmith suddenly said, "Is there something you need from me?" Xian nodded quickly. He handed the executing heaven sword to the old blacksmith and looked at Amu. Amu looked at Xian. "Do you have many women around you?" Xian was stunned. He did not expect Amu to suddenly ask this question. He was about to speak when Amu smiled. "I was just asking." With that, she took out the edge of tendo and sharpness of earth and placed them in front of the old blacksmith. Seeing these items, the old blacksmith's eyes flashed with shock. "Good stuff." Xian asked, "Senior, how long will it take to fuse them?" The old blacksmith said, 2 days. Xian bowed slightly. "Thank you." The old blacksmith kept the 3 items and turned to walk into his straw hut. At this moment, the mutated beast scripture suddenly appeared in front of Xian. She looked at Xian. "Leave this place." Xian blinked. "What are you saying? I don't understand." Mutated beast scripture. Mutant beast scripture looked at Xian. "Don't play dumb with me." Xian smiled embarrassedly. "Miss Mutant beast scripture, can I stay here for a few days?" Mutant beast scripture remained expressionless. "No." Xian said, "Just 3 days." Mutant beast scripture said, "No." She was very heartless. The corners of Xian's mouth twitched slightly. "This woman is too heartless." Mutant beast scripture stared at Xian. "Xian, this isn't a place for you to take refuge in." Xian opened his palm, and 30 strands of violet energy appeared in his hand. He passed the violet energy to Mutant beast scripture. Mutant beast scripture looked at Xian with disdain. "Do you think I'm as greedy as you humans?" Xian withdrew another 20 strands of violet energy. Mutant beast scripture suddenly grabbed the 50 strands of violet energy and said, "You must leave in 3 days." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished. Meanwhile, Amu suddenly said, "That violet energy of yours is very extraordinary." Xian looked at Amu. "You want it?" Amu shook her head. "I don't need it." Xian nodded, and then he gazed at the small shop. He hoped that the old blacksmith could improve executing heaven's sword as soon as possible. Those heavenly dragons were truly too arrogant. Amu swept the surroundings with her gaze, and then she said, "That young lady from before is a rare treasure. If you're able to subdue her, it'll be of great help to you." Mutant beast scripture. Xian shook his head and smiled. "That woman isn't on good terms with me, so I'd better not have any designs on her." As she spoke, she gazed at Amu. "Miss Amu, I've always been puzzled. The experts of your Wu clan haven't woken up, so how did you wake up?" Amu blinked. "All encounters are fated encounters, it's fate." Xian said in a deep voice, "You're saying that it was fate that brought us together?" Amu nodded. "It must be fate that I woke up when you came to the point where I was asleep." Xian asked, "Is it because of this that you chose me to be your wizard's attendant?" Amu was silent. Xian smiled and said, "Miss Amu, I believe what you said about fate. However, I also believe that not all encounters are fated. You met me and chose me to be your shaman's attendant. I feel that all of this is man-made." Amu looked at Xian. "Do you think I'm plotting something against you?" Xian shook his head. "I don't have anything worth scheming against. I just don't understand, so I'm just asking. I don't have any other intentions." Amu looked at Xian. "You should know that your identity is not simple, right?" Xian nodded. "I know. There is a woman in plain dress behind me. She is very powerful. I don't know how powerful she is. In any case, she is very powerful. I also don't know the reason why she is so protective of me. Besides her, I got the Prophet's treasure. They said that the Prophet chose me, and the Sword Sect, the #1 force. I inexplicably became the young master of the Sword Sect." As he spoke, he looked at Amu. "The thing that puzzles me the most is my bloodline. My bloodline is very powerful, second only to the legendary mortal bloodline. However, I don't know why my bloodline is so powerful. Because I don't know my father at all. But from what they said, my father is definitely not an ordinary person. Amu chuckled. Are you confused? Yixian nodded. A little. Amu walked in front of Yixian. She chuckled. Just follow your heart and live. As for the rest, some things are destined by the heavens. Some things are destined by man. No matter which one it is, we can't change it, and we don't need to change it. So, what we can do is to do our best. Follow your heart. Yixian was silent. Amu continued. Just like you and me. Our meeting is certainly not a coincidence. I met you and chose you to be my witch's attendant. There are many reasons. Everyone does things for a reason. But we don't need to pursue every reason. Because most of the time, the more you know, the more uncomfortable you will feel. As for you and me, you can understand it this way. You need me now, I need you in the future. That's enough. Yixian was silent. Karma, someone told him a long time ago that he had a great karma. And regarding this so-called karma, he really didn't know anything. For example, the woman in plain dress. Why was she so protective of him? Also, who was his mysterious father? After a while, Yixian shook his head and smiled. Just like what Amu said, why was he thinking so much? Anyway, if there were benefits, he would take them. If there were disadvantages, he would run. Thinking of this, Yixian's mind was clear. His whole body felt comfortable. Right at this moment, a light howl of a sword suddenly resounded from within the shop. Yixian and Amu looked at the straw hut. Yixian asked softly, "Did you succeed?" Amu shook her head. "It should take some time. Those three are all God objects. It is not easy to fuse them." Yixian nodded. Then he asked, "If the fusion is successful, can it really break the Sky Dragon's defense?" Amu nodded. "It definitely can." Yixian nodded. "As long as it can break the Sky Dragon's defense." His physical body was not weaker than the Sky Dragon. If he added the undying body, his physical body was invincible. But he lacked sufficient strength and killing methods, because his physical body was also strong. Time passed bit by bit. Outside the land of eternal life, the Sky Dragon Elder and the other dragons were getting impatient. When the mutated beast scripture told them that they had to wait for 3 days, the Sky Dragon Elder almost went crazy. Another 3 days, he really wanted to destroy the world. However, due to the power of the mutated beast scripture, he had no choice but to wait for 3 days. 3 days, the Sky Dragon Elder closed his eyes. Waves of dragon's might surged out from his body. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, the old blacksmith suddenly walked out of the straw hut. Seeing this scene, Yixian hurriedly went up to him. "Senior?" The old blacksmith said, "Follow me in." With that, he led Yixian in. Amu also hurriedly followed. After entering the straw hut, Yixian realized that there was only a huge iron furnace in the straw hut. There was nothing else. The old blacksmith looked at Yixian. "Put a drop of blood in." Yixian nodded. With a point of his finger, a drop of blood flew into the iron furnace. Boom! As soon as the drop of blood entered the iron furnace, the entire iron furnace trembled violently. A powerful sword soared into the sky from the iron furnace. Following that, a sword flew out from the iron furnace. Executing Heaven's Sword, Yixian opened his right hand and the Executing Heaven's Sword landed steadily in his hand. At this moment, the appearance of the Executing Heaven's Sword had not changed, but on both sides of the blade, there were 2 subtle white lights, and on the tip of the sword, there was a red line that was as thin as a hair. "Tendo's edge, sharpness of the earth," the old blacksmith suddenly said, "This sword is very impressive. It's at least 10 times sharper than before." Yixian hesitated for a moment before taking out the torch dragon armor. He used the Executing Heaven's Sword to lightly slash the torch dragon armor. Chi, the torch dragon armor immediately split open like paper. Seeing this scene, Yixian was stunned. So sharp, he had to admit that at this moment, he was still a little shocked. No, it was shock. He knew how terrifying the torch dragon armor was, but he did not expect that the sword could cut through it so easily. One must know that before this, the executing heaven sword could only leave a shallow mark on the torched dragon armor. The old blacksmith suddenly said, "The sharpness of this sword is rare in the world." Amu suddenly said, "If there's one more thing, it'll be even more powerful." The old blacksmith and Xian looked at Amu. Amu smiled and said, "As far as I know, other than the blade of Tendo, the sharpest thing in the world is another thing called break." Xian frowned slightly. "Break?" Amu nodded. "This thing is the natural enemy of cultivating the physical body. Back then, this thing was also in the hands of Tendo. Later, it was said that he gave it to someone, and after that, I don't know." Xian said, "I can ask Xiao Dao." This woman had a lot of treasures and knew everything in this world like the back of her hand. Asking her was definitely the right choice. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, "You can go find that true phoenix." Xian looked at Amu. "True phoenix?" Amu nodded. "Your physical body has reached a limit. If you want to improve further, you can only use nirvana rebirth. If you can reach the indestructible realm, even if that one-legged woman and that demon Yen want to kill you, you need to have the ability to protect yourself." Xian said solemnly, "How strong is the physical body of the Heavenly Dragon Clan's 8 groups of heavenly dragons?" Amu said, "It's also the indestructible golden body realm. However, it's not an ordinary indestructible golden body. If you reach the indestructible golden body realm, other than the 8 groups of heavenly dragons, no heavenly dragon can surpass your defense." Xian asked again, "Are there many 8 groups of heavenly dragons?" Amu shook her head. "The Heavenly Dragon Clan only has 8 groups of heavenly dragons." As she said that, she looked at Xian. "However, if you go find that heavenly phoenix, you might offend the Tendo." "Tendo?" Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "He won't be that petty, right?" Amu said, "He's very petty, and he's very vengeful." Xian, at this moment, the mutated beast scripture suddenly appeared in front of Xian. Xian hurriedly kept the executing heaven sword. The mutated beast scripture looked at Xian. "What are you hiding?" Xian shook his head. "I'm not hiding anything." The mutated beast scripture looked at Xian for a moment and said, "You should leave." Xian nodded. "I know." Xian turned to look at the old blacksmith and bowed respectfully. "Senior, I'm leaving." The old blacksmith nodded. "Go." Xian nodded and left with Amu. The mutated beast scripture looked at Xian, who had disappeared into the distance, and did not say a word. The old blacksmith suddenly turned around and left. At this moment, the mutated beast scripture said, "Sir." The old blacksmith looked at the mutated beast scripture. The mutated beast scripture said in a deep voice, "What exactly are you planning?" The old blacksmith smiled and said, "You want to chase me away?" The mutated beast scripture was silent. The old blacksmith smiled. "Little girl, you're still a little too inexperienced compared to your master. Do you know why he let me stay here back then? Because he can't beat me, haha." With that, he turned around and walked into the straw hut. On the spot, the mutated beast scripture was silent. She did not dare to make a move, because her intuition told her that if she made a move, she would die. First it was Arrow, and now it was this old blacksmith. The mutated beast scripture shook her head, and a sense of helplessness rose in her heart. As soon as Xian left the land of eternal life with Amu, he met the Sky Dragon Elder. Xian was about to speak when the Sky Dragon Elder suddenly said, "Human, if you don't run, I'll fight you one-on-one. Let's have a fair duel." Xian. P.S. I've been too bored recently. One-on-one. The reason why the old man chose to fight with Xian was because he really did not want Xian to run away. This guy was too good at running. When he heard the old man's words, Xian was a little stunned. He was already prepared to be beaten up by the group, but he did not expect that the old man would actually ask him to fight one-on-one. Unexpected surprise. Xian looked at the old man. "Are you sure you don't want to gang up on me?" The old man looked at Xian. "As long as you don't run, we won't gang up on you." Xian nodded. "Then let's fight one-on-one." With that, he took out his sword. It was not the executing heaven sword, but an ordinary sword. The old man turned to look at the dragons behind him. "All of you, retreat." The few sky dragons immediately retreated a few thousand feet. The old man looked at Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Sir, make your move." The old man suddenly clenched his right hand, and in the next moment, he disappeared from where he was. In the distance, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and punched out. His fist directly landed on the old man's chest, and the old man's fist also landed on his chest. Neither the man nor the dragon chose to defend. Boom, boom. The two of them retreated at the same time. This retreat was several thousand feet away. The moment Yi Xian stopped, the old man suddenly rushed out from the distance, and the moment he rushed out, Yi Xian also disappeared from where he was. Bang! Bang! In the arena, Yi Xian and the old man started fighting hand to hand. One man and one dragon chose to fight head-on, without any technique. At this moment, Yi Xian was a little excited because he realized that his physical body and strength were not weaker than the old man. As for the old man, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. Because he realized that the human in front of him was not weaker than him at all. What kind of freak was this? He was from the heavenly dragon race. As they fought, the old man knew that if they continued fighting like this, they would be able to fight until the end of time. Because no one could do anything to the other, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly rushed in front of Yi Xian and punched Yi Xian's head. At the same time, he roared, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly dragons behind him suddenly attacked. Obviously, he wanted to gang up on Yi Xian and get rid of him. The momentum of his punch had already enveloped Yi Xian, making it impossible for Yi Xian to escape. However, Yi Xian had no intention of escaping. The moment Elder Heavenly Dragon shouted to attack, a sword suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's hand, executing Heaven's sword. Before the Heavenly Dragon Elder could react, Yi Xian slashed down fiercely with his sword. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. The Sky Dragon Elder looked at Yi Xian in a daze. How is this possible? As soon as he finished speaking, the space between his eyebrows suddenly split open. Then, he was split into two and blood splattered everywhere. One sword dismemberment. The moment Elder Heavenly Dragon Elder's physical body was split, he wanted to escape. However, a sword suddenly pierced through the top of his soul-suppressing sword. Boom! In an instant, the Heavenly Dragon Elder's soul was completely absorbed. As for the few heavenly dragons that were about to rush over, they were stunned. They did not expect Elder Heavenly Dragon Elder to be killed in an instant. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was far away, suddenly disappeared from where he was. Pissed, one of the heavenly dragons was dismembered by Yi Xian and the other heavenly dragon's expressions changed drastically as they fled. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. A moment later, the few heavenly dragons were slaughtered by Yi Xian. In the air, Yi Xian looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand and was extremely shocked. This sword was too terrifying. These dragons were more fragile than paper in front of him. At this moment, a moose suddenly walked in front of him. She looked at the corpses of the sky dragons around her. Kill them all. Yi Xian looked at Amu. If I kill them, heavenly dragon race will have even more sky dragons appear, and then they will continue to target me, right? Amu looked at Yi Xian and nodded very seriously. They will have even more powerful sky dragons come looking for you. Yi Xian shook his head. Vicious cycle. Amu was about to speak when the distant horizon suddenly trembled. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. He kept the executing heaven sword and said, "It can't be here, right?" Amu looked at the sky and said softly, "This is the heavenly dragon race's secret technique, the soul-chasing secret technique. If something happens to the dragon race outside, the heavenly dragon race can use this secret technique to track the place where they fell." Yi Xian said, "Let's go." Amu shook his head. "Let's take a look first." Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, a gigantic sky dragon phantom suddenly appeared in the distant horizon. The moment the sky dragon phantom appeared, Yi Xian felt a formless pressure, very strong. Yi Xian's expression became serious. In the sky dragon phantom's gaze landed on Yi Xian. "You killed him." Yi Xian nodded. "I killed him." The sky dragon phantom suddenly said angrily, "How dare you?" Yi Xian looked at the sky dragon phantom and laughed. Could it be that they are the only ones allowed to kill me? I'm telling you, I have guts. The sky dragon phantom stared at Yi Xian. "You will die without a burial ground." Yi Xian sneered. He glanced at the sky dragon corpses all over the ground, then said, "Watch, I will show you a big dragon stew in an iron pot." With that said, he picked up the big pot and started to stew it. Amu blinked his eyes. "Are you really going to stew?" "He's still here." Yi Xian said, stew. With that said, he started stewing. Seeing Yi Xian stew the dragon, the sky dragon phantom in the sky just stared at him, but Yi Xian ignored the sky dragon phantom. In a short while, the fragrance of meat wafted out from the iron pot. At this moment, the sky dragon phantom suddenly turned illusory, but his gaze was always on Yi Xian. After a moment, the sky dragon phantom disappeared. Amu glanced at Yi Xian. Are you deliberately provoking him? Yi Xian said, actually, I want to anger him to death. Amu blinked. He will definitely be very angry, but he won't be angered to death. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, no matter what, they will definitely not let me go, right? Amu nodded. She picked up a piece of dragon meat and placed it in her mouth, then said, what are your plans now? Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, just a single celestial execution sword is not enough for me to fight against the entire heavenly dragon race. I need to raise my own realm and physical body. As he spoke, he looked at Amu. Amu picked up another piece of dragon meat and placed it in his mouth, then said, in terms of realm, you must borrow the help of the tomb or the well of samsara, otherwise, you will not be able to quickly reach the well of samsara. And now, we definitely can't go in to look for the tomb and the well of samsara. Therefore, we can only choose to improve our physical bodies. Yi Xian picked up a piece of dragon bone and chewed on it, so, we have to go find that true phoenix. Amu nodded, yes. I have to remind you, we have to be fast, because the heavenly dragon race's sky dragon will definitely come out to chase after you. If it's an ordinary sky dragon, they will definitely not be your match, but if you kill a 4-mark sky dragon, they will definitely send an even stronger sky dragon to find you. According to my calculations, if the other party sends a sky dragon below the 7 mark to find you, it won't be much of a threat to you. However, if they send a 7-mark sky dragon, then you will be in trouble. Yi Xian frowned. 7-mark sky dragon? Amu nodded. Very, very strong. Although your sword can injure a sky dragon at this level, the other party's strength is far above yours. As long as the other party isn't stupid enough to use his head to block your sword, you have no chance of winning. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. Let's go to the Tendo Star Field. Amu looked at Yi Xian. I need to remind you that Tendo is not to be trifled with. If you go find the last true phoenix, it means that you might offend her. Are you afraid? Tendo, Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, she won't be that petty, right? Amu said seriously, Tendo is very petty. So, you have to think carefully. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, let's go. Amu nodded slightly, let's go. I'll go with you. With that, she looked at the pot of dragon meat in front of her. Let's go after eating. Yi Xian nodded, all right. Soon, the two of them began to sweep the dragon meat in the big pot. About half an hour later, the two of them cleaned up the pot of dragon meat. Amu licked the corner of her mouth, then seemed a little intoxicated. This sky dragon's meat is indeed delicious. Actually, in terms of delicious, there is another kind of meat that is even more delicious than this sky dragon's meat. Yi Xian asked quickly, what kind of meat? Amu said, ancient Qilin. This kind of divine beast's meat is even more delicious. Ancient Qilin, Yi Xian blinked, you've eaten it before? Amu chuckled, not saying a word. Yi Xian asked again, is the ancient Qilin strong? The smile on Amu's face suddenly disappeared. Very strong, the supreme divine beast, from the same era as Tendo, very powerful. Yi Xian nodded, then let's not have any ideas about it. Let's go to Tendo Galaxy. Amu nodded, alright. Soon, Yi Xian carried Amu and disappeared from the scene. And in that distant nothingness dimension, a powerful dragon's aura suddenly shot up into the sky. The next moment, that dragon's aura had already left the boundless underground city. In the cemetery, the old tomb guard who was sweeping the floor suddenly stopped. He turned to look, then shook his head and sighed, what a troublemaker. With that, he looked at the cemetery. At this moment, some of the tombs were already empty. After a moment, the old tomb guard said softly, it seems that my mission is almost completed. With that, he continued sweeping the floor. Yi Xian brought Amu to Tendo Galaxy. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Amu, is that imprisoned sky phoenix easy to deal with? Amu said, I don't know, but I think it's not easy to deal with. think about it, she has been imprisoned for so long, she's definitely not normal. If you encounter her, be careful. Xian said, Tendo imprisoned her for so long, isn't it a little? Amu hurriedly said, don't say bad things about Tendo. Xian looked at Amu, and Amu said seriously, it's better not to offend her. Xian nodded, then sped up. Soon, he came to a starry sky, and in the starry sky, he saw a fiery red planet, like a scorching sun. Amu looked at the fiery red planet, a complicated look flashed in her eyes, and she said softly, be a person. You have to keep a low profile at all times, you can't be arrogant just because you have some ability. True Phoenix Mountain, looking at the fiery red planet below, Xian felt a little emotional. Amu suddenly laughed. Sympathize with the true phoenixes? Xian shook his head. That's not it. It's just that I feel that it's not easy to survive in this world. Amu nodded. That's true. Xian laughed. Let's not think about this anymore. Let's go down. With that, he led Amu into the fiery red planet. As soon as they entered, Xian felt a burning sensation. The deeper they went, the more intense the burning sensation became. Xian turned to look at Amu. You seem fine. Amu nodded. I can still protect myself. With that, she began to chant something. Soon, a green light shield appeared on Xian's body. With the appearance of this light shield, the burning sensation around him suddenly disappeared. Xian was a little surprised. Amu, what kind of supernatural power is this? Amu laughed. It's just a simple shield. Xian glanced at Amu. You know quite a lot. With that, he sped up. Soon, he arrived at the legendary Sky Phoenix Mountain. At that moment, Sky Phoenix Mountain was already a sea of fire. Xian looked around. Where is the true phoenix? Amu looked around. I don't know. Xian said in a low voice, could it be gone? Amu shook her head. That shouldn't be possible. Unless the Tendo attacks again, the flames won't burn her to death. Xian nodded. He looked at True Phoenix Mountain in the distance. Is Senior True Phoenix here? There was no response. Xian turned to look at Amu. Amu pondered for a moment and said, it should be unwilling to come out. Xian frowned. Then what should we do? Amu looked at Xian. Lure her out. Xian blinked. How? Amu said, just you wait and see. Xian thought for a moment, then looked at True Phoenix Mountain. Senior, this is the high priest of the Wu clan. Do you know of the Wu clan? There was still no response. Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, Senior, we're here to save you. Amu looked at Xian. Xian chuckled. If we want to gain something from them, we have to give something first. What do you think? Amu nodded. You're right, but that Tendo, as she said that, she looked at Xian. Aren't you afraid of Tendo? Xian thought for a moment and said, Xiao Dao and Tendo are very close, and I'm friends with Xiao Dao. So, in theory, Tendo and I are also friends. I believe she won't be angry with a friend over such a small matter. Amu blinked. Can I understand it that way? Xian was about to speak. At this moment, a flame suddenly erupted from the volcano in the distance. Then a woman in a red dress walked out of it. The woman wore a fiery red dress that was like flames. It was very gorgeous. Her hair was very long, just like Amu's, reaching her hips. Her wrists were tied with 4 dark black chains at her ankles. The woman's appearance was also devastatingly beautiful. It was rare in the world, True Phoenix, the last true phoenix in the world. Amu suddenly said, be careful. This woman has already broken through her limits. Her strength is unprecedentedly strong. Although she's imprisoned now, she's definitely not someone you can fight against. Xian turned to look at Amu. Amu, can you use Xianxia to transmit your voice? It's a bit awkward for you to say it so openly. Amu didn't use Xianxia to transmit her voice. That meant that the true phoenix heard it clearly. Amu smiled sheepishly. I forgot. Xian shook his head. This Amu was too careless. At this moment, the true phoenix walked in front of the two of them. The true phoenix's gaze fell on Amu. Wu clan's high priest. Amu nodded slightly. Hello, Your Excellency. The true phoenix was expressionless. He's your shaman's servant? Amu nodded. Yes. My shaman's servant. The true phoenix turned to look at Xian. Xian also hurriedly said, Hello, Senior. The true phoenix looked at Xian. His strength is weak, but his fortune is great. His identity isn't simple. As she spoke, she looked at Amu. No wonder you chose him. What you fancied wasn't his person, but the fortune he had. Amu shook her head. Actually, he's not bad. Heh. The true phoenix looked at Amu. Your high priest and the celestial race's god tier are all hypocritical, just like that Tendo. Amu smiled. Who doesn't have 1,000 faces in their lifetime? The true phoenix looked at Xian. Do you know why she followed you? Xian shook his head. I really don't know. The true phoenix said, she's plotting. Xian smiled. Senior true phoenix, why are you telling me this? The true phoenix looked at Xian. You don't have any other thoughts? Xian chuckled. I only know that since I've known Miss Amu, the one who has benefited the most is me. As for the future, if there's anything I can help Miss Amu, I will definitely do my best to help. Amu looked at Xian. Thank you. The true phoenix looked at Xian. You have a good attitude. Xian smiled. Senior true phoenix, the reason I came here this time is to ask Senior for a favor. The true phoenix looked straight at Xian. What can you give me? Xian said in a low voice, what does Miss True Phoenix need from me? The true phoenix waved her hands lightly. The chains rattled. I want freedom. Xian turned to look at Amu. Amu walked in front of the true phoenix. She sized up the chains and then looked at Xian. Your sword isn't enough to cut this chain. Xian frowned. Even my sword isn't enough? Amu nodded. Not yet. Xian asked. Then what do you have in mind? Amu said, it's not that your sword isn't enough. It's that your strength isn't enough. You need to increase your strength to be able to cut this chain. Hearing this, Xian understood Amu's meaning. It wasn't that executing Heaven's sword couldn't cut it, but Amu was afraid that the true phoenix would go back on her word. If he saved her and she didn't agree to help him, who could he reason with? The true phoenix naturally understood this. She looked at Xian. What do you want me to do? Xian said in a low voice, help me improve my body. The true phoenix sized up Xian. After a moment, she said, half-step invincible golden body. You want to achieve the true invincible golden body? Xian nodded. Yes. The true phoenix looked at Xian. How do you want me to believe you? Amu suddenly said, fire. Use your true phoenix clan's fire to burn him. Let him be reborn. Xian nodded hurriedly. Yes. The true phoenix shook her head and turned to leave. Amu and Xian were both stunned. Xian hurriedly said, Senior? Can't I? The true phoenix turned to look at Amu. It's fine if he doesn't know. Don't tell me you don't know either? Amu blinked. Know what? The true phoenix looked at Amu. How can my flames be withstood by a mortal's body? If I burn him, he won't be reborn. He'll be reincarnated. Xian looked at Amu. Really? Amu blinked. That seems to be the case. Xian's face darkened. This woman's heart was too big. At this moment, Amu said, however, your body should be able to withstand it. Xian hurriedly asked, what do you mean? The true phoenix also looked at Amu. Amu said softly, your bloodline. Your bloodline power can withstand her flames. Bloodline power? Xian was stunned. At this moment, the true phoenix suddenly appeared in front of Xian. She just stared at Xian. After a moment, she frowned slightly. Your bloodline power is quite interesting, Xian said solemnly. Senior, can it withstand your flames? The true phoenix looked at Xian. I don't know. I don't know, Xian, Amu suddenly said, we can try. Xian's face darkened. Try, the true phoenix suddenly said, if you want to try, sure. However, he has to touch these chains for me first. Xian and Amu looked at the true phoenix. The true phoenix said calmly, if he can't withstand it, he'll die. Wouldn't I be wasting my energy? Amu shook his head. No, you have to try it for him first. The true phoenix looked at Amu. High priest, you should understand that whether I break free or not, I have the ability to kill you and him. Amu was silent. The true phoenix said again, if he can really help me break free, what harm is there in me helping him once? Why should I harm him and cause trouble for myself? Amu nodded. What you say makes sense. However, you have overlooked one thing. Although he has the divine sword, he doesn't have the strength to sever this tendo chain. Moreover, once he makes a move, it's very likely that he will attract heavenly punishment. With his current strength, he can't resist heavenly punishment at all, right? The true phoenix was silent. Amu smiled. Miss True Phoenix, even if he has the invincible golden body, he can't stop you, right? The true phoenix looked at Xian. You're not afraid of death? Xian was silent for a moment. I want to give it a try. Riches are found in danger, the true phoenix looked at Xian. One more thing. I am imprisoned by the Tendo. If you save me, do you know what it means? Xian nodded. I know. The true phoenix smiled. You're not afraid of the Tendo? Xian hesitated. Do you want me to be afraid? The true phoenix looked at Xian for a moment. Then let's begin. With that, he opened his palm. A flame appeared in his hand. The moment this flame appeared, Xian's expression changed. Danger. The moment he saw this flame, he felt the aura of death. At this moment, he had no confidence in his physical body. He might really not be able to hold on. The true phoenix looked at Xian. Do you still want to try? Xian turned to look at Amu. Amu nodded. Believe in yourself. Xian took a deep breath. Then, he looked at the true phoenix. Bring it on. The true phoenix nodded. She held the flame in her right hand and threw it at Xian. In an instant, Xian was engulfed in flames. Almost at the same time, Xian's physical body started burning. P.S. Let me tell you something. You must be rational when giving gifts. Because I received a notice today that a reader gave me a gift. However, his family came to the website and asked for a refund. The website is handling this matter. Because the gift money is on the website has already told me that if the person is really a child, they will return the gift. Let me tell you that I like monthly votes and gifts. However, you must act within your means. To be honest, as long as you give me a genuine subscription, that is the greatest support you can give me. Therefore, when it comes to gifting votes, everyone must act within their means. It is best not to use the money at home. If you are still studying, don't even bother gifting. If you have the ability, just subscribe to the genuine edition. If you really don't have the ability, I won't blame you even if you look at the pirated version. Burning, he was really burning up, his half-step indestructible golden body was burning up under the true phoenix's flames. It could not withstand the flames at all, true phoenix fire. The moment his body started burning, Xian finally panicked. Initially, he thought that his body could withstand the flames. After all, he had a half-step indestructible golden body. However, it turned out that he had severely underestimated the power of the true phoenix fire. The moment his body started burning, Amu frowned slightly. Amu looked at the true phoenix and the latter said calmly, "Do you need to stop?" After a moment of silence, Amu looked at Xian, "Use your bloodline power." Xian nodded. Boom, a powerful red light suddenly shot out from his body and into the sky. Bloodline power. In an instant, Xian was covered in blood. The moment the power of the bloodline appeared, the burning speed of his body suddenly slowed down, but it was still burning. In front of Xian, the true phoenix glanced at Xian in shock. It was very, very rare for someone to be able to withstand her true phoenix fire's bloodline power. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, "How are you now?" Xian said solemnly, "If this goes on, my body will still be burnt to ashes." Amu nodded, "Then it's fine." Fine, Xian looked at Amu and Amu said softly, "To achieve nirvana, you have to bathe in fire. If you want to achieve the indestructible golden body, the time when your body is burnt to ashes is your chance." Yi Xian asked, why do you say that? Amu looked at Yi Xian, metamorphosis. Your state of mind and your body need to metamorphose. Yi Xian was silent. Amu turned to look at the true phoenix. The true phoenix was silent. At this moment, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Transformation, his fleshly body had already reached a limit. If he wanted to break through again, he would have to rise from the ashes, however, he did not know how to rise from the ashes. Amu looked at Zhenfeng. Miss Zhenfeng, let me tell you, he might be your only hope at the moment, because only he dares to accept the karma of the Tendo. If he dies, I'm afraid you will have to continue staying here until the end of the fifth dimension tribulation. The true phoenix sneered, High Priest, I finally understand. So, it turns out that you're plotting against me. You know that it's impossible for him to achieve the invincible golden body just like that, and the only reason you dared to let him come is because you're sure that I won't let him die, right? Amu shook his head. Miss Zhenfeng, we're doing this for mutual benefit, aren't we? Zhenfeng looked at Amu. But I don't like being schemed against. Amu shook his head again. You. After being imprisoned for so many years, he's still so stubborn. The true phoenix was expressionless. I can't change this temperament. Amu looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's body was disappearing bit by bit. However, the true phoenix remained unmoved. Amu sighed softly. Miss Zhenfeng, there is a good karma right in front of you. You can pick it up at any time. Do you really not want it? Zhenfeng looked at Amu. I said. I don't like being schemed against. Amu was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Amu, I can hold on. Amu looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. I can do it. Amu shook his head, if you didn't have the blood of a true phoenix fusing with you, your body would only be destroyed. You wouldn't be reborn. Yi Xian said with a smile, Booty don't like to beg others. Amu still wanted to say something. At this moment, the ninth person suddenly said, since Miss Zhenfeng doesn't want this good karma, then I do. Mu and Yi Xian were both stunned when they heard what the ninth floor said. Amu looked at Yi Xian's abdomen. Your Excellency, do you have a way? The ninth person said, perhaps my blood will work as well. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior, what blood do you have? The ninth person chuckled. Why do you care what blood it is? As long as it works. With that, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped Yi Xian. Soon, a faint red glow appeared on Yi Xian's body. When this faint red glow appeared, although the true phoenix fire on Yi Xian's body was still burning, his body was no longer rotting. It really worked. The three people present were shocked. The true phoenix looked at the faint red glow on Yi Xian's body. What bloodline is this? There was a trace of curiosity in Amu's eyes. Yi Xian was even more curious, because he didn't expect that the true phoenix and Amu didn't recognize this bloodline. What the hell was this ninth person? The ninth person laughed. It's a very ordinary bloodline. There's nothing special about it. Everyone, don't pay attention to me. Yi Xian, Amu looked at Yi Xian's abdomen. Your Excellency is really mysterious. The ninth person chuckled and didn't say anything. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior, I seriously suspect that you can come out without hurting me. The ninth person said in a low voice, No, I can't come out yet. Really? I swear on my integrity. Yi Xian, at this moment, Amu suddenly said, Calm down and make good use of this true phoenix fire. Yi Xian nodded. He stopped thinking and calmed down. Amu glanced at Yi Xian's abdomen and didn't say anything. The true phoenix didn't say anything either. Time passed bit by bit. Yi Xian's body was already starting to transform bit by bit. The parts of his body that had been burned were growing again, and they were also slowly transforming. It was like he was changing his skin. At the side, Mu raised his head and looked around. No one knew what he was thinking. The true phoenix looked at Amu. Who is he? Amu smiled. Why are you asking? The true phoenix looked straight at Amu. His bloodline is not simple, and he has two godly items in his body. The study and a prison pagoda. At this moment, the true phoenix said, most importantly, he has great karma on him. This person is definitely not ordinary. Moreover, as the high priest of the Wu clan, it's not normal for you to choose such a weak person to be a Magus servant. Amu nodded. He is indeed not ordinary. As for who he is, I don't know yet. I only know that he is a key point. As for why I chose him, it's because I want to sow great karma. Even if I have a purpose, it's still a good karma. The true phoenix sneered. Having a purpose is also called good karma? Amu asked in return, why not? Isn't it good for us to help each other? As for the purpose, true phoenix, you really have a good physiognomy. With that, she paused and said, a person like you definitely has no friends. The true phoenix was expressionless. I do have no friends. So what? Amu spread her hands. That's why you've been locked up for so many years and no one has come to save you. Hearing this, the true phoenix flew into a rage. A powerful wave of fire suddenly appeared above her head. Amu smiled. You attack because you can't win an argument? Where's your pride as a powerhouse? The true phoenix looked at Amu. Are you provoking me? Amu shook her head. I don't dare. I can't beat you. The true phoenix just looked at Amu without saying a word. At this moment, the ninth floor suddenly said, Miss True Phoenix, I was once very proud. I was condescending and fearless. Only later did I realize how foolish I was. In short, it's better to be humble and low profile. That's the right thing to do. The true phoenix looked at Xianxia's abdomen. That's why you were locked up. The ninth floor, Amu shook her head and smiled. Ninth floor, how did you get locked up? The ninth floor sighed softly. It's a long story. Let's not talk about it. Amu was about to speak when a powerful force suddenly erupted from Xianxia's body, rumble. With the appearance of this powerful force, the true phoenix fire on Xianxia's body suddenly erupted. Ah! A miserable and shrill cry suddenly resounded. Amu looked at Xian. At this moment, Xian's skin was rapidly changing. Layers fell off and then grew back. Amu looked at the true phoenix. The true phoenix was expressionless. This is his critical moment. Whether he succeeds or not will depend on himself. Amu nodded. She looked at Xian with a hint of worry in her eyes. About a day later, Xian was in more and more pain. Previously, it was only his body that hurt. But now, he felt as if his bones were hurting. No, it was every part of his body that hurt. It was as if someone was slicing him with a knife. Amu hurriedly said, hold on a little longer. Soon, soon. Xian said in pain, how much longer? Amu said, soon, soon. Xian clenched his fists. At this moment, he really felt like he was about to collapse. Amu seemed to have thought of something. She turned to the true phoenix. Give him some true phoenix blood. The true phoenix said indifferently, no. Amu was stunned. Then she said, Miss True Phoenix, it's just a little bit of true phoenix blood. If you give it to him and he gets through this, we will repay you. The true phoenix looked at Amu. I don't like it when others scheme against me. Amu wanted to say something more when Xian suddenly said, it's fine. Amu looked at Xian. Xian grinned. His smile was a little horrifying. Amu, she doesn't owe us anything. Don't ask for anything. I can hold on. Amu looked at Xian. Without the true phoenix blood, you won't be able to hold on. Xian shook his head. I can definitely hold on. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly roared furiously. A powerful force swept out from within him. However, his body was already on the verge of shattering. There was a trace of worry in Amu's eyes. Rebirth wasn't really about destroying Xian's body. Because Xian wasn't a true phoenix and didn't have the special ability to be reborn from the ashes. What he wanted to do was use the true phoenix fire to temper his body and achieve the effects of rebirth. If his body was completely destroyed, then it would truly be over. After a moment of silence, Amu suddenly walked over to Xian. She suddenly grabbed Xian's hand with her right hand, and in an instant, the powerful true phoenix fire spread to her body. Amu swiftly chanted something. Her body gradually started burning with a faint flame, and this faint flame was resisting the true phoenix fire on her body and Xian's. The true phoenix in the distance narrowed its eyes. Burning your lifespan. You really aren't afraid of death. Xian was stunned when he heard this, and then he said, "What do you mean by burning one's lifespan?" The phoenix spoke indifferently, "She's burning her lifespan to resist the energy of the true phoenix flame and allow your body to be in a state of balance with the true phoenix flame. In other words, my flame won't kill you, and it can temper your body instead." Xian's face sank when he heard this, and he hurriedly gazed at Amu. "Amu, I can hold on." "Stop right now." Amu shook his head, "This flame is too overbearing. Your body isn't able to resist it right now." Xian intended to say something when Amu suddenly smiled, "If you're really worried about me, then hurry up and attain rebirth." Xian gazed at Amu, and then he closed his eyes slowly. Just like that, this continued for around 2 hours before Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Bang! A powerful force swept out from within Xian, and the powerful true phoenix flame was blasted away. Xian looked at Amu, and he was stunned when he saw Amu. At this moment, Amu's hair was snow white. Amu let go of Xian's hand and smiled, "I did it." Xian gazed at Amu, "How much lifespan did you burn?" Amu shook his head, "Not much." Xian was slightly angry, "Not much?" "Not much, and your hair is all white." Amu chuckled, "It's just a little bit of lifespan. There's no need for that. Quickly take a look at your body." Xian gazed at the phoenix, "How much lifespan did she burn?" Amu spoke indifferently, "At least 10,000 years." Xian spoke solemnly, "An expert at her level can't possibly only have a lifespan of 10,000 years. You've forgotten something. She woke up from a coffin. She should have lived for at least 100,000 years. How long has she been asleep?" The man on the 9th floor suddenly spoke up. Xian's face darkened. He looked at Amu. "How much lifespan do you have left?" Amu smiled and said, "A few decades. In any case, it's enough." Xian's expression was a little complicated. "Is it worth it?" Amu blinked, "You are my wizard's servant. Let me tell you, when I chose you, I was serious." Xian shook his head. "Didn't you say you had a purpose?" Amu smiled and said, "There is a purpose, but I'm also serious." Xian looked at the woman in front of him with mixed feelings. "Purpose?" Xian shook his head and smiled. At this moment, the grudge in his heart suddenly disappeared. Didn't he do many things for a purpose? Didn't 9th floor follow him for a purpose as well? Fu Wenzong and the Worldwide Academy chose him for a purpose as well, didn't they? There were good and bad intentions. In fact, it wasn't just this phoenix who was attracted to his appearance. Xian was also attracted to his appearance. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, "Look at your body." Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at Amu's head of white hair. Amu blinked, "Is it ugly?" Xian shook his head. "It's very beautiful, really." Amu grinned. "It's good that it's beautiful. In any case, in the Wu clan, no one would dare say that I'm not beautiful." Xian smiled and looked down at his body. At this moment, his body had already undergone nirvana, indestructible golden body. After reaching this level, he felt that his body had undergone a substantial change. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, "If your current body is compared to the heavenly dragon race, it is only inferior to the 8th-division heavenly dragon. As for the rest of the heavenly dragons, kill as many as you can." Xian nodded. He seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Is there a realm above the indestructible golden body?" Amu was silent. Xian said, "What is it?" The true phoenix suddenly said, "There is another realm above the indestructible golden body. However, it is only a legend." Xian asked, "What realm?" The true phoenix said calmly, "Mortal body." Xian frowned, "Mortal body?" Amu, who was at the side, said, "Yes, above the indestructible golden body is the body of a mortal. However, even in the history of my witch clan and Tian clan, there has never been an expert of this level. It can be said that this kind of existence only belongs to legends." Xian still wanted to say something, but the true phoenix suddenly said, "It's time for you to fulfill your promise." Xian looked at the true phoenix, who waved the iron chain in his hand. Xian opened his palm and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. He looked at the true phoenix and said, "Miss True Phoenix, I will help you escape. After this, we will write off all our debts." The true phoenix looked at Xian, "Sure. Yi Xian nodded. Just as he was about to attack with the executing heaven sword in his hand, the distant horizon suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, a black cloud appeared in the middle of the blazing area. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was stunned, and then his expression changed. This Tendo couldn't have appeared, right? At this moment, the true phoenix's expression also became extremely ugly. Amu walked to Yi Xian's side and hugged Yi Xian's arm with both hands. Tendo, that guy is here. Yi Xian turned to look at Amu. Are you afraid? Amu nodded. I am. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky. With the appearance of the black cloud, the surrounding flames suddenly dispersed in all directions. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Tendo won't hit me, right? Amu blinked and then said, it's possible. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and felt a little like slipping away. Because he really couldn't beat Tendo, although he now had the indestructible golden body and could even take a few blows from arrow, he didn't have the confidence to face this Tendo. A Tendo that could make countless experts fear him was absolutely extraordinarily strong. Right at this moment, the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly floated up. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. He tried to recall the executing heaven sword, but it was useless. At this moment, the executing heaven sword wasn't under his control. The true phoenix stared fixedly at the executing heaven sword. Are you finally going to kill me? Meanwhile, the executing heaven sword descended. It didn't kill the true phoenix. The sword arrived directly between Yi Xian's brows and just pressed against Yi Xian's forehead. All the spectators were stunned when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian blinked and said, let's talk it out. There was no response. Yi Xian broke out in cold sweat. What's this Tendo doing? Meanwhile, Xiaoling suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Xiaoling gazed at Yi Xian and said, Big brother, someone said that she's giving you face. Let her go. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. What? Xiaoling rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. A voice resounded in my mind just now. She said that she owes you a favor in exchange for letting her go. Yi Xian was still slightly stunned. Meanwhile, Amu said abruptly, it's the Tendo. The Tendo, Yi Xian shuddered. He squatted down and looked at Xiaoling. The Tendo is communicating with you? Xiaoling blinked. I don't know. In any case, she wants you to let her go. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, help me ask her why she doesn't let her go herself. Xiaoling shook her head. I don't know where she is. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but Amu suddenly said, the Tendo is doing you a favor. Yi Xian looked at Amu, and Amu said solemnly, she wants you to owe her a favor. Since she's expressing goodwill, don't refuse. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and nodded. He looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and said, Your Excellency, I'll remember this favor. I'll definitely repay it in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. He walked up to the true phoenix and slashed down. Boom, all the chains on the true phoenix's body were directly severed by the executing heaven sword. At the same time, a mysterious force suddenly disappeared around the true phoenix. Yi Xian pulled Amu and retreated far away. In the distance, the true phoenix took a deep breath, and then she suddenly howled furiously. A strand of flame shot into the sky and into the depths of the starry sky. In an instant, the entire starry sky was set ablaze. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. Even though this woman doesn't have a physical body, she's still really strong. A short moment later, the true phoenix suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Yi Xian. Even the Tendo gave you face. You're really extraordinary. Yi Xian shook his head, I'm just an ordinary swordsman. The true phoenix gazed at Yi Xian and remained silent. Yi Xian smiled, Miss True Phoenix, you helped me break through, and I helped you escape. We're even. The true phoenix spoke indifferently, even. Yi Xian nodded, and then he left with Amu. The true phoenix looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, and a vicious expression flashed through her eyes, just you wait. With that, she turned around to leave. But at this moment, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly trembled violently. The next moment, a bolt of divine lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Seeing this, Yi Xian and Amu were both stunned. What the hell was this? The true phoenix was also stunned, and at this moment, the divine lightning had already fallen. The true phoenix roared furiously, and a column of flame shot into the sky. However, this powerful flame had only just touched the divine spirit when it dissipated. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Xian and Amu, the divine spirit directly smashed into the true phoenix. Boom, the flames around the true phoenix disappeared without a trace, and the divine lightning did not disappear either. It was like a cage that imprisoned the true phoenix. It was imprisoned again. Xian and Amu were dumbfounded. What was going on? Inside the divine lightning, the true phoenix roared, "Tendo! Kill me if you can! Kill me! Ah! Ah!" At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were slowly disappearing. Within the cage, the true phoenix was still howling hysterically. She howled madly, but Tendo did not respond at all. Next to Xian, Amu shook his head and sighed. No one knew what he was thinking. The ninth person sighed softly as well. "What do you mean you wouldn't have died if you didn't seek death? If you had kept a low profile, you wouldn't have ended up like this." Xian nodded. He didn't say anything else, and he just pulled Amu along as he turned around and left. At this moment, the distant true phoenix suddenly roared angrily, "Stop right there." Xian stopped and turned to look at the true phoenix. "Senior?" The true phoenix stared at Xian. "Save me." Xian said solemnly, "Senior, we're even." With that, she turned around and left. The true phoenix suddenly said, "I owe you a favor." Xian stopped in his tracks and said, "If you had given me a drop of true phoenix blood earlier, I would have owed you a favor, and Amu wouldn't have ended up like this. Of course, this is your right, and I don't blame you for anything. But now, Senior True Phoenix, forgive me for being blunt, but I don't owe you anything." With that, he pulled Amu along and left. P.S. Many people in my hometown are still visiting. I realized that the people in my hometown don't care about this epidemic at all. They go out to play cards every day, and they even gather on the mountain roads. I don't understand at all. Watching Xian leave with Amu, the true phoenix roared furiously behind them. However, Xian did not look back. As Xian had said, he did not owe the true phoenix anything. After leaving True Phoenix Mountain, Amu, who was standing beside Xian, said softly, "This woman is too arrogant." Jiuren said, "It's not arrogance, I think it's stupidity." Amu shook her head and sighed. Jiuren said, "Tell me, she clearly can't beat the Tendo, but she still spoke so harshly. Isn't she looking for death? Can't she just admit defeat if she can't beat him? What a retard." Xian nodded. He had not expected that the true phoenix, who had just been released, would be imprisoned again. The Tendo had the ability to kill her but did not. It was obvious that he wanted to imprison her. The loss of freedom was often more terrifying than death. Amu suddenly said, "Actually, you can save her and form a good relationship with her." Xian shook his head, "This woman is arrogant and I don't get along with her. It's better not to form a good relationship with her. Otherwise, I'm afraid this good relationship will turn into a bad one. On the contrary, I think the Tendo is not bad. There's no need to offend the Tendo for this woman. After all, she has already done me a favor. If I don't know my limits, the good relationship between me and the Tendo will be gone." Amu nodded lightly, "You're right." As she spoke, she turned to look at the true phoenix mountain below and shook her head. Not only did she harm herself, but she also harmed the entire True Phoenix clan. Even now, she still doesn't repent. She's really hopeless. At this point, she seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Xian. "Isn't it said that swordsmen are arrogant and would rather break than bend? Why do I feel that you're quite flexible?" Jiuren suddenly said, "He's a shameless swordsman." Xian, Amu covered her mouth and laughed. "You're really thick-skinned. However, this is a good thing." Xian shook his head with a smile. Just as he was about to speak, a powerful dragon might suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Seeing this scene, Xian frowned. He and Amu looked up. In the depths of the starry sky, a huge dragon soared over. Wherever the dragon passed, the entire starry sky trembled. Amu suddenly said, "This is a 5-division heavenly dragon. In the heavenly dragon race, his position should not be low." Xian nodded and said nothing. Soon, the 5 groups of heavenly dragons arrived above Xian and Amu. The 5 groups of heavenly dragons looked down at Xian. Human! How dare you? At that moment, Xian suddenly soared into the sky. Before the 5-division heavenly dragon could react, its abdomen was pierced by a beam of sword light. Pissed, a stream of dragon blood shot into the sky. At the same time, a scream suddenly resounded in the starry sky. At that moment, another beam of sword light suddenly flashed across the battlefield. Soon, the dragon's head was directly thrown out of the starry sky. Instant kill. With the current him and the strengthened version of the executing heaven sword, such a dragon was like an ant before him. Xian returned to Amu's side. He took out a large pot and said, "Dragon stew." Amu blinked. Xian was not joking. He immediately began to dissect the 5 groups of heavenly dragons. Soon, the fragrant smell of dragon meat wafted from his pot. Amu picked up a dragon tendon and said with some intoxication, "It's really delicious. I never ate like this when I was in the Wu clan. Eating dragon meat every day is really exciting." After saying that, she placed the dragon tendon in her mouth and chewed it. Her face was full of excitement. Xian picked up a piece of dragon meat and put it into his mouth. Then, he said, "Amu, tell me about the division of forces in your era." Amu nodded. In our era, the 2 strongest clans were the Sky Clan and the Wu clan. The Sky Clan was formed by the 100 Clan Alliance. The stronger clans were the Deity Clan, the Underworld Clan, and the Guxing Clan. The Deity Clan controlled the Heaven Realm and was extremely powerful. The Heavenly Dragon Clan was their mount and was the most loyal subordinate clan of the Heavenly Dragon Clan. The Underworld Clan controlled the Underworld. If the dead did not want to be reincarnated, they would join them. At this point, she paused for a moment before she continued, "There's an extraordinary expert in the underworld called Abu Zhang. He's very strong, but fortunately, he basically doesn't get involved in the matters between the Heavenly Clan and the Netherworld Clan. Otherwise, the strength of the Underworld Clan would be above that of the Deity Clan. As for the Guxing Clan, there were very few of them. There were only a few dozen of them. However, they were really good at fighting." Xian was a little curious. They were good at fighting? Amu nodded slightly. The combat strength of these few dozen people was very heaven-defying. If they had more people, the Underworld Clan and the Sky Clan would not be enough. Unfortunately, they were few in number. Moreover, their fertility was very low. After tens of thousands of years, they might only have a dozen more people. Xian frowned slightly. How could it be so bad? Amu shook her head. The heavens gave them unique combat talents, but they also took away some of their abilities. Otherwise, if they had tens of thousands of people, I'm afraid even the Tendo would be killed by them. Xian was silent for a moment. Then, he asked again, "The Heavenly Dragon Clan is a subordinate clan of the Deity Clan?" Amu nodded. "Yes." Xian was a little confused. "Aren't the Heavenly Dragons very arrogant?" Amu rolled his eyes at Xian. "That depends on who they are in front of. In front of ordinary people, they are extremely arrogant. However, in front of a race that is stronger than them, they are as lowly as a puppy." Xian nodded. "I understand. In other words, the Heavenly Dragon Clan is not especially strong in the Sky Clan?" Amu nodded. "Yes. Not strong." Xian said in a deep voice, "I stewed the Heavenly Dragon Clan's dragon. I will definitely not rest until the Heavenly Dragon Clan is dead. Under such circumstances, the Deity Clan will definitely help the Heavenly Dragon Clan, right?" Amu nodded again. "Yes. You have to look at the owner before beating a dog. Moreover, you are not beating, you are stewing. You are stewing the Deity Clan's face. Also, let me tell you, the Sky Clan is of the same breath. Underworld and the ancient Xing Clan will definitely help the Heavenly Dragon Clan. Once they wake up, you will be finished." Xian was speechless. Amu picked up a piece of dragon meat and put it into her mouth. Then she said, "However, you don't have to be afraid. Because you are my servant, I will protect you." Xian looked at Amu. "What about the Wu clan? Since the Wu clan can fight against the Sky Clan, they must not be weak, right?" Amu put down her chopsticks. She looked at Xian and said seriously, "Of course not. Let me tell you, the Wu clan has 36 god shamans, 12 super shamans, 3 great shamans, and the witch god. Other than that, we have 81 tribes. The warriors of each tribe are very strong, especially our Jiuli tribe. Even if we encounter the ancient Xing clan, we are not inferior. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression relaxed slightly. Fortunately, the Wu clan was so weak, otherwise, he would really have to hide in the four-dimensional universe. Amu suddenly said, "What's the name of the lady in the plain dress behind us?" Yi Xian blinked. "Us?" Amu looked at Yi Xian. "Not us?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes, it's us. I don't know what her name is. I only know that she is very strong." Amu nodded slightly. "She is very strong." As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian. "You must reach the rebirth realm." "No, you must reach the ruler realm. Your realm is too low. Although your body is strong, if your realm cannot keep up, you can only passively take a beating when you fight against a true elite." Yi Xian nodded. "Let's go to the boundless underground city." Amu nodded. She stood up. "Let's go. While the elites of the Sky Clan and the Heavenly Dragon tribe have not woken up, we have to go to the tomb and increase your realm." As she said this, the two kept the cauldron and disappeared into space. Boundless underground city. Yi Xian and Amu had just returned to the boundless underground city when the tomb guard old man appeared in front of them. The tomb guard old man looked at Yi Xian and sighed. "Why are you here again?" Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. "Greetings, senior." The tomb guard old man shook his head. "I'm not good." Yi Xian, the tomb guard old man looked at Yi Xian. "Young man, can you change the place?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "Senior. You also know that it was the Heavenly Dragon tribe who made the first move." The tomb guard old man shook his head and sighed. Without saying anything else, he turned and left. Yi Xian looked at Amu. "Do you know who he is?" He was also curious about the tomb guard old man's identity. Amu looked at the back of the tomb guard old man in the distance and said, "I only know that he does not help the Sky Clan or the Wu clan. He is neutral. As for his true identity, I'm not too sure either." Yi Xian was a little surprised. "Even you don't know?" Amu nodded. "It's mainly because I haven't investigated." Yi Xian nodded. "Forget about him. Let's go to the grave." With that, he disappeared with Amu. After a while, Yi Xian brought Amu to the tomb. Just as Yi Xian was about to enter, Amu suddenly stopped him. Amu looked at the tomb and frowned. Yi Xian looked at Amu. "What's wrong?" Amu said solemnly, "We've been ambushed." Just as she finished speaking, a laugh suddenly sounded from the side. As expected of the high priest of the Wu clan. As the voice faded, a middle-aged man suddenly walked out from the side. And around Yi Xian and Amu, there were more than 10 experts. These experts appeared without a sound. It was very strange. Yi Xian frowned. "Heavenly Dragon race?" Amu shook her head. "They're not from the Heavenly Dragon race." "Not the Heavenly Dragon race," the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "We're not from the Heavenly Dragon race. We're from the Night Clan." Yi Xian turned to look at Amu. Amu said softly, "A small clan of the Sky Clan. Their level is even lower than the Heavenly Dragon race." Yi Xian said, "Do they have enmity with you?" Amu nodded. "They definitely want to capture me to take credit for the deity race." Yi Xian turned to look at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "The high priest guessed correctly." With that, he looked at Yi Xian. "Are you going to commit suicide, or do you want me to do it?" Amu approached Yi Xian. "He's weaker than the first dragon you stewed." Yi Xian was stunned. Then, he said, "Then why is he so arrogant?" Amu thought about it and pointed at her head. "He might be retarded." Yi Xian was speechless. When he heard Amu's words, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a trace of darkness. He was about to attack when Yi Xian disappeared. Before the middle-aged man could react, his head flew off. Almost at the same time, the heads of the experts around Yi Xian and Amu also flew off. Instant kill. Yi Xian's physical body had reached the indestructible golden body realm. It could be said that even an ordinary sovereign realm expert was no match for him. Moreover, sovereigns weren't as common as dogs in this fiend god era. Amu looked at the corpses on the ground and shook her head. Then she looked at the grave in front of her. Xian said, "Miss Amu, should I go in now?" Amu shook her head. "No, you won't be able to cultivate in peace if you go in now." Xian said solemnly, "Then what should we do?" Amu thought for a moment and said, "We'll take the grave away." "Take it away?" Xian was shocked. "I can take it away?" Amu nodded. "You can take the grave away. Put the grave in your xiao ta." Xian hesitated for a moment and looked at the grave. He opened his right hand and pressed it lightly. However, a powerful force swept out from the grave. Boom! Xian took several steps back. Xian looked at Amu. "It doesn't seem willing to go with me." Amu said after a moment of silence, "Hit it." Xian blinked. "Hit it?" Amu nodded. "Hit it hard." Xian hesitated and said, "That's not good, right?" Amu said, "If you have it, many of your friends can quickly reach the rebirth realm." Xian said solemnly, "Amu, didn't you say it belongs to the Wu clan? You are the high priest, can't you let it go with you?" Amu blinked. "Actually, it belongs to the underworld." The corners of Xian's mouth twitched. "Then why did you say it belonged to the Wu clan?" Amu grinned. "If you snatch it away now, won't it be ours?" Xian was dumbfounded. Was this even possible? Amu said again, "The underworld belongs to the celestials." Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "We'll borrow it for now, and we'll return it to the nether race when the time comes. What do you think?" Amu quickly nodded, "I think it's fine." Xian turned his head and looked at the grave. He directly rushed out and punched the grave. Boom! The tomb shook violently from Xian's punch. However, the tomb didn't just sit there and wait for death. It resisted crazily. However, it wasn't a match for Xian at all. A moment later, the tomb was kept into the prison pagoda by Xian. As if thinking of something, Xian turned his head to look at Amu. "Do you know of any other treasures?" Amu nodded. "I know. However, it's a little dangerous." Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Are the treasures good?" Amu looked at Xian. "The divine spirit race's tree of origin. That tree is very, very precious. If we can get it," Xian hurriedly asked, "what's the use?" Amu said, "The tree of origin has the power of origin. This power of origin can endlessly repair the body. If you add it to your indestructible golden body, let me tell you, even the 8 groups of heavenly beings can't kill you. Most importantly, the tree of origin is a spirit vein, a super spirit vein. If you have the tree of origin, your cultivation speed and that of the people around you will increase by at least 10 times. Dozens of times." Xian's eyelids twitched. "This was a little heaven-defying," Amu continued. "You have to understand one thing. Even if you don't stew the heavenly dragon race, the heavenly dragon race and the heavenly dragon race will not let you go. Just like the Night Ghost clan just now, why did they want to kill you? Because it's very simple, you're with me. Furthermore, you are my witch attendant. From the moment you chose to be my witch attendant, the Tian clan was right in front of you. If you were the divine attendant of the Tian clan's divine master, my Wu clan would kill you at all costs." As she spoke, she paused for a moment, then continued, "Position. Do you understand what I mean?" Xian nodded, "Understood." Amu nodded slightly. "You are a kind person in your heart, and you are ruthless and decisive in your actions, but it's not enough." Xian shook his head and smiled. "You are the first person to say that I am kind." As he spoke, he looked into the distance. "Let's go take a look at the tree of origin." Amu blinked. "All right. I'll lead the way." With that, she walked behind Xian, lay on Xian's back, and pointed to the front, "Go that way." Xian disappeared from where he stood. On the way, Xian said, "Miss Amu, can't you fly?" Amu said, "Yes. But it consumes energy. Furthermore, I'm not as fast as you." Xian nodded. Previously, when he was being chased, he carried Amu on his back and didn't have any other thoughts. But now, Amu's body was tightly pressed against his back, that feeling. Soft, fragrant, Xian abandoned all distracting thoughts and increased his speed. On the way, Amu suddenly said, "Let me calculate what will happen next." Because you stewed a few heavenly dragons, the heavenly dragon race will definitely not let you off. When their more powerful heavenly dragons wake up, they will definitely kill you at all costs. And the heavenly dragon race is a subsidiary race of the deity race. If the heavenly dragon race can't beat you, the deity race will definitely attack. And if the deity race can't kill you, they will definitely summon the underworld and the Gushing race to kill you together. So, you must be mentally prepared. Yi Xian was speechless. Amu said again, I almost forgot one thing. You are my servant. Because of this identity, it can be said that the heavenly race will not let you off. Next, you might have to escape. Great escape, Yi Xian shook his head, Amu, you're making me panic. Amu smiled, it's fine. If the Wu clan's experts wake up, you'll be safe. Yi Xian nodded slightly. His top priority now was to increase his strength as soon as possible, but fortunately, he had the indestructible golden body. He was not afraid of ordinary experts, unless they were at the top level. Thinking of this, he sped up. About 2 hours later, Amu suddenly said, we have entered the former deity race's territory. There might be experts from the deity race here. We must be careful. Yi Xian nodded. He glanced around. It was cold and deserted. There was no one around. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Amu, can you feel the experts from the deity race? Amu looked around and shook her head, I can't feel anything. Maybe they haven't woken up yet. This is our chance. As she spoke, she pointed to the right. Take it there. Yi Xian nodded and sped up. Amu curiously sized up the surroundings. This is the first time I've swaggered into the deity race. Yi Xian did not speak. He sped up, and soon, he arrived at a river. In the middle of the river stood a towering tree. This tree pierced through the clouds, blocking out the sun and the sky. The divine tree of origin. Amu looked at the divine tree of origin and exclaimed, as expected of the deity race's treasure. Yi Xian looked around. It was very quiet. Amu said, put it in your pagoda. Yi Xian nodded. He walked to the divine tree of origin and sized it up. Then he said, Amu, why is the spiritual energy here the same as other places? Amu said, because it hasn't woken up yet. This is the best time for us to take it away. Yi Xian nodded and took out the prison pagoda. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from behind. Yi Xian frowned. He and Amu turned to look. Not far in front of them stood a middle-aged man in golden armor. In the middle-aged man's hand was a huge golden sword. Amu said, a divine general of the deity race. As she spoke, she sized up the divine general and said, he should be one of the 6 divine generals of the deity race, Ma Yingxin. Yi Xian looked at the huge golden sword in the divine general's hand and said, is he swordsman? Amu nodded. Yes. At this moment, Ma Yingxin suddenly said, the high priest of the Wu clan. Amu blinked and said, yes. Ma Yingxin stared at Amu. Your Excellency, you're quite daring to come to my deity race. Amu grinned. I'm just here to take a look. I don't have any other intentions. Ma Yingxin glanced at the divine tree of origin and said, I think your Excellency's true objective is this divine tree of origin. The high priest blinked and said, yes. Yi Xian was speechless. Ma Yingxin looked at the high priest and said with a smile, if the high priest has the ability, you can take it away. I won't stop you. Amu was stunned, and then he said, is that true? Ma Yingxin nodded. Yes. As long as the high priest can take it away, I won't stop you. Amu looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated and said, since your Excellency has said so, I won't hold back. With that said, he looked at the divine tree of origin with the prison pagoda and shone it. Come. Boom, a powerful force enveloped the divine tree of origin. However, the divine tree of origin didn't move at all. Yi Xian frowned slightly. There's no movement? Yi Xian gazed at Amu. Amu spoke solemnly, you have to make it go with you. Yi Xian was speechless. How could I possibly make it go with me? As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian said, why don't we attack it? Amu hesitated for a moment and said, you might not be able to defeat it. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, a wisp of disdain curled up on the corners of Divine General Ma Yingxin's mouth. are all of you even worthy of possessing this divine tree? Xian was about to speak when Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Xian. Xiao glanced at the divine tree and said, "Big brother, I want this tree." Xian blinked and said, "Can you make it go with us?" Xiao looked at the divine tree of origin and said, "Do you want to go with me?" The divine tree of origin didn't respond. Xian's expression darkened. At this moment, Xiao suddenly took out a box and patted it lightly. White. The box trembled and opened. Immediately after, a white light shone out from the box, and within that white light, a furry little fellow silently condensed. Xian was speechless. In the faraway graveyard, the old man who was sweeping the grave suddenly stopped and turned to look in the direction of the deity race. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Why did this bandit appear again? His voice was trembling slightly. P.S. Thank you for your recent donations and votes. Everyone, please be rational. I'm not trying to trick you. It's true. Everyone, please be rational. I watch unorthodox female streamers every day and never give them any donations. As soon as the little white fellow appeared, Xiao Dao, who was sleeping on the counter in the Boundless City's pawnshop, suddenly raised her head, and then she vanished in the next moment. Xian and Amu's gazes descended onto the little white fellow in front of the divine tree of origin. Amu's eyes were filled with astonishment. No, it was astonishment. Xian was quite shocked as well. He hadn't expected that the little fellow would actually appear here. However, it didn't take long for him to realize that the little fellow wasn't in her true form, but a projection. Could a projection deal with the divine tree of origin? A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of the godly general's mouth as he gazed at the little white fellow. I was wondering what it was. So it's just a spirit. Xian glanced at Bai Xian. She's no ordinary spirit. Bai Xian's face remained expressionless. Is that so? Then why don't you show me? Xian paid no further attention to Bai Xian, and he gazed at the little white fellow instead. The little white fellow suddenly turned around to look at Xiao and she grinned when she saw Xiao Meanwhile, Xiao took out a candied fruit and passed it to her. The little white fellow's eyes lit up, and then she grabbed the candied fruit and licked it. After that, a wisp of an intoxicated expression appeared on her face. Meanwhile, Xiao pointed at the divine tree of origin in the distance. The little white fellow blinked, and then turned around to look at the divine tree of origin. Xiao pointed at the divine tree of origin and said, "Bai, he said that if we can take it away, then the tree will belong to us. You have a way, right?" The little white fellow gazed at the tree, and then she waved her little claw. The tree didn't react. Xian was speechless. The little white fellow blinked, and then she inhaled. As soon as she did, the tree trembled violently, and then it instantly became illusory. The divine general in the distance was stunned by the sight of this. Amu's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. She could not help but pull Xian's arm, her voice trembling. Where did she come from? Xian shook his head. I don't know where she came from. Meanwhile, the little white fellow suddenly waved at the divine tree of origin again. The divine tree of origin suddenly trembled as if it was responding to something. No one knew what the divine tree of origin said, but the little white fellow suddenly frowned. At the side, Xian quickly asked Xiao, what are they talking about? Xiao pointed at the divine tree of origin and said, that tree said that it owes some deity a favor, so it has to guard this place and can't leave. Xian turned to look at Amu, and Amu said softly, it should be the first god. He was the one who brought this tree here. Suddenly, the little white fellow waved its claw, and a strand of dark violet energy floated towards the divine tree of origin. In an instant, the entire divine tree of origin started to tremble violently, and then strands of powerful aura swept out incessantly from the tree. Amu suddenly exclaimed, It's breaking through. Breaking through. Xian looked at the divine tree of origin with an astonished expression. The tree is about to break through with a single wave of its claw. What kind of heaven-defying operation is this? The little white fellow licked the candied fruit in its claw. Right when the tree's aura had reached a peak, the little white fellow waved its claw, and the violet energy on the divine tree of origin vanished without a trace. At the same time, the powerful aura on the divine tree of origin vanished without a trace as well. It's back to normal. It's not breaking through. Xian and Amu were stunned. The divine tree of origin was stunned for a moment, and then it started to tremble violently as if it was trying to express something. Amu and Yixian gazed at Xiaoling, and the latter said, "It said to give it violet energy." Yixian hurriedly said, "Let it go with us." Xiaoling walked over to the little white fellow, pointed at the divine tree of origin, and then pointed at Yixian. Its meaning was very obvious. The white little creature threw Yixian a look. Yixian hurried to take out a stick of candied hawthorn and give it to the white little creature. The white little creature grinned. Then she put the candied hawthorn away. Then she turned around to look at the divine tree. Then she started to wave her little claws at high speed. At this moment, the divine tree suddenly trembled as if it was trying to say something. Yixian and Amu looked at Xiaoling, but Xiaoling didn't say anything and only looked at the divine tree of origin. At this moment, the divine tree of origin trembled, and then a powerful and mysterious force swept toward the little white fellow. Seeing this, Yixian and Amu were stunned. "What is this divine tree of origin trying to do?" Xiaoling suddenly said. "It wants to snatch the violet energy by force." Snatch it by force, Yixian was shocked. The executing heaven sword was already in his hand, and just as he was about to make a move, the little white fellow suddenly sucked in a breath of air. In an instant, the divine tree of origin became illusory, and at the same time, the spiritual chi on its body was dissipating at an extremely fast speed. Amu suddenly said in a trembling voice, "The divine tree of origin's divine power of origin is dissipating at an extremely fast speed." Meanwhile, the divine tree of origin suddenly let out a wave of strange and trembling cries. Xiaoling suddenly said, "It's begging for mercy." Yixian and Amu exchanged glances. Begging for mercy, Yixian was speechless. Meanwhile, the divine general suddenly roared furiously, "How dare you!" As soon as he finished speaking, the huge sword in his hand suddenly flew forward, and then a powerful ray of light flashed and slashed towards the little white fellow. Yixian's expression changed, and he was about to act when the huge sword suddenly stopped moving. The huge sword was blocked by a small hand that was as white as jade. Xiao Dao. Yixian was quite surprised to see Xiao Dao suddenly appear in front of him. He hadn't expected Xiao Dao to actually show up here. Xiao Dao stopped the huge sword with her right hand while her gaze was fixed on the little white fellow, and the little white fellow's gaze was fixed on the trembling divine tree of origin. Suddenly, she raised her little claw, and the divine tree of origin trembled violently before transforming into a ray of green light that entered Yixian's stomach. "They've entered the pagoda." Yixian and Amu exchanged a glance, and then Amu blinked. "They've entered." Yixian nodded. "They've entered." Divine General Xianxia's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw the divine tree of origin vanish. "How dare you!" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Xiao Daoist. He grabbed the enormous sword and suddenly pushed it forward. However, Xiao Daoist stood on the spot without moving at all. Xianxia was stunned. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao suddenly slapped him. Bang! Mingxin was directly slapped hundreds of meters away. After he blasted Xianxia flying, Xiao Dao turned around to gaze at the little white fellow. The little white fellow blinked, and then she gazed at Xiaoling. She waved her little claw lightly and bid her farewell. "I'm leaving." Xiaoling walked over to the little white fellow and said softly, "Are you leaving?" The little white fellow nodded. She seemed to have thought of something, and she waved her little claw lightly at Xiaoling. In an instant, countless strands of violet energy enveloped Xiaoling. Bang! Xiaoling's entire body trembled, and then her aura suddenly rose explosively. Xiao Dao's eyes narrowed slightly when she witnessed this scene, and there was a trace of a strange expression in her eyes. Suddenly, Divine General Xianxian roared furiously, "Hand over the divine tree." Xiao Dao turned around to look at Xianxian. Xianxian's expression changed when he saw Xiao Dao look over at him. "Who are you?" Xiao Dao paid no attention to Xianxian, and he turned around to look at Yixian instead. "Help me get some violet energy from her. Consider it as doing me a favor." Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded. "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked over to the little white fellow, withdrew a stick of candied fruit, and passed it to her. The little white fellow grinned and received it. Yixian spoke softly, "Can you give my friend some violet energy?" As he spoke, he pointed at Xiao Dao. The little white fellow looked at Xiao Dao, and she frowned when she saw Xiao Dao. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" The little white fellow pointed at Xiao Dao, and then she quickly waved her little claws. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ling. At this moment, Xiao Ling's eyes were closed tightly, and she seemed to be on the verge of breaking through. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao suddenly spoke, "Your Excellency, it was my mistake in the past, please forgive me." As soon as she finished speaking, she bowed slightly to the little white fellow. The little white fellow blinked, and then she looked at Yi Xian. She waved her little claws, and a ball of dark violet energy descended in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the little white fellow, "Thank you." The little fellow grinned, and then she continued to lick the candied fruit. Yi Xian took the ball of dark violet energy, turned around, and walked over to Xiao Dao. He gave all the violet energy to Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian, "Thank you." As soon as she finished speaking, she withdrew the violet energy. Meanwhile, the little white fellow's figure suddenly turned illusory, and she was on the verge of vanishing. Divine General Yu Xian's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered about anything else, and he immediately charged at the little white fellow. Yi Xian frowned, and he was about to attack. However, Xiao Dao was faster than him, and she slapped him away before he could even react. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Xiao Dao is really strong. Xiao Dao gazed at Divine General Yu Xian who'd fallen to the ground. "I'll kill you if you attack again." Divine General Yu Xian spoke fiercely, "Do you know where this is?" "This is the Divine Spirit Clan." Xiao Dao's face was expressionless, and she didn't even pay any attention to him. She turned around to look at the little white fellow instead. The little white fellow blinked, and then she suddenly floated over to Yi Xian and entered Yi Xian's body. At the same time, Xiao Ling vanished on the spot. She's entered the pagoda. Yi Xian immersed his consciousness into his body. The little white fellow had arrived at the third floor, and then she floated over to the heaven-warring beast. The latter hurriedly lay flat on the ground and trembled lightly. "Submit." The little white fellow opened her mouth slightly, and then a ball of violet energy entered the heaven-warring beast's body. Bang! In an instant, the heaven-warring beast started to tremble, and then its entire body actually started to grow rapidly. Outside the pagoda, Divine General Yu Xian suddenly roared furiously, "All of you deserve death." With that, he took out a golden arrow and threw it. The golden arrow flew straight into the graveyard. A short while later, numerous formidable auras swept out from the tomb. Amu's voice suddenly trembled when he saw this scene. Many experts of the celestial race are about to awaken. "Let's run." Yi Xian nodded. Meanwhile, a voice resounded from afar, "Run? How laughable." Hearing this, Amu stopped and looked at Yi Xian, "We can't escape." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao had his hands clasped behind his back, and his gaze was indifferent as he looked in the direction of the tomb. "Why should we escape? It's just a mere celestial race." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt that Xiao Dao was somewhat unfamiliar. Yi Xian nudged Amu with his elbow and asked, "Do you know her?" Xiao Dao, he was really curious about this woman. This woman's identity was really mysterious. Amu glanced at Xiao Dao and shook his head. "I only know that she has lived for a very long time. As for who she really is, I don't know." Yi Xian nodded slightly and looked at Xiao Dao. He could see that Xiao Dao was a little angry at the moment. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared on the horizon. He wore a wide golden armor and held a black Xiao Ta in his hand. His body emitted a formless pressure. Amu suddenly said, "One of the 6 great generals of the deity race, the Pagoda King." Yi Xian glanced at the Xiao Ta in the Pagoda King's hand and said, "His pagoda or mine, whose is better?" Amu looked at Yi Xian and smiled mischievously. "Yours." Yi Xian laughed mischievously and looked at Xiao Dao. Although more and more experts of the deity race were awakening, he didn't panic at all, because he had Xiao Dao. With this woman at the front, he felt very safe. In the distance, the Pagoda King glanced at Shu Xian and frowned. "Where's the divine tree?" Shu Xian pointed at Yi Xian angrily. "It's already been stolen by this person." Yi Xian suddenly said, Hey, you can't say that. Who was the one who told me to take it myself?" "You said it, right? You said that as long as I have the ability to take it, the divine tree will be mine." Shu Xian stared at Yi Xian, speechless. He really didn't expect that white fellow to take the divine tree away. One had to know that the origin god tree was the deity race's treasure. It had existed for countless years and was a symbol of the deity race. Moreover, the origin god tree's loyalty to the deity race was unquestionable. However, it was taken away by that white fellow just like that. At this moment, Xianxia was both shocked and furious. At this moment, another group of experts from the deity race appeared behind the pagoda king. It had to be said that these experts from the deity race were indeed very strong because there were many at the rebirth realm. Although there weren't any sovereign realm experts roaming the streets like dogs, there were quite a number of samsara realm experts. The pagoda emperor looked at Xian. Xian immediately pulled a mu and walked behind Xiao Dao. The pagoda emperor's gaze fell on Xiao Dao. He looked at Xiao Dao with a solemn expression. "You're that Xiao Dao lady?" Xiao Dao smiled and said, "It's me." The pagoda king said in a deep voice, "Miss Xiao Dao, my deity race has no enmity with you. Why are you helping this youth?" Xiao Dao smiled and said, "Today, I'm going to take him away. If you're willing to let me take him away, I won't interfere in your matters in the future." "If you're not willing," the pagoda king suddenly said, "Miss Xiao Dao, I'm telling you very clearly. My deity race will take this youth's life. No one can protect him. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly disappeared on the spot. The pagoda king's expression changed. The pagoda in his hand suddenly transformed into a golden light and flew out. He quickly chanted an incantation and the pagoda quickly transformed into a few thousand meters tall. Then, it smashed down on Xiao Dao's head. Below, Xiao Dao opened her palm and a red needle shot into the sky. Boom! The pagoda was directly held up in the sky by the tiny red needle and was unable to descend. A trace of viciousness flashed through the pagoda king's eyes. Pagoda suppresses mountains and rivers. As soon as he finished speaking, a resplendent golden light suddenly erupted from the pagoda. However, as Amu pointed with her finger, the tiny red needle suddenly trembled violently. Then, the needle directly pierced through the bottom of the pagoda. Bang! The entire pagoda exploded apart and transformed into fragments that filled the sky. At the same time, a ray of red light pierced through the center of the pagoda king's forehead. Hiss! A strand of blood flew out from the center of the pagoda king's forehead. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. He'd been killed in an instant. All the experts of the deity race were flabbergasted. They hadn't expected that the pagoda king would be killed in an instant. Ma Yingxin's face was covered in astonishment as well. The pagoda king's strength was even above his own, but he'd actually been killed in an instant. Who exactly is that woman? Amu glanced at the needle that floated in front of Xiao Dao, and then she said, "That needle isn't bad." Xian said, "It's called the Needle of Destiny. It's very formidable." Amu nodded, and then she glanced at Xiao Dao. "She's very formidable." Xian nodded, "Very formidable." Actually, Xiao Dao's strength had always been a mystery. Xiao Dao glanced at the illusory figure of the pagoda king. "I really don't like it when people interrupt me." The pagoda king stared fixedly at Xiao Dao and was about to speak when the needle in front of Xiao Dao suddenly flew out. Hiss! The pagoda king's head flew into the air. On the other hand, Xiao Dao gestured with his right hand, and the pagoda king's black Xiao Ta was put away. Xian's eyelids twitched. Now he finally understood why Xiao Dao had so many treasures. All of them were obtained by killing others. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao turned to look at Xian. "Is she still here?" Xian was stunned, but he quickly understood who Xiao Dao was talking about. "That white little fellow." Xian nodded. "She hasn't left yet." Xiao Dao fell silent for a moment, and he hesitated to speak. Meanwhile, the white little fellow appeared in front of Xian again. Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw the white little fellow. "What does she want to do?" The white little fellow pulled out a candied ha and passed it to Xian. Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he took the candied ha and placed it in his mouth. When she saw Xian swallow it, the white little fellow grinned, patted Xian's shoulder lightly with her little claw, and then waved her claw swiftly. Xian blinked. He didn't understand what the white little fellow was trying to say at all. Moreover, the Shaoling was breaking through again. On the other hand, Xiao Dao took a deep, meaningful glance at Xian from afar. She understood what the white little fellow was trying to say. Meanwhile, the white little fellow suddenly turned around and gazed at the Needle of Destiny in front of Xiao Dao. She blinked, and then she waved her little claw, causing the Needle of Destiny to appear in her claw. Xiao Dao didn't stop her. The white little fellow sized up the needle, shook her head, and then passed the needle to Yixian. Yixian blinked. Is she giving it to me? The white little fellow placed the needle in Yixian's hand. Yixian glanced at Xiao Dao, and then he hesitated for a moment before he said, "It belongs to me." The white little fellow gazed at Xiao Dao, blinked, and then withdrew a candied ha. She flew over to Xiao Dao, passed the candied ha to Xiao Dao, and then pointed at the needle in Yixian's hand. At this moment, Yixian understood, she's going to trade, she's using candied ha to exchange for the needle of destiny. Yixian's mind went blank. Xiao Dao gazed at the white little fellow without saying a word. At this moment, the white little fellow suddenly plucked the 2 candied ha's from the top of the candied ha, and then she passed the candied ha that only had 1 candied ha left to Xiao Dao. Obviously, she felt that the needle of destiny was only worth 1 candied ha and not a skewer. Xiao Dao gazed at the white little fellow without saying a word. The white little fellow blinked, and then she waved the candied ha in her claw. Does she not want it? Xiao Dao gazed at the white little fellow and said, "You win." As soon as she finished speaking, she put the candied ha away. The white little fellow grinned. Meanwhile, she suddenly turned around as if she'd noticed something. Her eyes lit up, and then she flew towards the distance. Yixian's expression changed when he saw this. He calmly put the needle of destiny away, and then he hurriedly chased after her with a moo. Xiao Dao vanished on the spot as well. On the other hand, Divine General Xianxia's expression changed drastically because the white little fellow had gone to the deity imperial palace. That was the core area of the deity race. What's she going to do? Xianxia didn't dare think too much about it, and he hurriedly chased after her. Before long, Yixian saw an extremely grand ancient city floating in midair. The entire city was constructed from an unknown metal, and it was extremely dazzling and resplendent. In the sky above the city, there was a huge jade-like light array. The jade-like light array enveloped the entire deity imperial palace, and on top of the jade-like light array, there was a pitch-black throne. Amu who stood beside Yixian pointed at the throne and said, "That's the legendary divine king's throne. It's the most precious treasure of the first generation of deity race, and it's even more precious than the divine tree of origin." Yixian hurriedly asked, "What's its use?" Amu blinked, and then she said, "I don't know the specifics. In any case, it's very precious. It can be said that the divine king's throne is the true symbol of the deity race." Right at this moment, she suddenly raised her head to look at the divine king's throne, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. Yixian looked up and saw a white little fellow sitting on the divine king's throne. Has she taken a fancy to the divine king's throne? When Divine General Xianxia saw the white little fellow sitting on the divine king's throne, his face instantly turned ghastly pale. That's the divine king's throne, the supreme symbol of the deity race. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao gazed at the white little fellow from afar, and no one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, the white little fellow suddenly waved her little claw at Yixian. Yixian was stunned, and then he looked at Amu. "Is she calling me?" Amu nodded. "Yes. She's calling you." Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he pulled Amu and flew to the divine king's throne. The white little fellow patted the divine king's throne, indicating for Yixian to sit down. Yixian blinked. "Can I sit?" The white little fellow nodded. Yixian was about to sit down, but Amu suddenly stopped him and shook his head. "You can't sit with your strength." Yixian looked at the white little fellow, and she blinked, and then pointed at the divine king's throne. Yixian smiled. "All right. I believe you." With that, he directly sat on the divine king's throne. At this moment, the divine king's throne shook violently, and a powerful force directly enveloped Yixian. Yixian's expression changed drastically, but at this moment, the white little fellow suddenly patted the divine king's throne. Boom! The divine king's throne immediately fell silent. Amu, Yixian blinked, and then he looked at the white little fellow. "It's quite comfortable." The white little fellow grinned, and then she waved her little claw. The divine king's throne was directly stored into the prism pagoda within Yixian's body. Following that, she turned to look in a certain direction, and her eyes lit up again. Seeing this scene, Xiao Dao shook his head. "Something big is going to happen." Yixian. Seeing the little white fellow's expression, Yixian knew that she must have found another treasure. the little white fellow transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared into the distance. Xian hurriedly followed her with a moo. It had to be said that Xian and Amu were very excited at this moment. There was also a sense of thrill amidst the excitement. On the spot, Divine General Xian stared blankly at the Divine King's throne that had disappeared. Gone, the Divine Tree of Origin was gone, now the Divine King's throne was gone too, both of the deity race's treasures were gone. What should he do? Xian suddenly turned to look at Xiao Dao in the distance. He just stared at Xiao Dao and didn't dare to say anything harsh. Xiao Dao didn't pay any attention to him and vanished on the spot. After Xiao Dao disappeared, Xian's expression instantly turned ferocious as he turned to leave. In the distance, Xian and Amu followed the little white fellow as she flew. On the way, Xian looked into the distance. Where is she going? Amu glanced into the distance and said, that's the direction of Hades. Hades? Xian was stunned and said, are there any treasures in Hades? Amu nodded. Yes. Xian was about to ask something when the little white fellow in the distance suddenly sped up. Seeing this, Xian's expression changed and he hurriedly sped up as well. Before long, Xian and Amu were brought to an ancient city by the little white fellow. This ancient city was completely different from the deity race's divine king's palace. The entire ancient city was incomparably gloomy and filled with bone-piercing cold winds. Xian glanced around and frowned. This place gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. At this moment, the little white fellow pushed open the ancient city's gates and floated in. Xian hurriedly followed along with Amu. After entering the city, the sinister aura became even stronger. Right at this moment, the little white fellow suddenly stopped. Before her was a long bridge. Below the bridge was a pool of black water, and in the middle of the bridge stood an old lady. Xian looked at Amu. Amu's expression was incomparably solemn. That's Polo, the guide of Hades. He's very strong. Very strong, Xian nodded and was secretly on guard. At this moment, the little white guy floated to Polo. Polo looked at the little guy, then took out a bowl filled with clear water. She handed the bowl to the little white guy. Amu hurriedly said, don't drink it. That's the water of the river of forgetfulness. The little white fellow blinked. She sniffed lightly, shook her head, and was about to go over. At this time, Polo suddenly stood in front of her. The little white guy blinked and then raised his little paw, meaning, do you want to fight? Polo looked at the little white guy and didn't say anything. The little white guy suddenly turned around and returned to Xian's body. Xian was stunned, but soon, she flew out again. This time, there was a black box in her paw. A box, Xian, the little white guy was about to open the box. At this time, Xiao Dao suddenly appeared next to the little white guy. She looked at him and said, you go over. The little white guy blinked, then put away the box and flew over. Polo narrowed his eyes and was about to attack when a mysterious power suddenly enveloped him. Polo's pupils shrank. She looked at Xiao Dao in front of her. Xiao Dao stared at Polo, if you don't want to die, then stay here. Otherwise, not even Abzang can save you. Abzang, the #1 super expert of Hades, Polo looked at Xiao Dao and said in a hoarse voice, who are you? Xiao Dao didn't say anything. She directly followed the little white guy. Xian and Amu also hurriedly followed. At this time, Polo suddenly said, High Priest. Amu stopped, looked at Polo beside him, blinked and said, Polo, how are you? Polo looked at the High Priest, who is she? Amu smiled, she's called Xiao Dao, from Tendo's pawnshop. Hearing this, Polo's pupils shrank. Tendo's pawnshop, Polo looked at Amu, what are you doing? Amu blinked, I don't know what we're doing either, hee hee. With that, she grabbed Xian's hand and ran. On the bridge, Polo stood all alone. Soon, the little white guy brought Xian and Amu to a large hall. Xian looked up and saw 3 large black words above the hall, Hall of Life and Death. Xian looked at Amu. Amu softly said, it's where the Lord of Hades lives. He can control the life and death of all living beings in the world. Of course, that's a bit of an exaggeration. After reaching the Karma realm, he no longer has any control. Xian nodded. At this time, the little white guy suddenly flew in. Xian hurriedly brought Amu with him. Xiao Dao looked around, a trace of worry in her eyes. She didn't think too much about it and hurriedly followed. After the little white guy entered the Hall of Life and Death, she looked around. Finally, her gaze fell on a mirror at the top of the hall. The mirror was the same size as an ordinary mirror. The only difference was that there was a closed eye at the center of the mirror. The little white guy's eyes lit up when she saw the mirror. She flew directly to the mirror and was about to touch it with her little claw. At this moment, the eye suddenly opened. The little white guy was shocked and hurriedly retracted her claw. But it didn't take long for her to realize that she shouldn't be afraid, that I was looking at the little white fellow, and the little white fellow was looking at her as well. Right at this moment, some scene suddenly appeared in the mirror. The first to appear was a man in green robes. However, as soon as this man appeared, the scene stopped abruptly. The little white guy blinked and waved her little claw lightly. The eye just stared at the little white guy, and a powerful force suddenly swept out. Xianxia's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene, and he was about to attack. However, right at this moment, the little white fellow suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled, and then the powerful force vanished without a trace. At the same time, the mirror became slightly illusory. At this moment, the eye was filled with terror. The little white guy grabbed the mirror and tossed it at Xian. The mirror was tossed into the world prison pagoda. Xian was speechless. Amu suddenly said, "This is the mirror of misfortune. It can observe a person's past and present lives. It can even be used to spy on the world. It's very extraordinary." The mirror of misfortune, Xian nodded. Past and present lives? I'll have to take a good look at it later. He really wanted to know about his past and present lives. Meanwhile, the little white guy hadn't left yet. She sniffed lightly, and it didn't take long for her eyes to light up. She waved her little claw lightly. Immediately after that, the ground suddenly trembled under the gazes of Xian, Amu, and Xiao Dao. "The treasure is underground." Xian and Amu exchanged a glance. Xian asked, "Are there any other treasures?" Amu spoke in a low voice, "I don't know. Just watch." Boom! Right at this moment, the entire Hall of Life and Death shook violently. Immediately after, a ray of black light shot into the sky from underground. The little white guy flew out, and Xian and the other two hurriedly followed. Outside the Hall of Life and Death, a thick ancient book floated in the air above the hall. Xian looked at the ancient book and asked, "Amu, what's this?" Amu looked at the ancient book. Moments later, her pupils constricted. "That's the treasure of the underworld, the Heavenly Book of Divination." The Heavenly Book of Divination? Xian was about to ask something when the little white guy had already flown to the Heavenly Book of Divination. At this moment, the Heavenly Book of Divination suddenly opened, and a powerful aura enveloped her. The little white guy waved her claw, and a strand of purple chi enveloped the Heavenly Book of Divination. The latter shuddered, and then it suddenly closed. At this moment, the little white guy suddenly waved her claw swiftly, as if she was saying something. The Heavenly Book of Divination also trembled slowly, as if it was responding. This went on for about 15 minutes, and the Heavenly Book of Divination suddenly floated in front of the little white guy. The little white guy grinned, waved her claw, and a strand of purple chi enveloped the Heavenly Book of Divination. The Heavenly Book of Divination trembled happily. After a while, the Heavenly Book of Divination suddenly turned into a ray of white light and entered the prison pagoda in Xian's abdomen. It went in again. Xian felt like he was in a dream. In such a short period of time, he had obtained a few super divine items. Moreover, the heaven-battling beast seemed to be about to reach adulthood. Xian looked at the little white guy, and the little white guy turned its head to the right. Seeing this, Amu said excitedly, "That's where the ancient Xing clan is." The little white guy was about to fly away when Xiao Dao suddenly blocked her way. The little white guy blinked and looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao sighed softly. "Something big is going to happen." The little white guy waved her little claws. Xiao Dao sighed again and turned to look at Xian below. "Are you really not going to stop her?" Xian hesitated and then asked, "Why?" Xiao Dao looked at Xian. "If she continues to search like this, she will find all the treasures in the era of gods and demons. Do you know how many forces you will offend? You will offend the deity race, the underworld, and the ancient Xing clan. Have you thought about the consequences?" Xian asked, "Miss Xiao Dao, if I don't take these treasures, will they not kill me?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian and said nothing. Yi Xian laughed. I am on the side of the Wu clan. It was simple and clear. Xiao Dao turned to look at Amu and said softly, you are very powerful. Yi Xian had made his stand clear in one sentence. Amu was silent. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. You will get into big trouble. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior, I didn't take those treasures. At the side, the little white fellow nodded hurriedly. She pointed at herself with her little claw as if she was saying that she was the one who took it. Xiao Dao looked at the little white guy, and the latter waved her little claws quickly. Yi Xian had no idea what she was talking about. At this moment, Xiao Dao suddenly sighed. You have to understand that you are alone now. He and the horned girl are not here, right? The little white guy blinked and pointed at Yi Xian. Xiao Dao said calmly, he is the weakest among us. Yi Xian was speechless. The little white guy thought for a moment and waved her little claws quickly. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. What did she say? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. She said that if anyone bullies her, she will call for help. Yi Xian was speechless. Call for help. Yi Xian had a strange expression on his face. Call for who? It must be the green-robed man and the horned little girl. At this moment, the little Taoist suddenly said, go. Yi Xian and the little white fellow looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao looked back at the little fellow. Go. I'll take care of it for you. She knew that this was an opportunity for her, Xiao Dao. If she did not form this good karma, she would not have such a chance again. Although this good karma would also lead to many bad karma, it was worth it. It was very, very worth it. The little white fellow grinned when she heard Xiao Dao's words. Then, she turned and ran away. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao remained expressionless. You guys go first. Yi Xian wanted to say something but Amu quickly pulled him back. Let's go. With that, she pulled Yi Xian away and soon disappeared into the distance. After Yi Xian and Amu left, Xiao Dao turned to look at a man who looked like a monk. The man was dressed in a monk's robe and held a string of prayer beads in his left hand. Abzang. This man was the underworld's strongest expert. Abzang looked at Xiao Dao and said softly, Miss Xiao Dao, how have you been? Xiao Dao smiled. Abzang, you've improved a lot. Abzang shook his head. I've never been able to reach that level. Xiao Dao said softly, not many people have been able to reach that level since ancient times. Abzang looked at Xiao Dao. Is there anyone in this world who has reached that level? Xiao Dao nodded. Yes, and there are quite a few. Abzang frowned. Quite a few. Little Taoist nodded slightly. I already know of 5. Abzang fell silent. Xiao Dao looked at Abzang. Don't you want to know who it is? Abzang shook his head. What's the point of knowing or not? Xiao Dao looked at Abzang. You're wrong. It's very meaningful to you and the underworld. Abzang raised his head to look at Xiao Dao. Please enlighten me, Miss Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao turned around and gazed into the distance. Do you know who that little fellow who took the treasure of the underworld is? The legendary spirit ancestor. Abzang said softly. Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. This is the last spirit ancestor of the 5th dimension. Abu looked into the distance, thinking about something. Xiao Dao said with smile, don't even think about hitting on her, you will die without a burial. The 5 people that Miss Xiao Dao mentioned are related to her? Abzang asked softly. Xiao Dao nodded. Yes. And the young man beside her? Those 5 people are also related to him. That young man is not simple. Unfortunately, the Wu clan beat him to it. Abzang said. Xiao Dao looked at Abzang. They took away the most precious treasure of the underworld. What do you plan to do? Miss Xiao Dao, do you want the underworld to give up on recovering it? Abzang asked softly. Xiao Dao smiled and did not say anything. Abzang suddenly said, Miss Xiao Dao, their actions are like bullying. The reason I didn't make a move was because of Mississippi. The little Taoist smiled and said, my needle of destiny was also exchanged for a tonghulu by her. Abzang looked at Xiao Dao and did not say anything. Xiao Dao smiled. Abzang, you are a wise person. Sometimes, losing something is not a bad thing. Good or bad, it is often decided by a single thought. Abzang suddenly asked, Miss, can you ask him to return the 2 treasures to the underworld? Xiao Dao asked, if he returns them, can the underworld not interfere with his affairs? Abzang was silent for a moment. Miss, can you ask him to leave the Wu clan? Xiao Dao shook her head and smiled. Do you see that? Even if he doesn't take the treasures, the underworld will still target him because of his identity, right? Abzang was silent. Xiao Dao smiled. That's all I have to say. I don't want to say anything else. Today, give me, Xiao Dao, some face and do not take action. Then, she turned and left. Abzang suddenly asked, what if we take action? Xiao Dao stopped and turned to look at Abzang. I will make the heavenly clan disappear from this world. If you don't believe me, you can try. Then, she turned and left. The heavenly clan, Abzang was silent. Xiao Dao was talking about the heavenly clan and not the underworld. He naturally understood what it meant. Xiao Dao, just how strong was this woman who used to be so mysterious? No one knew. Abzang was silent. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Abzang. This man was the deity race's modern deity god, Haoyin. Abzang looked at Haoyin. The latter smiled. What an arrogant Miss Xiao Dao. Abzang said softly, do you think she doesn't have the strength? Haoyin smiled. She is definitely not weak. However, she might have underestimated us. Abzang said, we have to give her face. Haoyin nodded. If this woman completely turns to the Wu clan, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Then, he looked into the distance and smiled. They are about to reach the Guxing clan. I would like to see if the people from the Guxing clan will show her some respect. At the end of the horizon, Xiao Dao suddenly stopped. She turned her head and looked at them. A disdainful smile appeared on her face. Underestimate you? You are just a group of 5th dimension ants. Why should I overestimate you? After saying that, she disappeared. Soon, the white little fellow arrived at the Guxing clan with Amu and Yixian. The Guxing clan's habitat was not comparable to the deity king palace and the underworld. They lived in a primitive forest. The white little fellow seemed to have discovered something. She was excited and ran quickly. Soon, she arrived in front of a cave. Just as she was about to enter the cave, a powerful force suddenly attacked her from the side. At this time, Xiao Dao appeared next to the white little fellow. She waved her right hand and the powerful force disappeared without a trace. Little Daoist turned his head and saw a man walking towards him. The man was completely naked, and he held a giant axe in his hand. He looked at Little Daoist, and without saying a word, he leaped up and swung the axe at Little Daoist. Xiao Dao waved her sleeve. Boom, the giant axe in the man's hand exploded. He was pushed back dozens of feet and slammed heavily into the mountain wall. At this moment, a heavy expression appeared in the man's eyes. However, just as he was about to rush toward Xiao Dao, a voice suddenly drifted over from the side. Stop. Upon hearing this voice, the man respectfully took a step back. Xiao Dao glanced to the left. Over there, a man could be seen walking over. This man was clad in beast skin. His long hair draped over his shoulders and he exuded a tyrannical aura. This man was none other than the current leader of the Guxing clan, Gu Zhantian. Gu Zhantian walked toward Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, I trust you have been well since we last met. Xiao Dao ignored Gu Zhantian. She stared at the white little fellow in front of her. The little fellow blinked and pointed at Xiao Dao before pointing at Gu Zhantian. Xiao Dao laughed. If you really want it, go in and take it. With me here, no one will be able to harm you. Little White shook her head. She turned and flew to the front of Yixian. After that, she pointed at Yixian as she waved her claws lightly. Yixian stared at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao spoke in a heavy voice. She said she wants to leave. As for those treasures, she has already strengthened them. You can use them first, but you are not allowed to harm them. If they want to leave, you are not allowed to obstruct them. If they are unwilling to leave, she will come and find you in the future. After that, she will strengthen them again, helping them to improve themselves. Yixian was stunned. After that, he nodded. Okay. At this moment, the treasures in his body suddenly flew out. They trembled lightly, as though they were trying to express something. Little White grinned. With a wave of its claws, countless strands of violet chi enveloped those treasures. As for itself, it directly turned illusory. Little White pointed at Xian as it waved its claws. Xian gazed at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao fell silent for a short moment before he said, "She asked them to follow you. That way, she'll be able to find them in the future. If they are unwilling to follow you, then they can leave. However, they can't harm you. Otherwise, they'll be beaten to death." Xian hurriedly gazed at the little fellow and asked. "Beaten to death by who?" Little White blinked, grinned, and then waved its claws swiftly. Xian gazed at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao didn't speak this time. Right at this moment, an enormous axe suddenly flew out from within the cave. It was mostly pitch black while its blade was bright red. The handle seemed as if it was made from lava, and it was completely crimson red. Moreover, it emanated a powerful and ruthless aura. Xian's expression instantly became solemn when he saw this enormous axe. The might of this axe is absolutely superior to the execution heaven sword. What axe was this? Xian turned his head and glanced at Amu. Amu spoke in a light voice. The battle god axe was once a treasure belonging to the first clan leader of the Guxing clan. It's also the most precious treasure of the Guxing clan. However, it said that Guxing was heavily injured when he fought against that supreme expert. Battle god axe. Xian's gaze landed on the battle god axe. That axe was trembling lightly, as though it was trying to express something. Little White blinked its eyes before turning to Gu Zhantian, who was not far away. Gu Zhantian's expression turned extremely grim. He didn't expect that the battle god axe would fly out by itself. Gu Zhantian spoke in a heavy voice, "Divine axe, you cannot leave with outsiders." At this moment, the battle god axe abruptly chopped down ruthlessly towards Gu Zhantian. Upon seeing this scene, the spectators were all stunned. What was going on? Gu Zhantian was also stunned. Did this battle god axe go crazy? It actually dared to act against him. Not daring to think too much, Gu Zhantian brandished the axe and slashed out. Boom! The battle god axe was forced to a halt, and at this moment, a roar of rage rang out from within the battle god axe. As the sound of this roar rang out, Gu Zhantian instantly retreated tens of meters. When he stopped, a look of terror could be seen on his face. The battle god axe didn't attack again. Instead, it floated towards the illusory Little White. The little guy blinked and then pointed at Xian in the distance with its little paw. The battle god axe nodded. Seeing the battle god axe nodding, Little White waved its claws as a violet chi enveloped the battle god axe. At this moment, Little White completely vanished. At the instant it vanished, a black box appeared before Xian. Upon seeing the black box, Xiao Dao's eyelids twitched. P.S. Good luck Wuhan. Good luck China. Little rascal left, staring at the box in front of him. Xian suddenly felt a sense of disappointment. With regards to Little Rascal, he had a very favorable impression of him. At this moment, Gu Zhantian suddenly walked towards Xian. "Leave the divine battle axe behind." Xian stared at Gu Zhantian. "Did you see that? It was the one who chose to follow us." Gu Zhantian stared at Xian. "I don't wish to waste words with you. Leave the divine axe behind or this place shall be the place where all of you will die." "Oh?" At this moment, Xiao Dao, who was not far away, suddenly laughed. "Is the Guxing clan very powerful?" Gu Zhantian stared at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao abruptly vanished from his original location. From afar, Gu Zhantian's eyes narrowed. He brandished his axe with both hands and ferociously slashed out. Boom! As the axe descended, Gu Zhantian directly retreated 100 meters, and the moment he stopped, a flying dagger suddenly flew towards him. Gu Zhantian's expression changed as he slashed out with his axe. Boom! The instant the axe came into contact with the flying dagger, it instantly shattered. The flying dagger continued forward, slashing towards Gu Zhantian, and at this moment, Gu Zhantian stomped his right foot and retreated several hundred meters. After stopping, Gu Zhantian stared fixedly at Xiao Dao. At this moment, other than heaviness, there was also trepidation in his eyes. Before Xiao Dao, that flying dagger quietly floated in the air. This flying dagger looked extremely ordinary, yet it contained a shocking amount of divine energy within it. Xiao Dao glanced at Gu Zhantian. If you dare to attack again, I will kill you. Don't display the arrogance of your Guxing clan before me. Even your ancestor isn't qualified to do so. Do you understand? After speaking, she turned to Yixian. Let's go. Yixian nodded. He hurriedly pulled a mu and followed behind Xiao Dao. He could sense that right now in this dimension, there were many experts spying on him. If he didn't follow Xiao Dao, he most probably wouldn't be able to leave this dimension. Little Daoist put away the flying knife and walked into the distance. Yixian and Amu quickly followed. As for Gu Zhantian, he didn't act again. Although people from the Guxing clan were arrogant, they weren't fools. The strength of this woman before him was clearly above him. If he acted, he would die for sure. Just like that, he could only watch as Xiao Dao and the other two left. In the distance, Yixian tugged at Xiao Dao's sleeve. Xiao Dao, why don't we speed up? Xiao Dao looked around and said, I'm going to walk slowly. I'm going to show them that we're going to walk out of here openly. If they're not satisfied, then come at me. Her voice was so loud that the entire nothingness dimension could hear her clearly. Yixian glanced at Xiao Dao. This woman wants to kill. He could sense that Xiao Dao was extremely angry at this moment. It was best not to antagonize her at this moment or the consequences would be dire. On the way, Yixian felt some trepidation. If the heavenly race surrounded them, it would be extremely dangerous for them. However, no one came out to obstruct them. At this moment, Xiao Dao and Amu suddenly stopped. The two of them turned their heads and looked to the right. There was a grave there. Yixian also stared at it. At this moment, Xiao Dao shook her head. You're a step too slow. After speaking, she walked away. Yixian glanced at Amu. What does she mean? Amu blinked. I don't know either. Yixian stared at Amu. You definitely know. Amu giggled. There's an old friend sleeping here. She's a little slow to wake up, that's all. After speaking, she pulled Yixian and walked forward. Yixian asked, Amu, why did you wake up earlier than her? Amu blinked. Tendo rewards hard work. Yixian was speechless. Soon, the three of them arrived at the exit of the void dimension. There, the three of them saw Old Tombkeeper. Old Tombkeeper looked at the three of them. Finally, his gaze landed on Yixian with a complicated expression. Yixian blinked. What are you trying to say, Senior? Old Tombkeeper shook his head. I don't want to say anything. Yixian was speechless. Old Tombkeeper looked at Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, they won't let this go. Xiao Dao smiled. Will they go to the pawnshop to take revenge on me? Old Tombkeeper shook his head. Of course they wouldn't dare to take revenge on you, but... As he spoke, he glanced at Yixian. Seeing this, Yixian's eyelids twitched. What was the meaning of this? Xiao Dao calmly said, let's go. After speaking, she left the void dimension. Yixian hurriedly left with Amu. After the three of them left, three people suddenly appeared. These three people were Haoyan, Abzang, and Gu Zhantian. Haoyan looked at Old Tombkeeper. Do you know the true identity of Xiao Dao? Old Tombkeeper shook his head. I don't. After speaking, he turned and left. Haoyan suddenly said, Sir, your mission has been completed. Old Tombkeeper halted. He shook his head. I'm not guarding you guys. With that, he picked up the broom at the side and walked away. Hearing Old Tombkeeper's words, Haoyan frowned. At this moment, Gu Zhantian suddenly asked, Are we letting them leave just like that? Abzang shook his head. That Xiao Dao is too mysterious. We have just awakened and our strength has yet to fully recover. It's not suitable for us to act. Gu Zhantian solemnly asked, What is this woman's background exactly? Haoyan shook his head. I only know that the previous emperor was extremely respectful towards her. Abzang suddenly asked, Has the divine teacher awakened? Haoyan shook his head. Not yet, but he should wake up soon. Abzang fell silent. Divine teacher, just like the high priest of the Wu clan, the status of the divine teacher in the heavenly clan was even higher than the three of them. Back then, the reason why the heavenly clan and the Wu clan went into hibernation was because the divine teacher and high priest of the heavenly clan had decided to do so. no one dared to refute the decision made by the two of them. The high priest of the Wu clan had already awakened, but the divine teacher of the heavenly clan had yet to wake up. At this moment, Haotian suddenly spoke, maybe now is the best time to kill the high priest. Hearing this, Abzang and Gu Zhantian's countenances wavered. If the high priest of the Wu clan fell, it would definitely be a calamity to the Wu clan. Without the high priest, how could the Wu clan resist the heavenly clan? Xiao Dao brought Yi Xian and Amu back to the pawnshop. Within the pawnshop, Xiao Dao sat on a chair as she stared at Yi Xian and Amu. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before asking, Xiao Dao, what's the matter? Xiao Dao glanced at Amu, the high priest. Amu blinked, hello, Miss Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao laughed, I have to say, you're very impressive. The smile on Amu's face gradually vanished, I have no ill intentions. Xiao Dao laughed lightly, I know you have no ill intentions. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian, my harvest is not small. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he took out the needle of fate and passed it to Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, I'm returning this to you. Xiao Dao glanced at the needle of fate, why are you returning it to me? This is something she exchanged for using candied fruits. It's yours now, there's no need to return it to me. Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Dao, you won't take revenge on me, right? Xiao Dao stared at Yi Xian, are you afraid of me taking revenge? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded his head. If this woman wanted to take revenge on him, his future days wouldn't be easy. Xiao Dao stared at Yi Xian, this needle is yours now. As she spoke, she opened her palm and a mirror appeared in it. It was the mirror of misfortune that she had obtained from the underworld. Looking at the mirror of misfortune in her hand, Xiao Dao's expression was somewhat complicated, I never expected this mirror to fall into your hands. Yi Xian asked, Miss Xiao Dao, is there something special about this mirror? Xiao Dao nodded, this mirror is called the mirror of misfortune, also known as the mirror of 3 lives. It can see past lives, present lives, and future lives. Of course, it can't do that now. However, at its peak, it can do that. If it falls into the hands of a powerful spell god, it can also see its next life. Yi Xian frowned slightly, spell god? Xiao Dao said indifferently, it's a mysterious profession from a long time ago. It's quite powerful, but it's almost extinct now. Yi Xian asked again, how long ago? Xiao Dao said angrily, why do you have so many questions? Are you looking for a beating? Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Daoist glared at Yi Xian and then said, this mirror of misfortune has an especially great function now, and that is, it can observe the world. You can use it to observe any place in the 5-dimensional universe. Of course, some people and some places still can't, because they are powerful enough to see through the mysteries of heaven. Unless you're strong enough, then you'll be able to see them. Yi Xian blinked, and then he said, can I use it to find the woman in a plain dress? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian, if she doesn't stop you, then you should be able to see her. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I'll give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the mirror of misfortune, find the woman in a plain dress. Mirror of misfortune was speechless. Xiao Dao shook her head, you really are an idiot. As she spoke, she picked up the mirror of misfortune and pointed it at Yi Xian, pour your fresh blood and profound energy into it, and then imagine the appearance of the woman in a plain dress in your mind. Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly, and then he nodded. He flicked his finger, and a drop of blood essence entered the mirror of misfortune. At the same time, a strand of pure profound energy surged into the mirror of misfortune, and the appearance of the woman in a plain dress appeared in his mind. The mirror of misfortune suddenly started trembling, and the space in the surroundings gradually started to surge like waves. A short moment later, the eye suddenly opened. Bang! A powerful force swept out from the pawnshop, and then it shot into the depths of the starry sky. An enormous illusory eye suddenly appeared there. The eye looked down at the starry sky, and a mysterious force suddenly pierced through the starry sky and arrived at the 4th dimension. In the 4th dimension, in an unknown expanse of the starry sky, a woman in a plain dress suddenly stopped moving, and then she raised her head to look. Bang! In the 5th dimension, the enormous illusory eye suddenly exploded. Within the pawnshop, the mirror of misfortune in front of Yi Xian suddenly closed, and a strand of fresh blood flowed out from it. At the same time, the entire mirror of misfortune had cracked apart. Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. Xiao Dao looked at the cracked mirror of misfortune with a complicated expression. Release 1. In the distant fourth dimension, in the starry sky, a wisp of disdain arose on the corners of the woman's mouth. That was many years ago. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and continued forward. End of chapter 1079. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.